Good morning and welcome. We are here for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. I am Miles Hasquist, and today is the big day for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Look at this. Big squeal there.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to send it to the Optima Batteries main stage. Take it away.
That's right, Miles. This is it. This is the big day. We have all of our racers qualified. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me, as always, to kick things off for UTV is Mr. John Crowley over here and Miles Hasquist. My John, it's going to be a great day racing, right?
This is my day.
This is the
It's
official
your day to shine.
I am excited.
We've decided we're going to call this officially John Day.
I don't think I can pay for that sponsorship.
We'll take that off the list then. Scratch
No,
that out.
it's going to be a great day. They qualified just a few days ago. Get everything set up for right now. And on that front row is Ronnie Anderson side by side with Kyle Cheney. It's going to be a drag race to the desert, John.
Absolutely. And Kyle is four-time champ here.
In a row.
In a row.
4 times in a row. I mean, he's definitely got his work cut out for him, but he is definitely the crowd favorite for sure.
He is on a mission. He's been putting in the homework this year, too. A lot of homework. So he's not resting on his laurels.
So, John, you told me before we started today you went out and did a little impromptu sort of like poll of all of our head drivers out there in the lineup. We know that it's 2 laps out there on the race course, and we expect to see our winners. They expect to come back into town around what time?
Well, there was a lot of non-committal answers.
Well, that's the
Nobody
smartest way
wanted
to
to
answer
make a
that.
big statement. I was trying to push them that I personally think we're going to see somebody by noon.
Okay.
I got anywhere from, on the top 10 guys, anywhere from noon to 1:30 for the fastest finisher.
Noon to 1:30. But even then, that's a long day out there in that in the UTV in the rocks in the desert.
It's a rough course. It is. I mean, Dave and crew have done a great job trying to make this race harder because they've been blowing through this course so fast. So he steps the bar up, and I think they step the bar up and just keep meeting it. So I don't know what to do to make this harder for them other than adding a third lap for UTVs, and I don't think Dave wants to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild one. Today is a 2-lap race. Lap 1 is roughly 65 miles. Lap 2 is roughly 85. So about 150 miles of some of the toughest terrain out here in Johnson Valley. They will take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. Make sure to go to our live scoring to keep up with everything there. That is ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Pull up the Yellow Brick app so you can do the tracking. Get on the YouTube to get everything to watch for that. So it's going to be a great, great day of racing. But first, before we get to racing, we want to keep everybody safe out there. So we're going to do our invocation with Chaplain Ken Rowe. Ken, what do you got for us, buddy?
Let's all thank God and ask him to bless this day. So will you pray with me? Dear God, we thank you for this wonderful desert you've given us to compete in, to race in, to play in. And Lord, I just ask that you just protect each person out here, every driver, co-driver, every teammate, every spectator, that we may just have a glorious day of racing. We also ask that you just watch over all of our first responders, whether they be here in this country or abroad, where they put themselves in harm's way for our safety. And Lord, we just again ask that you bless this day and be with us today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Well, thank you, Ken. It's what a great day. Thanks for keeping everybody in your thoughts. It's going to be a fun one. It's the big day. But first, before we do that, let's send it to Jasmine Tomaso to sing the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. From local spaghetti western, Jasmine Tomaso, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Now that's how you start out the day. Thank you again, Ken and Jasmine. What a wonderful start to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We are just moments away. I'm thinking about 10 minutes before the green flag drops.
All right, and as Miles was saying, you can follow along on all the tracking online. Don't forget, during the live stream, you can jump over into the chat, drop any questions you have, or ask any questions you'd have in that section. We'll get back to you pretty quick. We're going to try and answer them as we go throughout the day. And then, of course, if you have any UTV questions, just ask my friend John.
Ooh.
At least a couple of them, right? Don't forget, while we're talking about YouTube, we do have that premium subscription where you can skip the commercials. You can get all the behind-the-scenes camera angles. We've got probably about 30 cameras out on course that you can individually pick from that subscription. So it's only $25, and that's for the rest of the weekend. That's for today's Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, tomorrow's Yokohama Everyman Challenge, and Saturday's Race of Kings. So, I mean, it's well worth its weight right there.
And we just saw some in-car stuff there. There's Hunter Miller. We just had his brother Cody on there. You've got an in-car one and then one facing backwards as well. So really cool, all the different camera angles.
And
on the
Star
premium,
Stream this year.
Star Streaming, I was in their pit last night where they were hooking everything up. Very cool technology and everything we've got going on. And on the premium feed, you can
pick that.
You can see all those
keep
different
that
things.
angle if you want. You can,
very, very
you
cool.
can kind of make your own show. You know, you can pick whatever camera angle you want and watch just that one if it's your favorite racer, or switch back and forth.
The one that we just saw before this one, I think, was Brock Hager and Mike.
Starting from that second row, Brock Hager's definitely fresh off his Dakar win. I think he's one to be watching for sure. Oh, it looks like Hernquist and Damon just tuned in the All Access. Thank you for that. PRP, it's time to party. I agree with that.
All right, Miles, so while we're waiting for our racers to get kicked off here, let's just run down who's going to be leaving the line first. Let's do our top 10.
Let's do it.
Let's rock down through there, Miles.
So in that first section, it's Ronnie Anderson side by side with Kyle Cheney.
Then he's got Brock Hager, CJ Greaves.
Then it's Phil Blurton and Cole Clark.
Jay Shaw and Nathan Parker.
Mitch Guthrie Jr. and Max Gordon. That is our top 10, and there are some big names in there, isn't there, John?
And a good mix of all the different classes. Don't forget, we got many different classes out here racing, as well as different manufacturers. So we got a bunch of different manufacturers out there you can keep your eyes on. But we will have a mixed start today with a whole bunch of different classes inside this race.
And let's talk about that. We have stock production. We have stock NA and stock turbo, and then the Youth 1000, all running the same rules, and then the Pro Modified, and then the Open UTV. So we've got multiple classes that are all racing at the same time but scored separately. So make sure you go to our live timing to keep that up to date. It's going to be hard to kind of keep it up because all of them look the same.
John only cares about one thing, though, right, John?
The
overall. Give me the overall.
John, I learned that during qualifying. John, he's like, classes.
I don't care about those classes.
Is all that matters.
Manufacturers do, though, so they can claim whatever. That's all right.
Yeah. So John, you've been in this exact race more than one time. What's going through your mind right at this moment? You know you're 5 minutes away. The jitters are there. You're checking your belts. You're checking your helmet. You're checking your comms. What else is going through your mind?
Well, today it's not windy at all, and we just saw an overview shot of the valley a little while ago. There's some smoke and dust all over the place. my nerves would be hitting me that, oh my gosh, it's going to be harder to pass because the dust is going to be sitting hard on the desert.
Just hanging in the desert.
Yeah.
And you know, we talked about that during qualifying, how important qualifying is in these races to get out front in that fresh air. And you talk to some racers and they'll tell you, oh, I prefer to be back in that 20th spot, 30th spot. But the reality is, like you said, if we don't have a lot of air movement, you're going to be trying to push through a lot of dust.
So that's where up front, that fresh air is going to be very important for Ronnie Anderson and Kyle Chaney.
Well, in this race, we've got 2 laps, but the first time they hit the rocks is probably at mile 120-ish.
Before they get into a real rock
Real
trail.
Yeah,
rock.
I mean,
There's a couple little rock trails in there, but nothing
but
serious.
nothing
Nothing that should slow it
nothing
down.
on the first lap.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to do Heartbreak Ridge at mile 2, but the top guys are going up that and high, and they're going to blast up and over it. That's not really rock crawling. They're not going to hit anything until aftershock on lap 2, and that's for most of these guys. That's a fairly easy trail. I think they might have a RCP, which we need to talk about, right at the waterfall, so you can't take the Curry bypass. I believe.
Is that its official name, or is that what you just named it?
I've heard that so many times that it's official.
It's official. All right, so let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk about the VCP versus an RCP. Let's dance through that while we're up here.
So the VCP is out in the desert, and it's 150 feet in diameter, and it's right in the track. So as long as you're on your GPS, you're hitting those VCPs. The RCPs are in the rocks, and we had to place some of those off to the side of the trail, so you don't want to hit the center. You want to kiss the edge, but if you don't kiss the edge and take one of those bypasses, you're not getting one of those RCPs. And it's a 15-minute penalty for every RCP or VCP you miss. And if USAC thinks you've missed too many in a row and you're intentionally shortcutting, DQ.
Or so we looked at the map, and you'll see some trails will have multiple RCPs in it, and that's to set the guy up that skips that entire trail. Obviously, that will be in a situation where USAC will look at it and say, it's obvious you've skipped this trail.
Yeah. Well, and the RCP is 50 feet. So,
and as Miles said, strategically placed. If you look at the map, some of those RCPs are off from the track to force you to avoid those bypasses.
They've done that. Dave and crew have done a great job of that. This is the hardest race in the world, and we're trying to keep it that way.
Well, and
you don't come here just to drive around the desert. You come here to win in the rocks.
And it's what the racers asked for. They've been constantly asking for. We want something that's going to keep people off the bypasses in the rocks. What do we need to do that? And the answer is this year, the RCPs in the trail, strategically placed.
I love it.
Well, in the past, in the rocks, they've had just a handful of VCPs, RCPs, whatever you want to call them. This year, they've added the RCPs with a 50-foot diameter, and the way I understand it, on lap 2, there's over 80.
There's a bunch of them.
So
we're keeping you in the rocks, and it looks like
we're
Ronnie
lining
Anderson
up, Miles.
and Kyle Chaney are pulling to the line, and it looks like we have just less than 2 minutes before the green flag drops.
And I believe Ronnie and Kyle have started side by side before.
I think so, and it's going to be an absolute drag race to that first Yukon launch. And I think we're going to see some side-by-side flying heading up towards that Bronco arch.
It's going to be absolutely amazing.
I love
a lot of action on that gap jump yesterday, but I think it's. I think at this point, everyone's kind of got their nerves out of their system, and they're ready to take that. But yeah, Miles, you're absolutely right. There's going to be 2 flying across there for sure.
Well, and we've got
Steve just tuned in from Australia. It's 2:30 in the morning, and he's ready to watch some racing. I love it.
So Ronnie's
Thanks
racing.
for tuning in.
Ronnie's racing a Polaris Pro R, and Kyle's racing a Can-Am Maverick R. So this is really cool. Right out of the start, manufacturer head-to-head. See what we're going to do. We've got a lot of different manufacturers in the top 10 you guys listed off. What's kind of neat is Max Gordon snuck right in on the top 10 in the Speed UTV. So we've got
Yamahas, Polaris, Speed UTV, Can-Am,
and
Kawasaki.
Kawasaki with Jeremy McGrath.
Yeah.
But top 10, lots of fast guys out there. This is going to be really, really exciting.
Having some people rooting on. Brian Deegan is racing this race as well, so we'll see him take it off.
He's off the line 24th, next to Bryce Sparks.
You're on it. That's why we brought you in here, John.
Bryce Sparks, Whiskey Biz.
Whiskey Biz.
He's
we don't
23rd.
even need to, between John over here and Fish in the comments section on YouTube over here, we can just sit back and watch the race, Miles. Because if you have any questions about UTVs, you throw them at John, or better, in the comments section on YouTube, throw it at Fish. He'll tell you Polaris is the answer. But
Ian, we got a front row seat. So.
That's right. That's right. But if you got a question in the comments, throw it at Fish, and he'll answer it for you.
I think Fish should be here.
Well, he had to get his tooth fixed. That's why Fish isn't here. Completely understand. But Fish is our official tracking expert. It's always good to have him sort of chiming in. So he's watching from the comments right now, and you will see him flying through there constantly, which is great to see. But obviously a very, very knowledgeable desert racing expert. We normally have him here in the booth, but unfortunately he couldn't make it out this year. But I think we're going to be starting soon here, Miles.
And they are off. Number 52, Ronnie Anderson with Cole Keats riding shotgun out of Riverside, California with Anderson Brothers Racing with that Polaris Pro R.
All right, and right beside him is Kyle Cheney. Kyle Cheney in the 191 Team Momentum Racing. He's in a Can-Am Maverick, 250 horsepower, AMSOIL, CT Raceworks, absolute beautiful machine.
It is. And it's kind of a carbon copy of what he's going to be racing at the Race of Kings.
And off the line next is Brock Hager, fresh off his Dakar win with Justin Wilson riding shotgun number 1896 out of El Centro, California with Brock Hager in that Polaris Pro R.
And right beside him is CJ Greaves in another Polaris.
Yeah, and Brock Hager, like you said, fresh off the Dakar. He's racing a factory Pro R. CJ Greaves in a Pro R as well, but they built it.
All right, lining up right there for our next one's off
is the number 944 of Phil Blurton, riding out of Loomis, California with Blurton Racing in that Can-Am Maverick R, and that Monster Energy machine.
And then right beside him, number 24, is Cole Clark. Cole Clark racing in the 4900 Open UTV. He's out of Polaris single seat Turbo Pro R.
Yeah, and not just a single-seat Pro R. It's been stretched, and he's got a turbo. So like 500 horsepower. I think 400 and something.
Yeah, it's probably the biggest horsepower in this class for sure.
But Phil beat him off the line.
Yeah, it's a drag race. Off the line next is number 17 of Jay Shaw with Bryce Lane riding shotgun out of Trussville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle. And that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R.
And right beside him is the number 150 of Nathan the Phenom Parker, 14 years old with Alex Reed in the co-driving seat from CT Raceworks. This is CT Raceworks chassis Can-Am Maverick R.
Well, taking different lines going up the Bronco Arch there, and it looked like Nathan was getting a little bit of territory on Jay Shaw. Jay Shaw was our fastest qualifier for a long time.
And another competitor fresh from Dakar is Mitch Guthrie Jr., who has won this race a couple of times. Number 51 out of Glendora, California with Guthrie Racing and another Polaris Pro R Gen 2 factory chassis.
And right beside him, Max Gordon, and Max Gordon is in that Speed UTV.
And Max threw it down pretty hard. He and his dad really didn't have much time to look at the qualifying course, so it was pretty good to see Max do so well.
And off the line next is the 221 of Cody Miller with Shane riding shotgun out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing and that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R, and he will also be racing in the 4400 class as well.
And right beside him was number 7, Bryce Menzies. Bryce Menzies out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Polaris Factory Racing in that Pro R CT Raceworks chassis.
Yeah, you've got the in-car there, Kyle Cheney. That's really cool. I'm sorry. Jeez, not Kyle Cheney. Cody Miller.
One of the Millers. You can say Miller Brothers.
Just say Miller Racing.
And off the line next is Hunter Miller and Chad Hughes riding shotgun number 190 out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing and another CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R.
And then right beside him, Dustin Robbins in the 311. Dustin Robbins in that 4900 Pro Mod UTV.
Yeah, both of them racing Can-Am. Hunter is going to be racing a Race of Kings on Saturday as well in a Can-Am.
And next off the line is Matt Zeiler, who is our pole champion in the Everyman Challenge tomorrow as well. And number 247 out of Nashville, Tennessee with Race Driven in a JW Performance Can-Am X3.
He's smooth like Tennessee whiskey. Then we got Robert Leibel right beside him. Robert Leibel, Leibel Racing. He's a Can-Am X3, basically that 4900 UTV Open.
And you can really see the left or the right lane has a total advantage getting the hole shot on this start.
And off the line in this start is Scott Delegate, number 218, out of Anaheim, California, in his Can-Am.
And right beside him, 1948, Josh Smith in his Can-Am 4900 Open UTV as well.
And it looked like Josh had a little bit of a problem off the start there. He didn't have enough speed to take the jump, I don't think. He's probably going to, the gap jump there is totally optional.
Yeah, the Yukon launch, or you can take the Yokohama Y right under it, right towards the Bronco Arch. And off the line next is Nick Anderson and Anthony riding shotgun out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing with that Can-Am Maverick R.
And beside him is Todd Beckett, number 101, Top Gun Fab, Can-Am, built by CA Technologies. He's out of, I don't have it on here, I apologize. Oh, yes, Pineville, Kentucky.
And that was a good shot showing heading to Heartbreak Ridge, which after they get out of the short course, they do a bunch of cross grain and then head to Heartbreak Ridge.
And off the line next is Brandon Davis with his wife Cheryl riding shotgun number 256 out of Huntsville, Alabama, with Davis Racing and that Miller Brothers built Can-Am X3.
And right beside him, number 4978, Dustin Jones. Dustin Jones in that 4900 Pro Stock Turbo UTV.
Yeah, Dustin's racing Pro Stock this year, so back in the pack a little bit. He's just going to win that class.
And up next, Whiskey Biz himself, Bryce Sparks with John riding shotgun number 3377 out of Frankfort, Missouri with CW Motorsports and that Polaris Razor.
And right beside him is Brian Deegan. Brian Deegan, Deegan Racing out of Temecula, California. Can-Am prepped by Cheney Motorsports.
And he's got Jeremy Dickinson riding shotgun with him, if I'm not mistaken.
He
one of our
does,
own.
he does, yep.
Yeah, and Brian got the hole shot there, too, from the outside lane. That's pretty cool.
So off the line next is Colin Wagner with Jeff Wagner riding shotgun out of Kearney, Nebraska with Wagner Motorsports and that Can-Am Kyle Cheney car.
And right beside him is Mr. Paul Wolf.
Oh.
Paul Wolf in that UTV. Oh, that was not not a, they both did not hit that gap jump very well.
Something happened to Paul, and he did not make. He just kind of flopped over the jump.
I wonder if they kind of touched going in the jump. I completely missed it, but tough break. Glad to see they're still moving.
They're still rolling up the trail, which is good to see.
Yeah, the other one kind of stopped short and hit the edge of the.
That's a rough hit.
Yeah.
We'll see what's going on. That was a pretty hard hit. Looks like we may hold them for just a moment to make sure everybody is okay. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They're taking off 2 at a time every 30 seconds, but we will be able to get this time going.
Yeah, so let's talk about that while we're waiting here, Miles. So on adjusted time, obviously they're leaving the line. It feels like every
30
seconds. Yeah,
Which
every
is pretty
30
quick.
seconds. So for the driver that leaves first versus the driver that leaves last,
You're racing your own time.
You're racing your own time, yep.
So that's why you go to the live timing we have. Go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing we have here in the Optima Batteries booth.
Yeah, so you'll be able to follow along with your favorite driver or just keep up what's going on. We have split times in the desert this year.
Yes,
do we
yeah.
not?
Thanks
Split
to
times on
Chip
track.
Pulvardi, he helped us out to make this timing amazing.
So we're watching the first mile and a half, 2 miles of the race.
we got a
Lots
pass.
of cross grain with G outs and everything that they're going through. Right now we're almost to Heartbreak Ridge, where they've got to go up a pretty steep hill that's all loose,
And
sandy
here's a
stuff.
Great
in-car
with one of the
shot
Miller
right there.
brothers,
Look at
I
that.
believe.
All right, so we're back to racing. Here we
All
go.
right, so off the line there is number 13, Bailey Cole out of Temecula, California with Bailey Cole Racing and that Razor RS1.
And right beside him is Mr. Casey Curry. Casey Curry out of Norco, California. Obviously, Curry Racing and a Polaris Monster Energy Nitto Tire UTV.
And
Yeah.
I do believe I heard they are going to bypass the Yukon launch right now for safety reasons.
Yeah, so it looks like Miles looked like they did a quick adjustment to the race course there. They're basically going to be going left around the gap, and now we got 2 more leaving. This should be.
It is Jeff Martin and Dave Disda riding shotgun number 968 out of Wasco, California with MF Racing in that Alsop-built Can-Am.
And right beside him is Mr. Robbie Gordon in that second speed UTV we're going to see out there.
Yeah, Robbie had a little bit of a tough qualifying. He didn't actually get to pre-run the qualifying course at all, so he was just watching the Jumbotron here in Hammertown to pre-run what it was going to look like.
And off the line next from across the pond is Shabs Piercy with Chris Ray riding shotgun number 646 out of Great Britain with Team Synchro Racing and that Can-Am X3, Corey Willis's old car.
And right beside him, Mark McCleary, number 717 from Turned Up Racing, running a Can-Am, CA Tech, Whale Speed.
Yeah, they've still got the yellow flag out. They're bypassing the jump and the zigzag, so they're sending them around. So.
But remember, this is a 150-mile race.
Yeah.
This little 10-second hiccup in the start of your race means absolutely nothing. So off the line next should be the 244 of Anthony Baker and Cole Parker out of Alpine, California with Baker Racing in that Can-Am X3.
And beside him should be the T89 of Tommy Thompson.
This is going to be a great day of racing. How many racers are entered in this race? I think we got about 136.
That's where my sheet stops.
That's pretty. That's a lot of UTVs. That's
well,
pretty cool.
does that include the youth?
Yes.
Yeah, so the youth aren't going to run the rocks. They run the first lap in the desert, which is 65 miles.
And off the line next is the 271 of John Schaefer and Brandon McKinney out of Danville, Indiana with John Schaefer Racing and that custom Schaefer-built Can-Am X3.
And right beside him is Joshua Barkey. Joshua Barkey, number 391.
And Mr. MBRP himself, Martin Barkey, is taking off right behind his son in the 008 Can-Am Maverick R.
And then beside him is Kobe Caraway, number 118.
And if you're just joining us, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Off the line next is the 2377 of Luis Leon Gonzalez with Tim Reynolds riding shotgun out of Philon, California with Leon UTV Racing in that Polaris.
And right beside him is Rich Birch, number 4916 out of Castle Rock, Colorado.
And we just saw an in-car from the MBRP car, and they had not just the screen, but they had some specs on what was going on. Engine temperature,
I love it.
speed.
Yeah. Got to know it all, don't you?
That's amazing.
So off the line next, the number 334 of Adam Brown and Adeline Clark out of Selma, Alabama with All Geared Up Racing and his Polaris Pro R supercharged machine.
Beside him, Keith Beam out of Pilot Hill, California, running a Can-Am with Yokohama, Vision, and Fox on board.
And off the line next should be the 2265 of Matt Wilson and Chase Dutton riding shotgun out of Douglas, Georgia with H&H Racing in that Can-Am Maverick R.
And right beside him, 924, Dylan Heiser. Dylan Heiser out of Sacramento, California, Heiser Motorsports, Can-Am, BFG, Vision, and Fox.
It looks like we're back to doing the Yukon launch.
All right, I'm glad to see that. Heading through the Bronco Arch. Up next is the 1188 of Chris Smith and Dylan Cruz out of Jacksonville, Florida with Critical Power Racing, that CA Technology Can-Am X3.
And right beside him, 785, Tony Polari Sr., Senior out of Quincy, Kentucky, Bad Batch Racing, CA Tech Can-Am, Maverick 8, OBOR tires, and Bully wheels.
And off the line here is Mitchell Roccacelli, number 614, out of Beaver Dam, Virginia, with ISG Racing, and that Can-Am with ISG Racing, East Coast Earthworks, and Maxed Out Performance.
And right beside him, number 199, Brendan Jones in his 4900 Pro Stock Turbo UTV.
Whoa. Somebody blew a corner there. Or maybe he was taking the bypass.
And off the line here is Miller Richmond and Troy Digby, number 504, out of New Orleans, Louisiana, with C. Miller Racing, and that Miller Brothers Can-Am X3 with Double E Racing.
And right beside him, 618, Aiden Gilbert. Aiden Gilbert out of Fenton, Michigan. Gilbert Brothers Motorsports, Polaris MRT, Casper Photography, all things UTV.
He's got those brand new K-Man shocks.
And that was a good view of the bypass if you don't want to take the Yukon launch there. Both of those cars took the bypass around.
And
Jeremy McGrath.
yeah,
there.
up next, Showtime Jeremy McGrath with his nephew Jaron Porter riding shotgun number 525 out of Encinitas, California, with JM2 and that Kawasaki KRX with Maxxis tires and Kawasaki Performance.
And right beside him, Anthony Thomas, 630 out of Applegate, California, in a Can-Am. First Ultra 4 race this year.
So Jeremy's racing the Pro Stock NA. In the years past, he's run a supercharged KRX. This year, he's not.
Off the line next is Eric Gilbert and Joe Fabrizio, number 1133, out of Mulvane, Kansas, with Gilbert Racing in that Can-Am Maverick R.
And right beside him, Curtis Bone. Curtis Bone, number 232, out of Illinois, Boone Racing, Can-Am X3 with 229 horsepower.
What a great start to this race. Lots of action, and it's going to be interesting on this 2-lap, 150 miles in total. So off the line next, the number 428 of Tony Polari with Jonathan Ruggles riding shotgun out of South Shore, Kentucky with Bad Batch Racing and that CA Technology Can-Am Maverick R.
And right beside him is Rob Reno with Kevin Larson riding shotgun, 4290 out of Fort Bragg, California, Can-Am X3. First KOH was last year.
And getting ready to take off right here, the number 545 of Jeff Garrity with Ryan Snyder out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Anything Off-Road. And that Polaris, and this is his first King of the Hammers as well.
Miles leapt ahead there a little
getting
bit.
a little ahead of myself, huh?
I think we talked about these guys already. I think we've just got a little.
We got a little excited.
No, we've got something going on the course. They're clearing something. They're holding them back for a minute.
All right, so while we what? Oh, there they
There
go
we
off
go.
the line. All right, good stuff.
So who just took off there? Was that Tony
That was
Polari?
Robert Reno and Tony Polari Jr., I believe.
And look how nasty that track is already getting. So here we go with the 545 of Jeff Garrity and Ryan Snyder out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Anything Off-Road in his Polaris.
And right beside him is the 4911 of Trent Roberts and Chris Ray out of Clarksburg, California, TWC Racing and their Can-Am.
Yeah, and we're seeing several competitors take the bypass instead of taking the Yukon launch, gap jump.
And I hear him taking off right now is Gavin Smith and Stuart Smith out of St. George, Utah, with Jeep Cast Racing in that Can-Am X3.
And there, right beside them, is number 4917, Jamie McKean out of Ontario, Canada, and their 4917 Thor Motorsports Kawasaki KRX.
That's one of your old neighbors, huh?
Ah, you better believe it. Ontario's a big place, though, Miles.
Ooh, great view of the dust out in the desert, like I was talking about earlier. There's no wind to blow it off.
And off the line next is the number 4955 of Joe Gould with Carter Peterson out of Tabernash, Colorado, with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab and that CT Raceworks Polaris Pro R.
And right beside him on the 932 is Ruslan Yankovic. Ruslan out of Lake Matthews, California. Vitchfam Racing in a Can-Am Maverick R.
And off the line next is Josh Hacker and Derek Herod out of Austin, Texas, number 4133 in his Can-Am X3 in the stock turbo class.
And right beside him is Mr. Josh Owen, number 375. Josh Owen with Tyler Harvey in the passenger seat out of Westminster, South Carolina.
And it sounds like he's got some fans out there. Remember, we have multiple classes racing all at the same time. They are scored separately. They're taking off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. And off the line next is the number 4932 of Scott Lesage out of Syracuse, Utah, with Sage Alternatives in that beautiful built single-seat custom Polaris RZR.
And right beside him, number 71, Nathan Wolf out of Bethanto, Illinois. Wolf Racing, Can-Am, MRT, Raceline, and Double E.
We got some battles out on course for sure. And I hear some more taking off, so that must be the number 129 of Kyle Sturkay out of Linden, North Carolina with ECC Racing in that Can-Am X3.
And right beside him is number 417, Justin Barth and Paul Gleshagen out of Springfield, Missouri. Barth Racing, racing their Can-Am Maverick.
And off the line next is Chris Johnson, number 354, out of Dana Point, California, with C. Johnson Racing in his Can-Am.
All right, and right beside him, number 2340, Perry Mahoney in that 4900 Pro Mod UTV.
This is a great start to the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And up next off the line is the number 577, Tristan Leon Gonzalez with Ryan Irvin out of Phelan, California with Leon UTV Racing in his Polaris.
And right beside him, number 226, John Carnavale out of Riverside, California, FC Racing.
And I'm going to have to get a visual on this next car because that's Ryan Grave that should be taking off. But he's the one that took that huge tumble during qualifying. So I'll wait to get a visual to see if we can see him taking off. And he does. He gets it together. Ryan Blagrave out of Houston, Texas in his Polaris RZR. And that was the highlight of the UTV Hammers Championship qualifying.
And right beside him, Mr. Terry Madden, number 188 out of Yucca Valley, California, from Terry Madden Racing.
I can't believe they got the car back together.
I'm super impressed with
impressive.
that.
That is impressive. So many, I mean, I'm sure they had a ton of people here on the lake bed offer to help, and that's really cool to see.
Off the line next is Jim Flory with Joe Spine out of Prosperity, Pennsylvania with Flory Racing in that JW Performance Can-Am X3.
And right beside him is Mike Park, number 32 out of Callahan, California, Critical Power Racing, running that CA Technologies Can-Am Maverick R.
So out in the desert, I'm just looking at tracking real quick. We got Ronnie Anderson, Brock Hager, Kyle Cheney, CJ Greaves, and then Phil Blurton.
Oh, wow, so it's already a battle out there. And off the line next, the number 645 of Zach Pollard out of Linden, North Carolina, with East Coast Cowboys Racing in that ECC Can-Am X3.
And I believe, Miles, I don't think he left the line. I think that was just Bernd Schaefer,
Okay.
2812, in his Pro Mod UTV. I did not see anyone leave the line beside him.
All right. He was supposed to take off. So off the line next is the number 926 of Tyler Gibbs and Spencer riding shotgun out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky with Gibbs Racing in that Can-Am Maverick R. There's a lot of Maverick R's out there.
And right beside him, number 903 of Tyler Parks leaving the line.
And off the line next, the number 211 of Michael Lee and Chris Armstrong out of Hurricane, Utah with Michael Lee Racing, part of the open class in that Polaris Pro R.
And right beside him, number 440, Jake Godfrey out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Godfrey Fab Works in a Can-Am Maverick R as well.
Michael had some a tough go so far. He crashed in the Desert Challenge and then rolled and had to fix a bunch of parts, and then he broke a trailing arm in qualifying and had to
That's a
fix
rough
more
start.
stuff.
You're right.
So he's starting the back of the pack. He's got a long day ahead of him.
So up next, the number 600 of Jacob Shade and Brandon Randall out of Cheyenne, Wyoming, with Squad Racing in that Can-Am X3.
And right beside them, Ignacio Nacho Arena out of North Hollywood, California, in Nacho's 4x4 Racing in a Polaris with Maxxis tires.
And off the line next, number 64 of Kurt the Rocket Mackey, part of Tyler Rimreed Racing out of Kearney, Nebraska.
And right beside him is Paul Wolf's clone, Paul Wolf 2. I don't think it actually was Paul Wolf, but Paul Wolf, Eric
James
Miller.
Cantrell's driving that one.
Thank you,
off
Miles.
the line.
Mine just says Paul Wolf 2.
And off the line.
Because I don't think he's back to start again already.
Yeah, yep. And off the line next, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Johnny Greaves with Brian riding shotgun out of Sumaki, Wisconsin with Greaves Motorsports and that Polaris Factory Racing Pro R with that Monster Energy machine.
And right beside him, number 529, Cody Willenborg.
Yeah, Johnny had a tough go in qualifying.
He flopped over, so
he's back of the
taking a
pack
rear
as well.
start.
That's going to be a tough day for him.
But adjusted time is on his side if there aren't too many bottlenecks out there.
I'm saying there's going to be some bottlenecks.
So off the line next with somebody's on their side and lands
but they're back on their wheels. That's okay.
Nice.
Good
so
save,
Jacob
good save.
Woodward and Kerry Woodward, 1924 out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with Woodward Motorsports with that Jimco built Polaris. And who's the one that
I believe that's 902 of Ed Morin.
did a little stunt trick for us?
So that's a single-seat Maverick R.
Yes, I believe it's been very heavily modified.
Heavily modified with bypass shocks front and rear.
And off the line next should be the number 60 of Paul Rollins, all the way from Great Britain in the Pro Mod Can-Am Maverick R.
And beside them is Colum Exum in 137 out of Paradise, California.
So we've had a couple exciting starts at the beginning of this race. We've had a couple rolls, a couple almost gap jump makes, and it's supposed to be Jason Washburn, but I don't see him taking off.
It's supposed to be Jason Washburn with Travis Zollinger right beside him, but I
don't
see
think
if
either one of those
was
took
right.
off. So that was Luke Horschel. Sorry. And Matt, no?
I think Luke might have been in that single-seat Maverick R.
And Paul Kraut. Well, we're getting a little bit out of order on our sheet. I do apologize. But that is Paul Kraut out on course. So this is Martin Duffy, but he's got a fill-in driver. I'm dropping that right now. I do apologize. And he's got Stu, one of our core volunteers, has been helping us out all week riding shotgun. And then up next is the stock Sportsman UTVs. They're taking a rear start.
Oh, that's Miley in the Yamaha RMAX. She is racing with her dad.
Yep, we had her up on stage. This is her first, I think she's in her first race ever, so she chose King of the Hammers, nice easy one. But yeah, Miley's out on course. It's great to see her. She put on a great show during qualifying. It's great to have her up on stage with her as well.
Okay, and that was Jonathan Nelson taking off with Rich Goldman out of Missoula, Montana, in that Can-Am Maverick R. Up next, we have the 622.
That's Richard Bivens in 622, and Jonathan Nelson on the line right beside him, the 4909.
So it looks like we're back in order here. Hopefully.
We'll find out, Miles, in a second when we see what's happening on screen. Oh, look at that in-car footage. That is awesome. Look at the speed down
is
there.
Is that 135 miles an hour in
100?
a UTV? No.
I don't think it could be kilometers.
There we go. Yeah. So
I
felt like kilometers.
It's just to make you feel better.
You feel so fast in kilometers, John. You do.
Oh,
You
yeah.
feel so fast.
Was that Luis Gallardo? So they do have the Yukon launch blocked off, and there's a Bryce Menzies in that Factor Polaris, and look how thick that dust
Yeah, that's exactly
already
what you were
is.
talking about, John. Look at the dust, that thick dust that they have to push through.
Yeah, we barely have a breath of wind right now, so that's
There goes
tough.
everybody's favorite redneck, Hubert Rowland, number 615 out of Tennessee with Redneck Racing in that Can-Am Maverick car.
I believe that was Kyle Seglin right beside them. It's always
Well,
good to see Hubert the redneck out here having fun. He's just out here, well, he's always just having fun.
But I think I heard some Kyle Seglin fans out there.
I did too.
They're still hooting and hollering. I love it. Old Boston Kyle.
So they're running the sportsman stock class, so they get a few bypasses too on when it gets to the rocks.
I think that's a late start there, Miles. That was
That's the
49.10.
49.10.
I think that was I think our next ones to leave the line technically should be our youth. So I think anyone who missed their spot's going to
Yeah,
head
and
out
I
now.
do believe we're going to take a little break and kind of split the field up for a little bit.
Let a little bit of space out
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
for the youth.
Hopefully
to-
let the dust
Yep.
settle.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
probably
then,
a good idea.
The
Just
Youth
a-
1000 is only racing lap number 1, and then the race is done. So,
A quick look at
but
the.
they're off already.
Oh,
So this is number
Miles
7.
lied because that's Action Jackson Shearer, Jason Shearer's son, and Jason's riding co-dog with him.
And then side by side with number 14, Dylan Trent and Wayland Campbell out of Lake Tahoe, Nevada with Trent Fabrication, that Brian Tilt Racing Can-Am. And then up next should be Tyson Healy with Lauren Healy riding shotgun, number 67 out of Farmington, New Mexico with RTR Off-Road and the Fun Haver machine.
And right beside them is Eli Ramos with Tony Ramos riding shotgun out of Georgia.
So these young guys and gals, yeah, they did block off the jump for this.
Probably a smart idea.
Yeah, just obviously we've had a couple of hiccups already, so safety first. Off the line next should be the 1399 of Xander Vijar with his dad riding shotgun out of Boise, Idaho with Vijar Racing in that Polaris.
And right beside them should be the 2121 of Nathan Malott. Nathan out of Phoenix, Arizona, Viking Hauling Race Team.
And off the line next should be Code St. Peter. He's 11 years old out of Whitney, Texas.
And
With
right
his
beside him
Polaris
should be
Ranger.
Mason Dowker with Todd Dowker riding shotgun out of Elk Rapids, Michigan, North Shore Raceworks.
And up next is the 128 of Tristan Hendricks out of Huntington Beach, California, with his Polaris Razor, part of the Youth 1000.
And right beside them, Emily Manders with Rob Manders, her dad, riding shotgun at a Montrose, Colorado, Wheeling Out West race team.
So just a quick update from out in the desert. We've got Brock Hager and Ronnie Anderson up front, followed by Kyle Cheney, CJ Greaves, and Phil Blurton. And we've also got Max Gordon at 0 miles per hour.
Oh, no. Up next is the number 27 of Cruz LaCroix with his dad, John, riding shotgun. This is Cash LaCroix's little brother. Great to see him out there starting to take the wheel.
9 years old
Yeah.
in a Maverick R.
Impressive, isn't it?
Well, but if you saw Cash rock bounce, you'd understand.
Oh, I know, I
Yeah.
understand, but it's still kind of crazy.
Yep, so beside them, Josie Schroeder, 1053, out of Nebraska, Wagner Motorsports.
And off the line next,
I think that was
the 257.
Vito Renui's
That's Jax
son.
Lapine taking off there. So we may be missing a couple of them.
One was Alex Renui.
Alex
That's-
Renui. Yep, I thought I saw number 117, Alex Renui, leave the line out of Caris, California, Can-Am.
So I'm not sure if we saw, I know we didn't see Raleigh May. She was supposed to race, but she made the basketball team. So she had to stay home and be part of the team, which is completely understandable.
And that should be,
Oh, that was Fulcher, the number 180 of Brian Peanut Fulcher out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, with his dad Brian riding shotgun with Team Momentum in that Can-Am.
And right beside them should be 9513 of Jeff Chambers.
There's the 1912 of Wyatt Carter out of Norco, California, with Cotter Boys Racing in his Polaris.
And I apologize, I didn't get the number of who left beside him, Miles. Did you happen to see it?
It's a lot of moving parts right now.
Got a lot of stuff going on. This is harder than co-driving a race. I can tell you that from experience.
There's Dylan Trent with Waylon Campbell riding shotgun. There's the 4914 of Cameron Sorensen out of Las Vegas, Nevada, and that's Speed UTV.
And I see a 126 up there, but unfortunately, I apologize, I don't have them on my list, Miles.
That should be Caden Gamble and Kevin Gamble out of Tierra, New Mexico, with Bomb Tech Racing in their Can-Am.
Thank
They
you.
stepped up from the 170 class for this race.
Thank you for catching
That's a big
that.
step up.
Yeah, a huge step up. I mean, it went from, 22 horsepower to 200 horsepower.
Some of these guys are racing Maverick R. That's 240.
There's the 1425. And that is...
And I believe right beside them was the 309 of Max Mills.
Yep, that was Neil Weaver. It's so great to see this Youth 1000 class take off. The future of our sport out there having fun on the same course as the professionals.
Absolutely. It's awesome to see.
That should be the 263. Do we have any more? I do believe we have all of our competitors out on course. Over 130 competitors here for the 2025 Can-Am Hammers Championship. All part of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
That's a
And
lot of racers.
that's
to
a
get
lot
off
of
the line.
racers out on
Miles, I
course.
think we deserve a break. John, catch us up. What's going on in the desert?
Get on the tracker. Let us know
Well,
what's happening.
Just a quick look at Tracker, and the hard part of looking at Tracker is you have to, the refresh rate on the racers are different. So if they're close together, you might not have them exactly in order. But out front, we've got Ronnie Anderson. Right behind him would be Brock Hager. Kyle Cheney is a little ways back. C.J. Greaves behind him. Phil Blurton, Jay Shaw, Mitch Guthrie Jr., and then I think it's Hunter Miller. And I'm not, it might be Bryce Menzies in there too.
All right, so John's keeping us honest of what's going on there out in the on the tracker to see what's happening. As Miles just said, we finally have all of our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championships competitors off the line here in Hammertown, and now it's just going to be a matter of keeping up with who's leading the race, what's going on out there. But we do have some updates. I am getting update from Fish,
Cody
who's
Miller
our
is
tracker
stopped.
tracker management. He's telling me that he's got Max Gordon at 0 miles an hour out in the desert.
And Cheney's in third.
That looks like that's RJ, or not RJ, RJ's brother, Ronnie, out front. That could be our current course leader.
And you see a couple different little split lines right here. Pretty impressive. And let's go over John. From last year, our overall champion was Kyle Cheney with an average speed of 41.9 miles an hour last year.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then it was Mitch Guthrie Jr. in second and Phil Blurton in third, and that's overall.
So on the screen right now, Bryce Menzies. And
Yeah, as we're watching these racers out in the desert, the cool thing is you can follow along at home if you want. You can log on into the tracker, and you can have that screen open on your computer as well. But John's actually been poking through the tracker while Miles and I were getting everybody out of Hammertown here, so he's been kind of keeping as to what's going on. So we'll just occasionally check back with John to see what's going on the tracker.
well, heli footage right there. That's Bryce Menzies again, number 7. He's racing a Polaris Razor factory car. And I've got him in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th place on tracker.
And it looks
Ish.
like Ronnie Anderson is battling with Brock Hager up
Yeah.
front still, so that's going to be a good battle.
So Brock,
That's
jumped
Min-
out in front of Kyle Cheney.
That's Menzies on screen with Orrin Anderson riding shotgun. Part of the factory Polaris racing team. I'll hop in the pits here after a bit and talk with Ryan Thomas.
All right, John. So we got the tracker up now for everyone at home. What are we looking at here?
Well, we've got 52 is Ronnie Anderson. 1896 is Brock Hager. 191 Kyle Cheney. 33 is C.J. Greaves. 944 is Phil Blurton. 17 is Jay Shaw, and I can't see who's behind him on there, but that's probably Mitch Guthrie Jr. And then Bryce Menzies, Hunter Miller, and 49.78 is Dustin Jones. So if that's the case, he's making time.
Yeah, remember this race took off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. Lap number 1 is 65 miles. Lap number 2 is 85 miles. So lap number 2's got a lot of the hard rock trails. So 150 miles in total of some of the gnarliest trails we can find out here in Johnson Valley.
So they'll be. I talked to Brock Hager this morning, and he said that the fastest guys will be back here in 1:03 on the Desert Loop.
So you think just after 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll hang out for about another 10 minutes.
That was the
and
only
I'm gonna-
number I could get out of Brock.
All right,
He
I'm
wouldn't tell me how fast he'd get the race done. But
I'll hang out
10
for another 5 or 10 minutes, and I'll head down to the pits and try to figure out exactly where Cheney and Anderson are pitting and try to bring some of the pit action.
Yeah, so they know when they'll be back for lap 1. But you couldn't get them to commit to a full race number, huh?
Well, I mean, Brock's more of a desert guy. I mean, this is not his first rock race. He's raced this in the rocks several times. Got 4th place last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 4th place last year. So he's a serious contender this year, and he's been on a rager lately.
All right, lots of action out here in the desert. As you can see, this live helicopter footage coming to you from Johnson Valley, California. Today, it's all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship as we jump into some in-car footage streaming to you live from the desert.
I don't recognize that car. Oh, Mike Park. There we go.
There we go. Mike Park,
Mike
number
Park.
T32.
He kind of revamped his program recently. Great to see him out there pushing strong out in the desert. And there's no dust in front of the park right now. I kind of expected to see a little bit more hanging, so there must be a little bit more wind out in the desert than we anticipated here in town.
Either that or he's got a big gap in front of him.
Yeah. But look there, he's smoking right along and hardly kicking up any dust out there. So that snow we got a week and a half ago helped out quite a bit as we're chasing Bryce Menzies.
Yeah, that's Bryce Menzies, number 7. But just speaking of
Okay,
the dust
there's
right
the
there,
dust.
Miles,
There it
there's
is.
the dust
There's
you've
your
been
dust.
looking for, Miles. We found it for you.
Yeah, so this could be our leader coming up off the lake bed.
Certainly looks like no dust trail in front of them.
Uh-oh, now
that's
he's backing
that's
up.
backing up for. and
Uh-oh.
I don't think that's a planned backup, Miles.
That could be Ronnie Anderson. Yeah, and there's
No, that's Ronnie Anderson.
That's Ronnie
coming up.
Anderson.
That
So
must
that
be
was-
Kyle Cheney.
no. I want to say that was Brock Hager. That could be Kyle Cheney right there in car. Pretty sure that is.
Look how nasty those G-outs are.
That is Hunter Miller in
Or
car.
Hunter and Chad Hughes.
Need to have him adjust that GoPro on the back a little bit.
I think it just adjusts itself as you go, Miles. That's how that works.
Exactly. Look how vast Johnson Valley is out there. Absolutely beautiful backdrop for the biggest and best UTV race of the year. Uh-oh, somebody's coming to a complete stop.
Kyle Cheney.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
no.
That could be a
And they're
flat.
both getting out.
That's not good news. So that's just off the lake bed. Yeah, he's
You
got a
called
flat.
it. You called it, John. They're going for the spare right there.
Well, they were going for the spare. So Kyle Cheney has won this race 4 years in a row. I believe that's Cash Lee Croy.
It is.
Looks like, yep, it is. So they don't look too, they're not in a
Yeah, that could
hurry
be
on
bad
the tire.
news for them.
So maybe they were hoping it was a flat tire, and maybe they found out some more issues. So that's a bummer for Kyle Cheney. So now Ronnie Anderson and Brock Hager could be running away.
Yeah, I've still got.
It's still a long race. Anything can happen.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built OnX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts OnX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
When a fire breaks out, seconds count. Employees follow their training and grab the nearest extinguisher. You know the drill. It's pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, and everything's under control. But what if it isn't? What if your extinguisher doesn't discharge? Then what do? Standard extinguishers are constantly pressurized. If they lose that pressure for any reason, they're absolutely useless. And because they're not designed to withstand physical damage, you have a failure just waiting to happen. We purpose-built the Russo Eliminator to overcome the problems you can encounter with typical extinguishers. First, the Russo Eliminator is not under pressure until you pull the puncture lever and break the CO2 cartridge seal. This cartridge-based design is used in extinguishers specifically for high-hazard placements like mining and chemical processing plants. It's a preferred technology because its reliability is higher than stored pressure technology. Second, we put it through rigorous tests to make sure it can take a beating without being damaged. We've dropped it, smashed it, even run over it with a truck. This is one tough product, specially engineered to give you peace of mind. We've also incorporated other advancements. Our integrated nozzle, valve assembly, and improved discharge pattern give you superior fire knockdown. The proprietary polymeric materials we use offer maximum resistance to the elements, making corrosion no longer an issue. So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
To the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived. redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther. And most of all, go prepared.
Shot Canyon. That's a great in-car view out front, really showing the speeds these cars are capable of now. I don't know whose car that is. It looks like it's a Maverick R.
I think you're right, John, based on that shock placement. But that is our current race leader right now on screen for you.
Brock Hager.
Brock Hager.
Polaris Factory Racer. Dakar winner. Or Dakar.
Jim, I just let Jim pronounce that for me.
Yeah, he likes correcting me when I say it wrong.
All right, so that is our current race leader, Brock Hager. We're getting unofficial split times from our tracking expert telling us that he's just under 2 minutes ahead of the rest of the pack, which is a huge lead to have. But we're still very, very early in this race.
That's crazy. We're
very
We're
early.
at mile, 50? And to put 2 minutes?
That's a big gap out there for these guys. But as you said, John, Desert Challenge winner. This is the desert section. Same course, but in reverse. There's a lot of skill out there in that car to get that kind of gap set out.
Yeah, in car right now, that looks like what's one of the Miller brothers. I can't tell if that's Cody or Hunter. I'm going to guess that that's Hunter. Hunter Miller or Chad Hughes is his co-dog. He won, if that's Hunter, he won in 2020 for the first time as a rookie. But since then, no wins for him.
Still chasing it.
All wins for Kyle.
But he's still chasing it, yeah. But yeah, as you said, Kyle's won so many times, but the story right now is not about Kyle. It's about Brock Hager being so far in front
That
of
looks
this.
like Ronnie Anderson? No. Second place. Yeah, that is Ronnie Anderson. I think.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I think you're right on that, John. I think that should be Ronnie in physical second.
Yeah, so that's about right. It's been a couple minutes since we saw Brock go through the same
section.
spot.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
well, you can certainly tell there's been enough time. There's absolutely zero dust hanging in front of him.
Okay, so this is the bypass of Aftershock. So this is behind what we just saw.
All right, so we're just watching all of this play out. Miles has stepped down into the pits to get ready for our leaders to get back into town, which we assume will be very, very soon. So if you're in Hammertown and you want to see your leaders get back into town, they're going to start coming in here quickly. Well, I should say quickly. One will be here quickly, and then the rest of them will be here 2 to 3 minutes later, based on the fact that Brock Hager now currently unofficially has what appears to be a 2-minute split between himself and the rest of the pack in this first lap of our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
That's another Maverick R going kind of slow. That could be, that's Kyle Cheney. He's back moving.
Kyle Cheney back moving. Good to hear. 191, but moving at, like you said, John, definitely a slower pace than we'd expect to see.
That's not a Kyle Cheney pace.
No, out of that car right now. All right, I hear that we have our other member of our group that we haven't introduced yet today, Miss Tiffany Stone, is up in remote pit. So Tiffany's been getting some stories from the remote pits. Let's see what she's got.
P2 earlier today. Ronnie Anderson, not sure where he got the flat, talked to his team about it. They were unsure as well. He did make his way through here without a spare, so they re-wrecked, put a fresh one on there for him. He also mentioned he was a little discouraged. He was telling his team that he didn't want to come in so early, but they told him, hey, we've got a lot of miles. There's a lot of racing still to happen. So he's back out there and ready to race. Now, some things are going to happen throughout the day. I'll be right here to bring you all the stories and back up to you guys.
So right now we're looking at Mitch Guthrie Jr., and he's right on Jay Shaw's tail. And that's real close to where Tiffany just was at in remote pit 2.
Yeah, and I'm getting an update from our off-site tracker, Austin Fishgistics. He's saying that now CJ Greaves has moved into second place, and Ronnie's fallen back just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on tracker as well. Brock Hager, then CJ Greaves, Phil Blurton, and Ronnie are right on top of each other. Yeah, so you can see, I mean, this is desert right here, but this is really rough stuff. A lot of G-outs they're going through right now, and all that cross-grain stuff. Really easy to G the car out and damage the car if you're not careful. But Mitchie is
trying to get a pass in there, but just like you
Jay's
said, there's
ass.
not a lot of places to get around. You can see this is kind of what we often refer to as just a goat trail, but
Well.
they're letting them pass. So that's Jay Shaw letting CJ slide around.
Oh, that's Mitchie.
Oh, sorry, Mitch. Yep.
So they are probably like fourth, fifth, and fifth, maybe, ish. But they're through Spooners or the exit to Spooners, and they're heading back around 10, 15 miles back. That's remote pit 2 right there, which is real close to where they just were. Didn't look like either one of those guys, Jay or Mitch, decided to pit.
All right, well, while we watch this helicopter shot, all eyes will be on Hammertown as we're waiting for, oh, here's some on-car from in the pits, I believe.
Yeah, and that could be Hunter Miller. Emerson Ridge. It's a little goat trail going up that hill.
I'm getting a note from our remote pit correspondent, Tiffany Stone, saying that Bryce Menzies is in the pit right now, and they're checking the vehicle over. She's going to go over and find out what's happening.
Yeah, there's Bryce Menzies right now. He's in remote pit 2. We saw him stop on course, so they've got something going on.
Yeah, they're out of the car, co-driver out of the car. You can see. This is in the desert on car. I can't see who that is, but that's.
I don't recognize that. Tony Polari Jr.
Tony Polari Jr. is what we're getting fed here. So they look stopped, helmets off. There's probably a good chance that might be the unfortunate end of their day based on what we're just seeing on camera. We can only speculate, sorry.
So we've got Brock Hager probably 5 miles out.
5 miles out of town, Brock Hager.
And I am showing CJ Greaves behind him, followed by Phil Blurton and Ronnie Anderson.
Oh, so interesting, because on a tracker a little while ago, we had Ronnie in third. So we're saying Ronnie's now fallen back further back into fourth.
He and Phil are real close.
They're just so it could be a tracker update.
It could be an update thing, but I'm showing Phil in front of Ronnie.
So that's one thing to remember when you're following along on the tracker at home. The trackers update at various times, and so sometimes you will have a driver sort of leapfrog another driver. We'll just call it as we see it, but obviously we won't have anything official until they get all the way back through into Hammertown right now and get you an actual official split time. But we're just basically pulling it off the tracker and telling you what we see.
Trying to see what number that was. I don't recognize the car right off. that 52?
I can't see from my vantage point,
That's
John.
a great
That's
drone
247.
shot. All those rocks in there and all the G outs and everything. It's really a tough area.
That is 247 of Matt Zeller.
Zeiler, right?
Zeiler, sorry.
So Matt is top 10. It looks like he's behind Hunter Miller.
All right, so as we're watching Matt make his way through this section of trail right now, John is watching for where Brock is on the tracker based on how far he is out from our main pit here in Hammertown. Miles is down in the pit waiting for our race leaders to come in. Tiffany Stone is up in our remote pit. She's telling us there's been lots of action up there so far. Lots of drivers are starting to show up.
Yeah,
And
Brock
speaking of the
Hager's-
devil right here, this is Brock coming back into Hammertown. All right, let's. I know Miles is going to be excited down in those main pits, so Miles, take it away.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, Brock Hager is coming into town, and he's hitting the MBRP tabletop as we speak. He is going to be full bore past his pits down here. He is planning to do a no pit, and I'm just doing a visual right now. The car looks like it's great. Looks like laser focus from Brock Hager right now. Out front physical, and Ryan Thomas is all smiles, shaking your head. What are you thinking right now, buddy?
Yeah, and this kid and this team, it's the best in the business right now. I mean, watch him come around these corners. He's like a surgeon, and we're getting ready to watch him just dissect the rocks here in a bit.
Yeah, so obviously I'm not saying he's new to rocks, but he doesn't have quite the experience of some of the other competitors. But if you just won Dakar, you're leading King of the Hammers, what else can't he do, right?
Well, you know, I was talking to Dave last night. You're 100% right. Brock doesn't have the years of experience in the rocks like some of these other guys do. If he's able to pull this one off, this is from Dave Cole's mouth. There is undoubted, no question, Brock Hager is the best driver in our sport, in all of off-road. To win Dakar, to win the Baja 1000, to win the Desert Challenge, if he can pull this one off, how can you argue that?
In less than a year to do all that is absolutely insane. And we were talking to
Less than 4 months.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, all within that. And we were talking a couple days ago that you think that this young man has, just think of all the champs we have. Rob McCachran, all these big names, and you've ridden with him, and you say he's got it dialed.
Oh, man, the natural talent that he's got, it's undeniable. I mean, you see it. We watch it. It's in person.
Yeah, and we did see Kyle Cheney drop out early. I heard a rumor that maybe it was his rear end or something, so tough break there. That's speculation. But with taking them off side by side was fun to watch, but to see Brock Hager take away with it and roll with it, it's looking good for you guys.
It's a testament to the entire team, Polaris, all of our partners. All those pieces have to come together to perform like we're performing.
Yeah, it's incredible. We'll see how it shakes out. And you said no stops at all unless it's a mechanical or something.
Yep. Yeah, we've got enough range to do the whole race without stopping for fuel, so there's no reason to stop other than that.
All right, well, best of luck, Ryan. Always a pleasure catching up with you, buddy. And, man, Brock Hager back on, winning Dakar, winning Baja. If he can win here at King of the Hammers, like you said, the best in the business.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt.
All right, well, it looks like we have another one coming in town. I'm going to guess that's CJ Greaves, and it is, and they're ready to do a splash in fuel. So we'll run down here right now and get ready for him. So CJ Greaves, man, what a great run for Brock Hager and CJ Greaves, physical 1 and 2. We'll wait for him to come in here, and they're flagging him down, and it looks like they're just ready for fuel right here. So CJ Greaves coming into town, number 33. Looks like they've got some drinks ready for him, and they're just going to do a quick fuel and go. And the car looks like it's in great shape. Big thumbs up from CJ Greaves getting a quick drink of water. The car looks like it's in great shape. Obviously, I couldn't quite see Brock Hager's as he just blew by us. Maybe a little bit of grease coming out of the left rear axle, but he's got a spare. The car looks like it's in great shape. He's ready to rock and roll. And there he goes, quick and easy, in and out out of Hammertown, finishing lap number 1, heading out for lap number 2, CJ Greaves. Oh, and we got some action. Looks like here is Phil Blurton and possibly Ronnie Anderson who took off on the pole. So that shows to show you we got about a 5 to 10 minute lead for Brock Hager over Ronnie Anderson on adjusted time and out physical. So CJ Greaves doing the Yokohama Y, heading to the Bronco Arch. And now we have Phil Blurton and Ronnie Anderson coming in. We'll see. All right, I do see Phil Blurton. It looks like he will be stopping. I don't know about Ronnie Anderson. He is all over the throttle and keep on rolling. So we'll chase down here for Phil Blurton and check him out. It looks like they're ready for fuel, but the rest of the car looks like it's in good shape. This Maverick car, physical 4th in town. We'll see how it is on adjusted time, but they're going to do a quick fuel and go. And this car looks like it's in great shape. Getting thumbs up from Phil Blurton. He is just watching and ready to go. Just quick fuel in and out. And Phil Blurton with a great run right here. So far, so good by our top competitors. So let's run over here and catch up with Phil Blurton Sr. as he's videoing his son taking off. Well, trying to video. He's a little bit too fast for you there, isn't he? So it looked like it was just a fuel and go for him. Yep. Everything's looking good.
He says everything's running perfect, and he's looking forward to getting to the rocks at least by number 5.
Yeah, it's so that's he's top 4th or 5 on physically out there.
Right now.
So it's looking good. What's the strategy going into the rocks now? Obviously, you run the entire desert loop again before you get to the hard rocks. But Phil Blurton's been very close. Let's see if he can bring it home. Right?
He's made second, third too darn many times. You know. And this and the Mint are the only 2 races he hasn't won.
And he wants it bad.
No, it's worse than that. This morning, I got to be honest, I have not seen that race face in a couple of years. He is heart attack serious today. He's out there to win this one this year. And like he says, if you better be the top 5 guys to get to the rocks, because he says after that it's going to be a circle jerk out there.
So. Well, we'll see how it all shakes out. But yeah, Phil Blurton Jr. out there doing great things. That was a 10-second fuel stop.
Well, let me tell you, he says, he's raced this before it even started, before Dave put this together. And guess what? Oh, watch out. But he says it's the roughest race Dave's ever put on.
And I'm in agreement with you. Now it looks like we have Mitch Guthrie Jr. coming in, so the hot pits are exciting down here. So I'm going to run down and check that, but best of luck to you, Phil.
All right, Miles.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
All right, so we saw him taking his Ford Performance Raptor out on course yesterday, but now he's in his factory Polaris Red Bull machine. So, yeah, here he is. Mitch Guthrie Jr., big thumbs up. Oh, they're saying get out of the way. He is ready to take off. He has won this race 2 years before. We'll see if he can do it again. And he is all over the throttle. And let's talk to Senior, how many times have you won this? 6 times?
6 times. He's won 2. And
so 8. Yeah, so half the time you guys have won this race.
Yeah, and we podiumed also, not counting the wins, but yeah, we've done pretty good.
But yeah, it looks like he came in through, what's that? I think 5th over on physical right now.
Honestly, I wasn't paying attention.
Well, I wouldn't either. There's too much action. But top 5-ish. Yeah. He's looking good, and he was laser focused. He knew the fuel's about done. He started saying, "Get out of the way." You ran, and he took off and just spit this mat out of the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of rocks coming up too, so he's playing it a little safe right now, and then they'll get to the rocks. It's going to be a lot of work in the rocks.
Yeah, all right. Well, best of luck. I'll let you get on it, but always good to see you, buddy.
Thank you. Good seeing you guys.
All right. Well, yeah, that was a lot of action going on all at once. So I'm gonna send it back to Ian and John there in the Optima battery booth. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Miles. Absolute mayhem down in those pits. It's great to have you down there. Well, there's tons of stories from all around Hammertown, and we got one for you right now. It's going to be kind of cool. We've got a little catch-up for you.
I'm Matt Zeiler, number 247 in the Can-Am. I'm from Northern Indiana, and we're here in King of the Hammers. My love for off-road started on 2 wheels with friends like Sean Reisky and all my friends back home, my buddy Brett. On the weekends we would Jeep, and then we got bigger, better Jeeps, spent more money. As you grow up, you spend more money and you get bigger toys. So then we got into off-roading, and then Chad Hunt from Team Indiana, he started racing Ultra 4, and we were like, we got to do it. I mean, there's no reason we shouldn't. I bought a UTV on a whim, just for fun one time, entered a race at a GNCC in Indiana and won. As soon as that happened, as soon as we won the race in a completely stock Polaris, I was like, it's time to go racing. The fans here are pretty awesome, especially when you come through Chocolate Thunder. Anytime you can come through Chocolate Thunder with the whole line of people on both sides of the canyon and everybody's cheering and hooting and hollering, it's awesome. It's a great feeling. The want to win never goes away. You can sit here and say you're gonna go out there and take it easy and you're gonna go slow or just finish the race. As a racer, as a guy who's done this for a long time in all sorts of different genres of off-road, as soon as that green flag drops, it's all out the window. There's no chance that I'm going slow or that I'm gonna give that car any sort of a rest. It's gonna either drive to the finish line and hopefully a good position, or we're dragging it out of there, hopefully not Robbie Gordon it with a helicopter. To win King of the Hammers is ultimate. I've won many, many races, but this race in particular is its own thing. There's nothing like this anywhere else. Sure, there's desert races, but something about this race, being able to push your car to the absolute limit, push your body to the absolute limit. I drive single seat, so to be able to finish this race in the top spot as a single seat car, navigating myself, winching myself, doing all that would just be, it would be game changer.
All right, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. Here we are following,
That's Mitch Guthrie Jr.
That's Mitch Guthrie. We just saw him leave town with Miles, and as Miles said, they got a laser focus to get into those rocks in a hurry.
Yeah, so Mitch won in 2018, 2019. Mike Kim from Fox is his co-dog, which is neat to see. Mike's got a lot of experience out racing King of the Hammers as a co-dog. So he's heading right now to Heartbreak Ridge.
But the story that we've been watching is Brock Hager having an absolutely stunning lead on everybody as he came through Hammertown and didn't even stop, just blew right through, no stop. Said they've got enough fuel and enough ability, as long as the car doesn't break, they can do the whole race with no stops. And so they did not stop at all and just tore through town and just putting a little bit more time on everybody as they head out into the rock section.
Yeah, so we've got lap 2. They don't actually do a full lap 2 before they hit the rocks. They're going to go all the way around, probably 40-ish miles over to Emerson Ridge, and then when they hit Aftershock Canyon, they're going to stay in the rocks and instead of taking the bypass.
And as we just watched that piece on Max, the question is, you see him riding solo. There's a few guys out there doing that, few guys out running this race solo, whether they're in a modified 2-seat down to a 1-seat or even some of the single-seat UTVs. I mean, when you get in that rock section, that's got to be a tough decision to make because, can these guys run these rock trails with no winching?
Jack, 2 days ago, I was out on Jack with CJ Greaves, Bryce Menzies, Mitch Guthrie Jr., and Phil Blurton. 2 of them broke axles going up Jack, and all of them had to winch. It was really torn up. That changes on a daily basis. So top guys, I think, are going to make it probably without winching, but after the top 5, I think you're going to see some broken parts, and it's going to turn into a bottleneck, and you better be on your A game for winching.
Because that's the biggest issue when we get up in there. There's going to be a line that, as you said, our leaders have probably figured out a line they're going to be able to get up. But if someone else tries that line, breaks in that line, or something happens, then we end up in a situation where you can't take the easy, quote, easy line. It's not that easy. But you can't take the easy line.
The more standard line.
The non-winching line, we'll call it. And then you will have to winch. And if you're in a machine all by yourself, that just makes it a lot harder.
Winching by yourself is pretty tough. You've got to have it dialed in. I've seen it before where Mitch Guthrie Sr. way back when knew he was going to have to winch up on the sandhill. This is back in like 2012. And he had the right amount of winch cable already set in the co-dog seat because he was solo. He stopped, threw the cable out because he knew how far he had to go, winched by himself, grabbed tossed it back in and kept going.
And kept going. Yeah, we saw that a few years ago when we had qualifying over on Chocolate Thunder, where some of the racers were prepped and ready to winch right out of the gate. So yeah, I mean we're going to see that play out during the day, because as we said, we are on a 2-lap race. We've had 5 cars come through physical Hammertown. So that's end of lap 1 for them, and it sounds like maybe another one.
I'm hearing a Can-Am. It could either be Jay Shaw or Hunter Miller.
All right, so we'll see what if Miles has got eyes on it yet. But that's John telling you with his ears perked up as soon as he heard that noise. So we think we may have a 6 car through Hammertown, and that's 6 out of about 100 racers out on course for our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
And just an update from Tiffany Stone out at Remote Pit 2. Bryce Menzies is still in the pit.
Oh, that's a shame.
So I've got our top guys right now. Brock Hager, C.J. Greaves, and then Ronnie Anderson, Phil Blurton, Jay Shaw, and Mitch Guthrie, Jay Shaw, and Hunter Miller.
All right, so that is on our unofficial tracker that we're following up here in the booth. So Brock's still in the lead, which we would expect to see at this point in the race. But how far away are they from seeing any serious rocks at this point, John?
Another 30-plus miles.
So they still have a good distance to go before they're into anything that we would consider to be a serious rock trail. But right now I'm hearing Miles is back down in the main pits with us. Miles, what do you got?
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, it looked like I saw Hunter Miller come through just a moment ago and just a quick splash in fuel. Matt Zeiler as well with just a splash in fuel. And then Paul Wolf on the far side, again, just stop and fuel. I don't see any major drama in here other than fuel. But again, I think the biggest story right now is Brock Hager does not have to stop. We've seen everybody else come through and stopping for fuel. But so far, so good for everybody. We'll see. We got another car coming through. We got a couple cars coming through. I see a single-seat car. Can't quite tell who that one is. Trying to get a visual. Oh, that's Nick Anderson with Anderson Brothers Racing. So a great run there for him. But, yeah, nothing too exciting down here right now except for the first top 5. They all stopped neck and neck together. Oh, and we do have somebody stopping, getting ready. I see a pit crew over here. We'll see who's stopping here. Oh, we're going to scoot out of the way just a little bit. Yes, we'll follow this car. This is Cole Clark, number 24 in that single-seat Polaris Pro R with 465 horsepower. Looks like they're just doing a fuel and go. We'll see how he's looking. Getting a thumbs up from Cole Clark. He's got his phone. He's using his phone for his GPS. It looks like he was going through making sure it's. Oh, he needs a pumper hose. His pumper hose fell off, but he's getting it put on. So this is, the top 7, 8 right now. Oh, they're worried about fuel coming in, not sure. Oh, looks like they're getting ready to take off. Oh, no. I'm not sure, a little miscommunication on the fuel. So they say go, but Cole Clark is double guessing it. Oh, he's saying, no, it's not full. I don't know. They're having some communication issues. They're talking. He said, no, it's not full. He said, yes, it is. So they're trying to figure that out on the fuel tower right here. And I'm just looking at the hose. I don't see any fuel in the hose, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Oh, and there goes the young Nathan Parker cruising by. So Cole Clark's bleeding some time down here. So they're trying to figure out the fuel situation right here. So let's let that dissect a little bit. But yeah, a few cars are coming through. Oh, Cole Clark is actually crawling out of the car right now. Very frustrated. Tough break for him. He's going to shut it off, try to figure out the fuel situation as we speak. So he is crawling up. not sure exactly what's going on, but I see another Miller brother cruising on through. Looks like he had a quick stop and go. So let's see what's going on down here for a little bit, but I'm going to send it back up. Oh, we got a fuel leak back here, too. Hate to see that for Cole. So he's going to have to sit here, make sure the car is okay. So I'm going to send it back up to the Optima Batteries main stage. John, Ian, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. Great to hear you down in those pits, and I'm hearing that we may have one of our first youth UTV finishers coming in soon, so we'll be throwing it back to you shortly, Miles. But what's the story? Have you been keeping up on our tracker, John, as to what's going on out there? What do we see?
That's Hunter Miller just leaving the pits, and I want to say he's probably 6th or so. So top guys, we've got Brock Hager probably 4 miles ahead of C.J. Greaves, followed closely by Ronnie Anderson, and then Phil Blurton. And then Mitch Guthrie, and then Hunter Miller. Jay Shaw maybe still be in the pits. I'm not sure on that. Maybe Miles can give us some intel on that, whether Jay Shaw's still in the pit.
All right, but while the big story of the day so far, as we said before, is Brock Hager well out in front of this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And as we work our way through our rundown here, as I said before, we have multiple classes racing on the course today, and one of them is our KOH UTV 4900 Youth 1000cc UTV class, and they just have to complete lap 1 of this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship race, and we are following a couple of them on tracker, and we think we see one should be coming into Hammertown fairly soon, which will be good. But right now we are watching Dustin Jones in that shot making his way up, and what do we got? We got something happening inside Hammertown here.
That could be an in-car from Dustin Jones right there.
Now, as you can see on your screen, these are our unofficial lap 1 times that we just saw, and those were the split times as they came through. So you can see the gap that everyone has on each other. Obviously, I said before, those are unofficial times until we get to the very, very end of the race. But for now, that's what we know right now as to who has finished first lap, and then all the cars that came in after them, and the time between the two.
Well, and one of the guys that Miles mentioned was Paul Wolf, right?
I did hear Paul Wolf in the pits.
So Paul, I want to say he started
fairly far back this morning, yes.
Yeah, 26th. So if that's the case, he's looking pretty good.
He's moving up very well. He does have a good amount of adjusted time in his favor. So the question will be, and it's funny that's where Paul is, because I talked to Paul when he was qualifying, and he said he was going to kind of lay up a little bit in this race. He wants to finish this race because that'll lock in a championship, a national championship, I believe, for him as long as he finishes. So he wasn't really focusing on winning, but if he's already moved up, that's
you can
easy
say
for
that
someone
before
to
the
say.
race.
Yeah, I kind of questioned when he said that, but. All right, so while we watch these UTVs make their way through the desert, there's one very important part of this race course, and that is Laser Nut Alley.
Laser Nut Alley is one of those trails that'll sneak up on you. I think you can run a really fast pace in there, but there's so many boulders on the side that it's kind of constantly trying to take the wheel out of your hand. This year they've put a couple checkpoints in here, so we're running. We can't dip out in the sand like normal. We got to run all the hard parts, which I think is fun because we're here to rock crawl. I'm definitely going to run a decent clip through it. It's probably a trail that honestly we won't even shift into low range. We'll run high range through the whole entire thing because you have all these sections, and it's like, you know, if you're going 5 miles an hour or 8 miles an hour, that 3 mile an hour is going to add up all day long. Laser Nut Alley is an awesome spot for spectators to come check out the action. If you don't see me in the UTV race, you got to be here for the 4400 race.
That's a pretty cool little snapshot of that Laser Nut Alley section of the race course. Definitely a great spot to get out and watch. Like he said, you got to be in the rocks, not out in the sand like they used to.
Yeah, so if you don't know where Laser Nut Alley is, if you're looking at Chocolate Thunder, to the right of that is Idle Issues, and then Her Problem, and then Laser Nut Alley.
So you're just outside of Hammertown, just up on the ridge. It's easy to find. Just follow the crowds of people. Or you can download the onX Off-Road mapping app, the official mapping partner of King of the Hammers, and it has all the spectator locations marked on that app. You can easily find out where it's safe to be on race day.
Yeah, and I was using the onX app on my phone at Laser Nut Alley to find out. I was out there with Phil checking out where exactly the course goes, so it's pretty cool. That looks like Dustin Robbins maybe going up and over Heartbreak Ridge. I didn't see a number, but that kind of looked like his car.
All right, I believe.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
for bottlenecks in that trail.
Yeah, there's a few other spots. I mean, I want to say that in Aftershock, there is a RCP right at the waterfall, and that makes it tougher, but these top guys should be able to handle that without winching, no problem. Then you're going to work your way over and come up, I think they go down Big Johnson and then up Clawhammer. Clawhammer, there's a little waterfall there that's kind of tough too. But the top guys are going to be able to do that without winching. Later on, there'll be a bottleneck at Clawhammer. But that's probably top 15 will get through that. I think it's top 5 at Jackhammer because it's more difficult.
Yeah, so Jackhammer is what we're basically assuming is going to be the first trail to give our leaders any type of difficulties. But I hear we got Miles back down in our main pits, so let's hear what he's got for us.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, down here I've seen lots of action. We saw Paul Wolf a little bit ago. I see one of the Gordons down there. I see Todd Beckett right now. And we have Bailey Cole right here getting some fuel, kind of close to his pit right now. They're getting everything checked out. Got a thumbs up from Bailey. I see Todd Beckett. They're checking that car over. And lots of action down here. And I'm getting some information that Dylan Trent with Waylon Campbell riding shotgun will be coming through here in just a little bit, grabbing the checkered flag. So I'm excited to get a fun, quick little chat with them here in a little bit. But again, it looks like it's being pretty smooth, but a tough heartbreaker for Cole Clark is he broke a fuel rail. So he looks like he's calling his race. We'll see if he can get it fixed to race it in the 4400. But another quick fuel and go for Todd Beckett. Looks like they're doing fuel for Gordon down there. And Bailey Cole getting ready to take off right now. So I'll get Jack over here right now. And he's trying to run away, but I'm going to let you. How was that fuel stop? What was going on?
Not too bad. We were just trying to fix up the Starlink because that is our primary means of communication. So, yeah, we'll just resort back to radio for now. But
all right, so
he's doing well.
So far so good. One more lap to go. You're going to run the desert and then hit the gnarly rocks, which he's got a lot of rock knowledge, so hopefully he'll shine because he's got a lot of visibility with that single-seater, but he doesn't have a co-driver to winch him up if he needs it.
No, but at the end of the day, we trained for this. Like, we got to sort it out. So, yeah, hopefully he just runs his race.
Absolutely. Well, Jack, you got your race today, the Bronco race tomorrow, and then the 4400 race. You're going to be busy, but best of luck, buddy.
Definitely. Thanks, Miles.
All right, so everything's so far so good. We got Caraway coming in right now, and another Mav R. Oh, we got man, there's a lot of cars. Oh, here's Mike Park coming in. So Mike Park coming in for fuel and another Mav R. Looks like they're doing some fuel right now, but the car looks like it's in good shape. Little bit of rash on the side here, but everything's so good. Getting a quick drink. So Mike Park's going to chug a bottle of water real quick as they're fueling up. They're checking the steering. They're giving a thumbs up. Thumbs up for Mike Park himself. He looks very calm and relaxed. But, man, what a fun race for these guys. Looks like they got one jug of fuel in. They're getting another one headed in there. Yeah, so there's we're still top. I'm going to say 25, 30 or so coming through here, and it's starting to get busy as the white flag flies once again for Robert Liebel as he cruises through. He must have stopped on time. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. And again, the Youth 1K will be finishing their race here in just a little bit. So I'm going to regroup and see what's going on. Send it back to John Ian right there at the Optima Batteries main stage as Mike Park takes it away.
All right, thanks, Miles. We are back live on course here, and looking at it, Brock Hager is, 6 miles ahead to C.J. Greaves, second place. Phil Blurton, third. Mitch Guthrie behind that, and Ronnie Anderson was stopped for a few minutes. Looks like he's moving again, but he's behind Mitch Guthrie now. And then we've got Jay Shaw and Hunter Miller. Right now we're looking at lap 1 going up Aftershock Canyon. Again, they take the bypass around Aftershock on lap 1. Lap 2, when Brock Hager gets there, if he's still in first, you will have to take the rocks up the canyon.
Yeah, and that'll be the start of our rock lap. as we always call it. Second lap's always basically the rock section here, but there's also a huge amount of desert before they get into those rocks.
Yeah, I don't know the exact mileage, but I want to say you're 120 miles into this before you hit your first rocks.
I believe that's what everyone was saying yesterday. 104, 105, I think is what they were saying before they get into a rock.
And we're getting an update from Tiffany in Remote Pit 2. Bryce Menzies is leaving Pit 2.
He was in there for a while.
Long time.
Yeah.
At least a half an hour.
And we saw him stop on course just when and obviously when they're in the pit, there was a lot of people working on the car, so we can only speculate what was wrong. Maybe later on we can get some information from Tiffany on what's going on up there with that car.
We've got in-car right now of Mitch Guthrie Jr. And now we're back to Mitch Guthrie. No, that's not Mitch Guthrie right now. I want to say that's one of the Miller brothers. That's probably Hunter.
I believe that is Hunter Miller, yep. So that's on car with Hunter Miller right now.
Chad Hughes is his co-dog. He's been his co-dog since 2000. He'll be racing the Race of Kings on Saturday as well. He had a tough go at it yesterday. He twisted a drive line, so he did almost the entire qualifying course in two-wheel drive.
Yeah, and we were watching that, wondering what was going on with that car. I was just trying to get up that section.
So there's Bailey Cole right there up Heartbreak Ridge. He's racing that single-seat RS1 stretch chassis with a long travel, and he's got a Turbo S engine in there. In the open class, obviously, after you've done that much tweaking to your
that
car.
much, you're really only left with one class to enter. But yeah, I was talking to him, and he was saying that they've been fighting a few car issues so far with all the cars, but he thinks he's got this one hammered out. This is the four-seater that we were watching qualifying.
We've got a four-seater here with extra guys in. I've seen four-seaters before come. I think it was Anthony Yount. He was coming down back door in a four-seater, and they had their stereo blaring. They're just having a good time.
I think they did this right, John, because, look, there's 3 people there working on that car. They got 1 extra person in the car with them to fix it. So what is this, just a tire, John, or is this a little bit more serious, we think?
They're looking at it like it's a little more serious.
Yeah, it seems to me maybe they're doing an axle.
Well, look, he's got 2 spares.
Yeah, and they both look like they might still be racked unless he got one up. No, there's tape on that one. I think that's one off the rack. But they do certainly seem to be looking at something going on inside the back of that car. Do you know what makes fixing your car in the desert even easier? Is hearing the drone over your head. You know that everyone's
no pressure.
No, everyone's at home watching you, trying to wonder exactly what you're doing.
So we've got Brock Hager probably 5 miles from the lake bed out back there, and then he's going to be going up and over Emerson Ridge in the next 10 minutes and into the rocks.
All right, so right now we're watching lots of action here from Johnson Valley. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We're going to be coming to you live all day from Johnson Valley as we're racing multiple classes of UTVs today.
So I'm just looking at Tracker, and I've got CJ Greaves at 0 miles per hour. He is, and Phil Blurton is now ahead of him. And also Ronnie Anderson just passed him. So something's going on there. So we've got top guys right now. Brock Hager out 5 miles or so in front of Phil Blurton. Ronnie Anderson behind that. CJ Greaves behind that in 4th, but sitting at 0 miles an hour. Mitch Guthrie Jr., Jay Shaw, and then Hunter Miller and Paul Wolf, followed by Dustin Jones.
Lots of action out there as John's been tracking our leaders as we see Michael Lee make their way through Hammertown and then head back up through that Bronco Arch. But that could be, I'm assuming, based on a helicopter, our leader.
That could be.
It's whenever you see the helicopter, it's pretty obvious that's probably going to be our leader.
Yeah. So that's out by kind of where Spooner's starts at the bottom. So into lap 2, they're going to be coming down Outer Limits and up Spooner's. Those are kind of the two big last trails. And then they've got Desert and then Resolution and Backdoor downhill. So he'll be back in this area here in a little bit. But he's heading out to the lake bed and then up Emerson Ridge. This is lap 1 going up Aftershock Canyon. We saw Michael Lee there just a few minutes ago. He had a rough go at qualifying.
Yeah, rolled.
He started into the pack, and he was just in through the infield there. So that's great news for him. He was looking at just trying to get a strong finish, and he's in a position to do that now. He's probably up to 20th or so.
That's a good spot
maybe
to
25.
be in as he makes his way through, especially if his plan is just to get a finish. But you can see out here lots of action out in the in this section of the course.
This is lap 1.
Lap 1 action, yep.
So lap 2, they'll be doing a little bit different here, as I just mentioned. They'll be jogging off to going down Outer Limits and then up Spooners. So it changes, everything changes in lap 2. They're throwing all the rocks in on that section of the course.
And as you saw on screen, that was the Brian Fulcher. I believe that's the car in front.
And I've still got C.J. Greaves stopped on tracker.
Oh, that's interesting.
So we've got Brock Hager, Phil Blurton, Ronnie Anderson, followed closely by Mitch Guthrie Jr. now. And then Jay Shaw's pretty much on top of C.J. Greaves. And then a pretty big gap before we get to Hunter Miller and Paul Wolf and Dustin Jones.
Be nice to have that that gap out there as our leaders move into the more challenging section in our second lap here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We have basically this second lap where they get into these rock trails is where we've said that this is where the race is really going to start to bunch up. Our leaders do have a good gap, but that's a good group of guys. We should see if they get into the rocks, there's a chance that we may see them start to push up on each other if we're lucky.
All these guys up front are some great rock crawlers. So with several hammers under their belts. Right in the top 3, you've got Brock Hager. He got 4th last year. Phil Blurton got 2nd or 3rd last year, and Mitch Guthrie Jr. got 2nd.
All right, so we are watching live action from here in Johnson Valley, California. Once again, this is our Can-Am Hammers Championship. This is all part of our Optima King of the Hammers race week here in Johnson Valley. This is the first full race day. We have 3 more race days of Rock Week to come at you. So this is our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Tomorrow is our Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And then on Saturday is our Race of Kings.
Well, a little pass going on there with a good drone shot. Scott Lesage in a single-seater.
All right, I'm hearing that we've got an update from Tiffany Stone out in remote pit 1.
2.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Down here, still remote pit 2, here with Casey. Now, Casey, we saw Bryson Oren come in. It was supposed to be just kind of a quick check over, make sure things were going on. What exactly happened? Because he was sitting here a little bit longer than expected.
We had a little bit of a wiring issue, but I think we got it figured out. A plug had a little bit of an issue, but we got it fixed, so I think that they should be good for the rest of the day.
With talking about that with Bryce and Oren, how's their morale? You know, because no driver and co-driver want to sit here. Oren was out of the passenger seat, and that's somewhere you definitely don't want to be. Other than that, they say anything else about how the race is going for them?
Really good. The car feels really good, they said, so hopefully they just keep pushing on and keep moving up.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Best of luck to the team. Like we were talking about, lots of things happening here right now. We've got a ton of flats. Lots of drivers are making their way through here. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, T-Stone. Great to have that information coming in. Absolutely always good to hear. And it was exactly what we wanted to know, wasn't it, John? We said, I wonder what's going on with them out there. And, yeah, wiring issue. That's got to be tough to diagnose out in the middle of the desert. Oh, we have a little on-car action right here. And this looks to be, this would be in the pits. Ruslan Yankovic, number 932. You can see the co-driver getting strapped back in. That cone comes off to let the driver know that everyone's done working on the car, and then they can get back into the race. But what do we got going on here, John? This is coded our backdoor drone.
Yeah, so that's finishing lap 1. You're coming around backdoor. So lap 2, you're going to have to go down resolution, and then you can choose whether you want to go backdoor or around in the desert. There's an option. You'll pay a penalty for, time-wise, for going outside a backdoor and around.
For fans of the show, you'd know that that's very similar to what we did in previous qualifying years. That's that same split where you can either drive to head down backdoor waterfall or go up and around the mountain. And yeah, as John said, there is a it's not necessarily a time penalty from us. It's just going to take you longer to do it.
Exactly.
And it's less exciting. I mean, we want to see the cars jump off back door. That's what we're here for.
You got to finish the race.
It's true.
Basically going down back door, which is always nerve-wracking for me because it's pretty easy to break a tie rod if you come down wrong, and that would be heartbreaking to have that happen.
I'm just here to help people make bad decisions.
Bad decisions.
John. But right now we are in car with Mitch Guthrie, and we caught up with him earlier in Hammertown before the race.
Now this is a young man who is no stranger to King of the Hammers, Mitch Guthrie Jr.
The first memory of Hammers actually is before even the race started. It was back when I was younger, coming here with my dad, sitting in the back of the Land Cruiser, super young and just enjoying the desert with my family. That's how we got into this. My dad did off-road racing and rock crawling, and before that we were just out here having fun.
His dad, Mitch Guthrie, has won this event 6 times now.
Being out here at King of the Hammers, I actually rode with my dad a couple times, and being with him winning, eventually I was able to learn a lot riding with him, and then that was kind of where I got my drive to start racing King of the Hammers on my own and get a couple wins. It's been a while now. I think it's been like 4 years since I won, so we've had a dry streak of a few years now, and we're coming in hot this year. We've put a lot into it. We're really pushing hard, and now I have as much drive as ever to win because I want to get back on the top step. Hammers is just so amazing. It's such a one-of-a-kind race. You know, I do Dakar Rally and all these different races, but you can't find anything like this anywhere else, really.
Look how chewed up it is, but Mitch Guthrie has a pretty good run going.
It gets so rough out here that the rocks are gnarly, but even the desert out there can get super crazy, so that's what's fun about it. So many stories we have here from all the years that we've raced, so it's hard to choose, but yeah, last year everyone jumping down back door was pretty wild.
Who's the better driver, you or your dad?
I can't answer that.
That's great.
He should have said his dad, just to be played. Who's the better driver? He should have said, "Oh, my dad was."
Well,
when he wins as much as his dad, then he can say he's better, right?
There you go.
That's the way to play that game.
Well, that's kind of cool. I actually got to see my ugly mug on the podium with him in that little bit. 2019, we got first place. So.
In the good old days, right, John?
Yeah, well, it wasn't that long ago. 5 years ago, 6, whatever it is. 2019.
All right, 2019. Yeah, so there we go. As we're watching Max Mills make their way through this this section of desert, we've seen a lot of action right in here. A lot of car on car, basically trying to find the right place to pass.
Tough spot to pass.
Very hard spot. There's really only a couple even pull-offs for these guys to give space to each other to pass.
And just an update, we heard from Mitch Guthrie Jr. He is in third place physically on tracker, and then Phil Blurton's ahead of him, and Brock Hager is just starting up Aftershock.
And I'm sure he'll be happy to be in that spot because, as we heard from Miles down in the pit interviewing, they wanted to be top 5. So if you're saying that he's now physically moved up into third, he's going to be feeling very happy about his spots as they move into the rocks.
Yeah, he's got Ronnie Anderson right behind him, but he is third place physical right now. We've got Brock Hager in the first rock trail, which is Aftershock. And he is still 3-4 miles ahead of Phil Blurton, who's heading up Emerson Ridge.
So still a good gap between our current race leader, Brock Hager. He did have almost a 4-minute lead the last time we were able to pull a split time for him. But I'm going to ping our good buddy Fish and see
first,
if he's
second, and third are each a couple miles apart. So there's a pretty good spread. Nobody's right on top of each other. Ronnie Anderson in fourth and Mitch Guthrie in third are the closest together.
As I was typing, asking for Fish to give me a updated split time for the rocks, I just got a message from him that as of right now, Brock is 4:30 ahead as Phil heads into the rocks.
Yeah, and Brock is definitely on the lap 2 section, heading into the rocks on Aftershock. Aftershock is a long canyon. It's not super difficult, but again, I think they've got an RCP at the waterfall, so you can't take the Casey Curry bypass.
I like how you've named that the official Curry bypass. That's kind of fun.
I think it was called out one time in one of the drivers' meetings a long time ago.
Hey, everyone earns a thing. Everyone earns a nickname for a reason, right? So that's where we're at right now. We're waiting to see, as we said, we have our leaders on lap 2. We have many cars on lap 2 right now, but we've been watching our leader get closer and closer into the serious rock trail sections. But this is right now. This is Bryce Menzies on screen as he makes his way through the desert.
Oh, he's coming back into Hammertown. So end of lap 1 for Bryce Menzies. So we've got, right now, the top guys. We've got Brock Hager, Phil Blurton, Mitch Guthrie Jr., Ronnie Anderson, Jay Shaw, Hunter Miller, and then Dustin Jones. And then after that, we've got Paul Wolf, Cody Miller, Nick Anderson, Nathan Parker, and CJ Greaves is still showing 0 miles an hour after that. So we've got Phil Blurton about to enter Aftershock. So you'll see, if you're watching Tracker, you'll see what looks like Phil making a lot of progress, tightening the gap on Brock Hager, but that's because they're going a lot slower in the rocks.
Yeah, the tracker updates in the rocks are always quite confusing because even though they're moving slowly, the tracker also pings differently once they get into those canyons. So you really wanted to sort of don't get super excited when you see them on top of each other. But we also want to talk about, we have some of our youth classes getting back into town here shortly. I do believe we just had Cameron Sorensen come across the line, or is about to come across the line. I apologize. So this would be our second youth finisher as far as I know. I'm going to try and get a hold of Miles here, see if he can get some update. But we do expect to see some of our youth classes come back into town, which would be great to see. As we said before, they just have to get out there and finish that lap 1 of the race, so that desert loop, and get back into town. But it's great to see these kids out there, a lot of them racing with family members in the car with them. So we'll get them back into town, and when we see who they are, we'll definitely make sure to keep you guys updated on that as well.
And I'm zoomed in on Brock Hager on the tracker, and he's probably about 2/3 of the way through Aftershock, not to the waterfall yet. And this is where a little bit more serious rocks are in the section where he's at. And
all right, I hear there's a checkered flag out waving in the infield for 4194, Cameron Sorensen. So that would be one of our youth UTV finishers. I believe that's coming up shortly. There we go, checkered flag right there. All right, let's get down to Miles, because Miles loves interviewing with the winners of the race.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, we got our Youth 1Ks down here. We have Cameron Sorensen that started from the back of the pack in this Speed UTV and physically finished first, so obviously on adjusted time. You can't do any better than that, so we'll have to double check to see how everything's going, but walking around this Speed UTV, it's looking good. What a great run. 65 miles for these young kids, and a big hug with Dad. How excited are you right now to physically finish first here at your first King of the Hammers race?
I feel so good. Wait, is this a real mic? Oh yeah, it's a real mic, yeah. I feel so good.
It's a wrench mic.
Yeah, it's great. I feel super good. I just got to say thank you to VP for fueling this car, Robbie for building an insane car. This is the best car I've ever driven. We finished inside I started probably 30 minutes late, finished inside the back of the pack, and
and I saw you give your dad a big hug. Congratulations. We'll get you on stage here in just a little bit, but great run, Cameron. So cool to see, and it looks like number 2 is going to be Code St. Peter's. Another great run. He's got he's got a Rhett riding shotgun. So Code, man, what a great run. You've raced a little bit of everything. To be racing with us here at King of the Hammers and Youth 1K, you got to be pretty stoked right now, aren't you?
Yeah, we're really stoked. We drew seventh, and we got to the line, and I forgot my neck brace, so they made us start all the way in the back, so we just had to catch up.
Oh, man, well, tough break on that, but hey, that's learning. You're learning as you go, aren't you, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, well, great job, Code. Again, I want to save the good interviews for up on stage. But, yeah, this Polaris looks like it's in great shape. And now we got Ramos, too. Who we got riding in here? Yeah. So another great run over here. Another Can-Am. So we have a Speed UTV, a Polaris, and a Can-Am. Man, and then we got Brian Peanut Fulcher. Man, the kids came in all within about 5 to 10 minutes. What a great run by all these young competitors. So cool to see. Love it. So cool. And this is the future of our sport right here, right now. And, man, I'm telling you, 5 all within about 5 minutes. High fives and hugs all the way around. So cool to see. I see Brian Fulcher down there with a big smile on his face, just finishing the race with his son. Love it. So much fun out here. So I'm going to send it back up to the Optima Battery stage, and we'll figure out our show flow here in just a little bit.
Thanks, Miles. Great to see those kids get back into town after finishing that lap. That's so awesome to hear their stories out there in the desert. But right now we're watching Luis Gallardo out in the 923 out in that desert section. And John is keeping track of everyone else on Tracker to see what's going on in our race leaders who are out in the rock trails.
Yeah, we've got Brock Hager is clear of Aftershock, followed by Phil Blurton, who is in Aftershock, and Mitch Guthrie Jr. after that, and Ronnie Anderson. All three of those guys are in Aftershock right now.
All right, so we have our leaders in the rocks, in the UTVs.
Yeah, and Brock's got a couple miles in front of Phil Blurton. And he'll extend that a little bit as Phil's still coming out of the rocks. Brock is in a little bit faster desert terrain. I want to say the next trail that he's going to hit is Big Johnson, Upper Big Johnson. I think they come down, and then Clawhammer.
And the one that we are waiting for is going to be Jack, which is where we believe that there could be a little bit of action today as our leaders get into that that section of trail.
Yeah, on Tracker just refreshed, and Phil is clear of Aftershock now. Looks like he might be closing the gap maybe a little bit on Bryce, but it's still slower terrain, just not rocks right where they're at. And you got Mitch Guthrie Jr. and Ronnie Anderson just really close to each other in Aftershock.
All right, and there is Aaron Clark going through the Bronco Arch. Do you know who we should check on, John? We should check on Miley. We had her up on stage. How do you think, how's she doing out there?
Whew.
See if you can find, I'll challenge you to find that on your tracker.
Fish is the really good tracker guy. I'm a hack. I'm doing pretty good tracking the top 5 guys.
Well, you stay on the top 5. I'll ping Fish on our little internal message here and see see if he can find for me.
My luck is if I went and go search something, I'd screw everything up and I wouldn't be able to figure out how to come back.
I feel your pain. I know exactly what you're talking about, John, so I'm not going to ask you to do it too much. I think that you just stick to our leaders there, because as you said, we are still expecting them to get into some of our rock canyons soon, when we should be able to see some action for sure.
So it's 10:05 right now. We've got 2 hours and 5 minutes on course so far for Brock Hager. Well, he started 30 seconds behind that. I think he was.
Yes, he was. He was in the second group.
He was second
line.
row.
Yeah.
So I'm still sticking with. I think somebody could be here by noon.
And so Brock Hager, as you said, they've been on course now for just about 2 hours, and we are looking at he's into the rocks, but doing well, keeping a very good pace in the rocks. And so he's well into lap 2 at this point.
Yeah, we're just going to start getting into the thick of things. It's go time here. It's especially when they come around, coming up Clawhammers, no joke. All these top guys should be able to handle those without any issue. They've got to come up, Clawhammer, and then come around. They've got to go down. Chocolate Thunder, Idle Issues, they go up. Her Problem, Laser Nut Alley, we saw that little bit on. They go up, I think it's called Winner's Choice, before they get to coming down Wrecking Ball. And then they end up going up Jack after that. So
still a lot of rocks before we expect to see them in the one rock trail that we're kind of keeping an eye on for some possible bottlenecks. The good news is we'll be able to see them literally from our stage here as they come down Chocolate Thunder. I can see it out the corner of my eye across the lake bed, and you'll be able to see them there as well. And if they're doing that in the Idle Issues and LaserNet Alley, they'll basically be along that ridgeline for quite some time. So we'll be able to.
We should have some good cameras on them at that point, especially Chocolate Thunder coming down that as well.
Absolutely. So that will be where we're watching to see where our leaders come in next. But the story of the day so far has been that Brock Hager has been running away with this race so far. Huge lead right out of the gate. But now that they're in the rocks, the question is, we have a good mix in our top 5. Every single one of these guys they have tons of experience in the rocks, lots of experience here at the Hammers. And so we're just going to wait and see what happens as they work their way through the rocks. Don't forget, if you're watching at home, subscribe to that premium feed, and then you'll be able to keep up on all the action live from the lake bed. No interruptions at all. You've also got the chat that's going on beside our feed. Online as well. Fish is in there keeping up anybody who asks questions. I'm asking questions. People in the chat are asking questions, and he's staying on it all day long, getting them what they need to know, which is great to see. So if you want to stay in on the action, make sure to subscribe to that premium feed. Then you can get all the cameras that we're looking at here, and there's a lot of them. As John said, when we get into the rocks, you're going to want access to all of those cameras to see what's happening.
So let's just take another look at our leaders. Brock Hager is still out front. It looks to me like he is through Upper Big Johnson. We can bring up my tracker if you'd like. So we've got Brock Hager out front here. He is through Upper Big Johnson. He's got Clawhammer next, followed by Phil Blurton. And then we've got Mitch Guthrie Jr., all these guys are through Aftershock, as well as Ronnie Anderson is through Aftershock. This is Jay Shaw down here in Aftershock. Hunter Miller behind that. And then we've got Paul Wolf and Dustin Jones is just sneaking in behind that. I think this is Nathan Parker and Nick Anderson and then Cody Miller right there. So that's our top 10-ish. All probably within 20, 30 minutes of each other. Corrected time. I mean, not corrected time. Physical time on trail.
Physical distance between each other. Yeah, I think we're at a situation where we're there. It looks so far on that map when you're looking at that map of those rock trails, but some of those rock trails are only like a mile long each one, and some of them, as you said, John, they can blast through them pretty quick.
Yeah, a couple long canyons. We'll hit later on. We'll hit Highway 1920, which is a long canyon with a lot of RCPs that they got to stay in the rocks, which is really awesome this year. And then Spooners is another long canyon where they've got RCPs and they got to stay in the canyon.
Yeah, and as Miles mentioned before, we talked about that. Those RCPs are the rock checkpoints. There's a 50-foot basically circle around those RCPs, and they strategically placed them in those canyons to make sure that everyone had to stay in the hard section of rocks. And everyone knows what the penalty is for skipping it, so if you skip it, you know you're going to hit it. And we should talk about that a little bit, John. When you're in the car with the GPS in the car, you're notified when you get those VCPs. But do you get notified on the RCPs?
You do not get notified on the RCPs, and I don't know on the VCPs.
Well,
all these guys have rings, different radius rings on their GPS, so they can tell if they're within 50 feet, and they have them set at 50 feet if they're smart, so they know they're within that ring. They're good to go.
Exactly, and I think we're on cam with one of our youth finishers right here. And I believe they're getting our stage set up out in front of us. I see Mrs. Pam Hall out there, so she'll be doing some interviews of all of our youth finishers. And that's, I believe that was Cruz LaCroix coming back into town. Awesome to see Cash's little brother coming back
9 years
into
old.
Town. Yep, out here racing the King of the Hammers. Yep, so.
Wow, look at that action there. This is lap one by Spooners. They are on each other's bumpers.
There's just nowhere to go to let anybody pass. That's the problem with that section. I mean, as much as you want to, you can't jump out and dive around. Obviously, everyone knows the car's behind him, and there's just nowhere to pull over to let him go around. All right, as John said, we've been watching our leaders work their way through those rock sections out there.
Yeah, and I've got Brock Hager right now in Clawhammer. I'm nearly certain. They aren't labeled on the tracker, but I'm pretty sure it is. And it looks like he's almost to the top.
All right, so as John said, we've got Brock. That is our current physical race leader. Last time we checked on adjusted time, there was a 4-minute, 30-second lead between him and second place. If you're watching along at home and you are keeping up on the tracker, remember once these cars get in these rock canyons, sometimes it takes some time for these trackers to ping. So sometimes you'll see they'll sit for a little while and then there'll be a big jump.
Looks like that might be Dustin Jones we've got on the in-car. They should have their name on the on their helmets.
I was going to say, someone actually mentioned that in the comments earlier. It was the fact that if you follow a lot of other desert racing, you'll see that most of them, they've been a little bit more accustomed to having in-car, so they'll have their car number on their dash, their driver name on their helmet. But yeah, I think that is Dustin Jones, according to our production team. So, yeah, there's Dustin Jones right there on car with him.
I've also got Ronnie Anderson at 0 miles an hour. I think he's in the pit, pit 2, remote pit. So if Tiffany's out there that has any intel, that would be awesome to get. If I'm right, it's either that or he's having an issue. But it looks like he's off course where I'm assuming the pit is, remote pit 2.
There we go. Yeah, so maybe we can get Tiffany to get us an update on that when she can. But here we are. Oh, it looks like we might be on camera in some rocks right now, John. As you said, these going to be blasting up a few of these trails.
I think that's Hunter Miller and Chad Hughes. That's probably coming up Aftershock. Yes, Hunter is in Aftershock.
So there we go.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
They'll show you there's several ways down this, and it's way steeper than it looks right now. So that's our current race leader, Brock Hager.
All right, so that's current race leader Brock Hager on screen right now. I know it says Laser Nut Alley, but as John said, that's actually a camera locator for us. That tells us where the camera is actually set up. So he's not in Laser Nut Alley. He's making this long sort of climb down. He's going to head over to the top of Chocolate Thunder.
Yes.
Then we'll see him drop down through Chocolate Thunder, go up Idle Issues, and then they will officially be in Laser Nut Alley.
Yeah, like looking at my tracker right now, it's half a mile behind where I can see him on there. So the tracker just hasn't updated.
Yeah. Trackers will update throughout the day. Basically, the way it works is it pings, GPS ping, updates the tracker, and then it pings back down, gives us the information. So the tracker will always just sort of be off slightly, and then every vehicle is also going to update at different times as it drives through the course, so just remember that while you're watching it. And then at the same time, you have to remember sometimes when we're in these canyons, the trackers can't get out. So sometimes it'll say 0 miles an hour, and the next thing you know, you'll have an updated tracker. So it'll be interesting to see if we watch this camera how long it is before we get our second place car through that same section.
I'm showing Phil Blurton almost through Clawhammer, so he's probably 4 minutes behind Brock, just taking a guess.
That's real close to the time that our unofficial sort of split time that we had before was 4:30 going into the rocks.
But
so if he still has that much of a gap on him, that's good.
We've got a big gap between Phil Blurton and Mitch Guthrie. Mitch is just showing coming down Upper Big Johnson, and then he'll have to do Clawhammer, which Phil is almost out of. And then behind that, we've got Jay Shaw and Ronnie Anderson, I believe, in Remote Pit 2. Followed by Hunter Miller, who has cleared Aftershock and is almost to Remote Pit 2. And then Paul Wolf behind him.
All right, and I think we that may have been a camera getting prepped out at Chocolate Thunder based on the crowd I saw in the background.
Yeah, Brock's going to be in Chocolate Thunder in a heartbeat. He's coming. Yeah, he's going to be dropping into Chocolate Thunder in moments.
So there he is right now, current race leader on screen. Brock Hager about to drop into. I believe does he take a left, get in there? Just over this ridge, right?
Yeah, he'll take a left to drop into Chocolate Thunder.
That is, you can see the cars in the background. That is the top of Chocolate Thunder, which is just outside of Hammertown.
RP2.
All right, so I believe we have some information from Tiffany Stone out at the remote pit.
Number 52, Ronnie Anderson. Ronnie, we always say that whenever I get a chance to talk to you at Remote Pit, it's not a good day. We saw you earlier come in here, change that flat, got that re-rack. Now you're here again, second time. What's going on?
Yeah, it's not the first time. I absolutely smoked a rock there coming here just about a mile out before we got here the first time. And now just a little bit of a toe link failure. So had the right rear being a little wonky on me, and we did. So boys are getting it fixed up right now, and we're still fourth on track. So still a long ways to go.
A lot of miles, and Ronnie Anderson has been booking it right now. Like we've always said, this isn't where you really want to be for Remote Pit, especially before you head out into the rocks. A lot of miles still going on, a lot of racing. I'll be back with some more updates. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Great to hear from you. Great to get those updates out from those remote pits. But the question is our leader. Surely he's into Chocolate Thunder.
He's got to be in Chocolate Thunder right now. And then Phil Blurton is dropping down the hill we saw just 5 minutes ago with Brock Hager. We do have Hunter Miller and Ronnie Anderson and Paul Wolf in Remote Pit 2 right now.
So you're saying that we are seeing second place past that one section where we just saw our race leader a little bit ago.
Phil, I'm going to say Phil Blurton is probably 4 or 5 minutes behind Brock Hager. There's Phil Blurton right now. No, that is Dustin Jones at the moment. I was confused because.
All right, so as we watch these UTVs make their way through the rocks, we have another iconic trail out here in Johnson Valley, and that is Wrecking Ball.
What's up? Down at the bottom of Wrecking Ball now. So this isn't one of those trails that you hear a ton about because it's not that super critical pinch point. It's not that super critical climb. It's not where there's going to be a bunch of people stacked up. But what is critical about it is there's big boulders and big rocks in here. And people don't generally just make mistakes, they generally break their car again. So one of the things you usually see with Wrecking Ball is the top of it, which we're not going to see this time because we're coming in from winner's choice. And what that means is you're just basically scrabbling through all these big rocks as you head down through what I would call the guts of Wrecking Ball. Choosing your line isn't crazy, but there are a couple places that could really cause you trouble, especially if you get into the pinch point known as the gatekeeper. That could be a third lap item, but because no one has heard anything about the third lap, it's all kind of a mystery to us. Wrecking Ball, fun time.
All right, good to get that information from Cameron Steele out here from Johnson Valley. He was obviously in his 4400 car, but today it is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. What do we got going on screen here, John?
We got some tire issues.
I think we do have some tire issues, yes.
That looks like a, I want to say a Can-Am tire. But
lots of action from in the pits right there with some tire repairs going on.
I don't know where this feed's coming from, but it's definitely the pit.
Yep, those are work boots in the pit doing work. Yep.
So we've got Phil Blurton, second place, coming through Chocolate Thunder. Brock Hager is over, looks like maybe Her Problem, Laser Nut Alley-ish.
All right, so we should have All right, so as John said, we're keeping an eye on our two race leaders, Brock Hager and Phil Blurton. You said Brock Hager is into Laser Nut Alley at this point. Is that what the tracker's showing?
Yes.
Oh,
right in that area.
Speak of the devil.
There you go.
That says Chocolate Thunder, but that is not Chocolate Thunder.
That's not Chocolate Thunder.
Nope.
That's probably Her Problem or Laser Nut Alley, right in that area.
Yeah, it looks to me, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
so in that area, there are two different RCPs that have been placed, and you can see the snow fencing there. So in years past, they've been able to hit that and run around the rocks in the sand. Not this year.
Yeah, this year they have to stay up in the rock section, especially in that Laser Nut Alley portion of the race course. You got to get in the rocks, and some of the examples that they were showing to some of the drivers was, if you can clip an RCP and then drop back down to get the RCP, if you get out of the rocks, turn around, get right back in, because that's where you got to be. So they've put these RCPs up in the rock sections, specifically in that Laser Nut Alley, and but now we've got, but that was our current race leader that we just watched, but right now we have beautiful in-car footage.
Yeah, this is Hunter Miller and Chad Hughes. They are currently 5th place on tracker, and that could be Jay Shaw in front of them.
Yeah, that's what we're assuming by the tracker. As we watched our current race leader pass Chocolate Thunder, we're quite certain that they're always up.
Okay,
and
there's
this
Phil
is where
Blurton.
is that where we just saw our race leader? Is that?
Yes,
Yeah.
Real close. That's Her Problem. That's Phil Blurton coming down Her Problem, physical 2nd place.
Yeah, but that's a lot faster.
3rd place, Mitch Guthrie on screen right now. He's getting ready to come
turn
down
left
into Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, we're going to see him. This is where we just saw our race leader a few minutes ago,
So-
probably 5 or 6 minutes ago.
I'm looking at this. I'm seeing the top 3 pack kind of tightening up a little bit.
That's what I was about to mention when we were looking at this. Is our 2nd place, current 2nd on course on screen right now. And this is exactly, well, not exactly, but a little bit further back. As you can see that sand in the background, that's the bottom of Chocolate Thunder. And this is idle issues, right, is where we're at right now? Or are we into Her Problem at this point?
That could be Her Problem.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so while we watch our second place car make its way through that rock trail, we're going to jump back out to talk to Tiffany Stone.
So everything that's been happening at Remote Pit, we've been talking about flats, fronts, rears. Now, Garrett, we saw Paul Wolf come in. You said he had 3 flats but only 2 spares. So how are we making this work today?
So what he did, he hit us on the radio and told us he had a flat driver front. We were ready for that one. We came in, we noticed both rear tires were flat as well. We only had 2 spares that we brought out here with us, so we took the one off his spare tire carrier, changed all 3, and just tried to get him back on the road as quickly as we could. Hopefully he doesn't get another one.
Well, we got that rock section on lap 2 that everybody's been heading out there. They do have one more time they can stop here before they go into main pit. Any strategies on that? As long as everything's good, he's just going to fly by here, correct?
Someone's flying to main pit right now to see if we can round us up another spare tire. I'm going to look through this one, hope that it's just that bead lock ring leaking, and I can change it with that bead lock ring, and we can get him another spare here as well.
All right, tons of things still happening. I'll be back with some more updates and back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany Stone. While we were listening to you, John and I were watching our live feed here of our second place, and something very interesting's happened with our race leaders right now.
Looks like they're tightening up. We're watching Phil Blurton, physical second right now. He's exiting Lasernut Alley, if I'm not mistaken. And if I had to guess, it seems like he's tightened up on Brock Hager a little bit.
Yeah, I started a little unofficial stopwatch, which is kind of what we always do up here in the booth. We sort of pick certain parts of the track when we see vehicles go through. And both John and I were shocked to see Phil in that spot because we just saw Brock go through there. And it was only a 220 gap between the two of them, depending on which rock I stopped my stopwatch when they drove by. But which is a far cry from the 4-minute, 30-second gap he had before.
So live look right now, that's they're saying Bigfoot Canyon. That's coming down Upper Big Johnson and getting ready to go up Clawhammer.
So is that Brock or is that
no?
Phil?
No. That's probably 6th place or something.
6th place. Okay, thank you very much. Yep.
If I can zoom out on my tracker, I can tell. That could be. So that's Hunter Miller right there, and going up, that's Clawhammer right there. So.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
First place in the 4500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Really fast. I felt like we were going like this fast in the trophy truck, but obviously the trophy truck takes some of those bumps a little bit different, but still in the rocks and stuff, how fast these guys are able to just nimbly go through the rocks, you're like kind of jealous of this.
So now that you've got that right seat fever in the rocks, 4,400 next?
Yeah, I'll drive in 4,400. You're not catching me rides.
You're smarter than you look.
Yeah, Mike is the only one that I trust at this point. This is the first time, and I don't think I'll do it again. Nothing against you, but actually, I didn't get that scared. There was a few times where I was like, he's like, I can't see. I'm like, I can't see either, dude. We just got to keep going. But
so you said this was your first time navigating.
Yeah.
Obviously, how long did it take you to get used to not looking out the windshield and looking at a GPS?
It definitely took a lot. And then at one point, about a third of the way in, I started getting sick, and I was like, uh-oh. But then I just opened my visor, and it calmed down. But he did good. Like in the beginning, I was so tense. Like you could probably see in the video, I'm like holding on to everything. Like, and then he finally, I earned his trust, and I could tell he was in a groove. He was killing it. Like he was super smooth, and I finally started like, okay, I can breathe.
That is awesome. It's a transition to go from driving a car to co-driving a car because you're so used to looking out the windshield, and all of a sudden you got to pay attention to a whole bunch of other stuff.
Oh, I'm looking at things, trying to hit buttons, look in the mirror.
Yeah, and then also look out the windshield to make sure you don't clip a rock and lose a tire at the same time.
No, but the driving, he was doing good. He was like, every time I'd be like, all right, like I was going to call something, he already knew it. I was like, all right.
Nice.
Awesome. Good time. So,
good job.
So now that you got that race under your belt, now next time 2 laps or second lap added in there?
Probably not next year, but maybe in future years, yes.
Yes, future years. Good stuff.
I think he's got it in him. He did the rocks really good. He's been hanging out with Terry. You could tell his rock placement. I'm like, oh, you need to put it done. I'm like, oh, dude, what am I doing here? I'm just gonna sit and hold on.
Yeah. If you're getting schooled by Terry Madden, I think you got a good knowledge in the rocks. That's awesome. So all in all, had a good time, right?
Yeah,
good
so much
time.
fun.
Car drove back into town, and everyone's safe and happy, and we're back in Hammertown.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Appreciate it. We're going to get back onto our racetrack here because I think we're going to see some action from our race leaders pretty soon here, right, John?
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks. Congrats. So while we were away, we've got our third position is Mitch Guthrie Jr. And he's at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder, and he is not moving. And we just saw Jay Shaw a minute ago coming down that hill. I don't know. That's a new hill. I don't know that it has a name. And Phil Blurton and Brock Hager are still out front. They're getting ready to come down Wrecking Ball.
Ooh, and we just heard on through the headset. That's on car with Mitch
Guthrie.
Both out of the car.
Yeah, bottom of Chocolate Thunder, right ready to hit Idle Issues.
So possibly
or maybe on Idle Issues.
Well, I was based on what we saw out of that shot. Yeah, I think he's going up Idle Issues.
But is that out of the back of his car?
I think that's out of the back of the car.
Yeah, so I think he's bottom. They put snow fencing in at the bottom there
to
make you enter Idle Issues right at that point. And he stopped.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that that's that left-hand turn that we were talking about. All right, John. Well, I'm going to take a quick break from the action. I'm going to hand my headset off to one half of the Magic Hall team that's going to be up here in the next few minutes. That's Emmy Hall. This is going to take over for me. John will be back a little bit later when our winners are back in the town.
All right. Okay, so we're looking right now. That's Upper Big Johnson. It says Bigfoot Canyon. I've never heard of Bigfoot Canyon before, but we got 2 guys right on top of each other. That one in the lead, that could be Cody Miller. I'm not 100%. And they're heading down the hill, getting ready to go up Clawhammer. They'll take a left at the bottom of this canyon here. Clawhammer's got some pretty good rocks in it, a little bit of a waterfall. Well, and letting them go there. Sorry, I can't see who that was. There's Hunter Miller right there, and he's getting ready to come down Chocolate Thunder. And Jay Shaw should be right in front of Hunter Miller.
All right, John, good to be back up here on the stage with you. Again, I am Emmy Hall, stoked to be out here now. I was watching the live feed and listening to you guys a little bit earlier this morning, but then I had to go offline as I drove into Hammertown. So catch me up. What's been going on in like the last half hour or so?
Well, we've had a lot of action.
I was going to say everything.
I mean, the biggest news is Kyle Cheney, four-time winner, is not in the top 10.
What is happening?
I haven't got a word on what happened to him, but we've had a lot of top guys drop out. Latest was Ronnie Anderson, who is still in remote pit 2. Tiffany gave us a little update on that. Okay. Our top guys right now, Brock Hager is through Wrecking Ball, and he's getting ready to come up Jack. Phil Blurton's behind him on Wrecking Ball. Mitch Guthrie Jr. is at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder, getting ready to head up Idle Issues, but he's down at the moment. We don't know what's wrong, but both of the guys were out of the car. Hunter Miller is right where, that's Cody Miller. But Hunter Miller is next. He's going to be right there at Idle Issues with Mitch Guthrie broken, and then Jay Shaw. Cody Miller's behind that, and then I think that's Nathan Parker behind Cody Miller, and then Paul Wolf.
All right, so we still have some good heavy hitters up there in the top, but it is a little disappointing about Kyle to be back there. We'll see what happened with him. Brock, of course, coming off of his awesome Dakar win just a few weeks ago. Can you imagine coming from a race like that where it's 14 days of just complete and total concentration, and then you have to come out here to Hammers and get back into this desert mode, these rock crawling mode, where the navigation is a little bit different and the driving is definitely different.
Well, and he just won the Desert Challenge a few days ago. So.
Right. It's just nuts. Well, we've got a co-driver there getting out. Looks like they're going to get ready to winch here in that Polaris RZR.
So we did get, I got a note from Miles that Kyle Cheney broke 2 rear axles.
2 rear axles at the same time, probably?
Yeah. And
this is Brock. His navigator got out and then just pulled the winch line, and then Brock was able to get up and over the obstacle. So the co-driver climbs in there.
So he's in Jackhammer right now. That's going to be a spot where I was in Jackhammer the other day, and 2 broken axles out of the 4 top guys I saw in there, and everybody else winched. So they're out front. They're playing it safe. Mike Kim, his co-dog, they already talked about it. There's Phil Blurton. He's in second place. But Mike Kim is with Mitch Guthrie. Sorry. But Brock Hager's playing a smart game. He doesn't want to break anything on Jackhammer. So they're just going to play it smart and get through Jackhammer without breaking anything, stay in the lead. We've got Phil Blurton in second. I've got him coming down Wrecking Ball. He should be out of Wrecking Ball soon and heading over to Jackhammer. That's her problem right there. So that's probably Hunter Miller. 190 is Hunter Miller. So if everything is what I would think it would be, that'd be Hunter Miller and Chad Hughes. That's an in-car with Hunter and Chad right there.
Yeah, I love these in-cars.
So again, in this area, they've added a couple RCPs, and they've some snow fencing at the bottom. Once they get down her problem a little bit, Laser Nut Alley, they're forcing them to stay in the rocks a little bit more. That's Jay Shaw right there, so that would be 4th place now. Mitch Guthrie's still at the bottom of Idle Issues. So you've got Jay Shaw in 4th, Hunter Miller in third.
Now we've got VCPs, which are virtual checkpoints, and then also RCPs. What exactly are the RCPs, and how do they differ from the
So
VCPs?
RCP, again, is a 50-foot radius.
Okay.
It's a much tighter situation. And they're all, the R in RCP stands for rock checkpoint.
Okay, and the VCPs are 150-foot radius. So
Correct.
You've got a little bit more leeway with those, but yes, those RCPs.
And so there's a shot right there. That's Idle Issues. That's Cody Miller's in-car passing Mitch Guthrie, who was stuck at the bottom of Idle Issues. And so this is Hunter Miller again. He's in Lasernut Alley, and you can see with those virtual checkpoints, they're keeping them in the rocks there. Years past, you've been able to get outside to the left of that snow fencing you're looking at, and you can just boogie in the sand. Not this year.
Well, I mean, this is a rock race, right? We want to keep these racers in the rocks, and we know that racers will do anything that they can to get a little bit of extra time, and they'll push those rules. So having those RCPs really does keep this competition. It's not just about pre-running. It's about staying in the most toughest part, my grammar is pretty good today, but staying in the toughest part of the course and really showing what these UTVs can do and how far they've come.
So I'm looking at Tracker right now. Brock Hager, our leader, is at 0 miles per hour.
Oh no!
He's in Jack, so I don't know that. I don't know how the trackers work and whether being still for a second can show that, but because he's thick in the rocks, but it's showing 0 miles an hour. Phil Blurton's behind him, getting ready to climb Jackhammer. Right now we're watching Hunter Miller going up the last part of Lasernut Alley. Super torn up little spot there with lots of loose rocks.
Well, we just got note that Ronnie Anderson has just left remote pit, so he is out and ready to go up on the next part of the course. So thank you, Tiffany, for that action. I love the fact that we've got a WhatsApp chat going so we can get all the information.
And that we can actually communicate with somebody that's over the mountain from us.
Right? I know, it's great.
Okay, so that is coming down Upper Big Johnson right there. Getting ready to cross the saddle and head down to Clawhammer. That, I don't know who that is offhand.
No.
That Paul Wolf, I believe. That looks like Paul. So Paul, if that's Paul, he's heading down to Chocolate Thunder. Jay Shaw, 4th place, heading up Lasernut Alley right there. Again, that spot is so tore up. This is a spot where you really have to commit and keep your speed going, or it's just going to be even harder.
Yeah, and these guys, because they're a little bit lighter weight, right, they can hit these rocks with a little bit more speed and hopefully try to bounce up and over them. But then that's a danger there. You might do some damage to your components, but he's looking pretty good as he climbs up and out of that obstacle.
That looks like our race leader there, Brock Hager. So this is top of Jackhammer, or out of the big rocks in Jackhammer. So the tracker might have just seen him stop for a second. Maybe they were winching. Hard to say.
Yeah.
But he is through the toughest parts of Jackhammer. He's going to go up the ridge. So again, that's Brock Hager, our race leader, top of Jack through the toughest part of it. He's going to go, there's some epic spots at the top of this hill. lot of times they'll have a helicopter showing that, and Hammertown in the background, really cool spot, but a tough ridge to go up. A lot of racers hate driving the top of that. It's Cody Miller right there. He is, that's not Michael Lee. Cody Miller, yeah. That looks like he's out of Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah.
There's the shot I was kind of talking about there. That's Brock Hager at the top. He's going to dive to the right off of this hill and head down towards the mailboxes at top of Sledge. But this spot right here is always kind of sketchy. Super loose.
Yeah, look at that.
And it's up on the ridge line, and it's all tore up every year.
Yeah, between pre-running and the fact these are open land, so you never know what you're going to get every time you get up into these rocks. So pre-running is great because you get to know your transitions, but it doesn't mean that the rocks that were there yesterday are going to be there today. So it's always about your navigator and your drivers paying attention, looking up, seeing they might have to choose a completely different line than what they chose during pre-running.
Yeah, there you go. That's the heli shot I was looking at. He's going to take a right down here and dive down the hill.
Dude, that is so high. They've climbed it so high up there.
That's a great shot. Be interesting to see how far Phil Blurton is behind him.
On the tracker right now, which updated just a minute ago, he looks to be pretty close, actually.
Yeah, Phil's in that same spot, and it's showing 0 miles an hour again. So that's just a spot where they might be winching, or they're just, it's a tough spot, and they're having to go slow, trying to get up an obstacle.
Yeah, when I see what these vehicles can do, people ask me what is King of the Hammers like, and I just say it's vehicles defying physics. Because you shouldn't be able to do these things, and yet here we are, and they're out here and they're doing them, and they're looking so good. We've got Hunter Miller there on screen.
So he's heading up towards, I wish I knew for sure. I think this is called Winner's Choice. He's almost to. And you can see there's a bypass there, but you have to stay in that rocks. Canyon and go up Winner's Choice and then down over to down Wrecking Ball and then Jack. So Hunter, I'm showing on tracker that he's in 3rd place.
Yes, that is what I have as well. We've got Brock in 1st. For open at UTV, Mitch Guthrie in 2nd.
No, Phil Blurton in 2nd.
Sorry, no, right. I'm just talking about the classes. But yes, overall, Brock is in 1st, Phil
we
2nd.
We don't care about classes.
And Mitch Guthrie in 3rd. I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to keep us honest up here.
So we just got a note from Tiffany Stone. Robbie Gordon just came into room up pit 2 for fuel, so he's still moving. Earlier on in the day, we heard that Max was at 0 miles an hour, so he might be out of the race. So Hunter Miller, current 3rd place, heading up Winner's Choice. Someone could tell me if I'm wrong or not on that trail name. That'd be awesome. That Paul Wolf right there.
No, you are correct on the Winner's Choice. I've got the full map here.
So
yes, they go through Tumbleweed, and then they make their way up towards the rocks, kind of a northeasterly way to Winner's Choice, and then around to Wrecking Ball, and then down into Jackhammer.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf right there is down in Her Problem. You can see that snow fencing, keeping them in the rocks. I love that.
Yep, there's no cheater lines here.
And that's a great spectating area too. They did a little blurb on Laser Nut Alley. This is right in that same area. So this is after Chocolate Thunder, after Idle Issues, then Her Problem and Laser Nut Alley.
There we are going with our Sledgehammer drone. Again, all of our drones up here just looking so good.
That should be Phil Blurton.
Yep, looks like it.
Top of Jackhammer. And you might be able to see Hammertown in the distant.
Nope, we're going back into the wash there too.
So end of lap 1 right here, coming around back door, the canyon around it.
And that wash gets really, really deep.
Oh,
I mean,
torn up.
They have raced through that. The desert race raced through that. And it just gets really, really crazy. And, you know, they haven't really done anything to it since then. So part of that desert race is just going to be, for these vehicles, it's going to be absolutely brutal. But
and again, the camera names there are just kind of where they're located. That's not the actual canyon. Paul, no! That's he's over by LaserNut Alley and Her Problem, and he just tipped it over.
Oh man.
Man, that's
well, that
a tough
should
one.
be an easy winch out, right? Co-driver is going to get out, just get that winch line up there, and
you gotta
tip him right back over.
You got to work at it a
time.
little bit to string it through the roll cage and get it so you can tip yourself back over. It looked like there was a rock nearby there. That's a tough break.
Yeah, that sure is. And also, it's tough to see, you know, how steep this is as well. Like, he's on his side, and then it's also pretty steep. So that means that your navigator is out there running up the hill, getting that heart rate up. And it's a warm day today, you know, so he's out there getting a little sweaty, and he's right down there, right at the bottom. Now, is there a bypass around? Can this next competitor go up and around, or are they going to have to wait?
That's a tough spot. There was 2 lines up this hill at the end of LaserNut, and I believe they might have closed off the second one to the right of where they're at, and forced them to stay there. Right, if that's the case, right where he's at, there's only 1 line.
Oh man.
That I don't want to guess on that. So this is right at the end of you're through Upper Big Johnson, heading up Clawhammer. This is one of the Miller brothers. I don't recognize that canyon right off.
I love that you can tell what it is from the in-car view. You know these rocks like nobody else out here, man.
That could be heading down Wrecking Ball. If that's the case, that would be Hunter Miller.
Yeah. All right, so winching up there onto that rock, get that vehicle over so that they can keep going again and get this race going. You know, bottlenecks just have got to be the worst there. View from our helicopter.
Yeah, that looks like Aftershock. I could be wrong.
I don't think, I'm going to say that you're probably never wrong, John.
I'm often wrong. Just ask my wife.
All right, well, as you know, we've got our live feed here on YouTube and a lot of great comments here. Thank you so much, you guys, for keeping the comments going. Go ahead and, you know, if you've got a question or if you've got a comment or anything, you have questions for us, just go ahead and put it there in those comments. We will do our best to answer it.
Yeah, that does look like Aftershock to me. So that's lap 2, first rock trail. Definitely Aftershock. So out front, we've got 2 competitors that are through Jackhammer. And my kind of take was you needed to be top 5 at Jackhammer. You've got 2 through that. Hunter Miller is getting close to Jackhammer as well. Live look at Aftershock. Somebody's got more than a tire issue there.
Uh-oh.
So Brock Hager is up on Fisher Mountain. He'll dive off a hill, and it's a new trail. I can't remember what it's called, and then hit Sunbonnet.
Yeah, it looks like it is called Minivan.
minivans.
I really hope that's because a minivan actually completed it. That would make me really happy.
No, brand new trail and big rocks. It's not really a trail. It's just like they've thought, well, let's go down this hill.
Yeah, like, hey, there's a bunch of rocks here that we've never gotten. Let's do that. I think it's called minivan because I think he did it in the long wheelbase vehicle. Yeah.
So this is Hunter Miller, Chad Hughes. They are out of Wrecking Ball. This is the bottom of Wrecking Ball, and he'll be turning the corner and heading up to Jack here in a moment.
And up on the tracker, it shows that Jay Shaw and Cody Miller are pretty close together there. Tracker updated at 10:56, so that was as of 2 minutes ago. But the number 17 of Jay Shaw is just behind the 221 of Cody Miller as they come out of Winner's Choice and are going into Wrecking Ball.
This might be Cody Miller now in Wrecking Ball. That'd be my guess. Unless that was Hunter coming up Jack. Yeah, that's Hunter coming up Jackhammer.
Okay.
So again, Jackhammer is one of those spots where it's going to be a bottleneck in a bit. Once you get top 10 through here, it's going to be a mess. You're going to have to bring your winching game. There's going to be some broken axles. It's going to be a bottleneck for sure.
Now on these UTVs, we know that they've got as big a tire as they possibly can. But what can they do to their axles to make them just a little bit stronger so they can get through these rocks? But this looks.
So this is Paul Wolf. He's got. They've got themselves back on all fours.
Awesome.
So your axles. Phil Blurton was breaking some axles during pre-running. He switched to RCVs and didn't break anymore, and he's running RCVs on his race car as well.
Okay.
So definitely some options for stronger axles out there.
Can I put those RCVs on my lifted Miata?
No. I don't think they'd let you put them.
What? Come on.
So
another in-car view there. Again, our Starstream is looking really good. I love the fact that we can
could be Nathan Parker. I think he had a purplish car.
Purplish car there.
He's running with Alex from CT Raceworks.
So that is Matthew Wilson 260.
Another purplish car.
And it looks like he is coming down here into Tortuga Blanca, if I am not correct. Oh no, yeah. That is a new trail too that I'm not quite familiar with as well.
No, I'm not sure on that one either.
Yeah.
This is a shot of Upper Big Johnson right there. So we got a update from Pam Hall through Chip McLaughlin. Paul Wolf is running with no brakes and no spare tires. So
no spare tires?
No. Apparently he had a flat and racked it, and he's got to get back to pit 2, which is a long ways away.
Man, that is scary, but that is one of the problems with these UTVs is you can only carry one spare, right? There's only enough room for one.
There was a Can-Am Max with 3 people in it with 2 spares.
All right, well, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the action here. We've got a good little feature here with RP1. So let's see what we've got here.
All right, guys, it looks like the number 30. It looked like he had a front right flat. They did change the re-rack for him, and he's on his way out right now. Well, we've been talking about the word of the day is flats, and that's exactly what's happening to all of our drivers as they come into remote pit. Back up to you guys.
Thanks so much, Tiffany. It looks like we've got a lot of action up there in the pits. But for right now, we've got one of our 1,000 kid racers here. I was talking to him a little bit yesterday before his race. This is Caden Gamble. Caden, how are you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, how was your race?
Brutal, but fun.
Yeah, you guys did the desert race, right? The desert loop?
Yeah, the entire first lap.
Okay, and how was it going up there over the Emerson Ridge and then coming back down into that? Was that fun?
Pretty fun, other than the fact that all I could see was the sky.
It's kind of a steep hill.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part of the course today?
Probably the first couple desert sections, because I was hitting some pretty good speeds out there.
Really? Because a lot of the desert racers over the weekend, they said that was the roughest part, was that first section, but that was your favorite, that technical stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, well, look at that.
What car were you in?
It was Can-Am.
All right. So what is your goal with racing? Do you want to come out here and do the whole Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship one day and get in those rocks, or are you going to stick to desert racing?
I'm not sure, because for right now, if I go through the rocks, all I can see is the sky and the ground.
Definitely some steep hills.
Yeah, that takes a little bit of getting used to, right? Is looking ahead and taking that mental picture of what's ahead of you. Yeah, it can be pretty scary. So, Caden, what do you think about this on-car stuff?
Speaking of looking at the sky.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, because I know Starstream stuff is expensive.
Yeah,
Ooh, got someone on their side
Yeah,
there.
so that's Cody Miller. We got both Miller brothers right now in Jackhammer with in-cars, which is pretty cool.
Yep. So it looks like Cody is gonna be winching. He is really, really stuck. Have you ever been stuck like that?
Thankfully not, because that looks like it sucks.
In time, there are two kinds of racers: those that have been really, really stuck, and those that just haven't had the time yet.
Yeah.
So
you'll get there.
Yeah, you will get there.
Hopefully not.
Caden, do you want to shout out any of your sponsors? I mean, who helped you get out here to the 1,000 Kids race?
Yeah, I would like to thank my mom, dad, Apex Power Sports, Ryan, Ultimax belts, anti-gravity batteries, and I can't really remember any others
That's all right.
off the top of my
It's tough
head.
to get put in a spot like that.
I know, it is. But, that's part of the thing about being a racer, right, is having all of those sponsors in your head so that you can thank them, because they did a lot to get you out here. So, all right, and then one last question. If you could buy your dream car right now, what would it be?
Not a Miata.
Yes, a Miata, definitely Miata. What would it be for you?
I'm not sure, because there's a lot of good cars out there.
There are a lot of good cars. Would you buy a Ford Raptor?
Probably not.
No? Oh my goodness.
Even though I love
Caden.
off-road racing, I would probably buy a luxury car like a Bugatti or something.
Oh, he's going
Like
big
a-
time with
like
you guys. Like the kid's like, no, I want a supercar. Well, Caden, we're so glad that you got to come up here today. Congratulations on your race.
Thank you.
You've got a really great future in front of you. So go out, enjoy the rest of Hammertown, and we'll be talking to you next year.
Yes.
All right.
All right, thanks. Congrats.
All right, and it looks like we've got something from Kyle Cheney is ready for us. So let's see what Kyle had to say.
What's up guys, Kyle Cheney here. We are at the 2025 King of the Hammers, and this is my 4900 UTV car. So my dad used to race dirt bikes. I started racing dirt bikes. I ended up having some knee surgeries when I was younger. By the time I was 21, they started racing these at the GNCC series. My first one was a Can-Am Commander. It had a dump bed on it. Me and my buddy raced it. So we ended up getting on the podium our second race ever, and then the next race we won the overall, and Can-Am came to us and offered us a factory ride, and that was in 2011, and we've been with Can-Am ever since. I get asked this every year, and I say the same thing every year. I mean, this is the race where the top guys from every form of racing all get to race together. You got short course guys here, you got desert guys here, you got Ultra 4 guys here, and you got score guys here. Everybody that races is here racing this race. It's like the race that brings everybody together.
So the craziest thing that I've done since I've been here is definitely last year jumping off a back door. I was a freaking wreck before qualifying, just knowing that I was going to do it, and I didn't really have an option because I didn't give myself an option. So that was probably the craziest thing I've done. I've won the UTV race 4 times in a row, overall 4 times. This hopefully will be my 5th, but we're really focusing on the 4,400 race. Yeah, I'd love to win 5, it's great, but anything can happen out there. There's 1,000 bolts on this thing, a wire. I mean, one miscalculation by my part, we're not going to be a 5-time champion. So there's definitely some luck involved in this too. But our preparation's on point. We've done enough pre-running. We know what we're doing. So if there is a failure, it's on us. But we really want that 4,400 win.
All right, welcome back everybody to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And it is always a good day in the booth with the man, the myth, the legend, in a very bright bomber t-shirt. It is the one and only Dave Colt. Dave, thank you so much for being here. We know you're going to be here for a very long time. You love being at the desk, and we love having you.
I like being here when they go up in the rocks. I think it's cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Making easy work of that, isn't he?
All right, well, what are you seeing out here? We've got Brock Hager with a pretty good lead, currently going at 27 miles an hour, but Phil Blurton is right behind them. They're coming out. It looks like Brock is out of Sunbonnet and is on his way to the backside of those rocks, and then Phil is just coming up through Sunbonnet. So what is it like in here for these 2 leaders?
Well, they just came down minivan. That's one of the new trails for lap 2, and at this point where Brock is at, and he's past there now, he's just about ready to get to check me out, but he is just going down switchbacks, and Phil's got a little bit of rock, but Sunbonnet's not that hard if you've been on it before. It's not that difficult.
All right, so we've got some winching here happening still with that on-car. Getting up through those trails, that is Dustin Jones in the 4978 vehicle, still trying to get around, get that thing. You can see some of those spectators there in the background. We've got a lot of people out here watching our UTV, Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
So Dave, one of the questions I have is, I get confused. So like right where Dustin's at on screen, the difference between Her Problem and Laser Nut Alley, where does Her Problem end and Laser Nut Alley begin?
Her Problem, well, where does Her Problems end?
Sorry.
Her Problem comes down and there's a BCP where you really can't go into the sand.
Yep.
And you have to kind of stay in the rocks in the transition part, the bottom of those
so
trails.
So that first RCP is where Her Problem ends?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because Laser Nut Alley is really just a row of rocks, right? It's the spine that comes across from Chocolate Thunder. And this year, to me, I consider that the front straightaway from Chocolate Thunder across to now all the way around to Sled and Jack. You can get there, you can watch it, you can watch the racers progress through there. And I wanted everybody to see them doing the things they do best.
It's a great spectating spot.
They do things really good besides drive on sand.
Yep.
So driving on rocks was something I wanted people to see.
Yep.
So, and it's cool for spectators, cameras, and it puts pressure on you too. It's one thing to be able to be hanging out there when there's no one in a rock canyon watching you, but as you know, John, like once you see people out on the side watching you, and all of a sudden there's you press the throttle a little harder.
I've had to winch in Chocolate Thunder before, and going up, and the pressure was immense. And everybody's yelling, but as a racer, you're like have this tunnel vision that you can't hear and see everything going on, and then all of a sudden you hear a little something and it clicks in and then you go. But it's definitely some pressure.
So what else has been happening besides I see Brock, Phil, walk me through the top 20. And then
I don't know about the top 20, but we've got Brock Hager out front. He is, you could tell better than I can this part of the course. I know Brock is through Sunbonnet and minivan, but I don't know where he's at right now.
How about I pull up the tracker, I'll walk around. Give me 1 second to get with the tech guys and see how I can work on this. Give me a second.
So the top guys, we've got Brock Hager, Phil Blurton, Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, and Jay Shaw are in Jackhammer. So the top 3 have cleared Jackhammer. Then we got Nathan Parker, Paul Wolf. Nathan Parker is getting ready to drop into Wrecking Ball. Paul Wolf is heading up Winner's Choice. Got Dustin Jones. And then I'm still showing Mitch Guthrie Jr. Stopped. So I don't know what happened to him.
All right, so I just jumped onto Emmy's computer here, and they might be. They're gonna bring this bring my tracking screen up just so I can walk through it. Let me zoom out one thing. Alrighty, so like we've said, Brock Hager moving 13.5 miles an hour, going up into Check Me Out. That was a new trail last year. I mean, the whole thing this year, I heard from the UTV guys they wanted to do 3 laps, so instead of giving them 3 laps, I just gave them lap 3. So this year's lap 2 is harder, what they're doing right now, and I'll get it out of the way right now while I have the mouse over his name. Brock Hager is the best off-road racer in the world, bar none. Somebody asked me that 10 years ago, I said Sebastian Loeb. It's Brock Hager. He went to Dakar and beat everybody by a lot.
As a rookie.
As a rookie, and now he is leading the hardest King of the Hammers that I've given them, and he's doing it with all the pressure of leading from the front, which is by far more difficult than coming from the back. So regardless of how this plays out, he's gone through some of the hardest rocks. He's doing the things, not in any way over yet, but to carry this much pressure this long, that guy's the best driver in the world.
So walk us through what rock trails we have left. I know we've got 1920 coming up pretty soon, and you've added a lot of RCPs in 1920, which is going to make it a lot harder than in years past. And then we've got Outer Limits and Spooners. Spooners has a bunch of RCPs in there too, but what else do we have?
Yep, so where he's on Check Me Out, the trail's fairly easy. There's a little waterfall right about where he's at, still moving. And then when he gets up to the top, there's an obstacle they have to go through. There's 2 flags at the top. This is where Brent Harrell rolled over last year, probably cost him the win in the 4,400 race. So
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
And Nathan Parker's in there too, right with Jay Shaw.
Nathan Parker and Jay Shaw, you're correct. Yes, sir, and they're right there at the black line. Maybe if we can cut to the camera at Jack and see what we're seeing there. Can you guys give us jackhammer?
And then past that, we got Paul Wolf coming down Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, see if we can pull up Jackhammer in production, and I'm going to.
There was a shot of Ronnie Anderson on the move. It's good to see him. He was right there in Laser Nut Alley, I believe. Actually, that shot of Ronnie Anderson, he's cleared Laser Nut Alley.
Then he'll be heading down over through Tumbleweed in just a second. And then he's got to clear Jackhammer. He's going to be coming up. He's still got to go all the way up through Winner's Choice, doesn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so going back through it until we can pull up Jackhammer. Specifically down at the waterfall where we got Jay Shaw and
Jay Shaw and Nathan Parker. Cody Miller's past that.
Paul Wolf will be coming up on him fairly soon. Coming down,
Yep.
Jack, because you can come down Wrecking Ball is not difficult at all. It's a quick workaround.
Oh, and there's your son right there on camera. That's Bailey Cole coming down her problem in his stretched RS1.
I don't know if they put on Bailey because they thought if you put on him, I'd stop asking for Jackhammer, but I'd still like to see Jackhammer.
No, it's because he's right there. It's good to see him moving along. That's
that car didn't run. It didn't even exist to run 3 weeks ago. The guys down at Cryo Heat did a great job getting a transmission done in like 2 days when I called them on New Year's Eve, and so came back to work. Then it was done 2 days after they were back at work. They're badass. Polaris worked with him to get a turbo motor. So there we go, Jack. This is Jack we're looking for. Yes, if we can zoom in there, that'd be wonderful. Let's see who that is winching. They're winching.
That's Nathan Parker, I believe.
And so from where it looks like, he's already gotten past the lower waterfall.
Yeah.
And now he has gone to the right around the big rocks after the plaque. That was a good shot. Thank you.
This is back over to Aftershock. They're through Aftershock at this point, I think.
Oop. Now this is he's Bailey's in Laser Nut Alley
going up,
and this is exactly what I wanted to show the fans, like right up there. I mean, this is the kind of stuff they're doing on Highway 19 and 20. You just can't see it.
Right.
This is what their life is like out there most of the time. We show all the glamour shots of them flying across the lake bed and dust flying and hero passes, but they spend most of their time doing that. And that's where the work's done. Right? So can I tell you a funny story?
Sure.
He called me from the start line this morning, like 7:58. I thought he was calling me until the car blew up. He just was calling because normally as a co-driver, I think he was bored. Just had no one to talk to, and totally called him out on it.
Did you say you were kind of busy?
No, I wasn't busy. I was just pouring coffee. I just got here to work a few minutes ago, John. Didn't you see?
All right.
Now, we were talking a little bit earlier about this new trail minivan. Dave, can you tell us why it's called minivan?
Because I rolled my Can-Am XR 4-seat that was like 4 days old. Oof. Down it like 4 or 5 times. And someone's got to go drive up it. The next person to drive up it gets to change the name.
Oh, really? Okay.
So do you have the tracker up there, Dave?
I'm going to get back to work here.
Brock Hager
is stopped. But
he's on 1920, right?
Yeah, but he's probably. I mean, if we have a drone in Highway 1920, that would be amazing. I don't know if we have that shot. It's probably a stretch for us to have that shot, but maybe we have on board of Brock.
But that's 1920, correct?
They're at 1920.
Okay.
They are, and he's moving again, just like that. So there's waterfalls.
He's right at the waterfall.
No on boards with Brock. All good. Thank you very much for the heads up. And when I'm calling out to the production guys, I don't want to make it seem like I'm calling them out. These guys are amazing, like doing ridiculous work. It's so amazing to watch them do the things. So back to it. I've got. It looks like Hunter Miller is almost at the bottom of minivan, coming to Sunbonnet. Cody Miller is coming across Fisher Mountain, getting ready to drop down into minivan. We still have Jay and now Paul. Jay and Nathan
Parker
are still there on Jack. So it looks that you see Nathan's a little farther up. I don't know if Jay's even cleared the waterfall or how long he's been there. Now Paul.
He's been there a while.
So the test will be if Paul can get through there.
Yep.
If Paul gets by Nathan and Jay, then we know it's Nathan moving right now.
So far,
Nathan's
we
moving
haven't
through
seen a big bottleneck in Jack. I thought there was going to be more of a bottleneck.
There's going to be a bottleneck.
There will be.
There's going to be a bottleneck in 4 hours.
Yeah.
Right? And the winner will be here, and the top 10 will be here, and there'll probably still be a bottleneck. But it's really hard to give a course that will challenge the top 20 drivers in the world and still allow to have the not top 20 drivers in the world. And that's not a knock on drivers, but there's people here that are rookies that we're doing the things, and
So I wanna
not
say
everybody's as fast as these guys.
I think that's Nathan Parker right there coming up the top of Jack.
Yes, it is. That is Jack, and that is Nathan. That's correct. So he's well clear, and then we have. Going back to the pack, we're going to have Val from Can-Am coming in here in a second. But we'll go back here and see if we can get back to the top 10-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Back to Dustin Jones, top of Winner's Choice, getting ready to drop down Wrecking Ball.
Yep.
And then, like you said, back Ronnie Anderson.
Ronnie Anderson
he
behind
is
that.
Right there. He is getting ready. He has left. That's a weird place to be stopped, quite honestly. That's not a
normal slow spot.
He's already cleared up through.
Oh. Who? No, that's not right. Yeah, Brandon took a wrong turn, and that's a really wrong turn to take.
I would think Brandon got to pit 2 at on the first lap and turned right.
Yeah. Oops. Great shot of outer limits, though. So that's Brock Hager will be in outer limits here.
He's got a little bit of ways to go.
A little bit to go.
Back through Ronnie Anderson, who is what I said is stopped there. That's either a tire change or a problem. That's not there's no rocks there. That's sand. And then behind him is Bailey. We just saw him working his way through Laser Nut Alley, and right behind him Robert Lobble. After we'll get Val on here and have a chat, and I'll learn myself more information here. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
Oh, you're live.
I am live.
Figured out the buttons over there.
I did figure out the buttons. Took a second, but we got there.
Nice.
How are you doing?
Nice to join you guys. It is an exciting race.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Appreciate Can-Am's support of the race this last 5 years?
No, it's been longer than that.
Yeah, it's been a
7 years
while.
now. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm known for saying things and pissing people off, but the reality is you guys are a true pleasure to work with and a true partner, and it's been an amazing time, and I'm looking forward to more years and keep doing the things. And I think the thing I'm most proud of is when you guys are pushing technology, you are making better cars, and you keep making them, and it's driving the sport. You have competitors. That's great too. It's awesome. I mean, the entire sport is moving at such a rapid pace, and I'm very, very thankful and honored to be even a part of being able to be around it, because it's just so amazing.
It's awesome. And I just heard you tell the story about why the new trail's called Minivan with your Maverick R Max. How fantastic. It is the minivan, but we're super proud of it.
You're okay with that?
I mean, I'm not officially calling it a minivan,
Okay.
but it is the family cruiser for sure.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna make the best rock car out of that car. Like, it's gonna be the best. It's gonna be pimp cruising. It's gonna be awesome. In fact, I think I found out something really cool. I think I'm gonna do something really cool.
Amazing.
I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take that offline.
What else do you guys have going on?
I mean, as Dave said, we're a sponsor for the UTV race. We have been for many years, and we've got a lot going on.
You've got 2 different booths here.
We have 4.
4?
4.
Okay.
So we got the big guy in Hammertown just beside us right here, and
With
today,
the coffee cruiser.
the coffee
I love the
cruiser,
coffee.
custom made by S3. So we're super excited about that. Get some free coffee every morning at the Can-Am booth.
Yep.
Today we're making T-shirts, so you can pick out your design. I know a
What?
lot of people collect their T-shirts, so
I
head on over. for
I
that.
collect T-shirts, but
Head on
I'm
over,
busy.
John.
Hey, can someone give me where did Brock start on the pole? Where did Phil start at?
Right behind him. 30 seconds behind.
30 seconds behind him. He's only a minute behind him on course.
Yeah, he's definitely closed.
He has cleared Big Johnson, and Brock has cleared
Brock
Big Johnson. Is coming into pit 2. In fact, we have a pit 2.
Oh, he's through pit 2. He's looking like he's heading to outer limits.
I'm getting a slow tracker on that then.
We just heard Phil's family give a big cheer for that announcement.
I love having family members out there that give us a shout out when we mention them. That's cool.
Well,
Phil
it's
is
been a good
a
race.
multi-podium guy here,
Sure
but
is.
never claimed the top spot, and he wants it bad this year.
Absolutely. I think he
So-
pulled third overall last year. That was
was-
amazing in his X3. So this is the
Yep.
first year he's doing it in the Maverick R.
Yep.
And we are
And
super
he really
excited.
hasn't had much time rock crawling in a Maverick R. So I have, and I kept telling him, it's like, dude, you need to get some time rock crawling and get out of the desert for a little bit. But he's doing pretty damn well for being new to rock crawling in a Maverick R. He's a driver.
That's right. Good.
Well, here we are. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say.
What do you guys still have going on the rest of this week? Do you have any
Yep.
other activations planned?
Yeah, so we've got the Maverick R and X3 demo site happening just outside the gates. So anyone can go. It fills up real quick, so head on in there early. We've even got a Defender demo site. I mean, why not bring all the units and try them out? So we've got a little track inside Hammertown, and then for Can-Am owners, we've got a really cool viewing area on the
right.
track, right? I think it's the best seats in the house. If
I
you're
do too.
a Can-Am
I appreciate
owner,
that.
yeah,
Yep. No,
bring on your proof of ownership, and any one of our booths will give you the special wristband to have access to it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So we're looking at, we've got Remote Pit 2 right now. Phil Blurton, second place, is in Remote Pit 2.
Let's see what it looks like. They got a jack under the left rear.
Looks
No,
like
the
they're doing
dead center.
something left rear.
Tire change.
Maybe it might just be a tire change. It looks like it is.
Let's hope that's what it
Okay.
is.
So we're shaping up with a great race.
Yeah, the competition is really healthy. That's what I've been saying all week. It is healthy competition, and we like that, right?
Absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
if we do win, it is a real fair competition, and let's bring it. We are super hopeful. We're tracking our guys. I mean, the team, we were out at Backdoor to watch them come in for lap 1. We headed over to Chocolate Thunder, watch some of that action take place, and now we're just waiting for them to come home.
All right.
Right
Well,
on.
it looks like Phil is in and out of the pit. That's good news for him.
On his way. Now, this is it.
So
we got about 10 miles to go.
We've
maybe.
got Outer Limits,
3 trails, 4 trails counting
Spooners,
Backdoor and Resolution. is 2
Resolution
different.
and Backdoor.
Yeah.
And some desert.
Well, here we go.
We were talking about it earlier. I said first guy by 12. That's looking a little tight. Maybe
No,
12-15?
12-15. 12-15, there'll be a winner here in town.
Whew.
It's going to be tight.
And
That's
that's crazy. 'cause
faster
this
than
is,
I
this is a
anticipated.
legitimately harder course than last year, and there's still.
So is
I'm
there-
talking ahead of myself, but there's.
It looks like it's Phil on board right
timing's
there. He's
crazy.
moving over towards Outer Limits. While you guys are watching that, I'll spin back to the field. Hunter Miller has now dropped down through minivan, out of Sunbonnet, and he's moving on to check me out. Same with his brother Cody. And then
Yeah. So I mean, how far are they behind Phil? And
both Brock and Phil. I mean, the reality. So
15 minutes.
I'm not invoking the scoring thing or making drama, but they both went through 19 and 20 very fast.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know anything about that. I'm looking at cars on course. If they can keep clearing that they're 10 minutes behind.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10-15 minutes. So.
Nathan Parker has cleared all the way through Sledge. He's coming out onto Fisher right now. Paul Wolf has cleared Jay Shaw on Jack. So the issues that Jay are having seem to be a little more difficult than Paul
he's been
faced
there a
or
while.
is facing. Maybe we do a break-in situation right there. We'll see if we get a road back from our course marshals. What might be going on out there. Dustin Jones is coming down Wrecking Ball.
He's out. He's out of Wrecking Ball. He's
Yep, he's just cleared it. He's coming back over to Jack. He'll be coming up onto Jay Shaw here in just a second.
And then Bailey Cole.
Bailey and Ronnie Anderson got moving in. So Bailey got by him, and now it's Bailey and Ronnie Anderson coming down.
Wrecking Ball.
Coming down Wrecking Ball just off the top of Winner's Choice right now. Todd Beckett has just cleared Tumbleweed. And then the fans over on the front stretch are watching Robert Leibel and Mike Park work their way through Laser Nut Alley. Leader through
All
Outer
right.
Limits. Great work, gentlemen.
Great shot right there. So they come down Outer Limits. Outer Limits is a gnarly trail. A little easier to come down it than going up, obviously. But still, it's a trail that beats you up if you're going fast.
It's also not a trail you want to find. I mean, it's generally one of our ending trails, and between Outer Limits and Spooners make for a very good challenge after your car's a little
For
chewed
sure.
up.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for having me. This is great.
So I have a question.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to go, but I'm here to answer.
What is your favorite thing about King of the Hammers that isn't race related?
It's a super good question. You know what? I think the fact that it feels like the entire off-road community comes to one place, and we really are sharing the love of off-roading, no matter the vehicle. That is just so special, and we can't find that at very many other races or events, honestly. So it's such a cool vibe. It's a cool feeling. It really is special, and I haven't found a replication of this yet.
Sorry, I was getting the buzz in my ear. That's so hard. I'm never going to be good at that part of the job. Thank you, because that's actually that's what I do too. The energy, the people that are here is what makes the party's always as good as the people that are there.
Absolutely.
Right? So
yeah.
it doesn't matter where you're at, it's the party. So
Absolutely.
the people. Thank you.
Thank
All
you
right.
for
guys are rock
Thanks
stars.
for stopping by.
Well, now I'm going to head to the
Appreciate
finish line
you guys.
and see who comes first.
Here it comes.
Okay, well, we got Brock Hager out front and Phil right behind him. They're both in Outer Limits.
Let's go, Phil.
Looks like we've got some information from Tiffany Stone up there in remote pits. So take it away, Tiffany.
Sorry, I mean, I couldn't.
He came into remote pit. He had a flat rear left tire. They changed that for him. He's back out on the race course. We've seen some more drivers come in here earlier. Number 22 of Johnny Greaves, another flat. We also saw that Bryce Menzies, who did have a problem a little bit earlier, he was able to pass through this pit, so it looks like he's running really great right now. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. And we've got Brock Hager out front still, and he is almost to the bottom of Outer Limits. We had a shot of him with the drone that looked to me like he was ready to cross
down
over.
Past Ridgeway. He was only an eighth of a mile from the bottom of the trail.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. So the next trail he's got is Spooners. Spooners is a long trail, lots of rocks, and Dave's got tons of RCPs in there. So
there's only really one in the bottom. It just keeps them honest in the bottom of the
well,
trail.
it keeps you in that corner, and then there's not as many, but there's a lot of trails up on the edge, so it's keeping you honest and in the rocks, which is cool. So.
Now I'm looking at our map here, and it looks like when they come off of Remote Pit 2, they actually kind of go backwards on the desert course, go up through Outer Limits and Spooners, and then come backwards on the desert course back
Correct.
into Resolution and Backdoor, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it's forwards on our course.
And there we got
backwards from last week's course.
That's Brock Hager going up Spooners, right?
Brock Hager going. That is Spooners. That is Brock Hager, and he is going to Spooners.
Yeah. So normally there is a bypass up on the right-hand side of that hill, and this is where you can see how you got to keep you in there.
The VCP is 20 feet to the left. As soon as he's going to go up here, he's going to turn left and drop down, and then drop right back and go right back up. And as soon as he drops down below that rock, that was the VCP he was hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, right then it was.
And there's a bunch of big rocks right there.
Yep. Oh yeah. Quite honestly, he's got one more waterfall. So that's where the VCP is at. He's got one more waterfall of any significance on Spooners.
Yep.
And then he's coming down Resolution and Backdoors is the rocks.
He's still got a bunch more Resolution to do, but it's nothing that hard.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
from this point on.
Yes, he has gotten through the difficult parts of this race course. That's correct.
Yep.
See, going by the bypass, see the burned in right there dropping off?
Yep.
That's where the bypass would have dropped in from.
Yep.
So again, that is our leader, Brock Hager, in the 1896
Well, and he chose not to take that bypass to the left. He's staying in the rocks.
He's doing it.
Is there an RCP in those rocks there, or could he have gone up to the left?
It was behind us.
It was behind him. He is just driving in the rocks.
Because he's a rock racer.
He's raced this. I didn't ask him this morning. I should have how many times he's raced this, but he has been on Race King of the Hammers a whole bunch in a Yamaha and now in a Polaris. And Brock Hager is closing in on 256.
Yeah.
Who took the wrong turn on his first lap.
Yeah, because I was going to say, Brandon Davis there, if it's white on your tracker, that means that they are on their...
He's lap 1.
Yeah. So there is something
So
going on
that's
there.
going to be a little bit of a shock for Brock to come up on another competitor in front of him. I was like, wait a minute, I was in first place.
That would be, so we're looking at Laser Nut at 926.
I don't know that car right off the top of my head.
It is Tyler Gibbs. Tyler is chasing Casey Curry through the rocks there. So right now the band's over. It looks like Tyler is trying the high line. I didn't know if anyone would try that, but good on him. So you see how there's the burn down? There's multiple lines, and the reality the VCP is there just in front of Casey Curry. And you don't have to come down to the bottom of those rocks. You can go across the top of that bridge.
Right.
It's big rocks, but it's fast. It's faster than driving all across the bottom.
So live in-car right
Just
now,
big risk.
Hunter Miller.
Huge risk.
Hunter Miller going up 1920.
Backing out.
Pretty sure that's 1920.
It is 1920.
Yeah, that's, man, you got in-car and in front of car. I like this one better.
Yeah, I really like those. The in front of car. It really shows how much those vehicles are getting, off camber as they go up and climb through these rocks.
Real quick, Emmy, that road that he's on right now, that obstacle he's going by right here. That where he was completely legal because there was a pinch back there that is not just. It's rear steer kind of doable. That we just didn't put anybody into. That was the only thing that we didn't.
So he's past the waterfall. He's almost at the
He's
top.
He's out the top of. That's the out top of Highway 1920.
Yeah, he showed me a video of the line they had around the waterfall, and it was a badass line. I always wanted to seek with you. I couldn't tell anybody.
But according to the tracker here, we've got Hunter and Cody Miller, the 190 and the 221, right on each other. And if you're looking at the tracker, the red, if their number plate is red, they're on lap 1. If it's white, they're on lap 2. So we still do have some folks there on lap 1, but most folks are out here on lap 2.
Looks like Phil has cleared the bottom of the rocks in outer limits. Actually, is that Phil right there?
I think that's got to be Phil because that's outer limits. But
yeah,
Phil's
going downhill.
Phil's got to be really close to the cutover.
Yes, he's going to go down, turn right. He's got about another. He goes down and turns right around the next little bend there, and then he'll turn left up the hill.
So he's a good 5 minutes plus behind Brock now. When it seemed like he was a little bit closer.
Well, I'll get you. Let's start doing. I know where Brock is on Spooners, so let's figure it out.
Okay, so we've got a shot of Spooners right here, looking down at Spooners, so we'll be able to see Brock Hager any moment coming out. Oh, there he is. So he's coming up. He's probably passed. Yeah, he has passed the lap 1 guy that took the wrong turn.
And so, literally and physically, Brock has Spooners on him.
Yeah,
Phil's hitting the bottom of Spooners. So Brock is at the top.
That's probably more than 5 minutes.
Nah, I bet you Phil can clear Spooners in less than 5 minutes. I'll make a dollar bet with you right now.
Dang.
We'll come back to that.
I'll take that bet.
We'll take that Spooner shot here in.
I'll take that bet.
It's 11:41. You give me to 11:47, Cartwheel.
What? You just said 5 minutes. Now you're. Wait a minute.
5 plus.
Gee, no, it wasn't 5 plus. You were solid on 5.
All right.
Now we're going to have proof.
He'll make it.
Okay.
going back to the field, keeping everybody updated. Let's go back a ways now and see what's going on here. So we have Cody's fighting his way through the hard spots of 19 and 20. Hunter has cleared them.
Hunter's cleared.
They passed each other then. Hunter was behind Cody earlier.
No.
No?
No, Hunter was in front.
Okay. Nathan Parker is in the middle of Sunbonnet. Stop. There's a good waterfall there. That's understandable. Paul Wolf has cleared sledge and is getting
supposedly
ready to come
with
down
no
the
brakes and no spares.
With Nathan?
No.
Yeah, he's also
Paul
on.
Wolf.
He's also on borrowed wheels and tires.
Driven the brakes and the wheels and tires off the car.
Yeah. So then we got Dustin Jones on Jack and Jay Shaw still on Jack.
And it looks like Bailey still on Jack as well. So can we get a camera? Well, we got Spooner's exit. Let's get the leader come through there, and then when you can, you got 5 cars in Jack. If we can go split screen, that would be super cool. But only for the people on the premium stuff. We have
good shot of Brock right there.
Dustin Jones and Bailey are side by side. They're past. It looks like Jay has now moved out of the main racing line. Ronnie Anderson looks on the tracker. It shows Bailey has gotten. Well, that's right. Bailey was just in front of Ronnie coming down Wrecking Ball as well. So it's Bailey and Dustin, so we're going to see on Jack when we go there, and Ronnie and Todd Beckett are all right there as well. And there's the mess. So you've got the car on the right. That would be
the car.
The car on the right, it's the Can-Am. That's Dustin Jones. Bailey was on the left, kind of climbing over the back right corner.
And that's a shot of our race leader right there, Brock Hager. He's clear of Spooners, heading. Can he pit again if he needed to?
And there's Phil clearing the rocks. That's the VCP at the bottom of bottom right there of Spooners. The same place we picked up Brock earlier, clearing the same VCP.
When are you starting your timer on our 5-minute trip up Spooners?
It starts in. I said I'll start it at 11:47. No, it's been 3 minutes on my clock. No stopwatch. Let's get back to Jack. It looks like.
Yeah, so Dustin Jones there in the middle probably.
Jay Shaw's winching past him.
Jay Shaw's on the bottom right. Ronnie Anderson, and then
zoom in on that shot right there. Is Bailey winching? Or driving?
Bailey is out front
because he's
Ronnie behind him.
I understand. Bailey's passing.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
When a fire breaks out, seconds count. Employees follow their training and grab the nearest extinguisher. You know the drill. It's pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, and everything's under control. But what if it isn't? What if your extinguisher doesn't discharge? Then what do? Standard extinguishers are constantly pressurized. If they lose that pressure for any reason, they're absolutely useless. And because they're not designed to withstand physical damage, you have a failure just waiting to happen. We purpose-built the Russo Eliminator to overcome the problems you can encounter with typical extinguishers. First, the Russo Eliminator is not under pressure until you pull the puncture lever and break the CO2 cartridge seal. This cartridge-based design is used in extinguishers specifically for high-hazard placements like mining and chemical processing plants. It's a preferred technology because its reliability is higher than stored pressure technology. Second, we put it through rigorous tests to make sure it can take a beating without being damaged. We've dropped it, smashed it, even run over it with a truck. This is one tough product, specially engineered to give you peace of mind. We've also incorporated other advancements. Our integrated nozzle, valve assembly, and improved discharge pattern give you superior fire knockdown. The proprietary polymeric materials we use offer maximum resistance to the elements, making corrosion no longer an issue. So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
To the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
Michael Lee was in front of a guy that rolled over.
Oh, my bad. Okay, Mark McCleary is close to the end as well. Luis Leon Gonzalez has not moved at that middle of Laser Nut Alley, so maybe we can get an update from someone on the ground there about what's going on with this 2377 car.
This looks like, oh, there's Paul Wolf.
There's Paul Wolf. He is moving. That's.
Is that Paul Wolf
He
too?
would have turned now. It would have turned now and gone down.
Yeah, that doesn't make. That might be Paul Wolf too.
Well, how can
James Cantrell in a Paul Wolf car.
Is it like a duplicity or something?
He
like
was trying.
Multiplicity? Like
he was trying to do. He was going to finish one and then get in the other car and finish it, so he could start and finish in both cars
that makes
for both
sense.
classes.
Yeah, he's there on Laser Nut Alley.
There's Bryce. No, not Bryce. Brock Hager right there, I think.
Yep, that's coming to the top of Resolution, coming down Resolution into the back door.
He's almost cresting the top of Resolution.
Yes, sir.
Right there. No, a little premature. So within
Eric Gilbert is also
within a couple miles of Hammertown. There he is. He's dropping in. Oh, he took a bypass up top on Resolution. That's a side hill bypass, and then you drop in.
Yeah, we didn't VCP any of that up there. We just left that open.
Yep.
That was during qualifying.
Yeah.
Brian Deegan is moving through Laser Nut right now with Robbie Gordon side by side, or very, very close to each other. That would be fun to watch.
You should see that.
Hope you guys are enjoying that over there. It looks like 646 is pulled off the course. Shabs Pedersen's coming over from England and pulled off. Brian Deacon's going up Idolitions. That just cleared it. Rich Bursch is right behind him. Nick Anderson, Keith Beam, all at the bottom of Idle Issues, with Anthony Baker coming out of Chocolate Thunder.
Again, we're watching Brock Hager. He just cleared Resolution. Oh, he's skipping back door. Smart move.
Yep.
If you knew you have got that much on second place, I would do that.
So he's got to drive out now.
There's a barrel out there.
There's a barrel
apparently.
out there. He's got to turn out around the corner. And then come around, and this is much longer time frame than driving down the rocks. This is going to be probably about 35, 40 more seconds than driving off the rocks, but no risk.
I didn't see the barrel out there. Hopefully he got it.
I mean, he went down to the bottom and turned right.
Yeah.
There, so I didn't see the barrel, but I didn't also, I'm looking at the
So
monitor.
Brock Hager is right around the corner. He's going to be
He's
here
here right now.
In like 60 seconds.
I would think the people in the short course can see dust right now. Coming into the finish line, that is a Polaris Pro R factory in the open class, finishing overall wire to wire. Brock Hager coming from a Dakar win by 2.5 hours.
A Desert Challenge win.
Taking the pole here.
No,
Desert Challenge win.
he was second row.
Second row. Okay, so second row. But winning wire to wire. He has led all the way through the rocks. Coming into the finish right now. Congratulations to Brock. Congratulations to the Polaris Factory Race team. Congratulations to that's you.
All right. That's, whoa, launching it.
And that is Brock Hager coming in to our finish line here at the Can-Am UTV Challenge here at the 2025 King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. He is looking good. No problems whatsoever with that vehicle. Dave Cole is going to go down there and shake his hand. Of course, we've got Miles there is going to be doing his walk around of the vehicle just to give us an in-depth, in-close look. But Brock Hager had a stunning run. Didn't seem like he had any problems whatsoever, coming in with a time of under 3 hours, 3 hours, 57 minutes, and 32.522 seconds. So a fantastic run for Brock and his navigator, fresh off of his Dakar win. And look at them. They don't even look like they're sweating. They look like they just had a really easy race today. Really, just, they were just doing some wheeling, John. Just doing some wheeling.
Just a little reeling through a couple rocks. The car looks great. Wow.
Yeah, what a fantastic run. A great way to see those guys really showing the world what these UTVs can do. And we've got Miles down there with Brock. Miles, take it away.
Yes, this Pro R Polaris RZR is looking like it's in great shape. Brock Hager once again, 2 times in less than a week here at King of the Hammers, physically finishing out first. We'll see how it all shakes out, but what another great run. This guy has won Baja, he's won Dakar, he won the Toyo Desert Challenge, and it looks like he possibly may win here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Brock, you've won everything in the last 6 months. It's absolutely insane what you can absolutely do out there.
Yeah, I'm just thankful to be here. Dave puts on an amazing show here. This is probably one of the hardest KOHs I've done, and I had a ton of fun. My Polaris RZR was flawless all day, and Justin killed it there in the right seat. Made him get out at jack to winch, and then, I don't know, winching was taking too long, so I just went for it and ended up never pretty much winching. And yeah, just excited to see how we did, and feels good to be here.
Awesome. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. Congrats. We'll see how it shakes out. Unofficial for now, but it's looking good for Brock Hager. Man, again, what a great run. He won the Desert Challenge in the limited class. It's looking like he possibly just won here for the Hammers Championship. What a great run from Brock Hager. This guy is an absolute machine. And we'll see how far back Phil Burton is, and we'll have a quick chat with him in just a moment. So we'll probably send up Brock Hager here very soon up to the Optima battery stage.
Thank you so much, Miles. Again, Brock Hager there in the 1896 Polaris RZR, looking good here on an unofficial first place. And we have our second place, Phil Blurton, in the 944. He is coming around. He's at just north of town here. My tracker at 51 miles per hour, but that tracker has not updated for a couple of minutes, so I suspect that he's coming a much quicker pace.
He's going to be close to resolution.
Yeah, he's going to be. He has definitely been
we got
speeding through that desert there.
Bailey Cole there.
Now, Bailey looks like he has pulled away a little bit from the field and from that little bit of that bottleneck that we had going on earlier in Jackhammer. Again, a lot of racing here. We might have our unofficial finisher here, unofficial first place finisher here, but there are still a ton of competitors out there in the rocks.
Yeah, a bunch of guys right now heading up to winner's choice, I want to say, and then they'll head down Wrecking Ball, I think.
Yeah, winner's choice comes up, and then they make a little loop, make a little U-turn.
Bailey Cole is at the top of Jack. That's that great shot at the top.
And there are a ton of fans here in Hammertown cheering on Brock as he comes around onto our Optimus stage. So we'll get some words from him here pretty soon. But for right now, John and I are still calling the action for you. There is Bailey Cole going up that ridge there, making it look easy in that Jigs car. Did I say that right? Jigs.
Well, all right.
It's
a Polaris Razor RS1 that's been stretched, long traveled, and he's got a Turbo S engine in it. There you go. Now you know everything.
Jigs.
Okay, that too.
Jigs.
So Phil Blurton should be dropping into Resolution any moment.
Yep, the last time our tracker updated again was about 2 minutes ago, so he's going to be coming down there into Resolution and
these
back
guys
door.
right here are dropping. They just finished Winner's Choice. They're dropping into Wrecking Ball.
There is Bryce Menzies, one of our desert racers, doing some crossover here as he makes his way through some of these rocks. And again, like Dave was saying, it's really cool to see these people that are, coming from something where this is not necessarily their expertise, but they're out here learning a new skill because you want to be competitive in absolutely everything in off-road, and certainly the rocks are now a part of that.
So that's Cody Miller right there.
He should be making his way down Spooners right now. Cody and Hunter.
Up Spooners.
Up Spooner, sorry. Still pretty close there, according to our tracker. Hunter is just a little bit ahead, but Cody, of course, right behind, not willing to fall too far back.
Yeah, so that says outer limits, but that's just the camera. So
yeah.
This is the tough section of Spooners where there's a VCP, and it keeps you in the rocks.
Keeps you honest, right?
I love it.
Yeah, but that Can-Am making it look like it really is no problem whatsoever. And you guys, it never looks like it on screen, but those rocks are almost as big as that UTV itself.
There's some big rocks in that corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's through the toughest parts of Spooners and heading up to the top of Spooners, and then Desert and Resolution and back door. His brother Hunter's in front of him. Hunter's probably clear of Spooners, or very close to. Oh, looks like we've got Hunter with Chad out of the car. His co-dog on Spooners. That's kind of a surprise.
Well, John, you have been working your little butt off up here on the stage. I know you've been here since the very beginning, so thank you so much. But we're going to bring in our favorite British Ultra 4 racer,
I get kicked to the curb for a better voice?
No, I am. I'm looking for a more cultured voice here on the stage.
More cultured voice.
I know, I can't believe I'm saying that about Jim, but of course.
Culture and Jim in the same sentence? Oh.
He drinks tea. What do you know, man?
All good. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. Love this race.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for your insights. You know every single rock that is out there. But bringing back to the stage here is Jim Marsden. Glad to have him up here as we continue our Can-Am UTV race here at King of the Hammers. We got a little bit of a rollover there at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder, trying to winch and get up. But we've got a driver and co-driver out of the car with helmets off. That's never really a good sign. But that 308 car of Keith Beam making its way up, taking that alternate line. Oh, we've got two rollovers happening there. Two rollovers. So we've got that alternate line there. We'll see if we can get a little bit of information about what happened with those two vehicles. Again, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and welcome, Jim, where we have our unofficial first-place finisher, Brock Hager. Pretty crazy day, yeah?
Good afternoon, Emmy. Good afternoon, Hammertown. Wow, what a race. I've been sitting there all morning watching it. Do you know what, Emmy? One of my favourite things about Hammertown is it doesn't actually matter where you are in Hammertown, you can still hear the live broadcast. So you can be walking through Vendor Row, you can be down in VIP, anywhere else, and you can still hear what's going on. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yep, and so many vendors out here also have screens going so you can watch it as well. We've got a ton of people here at the LaserNut Fire Pit. We've got our big screens happening. So thank you, everybody, for coming here and joining us, both live in Hammertown and, of course, on the interwebs. You can get that link from kingofthehammers.com.
Indeed, and the coverage today has been absolutely superb as we watch another one of our runners and riders making their way through outer limits. And this is a trail not to be underestimated. It's been a graveyard for many egos over the years.
A graveyard for egos. That's pretty good.
Do you like that one?
So we have our physical third place making that pass in outer limits. I see a wheel spinning down there at the bottom part of the screen, trying to winch around that rock and get up over there. It's always disheartening when you're stopped and you see that the competitor pass you by, but in these rocks, it's always anyone's game.
Yeah, it is indeed. And you can see the co-driver was out of the car on the other car there, trying to find a line, trying to find a winch point. And it's so difficult to find a winch point in these canyons. The rocks are moving constantly. It's very difficult indeed.
So as he makes his way up Spooners, again, that is on the north side of the racetrack there. As soon as they're through Spooners, then they're going to get back on that desert race course and go through the race course, and then the final two obstacles they have are Resolution and Backdoor. So I would imagine that as they're going up Spooners, they're just thinking, man, after we do this, we got a little bit of a break, we got a little bit of desert, gonna be able to put some speed on, and then those final two obstacles before they make it home to Hammertown.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that when you come out of the rock trails, it's getting hot today. So that sun's starting to reflect into the cars. You're getting really hot and sweaty as you're coming through these. The driver's working really hard indeed. And when you do come out, you come out onto the lake bed, out into the sand. You open up and you get that cool breeze coming back through, and it feels absolutely fantastic. Okay, right now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Here we are in Johnson Valley, California, and our unofficial winner of the Can-Am 4900 Hammers Championship is going to be coming up on stage, and it's none other than Mr. Brock Hager, the man who has dominated everything in the last 6 months. Pam Hall is going to be talking to him and finding out all about his race. So Brock Hager, of course, with the Polaris factory team. And he's just adding this to his list of achievements, what achievements they are.
Very long list of achievements. I mean, coming back, winning the Dakar, coming back, winning this weekend. He won the Baja 1000. Now he's here at Hammertown. Just an awesome, awesome performance.
Well, I'm going to stop you there. He didn't go back to Dakar. He went to Dakar for the first time and won, which I can't tell you how incredibly impressive that is. But Pam Hall is down there right now with Brock Hager. Pam.
Thanks, guys. Brock Hager, you're up here once again on the stage out here for the 2025 King of the Hammers in that #1 spot. You got to be feeling really, really good right now. I mean, you're a performance athlete up here again. What is your trick for being so successful out here on the race course?
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I mean, Dave and everyone gave us such an amazing place to go race on. So just thankful to be here, thankful to be driving a Polaris RZR. This thing was phenomenal all day. Got to give it up to the whole SCI team, every single one of them, all the guys that come help pit us. I'm glad I didn't pit today, but I'm sure you guys are glad about that as well. But yeah, it was a crazy day. We got into Jack. We were gonna winch the first sledge, and then it was taking too long, so I just sent that one, and then we got a little bit up, and same thing. Figured, oh, we'll winch this one since we made the other one, and then. It kind of got all wrapped up in the wheel, and I ended up just sending it up that. So feel bad for making Justin get out because we never even really winched it. So thank you to him for all the hard work there, and yeah, excited for the final results and what's next.
Exactly. So let's talk about this for just 1 minute. I mean, you were out here and you dominated the Desert Challenge last weekend, and you dominated today as well. So the race course, you were just talking about, you know, having to get out in winter or whatnot. But what would you say was the most challenging part from the desert race out here for the 4900 rock race?
Yeah, I would say the desert lap this year was a little bit smoother from when we raced earlier in the week. It was fun going backwards. Everything flowed good, and yeah, Chocolate Thunder. When you come down Chocolate Thunder and turn and do all those trails, there's 5 different names. I don't know them all, but that was a little western. You know, they put up the snow fence yesterday. I never seen it, so kind of going through there, having no clue where to go was definitely wild. And you know, that's barely halfway through the rock section, so felt good to get through there and get maybe somewhere I knew a little bit more of.
Well, it's amazing. You've started off 2025 with the Dakar win, Desert Challenge win. Now you're unofficially right now in that #1 spot. So congratulations. I know it takes an army. Who all would you like to thank?
Yeah, I mean, just Polaris Razor. They gave me a phenomenal machine. Yeah, I mean, I drove the heck out of it all day, and it's I think ready to go do another one. So shout out to Polaris, everyone that supports me through Polaris, all the engineers, everyone back at home that couldn't be here. I'm sure this one feels really good. It's been a long time coming, and I'm sure they're gonna like this one. The whole SCI group, there's so many of them that come out here and support us. Thank you guys. BFG, we never got a flat. Method Race Wheels, Progressive, Fox Shocks, Live Valve was crushing all day, and yeah, everyone. I mean, there's a huge list of people, and I'm just glad to be here.
Well, once again, congratulations. 3 hours and 57 minutes is Brock Hager's finishing time. Let's give it up for our unofficial first place, Brock Hager.
Thank you so much, Pam. Again, Brock Hager, unofficial first place here at the 2025 at Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. But Jim, we've been looking at the tracker, and there's some drama going on out there.
We have got drama on the racecourse. Phil Blurton, the number 944, was charging back towards town, and his tracker is showing that he is now stopped at 0 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's their race between race mile 4 and 5 on the desert course, so we're not sure what's happening there, but he has been stopped for quite a few minutes. That's always a heartbreak when you think that you're coming into Hammertown, you think you're going to have it done, and then suddenly something happens to that vehicle. We've seen it happen more than once. The desert, she can be a very cruel mistress.
Oh, she can indeed. And let's look back right now into Spooners. I can tell you that Nathan Parker was making his way down through there, just showing at 0 mile an hour.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
not only Brock Hager, but also the Miller brothers, Phil Burton. We just see so much talent out here in the UTV class, and these UTVs are just getting better and better every single year.
So I just got a big old bear hug, and then we're going to have him sit down right now. This is Ryan Thomas. He's coming on in a second, but I'm going to take a while to introduce. I got lots of stories to tell. Ryan was the president of our company a few years ago, and was a friend before, and he's still a friend now. And he's also, you're the president of the team? Or
No, team manager.
Team manager of the Polaris Factory team. And you guys just got work done, sir.
Oh, man. Yeah, I just ran up here. That's why I'm out of breath. To watch this thing unfold over the last couple of years, honestly, we expected great things, but I don't know if we expected this great of stuff, honestly. The entire team, starting with Polaris, all of our partners, BF Goodrich, Progressive, Synchrony, Fox, just go down the list. And then, man, we have a whole crew of guys that I've never met a group of individuals that as dedicated to first place in everything that we do than our group at SCI Motorsports. Johnny Nelson, Adam Arsenault, all of the crew. We had a group of guys from Mexico, our Mexican pit crew were up here pitting for us in the desert race. So, I mean, we're straddling the border, we're conquering the globe at this point, and I couldn't be any prouder. It's just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And I don't know if you already said it, I just ran up here, but we were talking last night about if Brock could pull this off.
Yep.
There's no question in my mind that kid is the best driver in the dirt at this point. He has conquered every single discipline.
When I said that, I said it to you last night. I also said it's not Brock. I didn't think any driver could carry that much pressure because there's a lot of pressure. I mean, it's a lot of pressure.
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, you could kind of see it in Brock's eyes over the last couple of days. We've got the CEO of Polaris, Mike Speedson, is here, and that was no mystery to Brock. I don't think Mike's been to any off-road race in the past, so for him to show up here clearly there had to have been some weight on Brock's shoulders with that one. So, Brock, hey, dude, I am so proud of you, man. So proud of you. Everybody out there, you guys.
Hey, Brock, come on up here.
Yeah.
While Brock's coming up right now, we have some information. Phil Blurton is stopped on Melville Lake Bed right now. He's been stopped for about 10, 15 minutes.
Yep.
Cody Miller is coming in about 75 miles an hour. He's gotten past Travis Oaks, who looks like he's limping back in. I didn't see. Is he off course? 1972.
1972. We think Travis Oaks. We think he skipped a little bit, and we also have Hunter Miller still stopped there as he goes up Spooners. But at the stage right now is our unofficial winner of the Can-Am UTV Championship, Mr. Brock Hager. Thanks for coming up here. How do you feel, man? You must be so stoked.
Yeah, it feels good to be here and finish with it. It was gnarly. Dave gave us definitely a challenge, so feels good to be here. Pumped for Polaris RZR. Pumped on myself. This is one race I've never overalled, so feels good to be here.
Congratulations, man.
Now, you looked like you didn't have any problems whatsoever out there, just a really clean race the whole way. Did you perform as well as you expected, or do you think you left anything out there on the table?
I mean, you always finish and tell yourself you can go back and maybe do certain things better. So I just overall I'm super glad how it went. You know, the goal was to get out front in the desert before we hit the rocks and then try to lead the way in the rocks. So we did that. There was a few gnarly sections. You know, right there after Chocolate Thunder, I never really went and looked after everyone put up the snow fence. So it kind of shoved us a lot more in there than I thought, and definitely not what I was gonna do. So it was fun trying to navigate through that, not ever really seeing it, because I was a big sand guy. I was gonna take the sand and avoid some of that stuff. So it's cool. It was a super fun day.
Now, you've just come off your Dakar win. How do these two races, how do they compare? I mean, I know Dakar, of course, is a 13, 14 day with different navigation, but do you find that you enjoy that long marathon, or do you like the sprint out here of this KOH race?
I like them both. I mean, I soloed the Baja 1000, and that's about as long of a day as you can have of going at it straight. saving your equipment. So yeah, I love coming here to KOH. I love the Desert Challenge. It's pretty much full out sprint. If you have any issues, you're pretty much done. You're not going to win it. So it's cool to come out here and sprint. I think these UTVs are getting super fast nowadays. So I think the rock races are becoming a little bit more of a sprint, and it's just a matter of
Be
making
careful,
sure you have
Dave's
the
just going to
good
make it more
equipment.
difficult next year.
I know. I was going to say, you got the man here. Like, is there anything you want to say to Dave Cole about the course? Anything that you really, really loved, or maybe thought like, Dave, come on, why are you doing this to us?
No, I enjoyed every bit of it. There was definitely some gnarly sections in there, and that's what makes it fun. You don't finish a day, and if you didn't get gnarly once, you're not going to enjoy it. So there was a few times that it was definitely gnarly. I wish I knew all the trails because it'd probably make a lot more sense to everyone. But yeah, when we first kind of hit the rocks over here, I think it was the first time that there was the flags and you had to go through. That was pretty gnarly in a little UTV. But yeah, the Polaris Razor was solid, and yeah, I'm thankful to be here, to be honest.
Looks like your first peers coming to the finish line right now. I just want to close it with this. You have white shoes on. You have white driver shoes on, and they're still white.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never got out.
You
That's
won.
always a good day right
You
there.
bested. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Congratulations to Brock Hager, your unofficial first place finisher here at the Can-Am UTV Challenge. But it looks like we've got our second place winner is going to be coming, or it's unofficial second place coming here into Hammertown momentarily as we get all of these cars back into town. Let's see, my tracker just went down right at the worst time.
I don't think we have a car quite yet. We got Cody Miller
Yeah, Cody's
just
back there.
crusted resolution coming down back door.
There we go. Okay. Again, Cody has now passed Phil Blurton, who was there at 0 miles per hour. So tough break for Phil. I can't wait to hear exactly what happened to him. But Cody Miller looking good, 62.8 miles per hour as of about 3 minutes ago. So he should be coming down resolution and backdoor, making his way into Hammertown soon. His brother Hunter still stuck up there in Spooners, but 150 Nathan Parker, he's also showing 0 miles per hour right around in the same place.
Yeah, no, but Nathan Parker is actually moving, and so is Hunter Miller, and the reason for that is because their trackers have changed position on where they were slightly earlier.
Copy.
So,
Okay.
And this, as Dave will tell you, that is a big canyon up there. Very
Yeah,
tough
sometimes
rocks.
it's tough to get to that satellite signal to get out up to that
Paul
satellite.
Wolf was stuck at the top of Check Me Out for at least for the last 5 or 10 minutes, and he's just cleared that as well. So he's moving down towards Highway 1920.
That's great news. But if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today is all about the Can-Am UTV Championship. And we've just seen coming across the line, well, I say just, nearly 15 minutes ago now, Brock Hager. Wow, what a drive from that young man. Dakar, check. Desert Race, check. King of the Hammers UTV Championship, check. What's next for this young man, I wonder? The world is literally his oyster right now.
Anything he wants. Cody Miller coming in. We just saw him coming down back door. In fact, we just cleared back door. He's going around the bypass. Oops, someone was biked it right there. And then scrolling back through the field. Let's start way back. Let's see who's just entering the rocks right now. Going out on lap 2. And we'll catch all up. These guys are working their butts off. So Trent Roberts has been stopped for a minute, 49.11. Brendan Jones looks like he's still on his lap 1. Aiden Gilbert is still moving out on military base on the far edge of the course. Bryce Sparks is stopped out that way. Martin Duffy. You know who Martin Duffy is, don't you?
I do indeed. I don't think it's Martin Duffy driving, though. I think there's somebody sitting in for him. But
That's right. Martin had a setback, right? Or a little bit of health deal. He couldn't make it.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Still a stud. He's like 65 years old. Chris Bowler said he raced rally with him in the 70s or something like that.
The Comp Safari. And then he moved out here a few years ago and has been racing with us at King of the Hammers for about 3 years now, I believe.
Looks like CD Greer's had a long day. He's still stopped just coming off the military base. John McKee moving again. Don't think at 195 miles an hour. Okay, and it's just We're about ready to flip it over to Miles, I believe.
Indeed, right now, though, it is Cody Miller coming into the Talladega, making his way back into Hammertown. He left the line at 8 o'clock this morning. He's just clearing the big Talladega. Look at the size of that jump. Absolutely throwing everything with his Can-Am as he makes his way under the finish arch. And Cody Miller is our unofficial second place here at the Can-Am UTV Championships.
He's also Pro Mod, so he's first in class. First in class Pro Mod, second overall, and flipping to Miles.
All right, thank you, Dave and Jim. Yes, Cody Miller is down here. Yep, we're here. Cody Miller had a little bit of hiccup at the very end, but we got him lined out. He is here in Hammertown, the number 221 Miller Brothers Racing in that Can-Am Maverick car. Physical second place. What a great run. This thing is looking good. This car still looks like it's in amazing shape. These Maxxis tires are completely chewed up. So in the open desert, I think they were flexed out and hitting that upper A-arm. But hey, he's here. The car's still in great shape, but you can tell the traction is laid down out here on this car. What a beautiful built Can-Am. But hey, Cody Miller is here. What a great job for the Can-Am Hammers UTV Championship. Physical second place here in town. Cody Miller, man, what a great show, buddy.
Thank you. Wow, thank you. Gosh. Hardest hammer trail, bar none. My boy Shane Dowden over here had my back way. We definitely had to pull the winch out 3 times or 4. And, man, that was a tough race. That was a tough race.
Absolutely. Well, you're going to have to back it up in a different Can-Am up here in a couple days and add one more lap.
Yeah, the pleasure's all mine for the 4400 class. I'm stoked and ready for that.
Heck yeah. Well, let's go ahead and send you on up to the Optima Batteries main stage and have Pam have a quick chat with you and get in front of all the fans. But great job for Cody Miller, unofficial second position. Another great showing for the Miller brothers. So we'll send it back.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim, what's going on? We got some information, but I want you to give
Well,
it
we
out.
are getting some news. I can bring you the first bit of news. Nathan Parker and Hunter Miller are back and moving, so that's fantastic news. But we are getting news about the 944. Phil Blurton, one of our top guns, the guys that we were expecting to be at the pointy end of this race, and literally only a few miles out, he has run out of fuel.
He has run out of fuel. That's what we are getting from the field. What a heartbreaker. You know, everything here that you've worked for, and it just comes down to a simple miles per gallon calculation, and they got it wrong. That is just, I feel so bad for him.
Yeah, that is not good.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
He was a beast. He got out and pulled the winch for me every time that we were in a situation where we were about to break the car. He said, "No, let's not break it. Let's go ahead and pull the warn out and let's get through this." And we did. And I just couldn't believe it. In the last 10 miles, I went from like fourth to first in class and maybe second overall. Who knows overall? But holy crap, I feel great about it.
I mean, what a great race out there for you, watching you guys on the live screen, having, you know, your in-car and everything. But Shane, it looks like you have a couple marks on your knuckles here as you came in.
Oh, I don't know where these are new. But you don't notice that while you're racing, of course.
Well, out here though, co-driving for Cody, I mean, you guys did an amazing job out there. So keeping him calm, like you just said, or Cody just said, you know, to pull the winch instead of brake the car. That's what a co-driver is supposed to be doing, right? Is keep your driver calm.
Exactly. I mean, you know as well as I do, anytime you get behind the wheel in a competition setting, adrenaline sometimes takes over, and when adrenaline takes over, you know, you don't use logic. So that's part of our job in that passenger seat, is to be a voice of reason.
Exactly. All right, so Cody, one more time. You guys actually, this is making me laugh because you have on Cody's suit and you have on Shane's suit. Yeah. That's pretty funny. But Cody, you've got one more race to go out here on Saturday. Now you got to go and completely change your mindset, mentally prepare for the 4,400 race.
Yeah, you know, 100% I came out here to get 2 crowns this year. I've been the queen of hammers too many times, so it's time to get some gold. It's time to get a real king's hat, king's crown, and yeah, the 4,400 class, the new cars we built with Can-Am and CT Raceworks and Elka Suspension, Maxxis Tires, Raceline Wheels, they are absolutely things that legends are made out of. So I have no doubt that we are going to be top competitors for that class. All we have to do is our job and bring it home.
Well, you started off the race week just right by being right now in #1 in your class, so congratulations on that. I know there's a whole backing of people, so who all would you like to thank?
Yeah, huge thanks to Can-Am. Can-Am's always supported me. They stayed with me now for 2007 was my first year to get involved, and we love each other. We have such a great relationship. We work hand in hand daily. You know, the communication lines never end, the support never ends. They know we're out here to work hard. We have dreams, we have goals, and they do too. And it's just a beautiful thing. I just can't say enough about them. Another thing, Double E Racing Suspension, George White, Doug Roll. These guys are our suspension tuners, and they never quit working. We came out here 5 times between this race and last year's race to just put in work. You know, Elka Suspension gives us the parts we need. These guys have got the brains to make it all happen. You know, between them, Maxxis Tires, these guys actually put in a shitload of work out here, grooving and tuning our tires just to make it all ready. And, you know, obviously we had one blowout today, and it was I think I probably popped it literally on the Bronco arch off the start. But eventually it blew apart. It just shredded, and we had to stop in the desert and change it. And we thought for sure at that point our race was screwed, but we just kept our heads down after that and charged hard and tried to make good decisions. And gosh, I've got such a freaking good car up here. It just held together, and this thing is a beast. Demon axles. I mean, I literally put those Demon axles to the test, and they brought me all the way up here to first. I'm so pumped. J1 brakes, shift exhaust, Warn winches. The winch definitely saved this race. We had many chances to break the car, and like I said, 4 different occasions we had to pull out the winch, and I've hardly ever done that. But UTV factory UTV skid plates, Raceline wheels, S3 Power Sports, Hess Motorsports. These guys built some awesome steering quickeners and some parts that help us out. Boostain race fuel. That's what goes into this thing. SSI decals, CT Raceworks, Monkey with a Knife. I don't know if y'all know who that is around here. Brian Reed and these guys, they just jumped us out and said, hey, you want some extra help? We'll put us on the roof on the car, and now I've got this sweet Monkey logo. I love that. But and everybody out here, all the fans, Dave, you know, all of the volunteers, you. Gosh, we appreciate this so much. Y'all give us our job. I mean, we put everything we got into it, but if it weren't for you all, then we wouldn't be amounting to anything. So, thank you very much. Also, my mom and dad, love y'all. My lovely wife, Sadie, she's back at home, about to have our first child, and yeah, we're pumped. She would love to be here, but she's too big. But thank you all so much.
All right, Cody Miller, congratulations once again. Super stoked for you and your whole entire team. Let's give it up for Cody Miller, our unofficial in 2nd overall, but 1st in class.
Thank you so much, Pam. A great performance there from Cody Miller. Now, we've still got plenty of racing happening out here. What do you see on the tracker there, Jim? You got your hand
Yeah,
raised?
I'm just looking at that right now, and I'm actually showing, interestingly, that Hunter Miller has come to a stop again, which is very sad. But Nathan Parker is making his way into the desert and will be heading back towards Hammertown very soon. But I was really enjoying that interview then, listening to Cody Miller and to his co-driver. fantastic maturity, and I'm going to say this, and Dave will shoot me down, but to hear somebody at Hammers saying, hey, you know, we're going to take stop, we're going to take the winch, we're going to get through this trail, and we're going to save our car, that is awesome to hear and a fantastic tactic, and I do hope some of the 4,400 drivers are taking note for Saturday.
Now, Dave, we just had Ben up here. Did Ben have anything to say, any little juicy tidbits that we can talk about on the live show? Anything good?
Well, it was stuff we could talk. No,
No,
very
okay,
juicy.
we cannot.
Nothing we could, yeah, and evidently they're not to make drama because it's squashing it immediately. There is VCP issues, but it seems like we might have VCP issues across the first couple cars that are the same that will cancel each other.
Okay.
But they're verifying that down to the micro level detail right now, and I don't anticipate any changes
Okay,
based
great.
on what we're talking. I want to squash the craziness.
Right, because
But
all of our tracks,
managing the data right now.
they all go through USAC before
Yes.
anything becomes official. So that's why we always say an unofficial first place and unofficial second place. But up on our tracker here, we've got Nathan Parker has pulled ahead a little bit of Hunter Miller, who is still showing 0 miles per hour as of 1 minute ago. And again, Phil Blurton in the 944 out of fuel on Means Lake Bed. So a heartbreaker for him, but we still have plenty of people out on the rocks out here as they make their way through the toughest, roughest UTV race in the world here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
So can I get a traffic report on the Jackhammer? Can we get an overhead from what's going on in there and because I see several. I see Brian Deegan and Bryce Menzies.
Yeah,
looks
there's
like they're having
a bunch of people stacked up there in Jackhammer.
Yes, a full-on party affair down there, that's for sure. But these are tough trials, Dave. I mean, this year you've upped the bar, you've raised the level of talent required to get through these trials. It's epic, and it just goes to show how incredible Cody Miller and Brock Hager have done here today.
I show 9 people right now in Jackhammer stacked up against each other. Oh, Fish is coming in right now on our chat saying that Bryce Menzies lost the front diff.
That would make sense. He's not quite to the hard stuff, so if he's lost the front diff, I would say, unless they can fix it there, he's certainly not going to be able to finish the race without a front diff there. Looks like Mark McCleary is also backing down. We've seen Jay Shaw move downhill from there. Keith Beam is either making a really hard pass on the right or backing down. I can't tell, but up in the waterfall right now is Deegan. Dustin Jones is still there. He was there when Bailey came through. Tony Polari's coming by, and Tyler Gibbs.
So it looks like there's a lot of work to be done there in Jackhammer.
Until there's 10 cars backed up, I'm not too worried about a bottleneck.
not
And
too
even
worried, okay.
so, we're the top 10 have gone through, I think, right? Well, you can't really tell because people are dropping out afterwards. So looks like going back and farther in the pack, it looks like Todd Beckett is doing the waterfalls in 1920. Ronnie Anderson right behind him, and Bailey's right behind him. All in Highway 18, 19, 20 right now. Paul Wolf, I'm not sure. I've got to keep up with which cars are which. But we have one of his cars in the pits.
Well, coming to the stage right now is your unofficial second place winner here at our UTV Championship, and that is the one and only Cody Miller. Cody, it's so glad to see you back here in Hammertown. What a fantastic race, and we were just talking about how you guys had a really mature race, getting that winch line out and trying to save that vehicle.
Yeah, you know, it was really hard. We busted a tire on the first lap in the desert, and usually whenever that happens, it puts you far enough back that it's just like almost impossible to catch the leaders. And after that, we put our head down, and we thought we had more flats, and we actually pulled into pit 2 to get tires changed that weren't even flat because we were just so messed up in the head. But you know, we just kept charging after that. Eventually, we finally caught back up to my brother, and he was winching up Jack, and so we got there, and of course, because he was in the trail and then got clear, we winched, and by that time he was gone, and we charged as hard as we could trying to keep air in the tires. I mean, that's the thing out here. Like, it's so easy to rupture a tire with these sharp rocks everywhere and these 3,000-pound race cars that we're driving. But so eventually we got all the way back to Spooners, you know, at the very end of the race, and finally I see my brother, and he just cleared an obstacle, and whenever we got to it, we couldn't make it. We tried, and we tried, and we tried, and my Shane's finally like, dude, do not frickin' break it. So we didn't. He got out. We got out, or he got out, and he got the winch rope going, and we pulled it loose, and it's no sooner than we got back in the car, my brother radioed and said, hey, I've got 2 broken axles up here at the top of Spooners, so y'all just go around us and take your time. And sure enough, we get up there, and they've got 2 broken on one side. And we were luckily enough to skirt around them. And we thought, oh, shoot, I think we just took over third. And so then we start blasting out through the very end, and Shane's trying to keep my head cool so I don't overdrive the car and wad it. And sure enough, we start seeing the dust trail, and we caught another guy and passed him, and then we get out to the lake bed, and Phil Blurton's sitting out there with a rope tied to the front of his car, telling me to come and pull him back. And I'm like, dude, I would love to pull you back. I'd love to any other time, but I think we have a race going on right now that we have to win. So we punched it all the way through, and then bypassed back door on the very last lap because that thing is treacherous. And it paid off. You know, my car is super tough. I've got the best sponsors in the business on that thing. I mean, Can-Am alone, Can-Am just absolutely supports us to the T. Like, I've been working with them since 2007, and everything is hand in hand. You know, we tear stuff up, and then they fix it. They figure out a way that it's going to prevail. And we learned some things already this week, and you know, we have these amazing extreme 4400 cars that we built, and we have really high hopes for those things performing like we expect them to. But we've already learned more improvements since we've been here. We can definitely just keep going up, and that's what we're all about. You know, I've got such a crazy great support team. I mean, I love the folks that I work with. We get along wonderfully, and they have all got the greatest work ethic. It's just a dream. It's a dream come true out here.
Well, mate, we are so impressed. I mean, we've been watching your journey over the last few years, and you've been the nearly man so many times. And we're watching you picking your way through those trails. We saw you pass your brother in Spooners, and to hear he's got 2 broken axles is terrible. We did see he started moving again. He's definitely made his way down the trail, but he has come to a stop one more time.
Are you guys carrying spares on the car like that?
We don't. Like, we have in the past, but we have such strong axles right now with Demon. It's insane. I really can't believe that Hunter broke axles and not a driveline. Like, that's the first 2 of those type of axles that I've seen break. But I think he was nervous because he heard me coming up behind him, you know. But I have no doubt that Hunter will finish because he was right at the very top of Spooners, and there's not a hard rock climb after that. So he's gonna come through the desert. He's definitely gonna come across the finish line. And from what I can tell, he's gonna come across the finish line pretty well. I don't know where everybody else is at, but they're not here.
There's one more on the road coming in behind you.
Okay.
That is
Nathan
Parker is just past Phil.
Oh, okay.
Your brother's still 4th on the road, top of Spooners right now. And then Paul Wolf has just dropped down outer limits.
Wow.
And then Ronnie Anderson and Todd Beckett are just leaving pit 2. And Bailey's clearing the rocks in Highway 1920 right now.
Nice.
And then the back past that, only Casey Curry and Jonathan Schaefer have gotten past Jackhammer.
Really?
You did well today, sir. You did well today.
You sound so surprised.
I am surprised. This whole time I've been driving like a madman, thinking that we were getting smoked, but like it was like radio silence out there.
All right. Well, I think
there's a picture from your brother's in car right now. That is.
Oh, that's not Hunter.
That's not Hunter?
No, it says KMC on there. It would say race line if it was.
That's true.
That's not Spooners either, is it?
No, that is Jackhammer.
No,
that's actually Dustin Jones. That's Jackhammer.
Really?
You can see the guy winching right line and the guy winching left line. So both lines are actively moving. Both tires are moving there. But that's Dustin. Dustin's been there for about an hour now. I think he's probably. You know how there's the 2 lines on Jack? You can go up around the rocks on the right.
Yeah.
And you can go up kind of like the throat on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
As long as you don't fall off either one of them into the middle, you're okay.
He went in the middle. Wow.
Well, Cody,
my
I'm going to just show you up on the tracker here. So here we
probably
go.
wouldn't have followed
This is Hunter sitting right now. We can see him on there, sitting there stationary in Spooners. Now, down through here, he's still in quite a difficult part there, I believe. And then he's got to make it all the way back round to town, which is here right now. This is Phil Blurton, who's run out of fuel, would you believe? And we've got Nathan Parker, should be joining us in town any time now. Is it possible that Hunter will be able to get back from that position, do you think?
He really should. He was all the way at the top. Like, he wasn't out of the shit yet, but he was really close. He was really close. But, yeah, it's hard whenever you break two axles on one side. The car just does circles.
There's our 150 car of Nathan Parker coming around. Now, Cody, I have to ask you, it looks like you have both of your hands wrapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the story there?
We've done so much pre-running and so much training out here that you catch a rock the wrong way and it jerks the steering wheel and it does like, a million revolutions per half a second, and it will literally like break your hands. So
you just got a little bit of tape support
there?
there?
I've just taped up my wrist and my hands just to keep them from getting hyperextended and beat up too bad. It really helps me out a lot. I'm not hurting right now in the least bit, but after the first day without it, I was
Really?
bruised up. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. That's good little tip out there for some of you racers.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Saturday, because obviously you're going to be using a slightly different car to this one. You're going to be on 37-inch tyres, a bigger roll frame, etc. And I was really impressed, I said to Dave earlier, massively impressed with the maturity you showed out there, reaching for the winch line rather than going for guns and glory and just trying to punish the car through those rocks. Is that something we're going to see on Saturday as well?
Yeah, I mean, certainly on Saturday. Like, that 4400 car is more capable. It can do harder things. More challenging climbs and stuff like that, but if we don't make it like the first attempt, second attempt, we are definitely going to pull the winch out and get on, because I have never seen the end of a 4400 race where a car was in one piece.
Okay, I'm going to just stop you there, Cody Miller, because right now it's a young man coming into the infield. This is Nathan Parker, who's coming in right now.
So I'm gonna take it real quick. We'll kick it to Miles. I'm gonna step off right now. We're gonna bring Ian Johnson. I want to thank Ian, Emmy, James, Cody for doing your thing on course. Corey up here running the stage. We got Nate, Pam, and the unknown guy that ran over here earlier. But we'll know his name by the end of the week. Ian is now his name, and now I won't forget Ian. Thank you, gentlemen. Ian's coming on. Ian Johnson, not Ian Johnson. I'm talking to the guy back over there. You guys are rolling my eyes at me. I know this guy. This is Ian Johnson.
We have two Ians.
Okay, here comes third place coming in across the line.
Third place is coming in. Goodbye. I'll see you guys tomorrow on the stage.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you for making this show so incredible. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dave.
Cody, congratulations.
Great job with the track.
You're a man.
Our third place, unofficial third place finisher there in the 150 car, that is Nathan Parker.
Thanks, dude.
Miles is going to do a quick little walk around of that vehicle, but it is coming in looking pretty good as he comes into Hammertown. The 150 car of Nathan Parker. Looks like Nathan finished in 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 18.4 seconds.
Okay, and we're also just going to say goodbye to Cody Miller. Cody, thank you so much. First in Pro Mod here at the 4900 Hammers UTV Championship. Couldn't be prouder. So good to see you.
Thanks, Cody. Well, I think we're going to probably send it down to Miles here, as Miles is a little bit closer than we are here at the Optima stage. Miles, what do you have down there?
Thank you, Emmy. Yes, I am down here with Nathan the Phenom Parker in this Can-Am, and I believe he's third overall, but possibly first in class in this Can-Am Maverick car. So Can-Ams are starting to sneak in there. They're looking good, and this thing's ready for another lap or two. It looks like it's in great shape. I know there's a lot of excited people right now for Nathan Parker. What a great run by this young man to tackle the Hammer Trails at such a young age. You got to be pretty stoked to be able to be up here once again.
Yes, sir. It was a great race. We had a few issues out there, but really, I didn't even know we were finished very high up. But we were just trying to make it to the finish line today. But it turned out good for us. It sounds like.
Absolutely. Well, great job, and I'm going to send you up to the stage right now. But again, what a great drive by this young man, Nathan Parker, with Team Momentum and CT Raceworks Can-Am X3. Like I said, physically in third, but I believe he may have just won his class. I can't remember how old he is, 15, 16 years old. What a great, great run. Val with Can-Am's coming down here to congratulate him and give him one of those awesome Can-Am hats like I got on as well. So we'll send him up to Pam. So take it away there at the Optima Battery main stage.
Thanks, Miles. That's awesome to see another car back into Hammertown. And thank you, Dave Cole, for keeping my seat warm while we brought in our winners. But I'm back here in the booth. Emmy, Jim, this has been a great day of racing.
It has been a fantastic day of racing. We've seen some heartbreak out there. We've seen some determination out there. Again, we just got word that Hunter Miller is got 2 broken axles, but his brother Cody thinks that he's going to be fixing those on course and making his way around. He is still in physical 4th, so you know, he can still get a top 5 finish even with having a few problems out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are just joining us, this is the 2025 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And what a day of racing it's so be. But the big news right now is that Brock Hager came across the line unofficially in first place and first in Open UTV. In second, we just had him on stage, was Cody Miller, first in Pro Mod UTV. And then now just crossing the line third overall and second in Pro Mod is none other than young gun Nathan Parker. This is why we love coming here. It's absolutely amazing. Emmy, you've been up here most of the day watching this. It's been an incredible watching this story unfold, hasn't it?
Yeah, you know, just watching Nathan kind of come from behind Hunter Miller as well, and he was really neck and neck with Hunter for a while, and having, you know, the young kid pass someone with a little bit more seat time than him is always a good thing. His co-driver is getting out now. I know we're going to get a good interview down here with Pam. As soon as Pam gives me the thumbs up, she's giving me the thumbs up. Let's talk to Nathan.
Thanks, Emmy. Nathan Parker, you are right now 3rd overall, 2nd in class unofficially. Nathan Parker, what's your trick? I mean, you're 16 years old. Last year, you were our highest finishing 4900 rookie, and here you are now up here, top 3 overall.
I mean, it feels great, but really we didn't even know we were that high up. We thought we were just, we were really just trying to make it to the finish today. I mean, I made a bunch of mistakes out there. We lost comms halfway through the race, so Alex was using his hands. But thankfully, our pits were quick. We had a great pit crew, all the CT guys, Brad and Andrew, Daniel, Jeb and Austin in the pits. Just everything went smoothly for the most part.
So this being your 2nd time out here racing at King of the Hammers and being a top competitor, I have to say you were my pick actually to win the Hammers this year, and being on the podium is close enough for me. But I know it takes a whole army like you were just going through. Who else would you like to thank for getting you out here?
CT Raceworks, they built a heck of a car. This thing, I mean, it is fast in the desert and it's super capable in the rocks. EFX tires and KMC wheels. I think we got 1 flat or 2 flats the whole time, and I mean I was pretty rough on the tires. The wheels held up good. Can-Am, they got this car tuned, and this, I mean, it was just flying in the desert. Performance East, they got all the kind of parts for this car. Double E Racing, the shocks. I mean, this thing, it was like riding out a cloud out there. And everybody else that I forgot.
All right, now I want to walk on over here to Mr. Alex Reed. Alex Reed is Mr. CT Raceworks. You're up here driving with 16-year-old Nathan Parker. And like he said, you guys lost comms and it was all hand signals. But what are your thoughts on such a young driver being so successful out here at the toughest race in the world?
Nate killed it today. He hit all of the lines. He says he made mistakes. He didn't. It was clean race all day long. A couple tires, but that happens when you're pushing hard through the desert. It was fantastic overall.
So I want to now ask you, being the builder of this car that you're in, this Can-Am, what is it like being out there in a car that you have built so successful, so strong, and making its way through these tough rock sections?
Yeah, you really can't ask for more. Like you put heart and soul into building good parts and good car, and it gets up here on the box, and that's what you want.
I know you're super humble and you don't like to brag about your stuff, but your stuff is proven. I mean, Cody Miller right in front as well, and actually first in class, unofficially in the same class right now as Nathan. So you're a testament right here to how strong your parts actually are.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, it is awesome to see Mr. Nathan Parker come in here unofficially in that number 3 spot overall, second in class. You guys, this is the one you guys are want to keep watching. He has been doing amazing things out in the race world, and right now it definitely shows. So congratulations, Nathan Parker.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from Nathan Parker. The young man is doing incredible things in UTV right now. But Emmy, do we have any news on the tracker?
Well, I'm looking at what's going on in Jackhammer. Well, first of all, Bryce Mennings, we know, is out with a front diff problem, and he's just moving across the lake bed there, so he's definitely off course. But when you look at Jackhammer, we have quite a few people stacked up there. Not 100% sure of what's going on. Let me just zoom in. But it looks like we've got Dustin Battleaxe Jones is there, Brian Deegan, Robbie Gordon is there. So a lot of stuff that is happening here. If we can get a, that is the 1018 vehicle there. Looks like someone is getting out. Co-driver is getting out. But if you guys are looking through this tracker, it's a really great way to check out and see what is going on with the vehicles. And as Jim pointed out, at the bottom there's this little slide bar where you can actually replay the whole race and see how they've been moving throughout the whole race, which is pretty cool.
Okay, now I have got some news coming from Spooners at the moment. Paul Wolf, Ronnie Anderson, and Todd Beckett are making their way down the canyon right now. They've gone up through outer limits. They're into Spooners. Now they were showing at 0 mile an hour, but I can tell you they are moving. So again, Wolf is showing at 0 mile an hour, but these trails are incredibly tough. So it just could happen that they are stationary when the tracker's ping, but Hunter Miller is still showing stationary. So really tough luck there for Hunter. But this is Hammers. This is why we come, because it is the toughest rock race in the world. And I can confirm also that Phil Blurton is still showing 0 mile an hour, and his co-driver has a long run back to Hammertown.
Long run. Now, can you still run back for fuel?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's this weird gray area,
Okay,
right?
No. Let's get clarification, because I did actually clarify this myself, because
Okay.
this is something we talk about. If you're refueling in town, okay, the only person that can touch your car is your pit crew. You have to have a fill mat, okay? Your crew cannot refill you anywhere other than actually in a pit zone, okay? And the pit zones are pre-marked. However, if you run out of fuel, it is possible to take a correct fuel container out and actually put a splash and dash into your car so that you can get it back out of the desert. That is legal.
Okay. So co-driver can run in, get a proper fuel container, like maybe 2 gallons, 3 gallons, run back out, fuel the vehicles just so you can get back.
Exactly that.
Okay.
Yes, but what they can't do is get your pit crew to run out there and fill you up.
Right, and 2 to 3 gallons of fuel, I mean, you're carrying like 25, 30 pounds through the desert, and especially if you have to climb up onto these hammer trails, that's a hike, man.
Yeah, my co-driver, Hilda de Rocha, the Portuguese ace, he actually ran out for me last time, and it was absolutely remarkable.
I was going to say, Jim is quite versed in running the fuel out to the vehicle.
Yeah, Jim knows. Jim knows.
Yes, but for those of you in the chat who have been asking that they see some of these trackers pinging on and off here and there, but the reason that's happening is because of the fact that sometimes it pings, and just get a little glitch occasionally. Oh, I'm just hearing John jump right back up in here to let us know that Miley, who we interviewed yesterday, right now is coming through Aftershock, because when we checked on her earlier in the day, we were seeing her sitting at 0 miles an hour. So it's certainly good to hear her back moving. One of our rookies. This is her first race ever, and she decided to come and race King of the Hammers for some reason. No idea why, but she's here. Chose a great first race. And John just jumped up to let us know that she is moving right now. But it looks like Jim has got another guest up here in the booth with us. He's going to get us all set up here, and we're going to talk some more racing. What do we got, Jim?
Yeah, we've got somebody very special joining us in the booth. It is 4-time champion Carl Cheney. Now, Carl, normally we see you coming into town about this time in a car, usually at the front of this race. So what's happening?
I had a few issues out there. It happens, I didn't want to lose like this. I wanted to, if I was going to lose, I wanted to lose battling. But, it is what it is, and, we'll make adjustments to the 4400. The same thing probably would have happened in the 4400 if it didn't happen here. So, kind of, glad it happened. That way we can get it fixed.
Are we
for the
allowed to talk
44.
about what failed, or is this all a bit secret squirrel?
I don't want to talk a whole lot about it, but I mean, it's, it was something that we could have prevented. We just, kind of too much stuff going on, and, we just messed up. It happens.
Let's also talk about that, because it's not a case of, we keep saying it, it's no accident people turn up at Hammertown. It takes a lot of people working very hard to build cars at the standard that you guys race, and there are so many moving parts to that, whether it's actually the car, the team, the pit support, etc., etc. So, and everything has to be 100%, which makes your 4-time repeat victories so impressive.
Yeah, no, really, one little thing like this, that would have took us half a second to fix, or to make right, cost you at least to be able to battle for the win. I mean, Brock was on it. He looked freaking awesome out there. Poor Phil. Phil looked good the whole time too. But this was a racy track, and going in, where when we broke, we were right behind Ronnie and Brock, and I felt like I might have been a little better than them in the rocks. So I really was like, yeah, we're going to get to the rocks, and we're going to be pretty close, and it's going to be a fun battle, and hopefully we can battle to the end. But it's not the way it worked out. It wasn't in my cards this time, but hopefully in 4400 we'll get to battle with the big guys the whole time.
Yeah, now we saw you in qualifying yesterday. I mean, that was massively impressive to go from the UTV car, which is on 35-inch tyres, then to your Hammers car, your 4400 car, which is on 37-inch tyres, and post a time that was within half a second of each other. That just blew our minds.
Yeah, the track was quite a bit tougher for the 4400 race, especially being at the end of the 4400 qualifying too. There was rocks, but there wasn't rocks. The ruts were dug out deeper. The track was just way nastier than it was for the UTV race. So I was just kind of a little cleaner in my run. I didn't make nearly as many mistakes, but I backed it down a little bit, so I did make mistakes. So I think I gained time by actually slowing down.
Yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from there. So you don't get those bad bounces when you're coming off things, which means you come into the place in the right place rather than slightly off where you need to be.
Yeah, you think you're going faster, but you're really not.
Exactly. Smooth is fast, as
Yep,
we all
absolutely.
know, but it never seems to feel that way. Now, talk to us about the 4400 class car. You must be super excited for Saturday.
No, I really am. I mean, we have really good cars. I mean, we've tested them this whole time. Nathan Parker just finished in one. That was a CT chassis. So super excited to see him finish and as good as he did. And then we can take some knowledge from what he just did out there and see, what's war on the car and what's not. And, we can kind of take that into the prep for the 4400.
Yeah, now UTV racing is really exploding right now, isn't it? We have so many, in fact, I think there's more young professionals in UTV racing than there is in any other dirt motorsport by far. And that's fantastic to see, and I love watching that transitioning now to races like Dakar and to Baja, etc. I mean, the future is bright, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm hoping it keeps growing, at the rapid pace it does. And, the manufacturers are, they're making better cars every year and faster cars, and, they just keep pushing the envelope, and, the drivers are right there with it.
So next year, are you going to be pushing Dave for a third lap?
I don't know. I couldn't even make one today. So
fair enough. Right. Well, we've still got lots of actions back here at the moment. We can see Paul Wolf is sitting stationary as he makes his way down through. Bailey Cole is now coming on down through Outer Limits and Spooners as well, as so is Todd Beckett, and Hunter Miller is still showing stationary. Well, Carl Cheney, it's always a pleasure to see you. I'm absolutely gutted you're not on stage with us with a car right now, but I know you're hungry for Saturday, and we very much look forward to seeing what you can do in 4400.
Yeah, maybe we'll be talking with me in a race suit next time.
Let's hope so. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Cheney.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kyle. Well, if you are watching on YouTube and you're like, you know what, I want to get rid of these commercials, well, you can. Just subscribe to our premium feed. It's $24.99, and you get today's race, tomorrow's race, and Saturday's race with that price. You'll have no commercials, and you can kind of build your own show, because we have a ton of camera views out there that are going, and you can pick and choose which camera view you want. So sign up for our premium over there on YouTube, $24.99 for the rest of the week. Now we're looking here on our live feed. That's number 308 there that has been winching up, and we've got a lot of vehicles out there. Everyone's got those winch lines out as they try to get through the roughest race that we've had here, the Can-Am UTV Championship.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing tons of action, and that's exactly what you were just talking about right there. That's our camera on Sledge as we're trying to watch these vehicles. I don't know, is that...
No, so you guys, when you see on our live feed and you see the Sledgehammer up at the top, that's just the name of the drone. That's how we're doing that. So
yeah, I was going to say that looks more like Jackhammer than
yeah,
Sledgehammer.
it might say Sledgehammer, but they're actually in Jackhammer. And that's where looking at the tracker can help you figure out exactly where they are, because you'll be able to figure out on the tracker which obstacle they're in. So who is that on their side there, all the way out there on the other side of the course? That is a rookie, is what Pam has yelled to me across.
Right, Pam's yelling across the stage for us. Yep, all right. So what we're watching right now is exactly what Emmy was talking about, is just the carnage and the traffic that's happening in this bottleneck section. Oh, is that? That might be Miley.
Oh, no, that might be Miley. Is
yes,
that
and that's exactly who John was talking about. We had Miley up on stage yesterday. That looks like her car.
007? If it's 007, then that's Miley.
I can't.
What, you mean it's not James Bond?
It is not James. It's not your famous spy. It would be Miley. Let's hope that that is not her. That is Miley is what we're getting.
But as you can see, the co-driver's out. They have the recovery gear set up. It should be. Well, wait. I can't comment. Jim, how's this winching looking to you, my friend?
Well, let's see what happens here. Let's see how this unfolds. One of the wonderful things about UTVs is the fact that they only do weigh around about 2,000 pounds, which means that they're much easier to recover than the big 4400 class cars. So hopefully we're going to see this gentleman here. Now, you can see he's already got his helmet off, but is he? Yes, he's got his helmet off.
Yeah, it looked like they may have been there for a while, but it looks like he's got it anchored around a rock. It looks like he's trying to get it up over that tire, maybe? I can't see
that's what he wants to do. So what they need to do, so Miley needs to put her foot on the brake. They then need to put the winch rope round the tire so they can use that as a pivot point to be able to right the vehicle.
There's a lot of geometry involved when you're recovering like this, you know?
Well, the best thing, the trouble is that gravity sucks. and that's what she's suffering from right now. So hopefully she can just pop that back on his wheels. Equally, there are other ways of recovering these vehicles. So, for example, she could actually put a jack off of the roll cage on the other side and just lift the car up. And sometimes you can just literally pop them back onto their wheels by hand.
Yeah, I recovered a Volkswagen, a Class 11 like that one time when I dumped it on its side.
Or you could just turn right and pin it right there and see what happens. That's how we recover things in my world. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but how much horsepower do you have?
Okay, let's just watch this.
Here
we go. We're nearly back on our wheels.
Here we go.
Look.
Look how fast that winch is, huh, Jim?
Yeah, you could measure that with sediment.
Oh, I love having. This is the best part whenever someone winches and we got Jim on stage. All right, and that is Bailey Cole. All right, so we've been watching Bailey Cole, and it's great to see him moving. I talked to him this morning. We were having breakfast. He walked by, and he was a little nervous about this car. He said he wasn't 100% happy with it, but he said, it's hammers. I'm going to do what I can do, and obviously, he's doing very well.
Well, Dave had said that car was not moving 2 weeks ago. So it's definitely a fresh build for Bailey.
Well, that car has had a new motor in it since it's been here at the lake bed this week. So there's been all sorts of drama going on for Bailey Cole. But I can tell you right now, some exciting news. Todd Beckett in the 101 has broken free of spooners and is making his way through the desert back towards Hammertown. Hunter Miller is still stationary, but Paul Wolf and also Ronnie Anderson are making their way through, and they are just ahead. I say just. They're probably about 5-6 minutes ahead of Bailey Cole, who we're watching here.
There we go. So there's your rundown from Jim of our next group of finishers that we expect to see get back into town.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of action out there on this course right now. But again, that just goes to show how remarkable Brock Hager, Cody Miller and Nathan Parker are. I mean, they're back, what, half an hour, 40 minutes before everybody else? It's incredible.
Yeah,
so go ahead.
Brock finished in under 4 hours. That is amazing for this race. Every year they just seem to be getting quicker and quicker through these rocks.
Well, I was just speaking to his pit crew and they said, hey man, the car's ready to go. We could literally go back out there again. And I'm like, would it be really taking the mick if you go out there, do 2 laps again and flick the bird to people as you go past?
You're the worst person I know.
You and Shannon Campbell would get along well as a race team.
It's strange you should say that.
But you know, John called it this morning when we were sitting here talking about finishing times, and John said when he talked to the racers, they were like, well, 12:30, 1:30, and John was like, no, I've looked at the course. I know who's on that front line. It's going to be 12 o'clock. 12 to 12:30, and he called it right on the nose.
Yeah, well, John is, he is an absolute tactician in this race, and he knows all of these race cars intimately as well as he does the trials, and we love having him up here.
Yeah, well, fan favorite Casey Curry looks to be going into Check Me Out, and then he will come down into Highway 19 and 20. But Jonathan Schaefer in the 271 is just behind him. So those guys look like they're doing pretty well. A little bit further behind Bailey Cole and Ronnie Anderson. They're a little bit more northwards. And then we still have a lot of people hanging out in Jackhammer as well. And more people coming around because my tracker just updated.
All right, and as Emmy checks up on the tracker, we're back with Bailey Cole.
Yeah, now this is interesting because I'm actually showing Ronnie Anderson and Paul Wolf stationary as they're making their way down Spooners. So I'm going to keep an eye on that and see where their trackers ping at. Now, if you're looking at the tracker at home, if you hover over the top of the number that you are looking at, you'll get information. It will tell you the number of the vehicle, it will tell you the name of the driver, it will tell you the speed, and it will also tell you the last time that the tracker pinged. Now that's important because these trackers ping at different times, so you need to often look at both trackers, work out when they ping to try and work out who's ahead of the other car.
Yeah, and then even more so when we get into these rock canyons, sometimes that tracker could ping when they've just stopped to do a quick backup to reset against the rock, and then it'll show 0 miles an hour when by the time that ping actually went out, they're actually moving again. So it's the tracker's got a little bit tricky. It's almost, you got to play around a little bit and really pay attention to it, and don't just look at it once and take it for gospel. You kind of got to evaluate what you're going to see. But we're seeing a little bit of traffic right here.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that these trails are pretty narrow with steep canyons on either side, and that can often hinder the signal from getting out. But
look at this. We got a pass going on the bottom of Chocolate. I think that's if I'm correct, that's the bottom of Chocolate Thunder where you head up into idle issues. And it looked like we had 3 backed up, and we had a pass just go on, just leapfrog 3 cars, and try and get a number off that. 968.
.968 is Jeff Martin.
Jeff Martin,
correct?
Yep, that's what I have here on mine as well. So yeah, it looks like Jeff Martin just leapfrogged 3 cars at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder as they made their way up into idle issues. And then they have to go through her problem down into that Laser Nut Alley section that everyone was excited to see, and that's a great spot to be over to watch some action. You can see them come down Chocolate Thunder and then head up into that idle issues trail.
Okay, I'm just getting some news coming through right now from Chip McLaughlin from the Rufus Racing Team. Paul Wolf is currently running at the moment with no brakes and no spare tyres. And he's also running with borrowed wheels and tyres at the moment. So let's see what happens to him.
And we've got 12 people hanging out right now in Jackhammer. So something is definitely going on down there. And then we've got a whole bunch of people up there getting through idle issues and her problem and Tackhammer as well.
Well, I think what's happening in Jack is exactly what John said would happen today. And Dave also said the same thing when he was up here. There's only a couple lines through Jack. And when you get in there, and if you get somebody in one of those lines and they're broke or stuck or just can't get out, that's going to cause this type of bottleneck that we're seeing right now. And that's why it's so important when you go out and sort of pre-run these trails is to look at all the different optional lines that you can get to, and also why it's so important to be into that trail and out of that trail before everybody else.
Yep, you want it. There's so many times where, you know, your whole race could be buggered just by one guy getting stuck, right?
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube. Go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Fourth place finisher. In front of Bailey at the moment we have Paul Wolf and Hunter Miller. Hunter Miller is stationary, but Paul Wolf is showing as moving. However, we know he is wounded, so he has got brake problems and potentially tyre issues as well on that vehicle.
And am I reading right? No spares with him at all? He's out of spare tires at this point?
Out of spare tyres, but so we'll have to see. Now, I'm not sure if we got that information before or after he went through the remote pit.
Because I don't even know if Paul knows there's a brake pedal in a car.
You mean the coward pedal? So Todd Beckett now coming on down through back door. Now, it's interesting talking here to, I mean, is that... Yeah, this is Resolution. So he's making his way down through here. Now, we were just chatting there to Cody Miller, and Cody was actually saying that he took the bypass at back door because, you know, it's gnarly in a UTV.
It absolutely is, and really we've seen a few people in the past take that bypass because your only other option at that point is to literally jump off of back, or you can drop off it, but it is a steep drop in these short wheelbase cars.
It is indeed. You can just see there Todd Beckett just backing up, taking a slightly different line as he picks his way down through Resolution. So Resolution is the trail before backdoor, and there is an optional bypass. So what you do as you drop down here, you'll be able to spin out to the left and go up a big sand wash. Now that sand wash takes a lot of power to get up, so we'll see. They call it a bypass, but you still have to work for it.
Yeah, but there's less consequences to it if you take it. For those of you who remember, that was the part of the qualifying course a few years ago. But that was, and we would always just see who's going to basically make the bypass and who's going to drop down through that back door section. But that's what we're watching that car do. We'll find out in a couple seconds whether they made the turn or headed on down the trail. I'm assuming that they're going to take the bypass. It seems to be the popular choice at this point right now.
Well, I see. I'm looking at that car there. I think
there it is right there. That's the bypass right there.
Yeah, I think that was Paul Wolf we were just watching a moment ago.
I believe you're right, Jim.
And this is Todd Beckett. He's making his way over the top of the bypass. He'll be turning right now to come down through the back door wash section. And it does look like Todd Beckett is going to be the fourth car coming back into town. And Todd Beckett has had an absolutely fantastic run today. He's running also in the Pro Mod class. So he will round out the top three in the Pro Mod if he comes on in.
Yeah, it still has a little bit ways to go. They basically has to drop down through this sand wash, ends up on the bottom of the entrance to what is known as the backdoor trail, which is right there to his right. So now he's going to drop down through this sand wash, drive through this little quick switchback section.
Yeah, so Todd Beckett there running a Can-Am built by CA Technologies. Got Nosty suspension system 3 in his Dirty Monkey performance. And his first Ultra 4 race was with us right the way back in 2019. And he was first at Visions in 2023. So Todd Beckett, no stranger to the podium here. Let's see what he can do. I don't think he's ever made it to the podium here at King of the Hammers, that's for sure. And he's laying down all of the skinny pedal as he heads back in towards Hammertown. I love that view, Ian. It's fantastic.
It is such a good shot for sure. And right there, there's a breakdown. Oh, look, a fly through of the Bronco Arch. There you go.
Our drone pilot's showing off for you. Here we go. So it's Todd Beckett making his way down towards turn 19. 2 more turns to go. He goes out super wide, powers in, makes the turn. Just the Talladega and the MBRP launch jump. And as we get Todd Beckett to come across the line, Miles will be down there to find out all about his day and checking out his vehicle. So it's Todd Beckett coming round now, the Talladega, making his way towards the MBRP launch. Here we go, Ian. This is going to be our 6th place car coming across the line. It looks like 3rd place in Pro Mod UTV. And into Hammertown comes Todd Beckett as he crosses the line for unofficial 6th position overall and unofficial 3rd in Pro Mod UTV. Miles, take it away.
Can-Am X3. They are excited to be here in Hammertown. So Todd getting a good thumbs up from him. The Can-Am that he's raced here before still looks like it's in great shape. He is missing a rear tire. His rear number plate's hanging off, so he definitely had to fight some stuff out there. But hey, he doesn't care about that right now because he is here. So Todd Beckett, who's been racing with us at Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers for quite some time, looks like I definitely see some fluids leaking around. This car definitely shows some wear, but it's here. So we'll have just one quick hit with Todd Beckett. You're here in Hammertown. Physically, you got to be pretty stoked about that, aren't you, right now, buddy?
Yeah, man, we've worked hard. It's our 2nd year out here, and this year we tried to make sure we covered all the bases on this CA Tech G-Force Nosty suspension car, and got us across the finish line. It was a hard race, and it beat us up and tested us pretty good, but we're happy to be sitting where we're at.
100%. Yeah, the car's a little beat. You look a little tired, but I'm sure you're very excited to be right here, right now. So I will send you up towards the Optima battery stage, and I'll send it to them as well. So take it away, guys.
Thanks, Miles. Always good to have you down there with your semi-patented wrench mic. Always good. And this is actually the 4th official car back into Hammertown.
Yeah, I have to apologize. The way I've written my notes, I had him down 6th, so my mistake. Yeah, he's going to be 4th coming in here, but he will be 3rd in Pro Mod.
I was just going to glance over the fact that you'd made that mistake, Jim, and just let you get away with it.
No, I'm going to admit to that one. But what I am going to talk about is that during Qualify, we saw the open class UTVs absolutely dominating. And now what we're seeing is the Pro Mods actually shining through during the main race.
Yeah, I think it just sort of shows that as much as the qualifying course is like a snapshot of what we expect to see on race day, the qualifying course, no matter how hard you try, it's always going to favor one type of vehicle over another. But really, it all boils down to race day right now. That's all we want to see. And right now, we're bringing the drivers back into town. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the line. We're going to sort through our classes and get our 1st, 2nd, 3rds. Mrs. Pam Hall's out on our main stage right now, getting ready to interview our fourth car back into town. We'll find out what their day was like out in the dirt, and then we'll get an update. And then in the meantime, Jim and I will jump back on the tracker and see who we can expect to see next. I see Pam out there adjusting some window nets, making sure all the sponsors get a good look on the side of the car. All right, Pam's ready to go. Take it away, Pam.
Thank you, Ian. I am here with Todd Beckett, the number 101. You are 4th overall unofficially right now and 3rd in class. Give us a little bit of rundown because you came in with a flat tire and you got a little bit of carnage on the driver's side.
Yeah, we had a rough race out there. There was a lot of rocks that we laid up against to keep us from flipping and using them while we were out there. Before we came into pit 2 on lap 1, we lost our steering wheel, so we ended up having to use some tape and screwing in the best way we could to get it to stay. So we lost some time with that, but pulled it all together and pushed hard to the finish.
Well, all in all, on the race course today, up into the rock sections and everything, was there a lot of winching going on?
Yeah, there was. He knows more about the trails that people had to winch up. What was the jackhammer? Yeah, jackhammer is pretty rough. We tried it once and we just winched up it, and I think that's the only time we had to winch up there.
Well, that's awesome to hear. I mean, all in all, the desert part of the race course. What was your favorite part about the course today?
I have to say the rock section. When I came in here, I was kind of iffy if we were going to make it through it, but as time went, it kind of started enjoying the rock section pretty well.
Well, and being from the East Coast, everybody always talks about the rocks here, are super hard and everything. But we've got some gnarly rocks on the East Coast. So, what would you compare this to?
Out here, rock crawling, it's tough, but keeping it between the trees is pretty tough out east too. So.
Well, here you are, though, up here unofficially in 4th spot, third in your class. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
All these guys on the side here, CA Tech, this is their boat side chassis, heck of a car. It took a beating. G-Force and Nancy suspension, we were giggling as we were crawling over those rocks. We'd see the tire pop up and say, man, Pete and Gary's got a hell of a suspension on this car.
Well, congratulations up here on this podium for King of the Hammers 2025. Let's give it up for Todd Beckett.
Thanks, Pam. Always good to get those interviews from the drivers as they get back into town. Now we have Todd back into town, and there's Bailey Cole. I hope that's a camera froze and not, yes, good. I think it is. So, Jim, right now we're looking at a black and white picture, so just ignore it. We'll just talk through it. I don't think he's sitting still. I think
we've gone back to 1870. We'll see horses pulling that one in a minute.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're back moving around. Okay, so our next car that we expect to see back here is Paul Wolf.
It's going to be Paul Wolf. Yeah, Paul Wolf. We saw him a little bit earlier moving on into the desert, and he is making his way back towards Hammertown right now, and he will be our 5th overall finisher, and he will be 4th in Pro Mod, but he's still got a fair way to go. Yeah, I'm expecting to see him in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes.
All right, so if you're in Hammertown, that's when we expect to see our next finisher, but still lots of action out there on course as we follow along through all of the competitors in our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And we're jumping in right to a little bit of action right here. I'm trying to get I don't think that's Chocolate Thunder. I'm just trying to get my bearings on what rock that is.
Yeah, I'm just looking down the pack right now. I can see that Casey Curry, Dakar winner, of course, is up and moving at the moment and making his way through the trails. So hopefully he'll be making his way towards us, as is Keith Beam up and running again. Cody Willenberg's making moves, as is Tyler Gibbs and Kurt Mackey. But there is a stack of cars still sitting in.
Oh, and I believe
Jack.
I'm trying to see who that is. We got someone running for, is that Phil Blurton's co-driver?
Yeah, that's what I think I'm looking at there.
I think so as well. I think he got a water from a course worker, which is probably a good idea.
Oh, yes. I'm telling you, that's hard work running in this desert.
Yeah, we did get a report from John. He's out walking around in the pits, and he said that he said that his co-driver was running for fuel, so it's good to see it. But while we watch all this action, and there's Bailey Cole. Oh, he's strapping somebody right now. Or is that Bailey?
Yes, no, that's Bailey. It looks like he's trying to pull someone through, he's either trying to pull someone, or yeah.
Who is that he's pulling?
No. That can only be Ronnie Anderson. Let me just have a quick look at the tracker now.
All right.
Oh, no, it's not. It's Hunter Miller. He's trying to pull Hunter Miller through. Oh, my word. What an incredible thing to do. Bailey Cole, you're my hero.
It's awful nice. Or it looks like they might be giving up. Maybe they gave him a little tug. But meanwhile, in the booth right here is none other than the man with the man, Jesse Haynes, Fabrication.
You'll spit that out in a minute.
I'll get there. Well, I was trying to come up with the fun. I was going to say the man with the portal plan. No, I was going to come up with a cool thing. Jesse, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
All right, so what's your Hammers plan? What's going on for you?
Well, I got to be honest, I haven't been following the racing much at all. Just a couple Facebook updates at the end of the day, but we've just been out here trail wheeling, and I got a new LJ that I just
I saw
built.
that. I saw you throw it together yesterday, the day before.
Well, we did a lot of work on it in the last 5 weeks probably.
Yeah.
And got it together, but one thing I wanted to say is, you see the videos of the craziness that's going on at Backdoor and Chocolate Thunder and all this. People are saying, I don't want to go back to Hammers. This stuff's stupid. I don't want to be part of it. We go out on the trail and there's no one. You go out and do the buggy trails and it's awesome. And I just like the best. I think the best time I've ever had at Hammers. The weather's been beautiful, and trail wheeling's been fun with friends.
I'm going to let you in a little secret about the internet, Jesse. You either get the best or the worst.
Yeah.
No one talks about just the regular old day, you know?
Yeah,
so,
no, tons of people having a good time.
Yeah, well, we're just watching this now. This is Hunter Miller there and his co-driver, and you can see them, they look so dejected. And this looks like Phil Blurton's co-driver running his way back in.
He's got a good, steady pace there, too. He
has.
hasn't let up.
You try running in a race suit. It is not a fun game.
I don't, Jim, I don't know if you know this about me, but I prefer extra fries to exercise. So I'm all about
I'm
that.
one of those. I didn't spend all this money on cars to go running. So, however, I do often seem to run out of fuel. Now, Jesse, you've won absolutely everything there is to win in extreme rock crawling sports. King of the Hammers is a little bit of everything. So you're extreme rock crawling, and then you've got to be a desert hero as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, so I think even the year that I won the stock class, I went home and watched the live coverage, and every year I just go home. Like, I go home and watch the live coverage because it's so good. It's the most entertaining thing that I'll watch all year. Like, I mean, Super Bowl, anything like that doesn't compare to watching the 4400 race on TV at home. It's just, there's so many different dynamics about this race that, you can have a 20-minute lead, which, at the Baja 1000, if you have a 20-minute lead or a 30-minute lead with, 100 miles to go, it's a done deal unless you break down. And here, I mean, that can be gone instantly with, just a simple mistake in the rocks, roll over, whatever.
We were talking about this the other day. I was trying to think, we had a minimum of 8 leaders on the final lap last year in the 4400
unbelievable.
class. Yeah, and it's a point, the leading the 4400 class is like a poison chalice. It's almost like you might as well just commit suicide and just say, I'm done, because you're going to break anyway. But somebody has to win. But it's such a difficult race, isn't it? I mean, that's the whole point.
Yeah, I don't remember what year it was, but maybe it was 3 years ago where Jason Shear led for a couple hours or something and then won. And that, other than that, it's like almost every year there's like these lead changes back and forth, and it's like exciting up to the last minute. You don't know if the guy that came in first, is he going to hold on to the lead? And it's
well, last year we saw Lauren Healy. He was running away with it entirely, and then all of a sudden, he lost his transmission literally not far from where Phil Blurton is stopped now. But look at this, Ian. That is none other than Paul Wolf making his way to the top there of the backdoor bypass, and you can see how loose that ground is, making as he struggles to get up the sandhill, but up and over he is, and he'll be heading back into town. Now, this is not the usual pace we see from Paul Wolf, so that would suggest that he's nursing some problems.
Yeah, we've gotten reports that Paul's had issues all day, but when we talked with Paul before, when he was up on stage here after qualifying run, we had a little conversation with him and asked his plan. He still has 4,400 to race, but he said he was mainly focusing on a finish in the UTV. I believe that locks in the championship for him, and I think that was sort of in his back of his wallet. He said, I'm just want to finish. That's my main thing. Not really pushing for a win, but here he is coming in a very, very respectable time. Probably our 5th. I think that's our 5th car across the line right there.
Yeah, that will be our 5th car across the line at the moment. And let's just have a quick update there. So in first position right now it's Brock Hager. In second it's Cody Miller. In third it's Nathan Parker. In fourth it's Todd Beckett. And we are watching Paul Wolf making his way towards Hammertown.
All right, well, while we watch Paul get back into town, Jesse, I'm going to say thank you so much for stopping up and chatting with us, because I'm hearing that we got a whole bunch of stuff coming at us from Miles in the pits.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I'm down here with Phil Blurton's co-driver. It looks like you're a little bit out of breath. That's a long run, isn't it?
Yeah, we're race mile 3.5. Definitely not going to the Olympics anytime soon, but we looked at the tracker. There's such a big gap. Feel like we could go for it, so you might as well just try, right? I mean, that's all you can do is try. It's a bummer, but we'll get there.
Yeah, so you're going to chill out for a minute, drink some water, grab some fuel, and take off?
Yep, put 2 gallons on my back. Phil's supposed to meet me at the top of Resolution, so.
Okay, so he's going to hike halfway to you because you're going to be wore out.
Yep. If we can get down Resolution, we'll be all right. We're down in the lake bed, and that sand's deep.
All right, well, best of luck, and tough breaker, heartbreaker, but I see Paul Wolf coming in, so I'm going to try to run down there and get a chat with him, too. So I'll send it back to the Optum Batteries booth and go catch up with Paul Wolf.
Thank you very much, Miles. Now, look at this. This is Paul Wolf making his way in right now. He will be our 5th official finisher and will be 4th in Pro Mod. All, of course, is unofficial at this stage until race ops have checked all the VCPs and RCPs that we have on course and make sure that everybody is compliant to the rules.
Yeah, we've been watching Paul battle all day. It's good to see him get that car back into Hammertown. We've been hearing multiple reports of multiple issues with the car, no brakes, no spare tires, a flat, and then had nothing to put on. But it certainly looks like he's coming back in with 4 good tires on that car, and I'm sure Miles will get down there and get a quick chat with him before we'll bring him up on stage here with Pam to get us all filled in on how his day went.
Absolutely. So as Paul makes his way towards Miles, we'll chuck it down to Miles right now. It's Miles, what do you got?
Helmet, but a great run. He definitely looks like he maybe took a tumble at one point today, but he is here in town. So Paul Wolf, a long day, but a good day, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We did awesome. Eric worked his butt off in the car, and Can-Am built a heck of a car. We lost brakes coming out of remote pit 2 on lap 2. And we ran all the rock trails with no brakes, just downshifting the transmission.
That's crazy. Well, I'm going to kind of do a walk around the car real quick. It's looking good. This new to him Maverick car is pretty good, but I want to have one chat with Eric Miller. We saw you crawl out of the car at least one time to do some winching. Are you practicing for race day, or what are you doing out there, buddy?
Nope, just here to help Paul win his championship and get this thing in here. It's always good to get out in the UTV. I used to race it myself, and it's crazy how fast the field's gotten. These factory-supported truck cars like this are really amazing, and it's really cool to see where the sport is going and get out there, get some eyes on course, and help a good friend.
Absolutely. Well, great job, Paul. We'll send you up to the main stage so you can have a chat with them. It's been a lot of fun out here all day today for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm going to send it to the Optum Batteries booth and sign off for the afternoon from here in the hot pits with the wrench mic. So it's been a great day, but we'll see you guys, or I will see you guys once again in the morning.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you for taking care of everybody down there in the pits. It's great to have you bringing these cars in. Right now we're waiting for Mr. Paul Wolf to get up on stage. Mrs. Pam Hall's out there with her magic microphone, and she will get I'm sure Paul's got a great story for us, because we've been hearing nothing but reports from him all day long, from no brakes, all the tires flat, everything wrong with the car, and yet he was able to still bring it back home into Hammertown.
And as we're watching the action here, there's more action there in Chocolate Thunder, and that looks to me like, is that All Things UTV? Yeah, that's Dustin Robbins, I believe. Just need to get confirmation of that. And I was just talking about Casey Curry earlier, who's moving along, and he's currently showing at 0 mile an hour. So I'll keep you good on that. And John Schaefer is going to be making his way up towards Outer Limits and Spooners as well. So much action. This is actually Idle Issues, or is that's not Chocolate Thunder, isn't it? This is just after then. So I'm guessing that's Idle Issues.
From the looks of the rocks, Jim, it was hard for me to tell, but I think you're right. That was either Idle Issues or the turn right at Her Problem. I think that might have been the top of Idle Issues, where they take the right to get into Her Problem. It was kind of hard to tell from that close-up shot. I was doing that earlier, trying to guess what rocks they were at.
Now, this is actually saying Outer Limits. It's actually Spooners, and that is Ronnie Anderson trying to pick their way through this trail.
Yeah, not just, but a few minutes ago, this is where we saw Bailey Cole just drive to the left of them. And yes, you're right, Jim. It looks like they're trying to, I don't know if they're just trying to get out of the way, off the line. Certainly they're not going to try and winch the entire race course.
Well, I would. You've got to get out of there somehow, so you might as well just crack on and go for it.
I would if I had like one of those really fast winches.
What do you mean, like one of those really fast ones that we make in the UK?
Somebody makes a fast winch, I think.
Okay, coming up on stage right now, we have none other than Mr. Paul Wolf, and he is going to be talking with Pam Hall and finding out all about his day. So while we wait to Pam to get everything set up over there, we'll continue watching here with Ronnie Anderson in Spooners trying to pick his way through. And the biggest problem you can see here, Ian, is that the angle of the dangle is all wrong. So they really need to be pulling to the right, and it looks like but they're limited what they can actually pull to. If you look at the rocks here, there's nothing that is really easy to winch to at all.
No, and it all depends how big of a strap they're going to carry. Like, you can get a strap around these rocks. They're large enough they're not going to move, but Do you have a strap that's big enough or long enough to get all the way around those rocks?
It depends on the type of strap as well, because what we do, we use what we call choke links. So a choke links allows you to pass the hook through one side of the strap and then hook onto the other. Now what that means is you can use a smaller strap to go around a very big rock and then use the rope itself as part of the extension.
Oh, look at that. Jim's getting me all schooled up. I like that. That's very good.
It's almost like I've done some winching
it's
before.
Almost like, well, over there they love to winch.
Okay, I can tell you, looking at the tracker, that Bailey Cole is making his way back towards Hammertown, and he will be our next finisher if he can get back here.
Has he gone through Resolution, or is that where
No,
you're
he's
seeing
making
him?
his way towards Resolution right now.
Okay, so he still has to go through Resolution, make that bypass up around back door, and then we'll get. So he's still a few minutes out, but I am seeing Pam Hall down on the main stage right now. And I think she's ready. So Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. Now I'm here with Mr. Paul Wolf. You are unofficially in 5th place, 4th in class, but you also came up here with no brakes. You always drive things like you stole it because you're an amazing driver. So give us a quick rundown of your race today out there for the 2025 UTV Hammers Championship.
So we started out good. Eric's an awesome co-driver. I got to thank him. He did a heck of a job today. We got around lap 2 and got into the first rock trail, and we lost brakes. We cut a brake line on the front, and so we ran all the rock trails with no brakes. I don't know how Eric did it. We just downshifted the transmission, and I don't know how it stayed in the car, because there's a couple times it was bouncing off the rev limiter down hills, but it held. So here we are.
Right, exactly. Now, I have to know, how did you get Mr. Eric Miller, one of our previous kings, in the co-driver's seat?
I guess he's a glutton for punishment, and I don't know why he'd get in there with me.
I guess that's probably a good pre-run for you, isn't it, Eric?
Well, yeah, when your friends need help, you step up and help your friends. I love co-driving. If it's not my car, I'm good to get in the right seat. I mean, I really do enjoy it. As a driver, it helps you. I mean, Paul and I have worked on notes and stuff together, and, you know, we're East Coast guys, so coming out here and figuring out how to learn how to desert race, read the terrain. I mean, it's all the time you can spend in a car is valuable. I've got good guys working on the car, just like Paul does today, so we're able to do this, and it definitely helps on Saturday. But this is a heck of a machine. It's a totally different race than the 4400 race, and he did a hell of a job driving this thing.
Well, we saw you get out to do some winching and everything out there on the trail. I mean, normally you don't have to get out, right? It's normally your co-driver that gets out and does it all?
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's nice to get out and kind of be in control. When you're sitting in the driver's seat, you're like, all right, come on, guy, let's pull that cable, get it done, and you don't know what's going on. So it's cool to be on both sides of the coin, but massive respect to all the co-drivers, because it's not an easy job to get in a car, especially with this wild man when the lead nav says accelerate 100 plus, and it's just going.
Go, go, go. I know that's what we always say, this man is gas on, but I'm going to come right back over here. Mr. Paul Wolf, you are our #1 qualifier for Saturday's race. Are you done with your pre-running, or are you going to go out there maybe see some more trails?
Well, they closed pre-running down. You're not allowed to no more. But while I got you here, I got to thank my wife back home. She's watching both of our two daughters, and by herself. She's been doing it for about 3 weeks. So I got to thank her for doing that. And then, of course, all my crew, Chris Hickman, James Cantrell, Billy, Robert, Ted, John back there, Garrett. I got a ton of people. All of them are helping me in my pit. They're thrashing. I know I'm missing people. I got Jordan, Justin Wills, Pro 4 team. They're all here. They're all helping us. Mr. Eric Miller did an awesome job today. And, of course, Can-Am, Nitto Tire. Yeah, the car is tough. And Badlands Off-Road Park, you know, they help me out a lot. Make sure I can get out here and race and compete with the big boys. So.
Here you are, though, right now, 5th overall. That's not a bad spot to be, 4th in class, but right now, time to switch your mind over to the 4400 day. Paul Wolf, congratulations on a successful day today.
Thank you, and thank everybody for watching. It's an awesome race.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Mr. Paul Wolf.
Thanks, Pam. Appreciate that. That's great to see. It's always good to have Paul back into town. I still question how he knew his brakes were out, considering I don't think he ever uses them. But but it's good to have him back into town and safe, and we're here. So, Emmy, what do we got running down? Do we have an idea of who's our? I believe Bailey should be in next, correct?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Bailey Cole coming into Hammertown here. Let me just move my tracker. Yep, Bailey is going to be headed into Resolution and Backdoor momentarily, so we should see him coming around the corner there anytime soon. It would be great to see Bailey in that, tell me if I'm saying it right, Jigs.
That's
car.
close.
Is that
You
pretty
got to
good?
get a little bit deeper. It's more like Jigs. Jigs. Yeah.
Okay, I can tell you that we have a new car making his way down through Outer Limits at the moment, and that's John Schaffer in the 271. And Ronnie Anderson is still trying to pick his way through. We saw them winching earlier. That's a really difficult place. And Hunter Miller is sadly been unable to make any further progress.
And we got a message from Tiffany saying that Ronnie Anderson has a broken axle.
And what you're watching on screen right there is exactly who we were talking about. That is Bailey Cole coming down through that section of Resolution. He just went over the crest, so that puts him right at the top of Resolution. He has to come down through this entire trail, and when you get to the bottom, they can make the left-hand turn to go up and take the bypass, or they can, or he can stay in it and drop down the 2 ledges that make up the infamous backdoor trail.
Yep, now he just actually came to a complete stop there. Hopefully nothing has happened to Bailey this late in the race. Bailey there in that single seat vehicle.
Yeah, no, Bailey's I'm showing Bailey coming down Resolution now. I think we're going to be eyeballs onto him. But yeah, oh God, yeah, that is Resolution, right, and that is Bailey. Oh my word, so close. Oh, that's heartbreaking. He's been having such a tough week already. Qualified well, though, for the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class, which he'll be racing tomorrow in the Everyman Challenge. Oh, look at that. Hooray. Right. Bailey Cole is moving again and picking his way down through Resolution.
Now that vehicle, they prepped that and got that vehicle ready really quickly in about 2 weeks, and I believe we said earlier that that car has had a new motor while it's been here on the lake bed, and he got a few feet and then stopped again.
He's cycling the key in that car. You can watch it. You can see him right before he started moving. You saw the headlights flash, so he was cycling the key. But right there, I just saw the headlights completely shut off. So he's obviously killed power to the car. Hopefully he can get it maybe just a restart or a refresh as they would get it going, but we'll wait and see.
Now this is one of our in-car. No, what's going on here? Is this?
This is the cluster that is Jack right now. So they have taken the stationary camera off of the car, and they're giving us a view of what's going on inside Jack. But as we're watching right now, this is Bailey Cole.
Oh, it looks like
you can see him moving around in the car, but I haven't seen him get out yet.
Well, it looked like he maybe was taking off his helmet. There was some action there from inside the cockpit.
Yeah, the headlights are off on the car right now. They were on a second ago, so I was just wondering if he was maybe cycling the key to try to get. I hope he didn't run out of fuel. That would just be heartbreaking to run out of fuel right there.
And just to give people an update, Shabs Piercy, one of the UK entries that's racing here today. And it looks like he is actually back in Hammertown, so probably retired. So a tough break there from Shabs.
I'm looking at the YouTube feed here, and Wes W. Shred says, Bailey's a big boy. He could pull that thing across the line.
That's a long way to pull a car across the line.
It's a long way to be pushing that thing.
He might be able to coast it to the bottom of backdoor, but that would be no fun.
Yeah, oh, he's taking his gloves off there, so bad things are afoot there for Bailey Cole in the number 13 vehicle. We've got our rookie 007, Miley Hale, is coming around. She's up through Upper Big Johnson. Again, that's our rookie from last year, 17 years old out there in these rocks, making her way through. We just want to see her finish.
This is some of the action on Jackhammer right now. That's Josh Owen taking that hard left line. That's a lot harder to do. I believe we just saw behind him was Robbie Gordon in one of the Speed UTVs. It looks like they're getting up into that wedge and then immediately, which would be the right decision, to immediately pull cable to get up over that section. Because it looks like to the, well, what would be behind the person holding this camera, there's just a huge bottleneck of cars. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. wait. I saw a tire move. But maybe not. Maybe I was just.
Maybe he just let off on the brake a little bit and he just came forward in gear. Man, what a heartbreaker for Bailey Cole. He's such a great competitor. He's out here doing multiple classes. He knows these rocks like the back of his hand, and to be so close to Hammertown and yet so very far away, it's just killing my heart. It's killing my emotions here.
Yeah, it's a shame to see that car so close to town and then just shut down like that. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
And if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance. And today it is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Earlier on we saw none other than Brock Hager, the man who can, the man who Ironman the Baja 1000, who won in Dakar, who won our desert race the other day, and he's dominated in this race to come over first in class and first overall. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now on screen, we are still watching Bailey Cole troubleshoot this car that we saw come to a dead stop at the probably about halfway down resolution as we're trying to get set up. This is the this is actually, I believe, the bottom. Yeah, this is the bottom of Chocolate Thunder where you turn left up into idle issues. We've seen a lot of bottlenecks right here. There's just this section there. We got a couple cars broke in it. We got a couple cars stopped in it. So it just sort of packed up a lot of cars right here. This is left up idle issues where they head up into her problem. And then they're going to head over to Laser Nut Alley after that. Oh, and there's Bailey. He is out of the car.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is so frustrating.
He seems to be on the back. I don't know what he's doing on that back right. But this is the other view of the cars that we just saw. All right, so it looks like the car that's rolled on the right-hand side of your screen, they're trying to use a jack, like Jim had talked before about rolling over. This is actually, this is the part where they have to get up and get these RCPs. You can see that snow fence marked there. They have to get up into the rocks to get these rock checkpoints.
Well, let's just talk about that, because RCPs and VCPs are quite normal. We're quite used to that. But the RCPs are rock checkpoints, and they are a new item for King of the Hammers in 2025. And what it is to stop people taking bypasses in the rocks. They've got to get within 50 feet of the center of them. That doesn't mean to say you have to get to the actual center of the VCP. You have to just pass within 50 feet of that VCP. And I think some people are making the mistake here that they think they actually have to get to the center of the VCP. You just got to pass it by.
Yeah, but I think also when we talked to Dave about that, he'd mentioned that they'd strategically placed a lot of those RCPs in a way that would force you onto the hard line of the trail. So when you'd actually look at the tracker on the map, you'd see the blue line, which is the lap, and the RCP would almost look like it would be set off to the left. And that was because the bypass might be to the right, but the waterfall is to the left. So you have to run that waterfall to basically clip that that RCP. But Jim, you could be right. Maybe they're trying to get a little bit too far up into that section to get into those RCPs. But we just saw Bailey Cole out looking at the back of his car. Not exactly sure what he's inspecting back there on the right rear of that UTV. But he came to a dead stop halfway down resolution, heading down to the turnoff at the top of Backdoor.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be John Schaefer that we see working his way down through here, and it is indeed. So great work here from John Schaefer. Now we've got people watching from all around the world, watching the greatest rock race in the world, which is of course King of the Hammers. And we're getting interest from at home. So let's just have a quick update with some of the European entries. 646 Chad Piercy does look like he is currently back in Hammertown. So let's hope he can get back on track. And Crazy Germans, 2812, they are picking their way round through Chocolate Thunder. Now, interestingly, it's showing that they are on lap 1, but if they're in Chocolate Thunder, they are clearly on lap 2. So I do wonder if they managed to miss the timing loop as they pass through Hammertown to complete lap 1. We've also got Martin Duffy, and he is actually cross-country at the moment, making his way back to Hammertown, so obviously a retirement as well. So tough break there for our European entries.
Yeah, that is right. And what we're watching right now is a traffic jam at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder where they turn up into idle issues. They try to kind of climb up this rock. You can see they got to get up to this section, turn right where those where the cars are at the top of your screen, and you got one sort of high centered to the right trying to make a pass, and whoever this one was on the left is 1444. They were trying to climb the line. We've got 3 vehicles trying to get up one section of trail, just fighting for position as they try to get back into the rocks here in Johnson Valley for the Can-Am UTV Championship.
Oh, Bailey's.
So it looks like Bailey has maybe addressed what the issue is, and it looked like maybe he was running back into town for something. So maybe he's determined what the problem is.
Well, this is interesting because Bailey doesn't run very far anywhere. So that's good to see him on the move.
Yeah, but he ran back, and then now he's right back in his car, so he didn't get very far.
Well, I think he looked like he was heading to Hammertown, but I'm wondering if he went back just to check one more thing. So he's gonna. We saw him looking at the right rear side of the car for something, and then it looked like he was headed back into town.
And it is a long way.
It is.
It's a long way.
Even though in a vehicle it is literally a matter of a minute and a half to get from here back into town, to run it back into town from here, although the only advantage is it is downhill from this point.
But
it's still going to take him 20 minutes.
And then what's the gap? Like, who's behind him? How many cars can pass him in the time it's going to take him to get from Hammertown back?
Okay, now this is Bernd Schaffer. This is the crazy Germans who we were talking about earlier. Bernd Schaffer races with us in Europe, in Ultra 4 Europe. He has Bill Baird's old Campbell car, IFS vehicle, and it's great to see he's still moving here. Now, if you're following me on the tracker, he's a 2812, and the interesting thing is he's showing that he's still on lap 1. Clearly he's not, because he's in the rocks. So good to see Bernd Schaffer still on the move, as we've Bailey Cole here, the mountain goat himself.
Well, Ben has just chimed in on our live chat saying that those guys, they got super lost, so he really is on his first lap, but he's in the rocks. But right. I am looking at our tracker here, 190, Hunter Miller. Tracker is showing him moving at 2.3 miles per hour, so he might have actually gotten those axles fixed. But the next person that is on their way to Bailey Cole is 441 Robert Leibel. He is between race mile 7 and 8 on the desert lap, so he's going to be through Resolution and Backdoor here pretty soon.
Yeah, so Bailey making the hike back to town seems crazy because, like we said, it's not that close. But the question is, how many cars are possibly going to be able to get to him between then? I don't know.
Yep, I mean, it might be Robert. It might, well, now we've got Hunter Miller again at 0 miles per hour, as well as Ronnie Anderson, who we know had a broken axle. The next one is 271 Jonathan Schaefer, but those guys are all out in outer limits. But Dave, what's happening with your kid here? What's going on?
Oh, he's out of fuel. But Brian Cross, if you want to come up here and have a conversation with any adults, if you're capable of it, come on up and have conversations with them. If you just want to run your mouth, stay out there and keep running your mouth.
All right, so we've got plenty of action out here at the 2025 UTV Hammers Championship. Bailey Cole stuck here in Backdoor and Resolution area on his way back to camp. And we still have 441 on the way, Robert Leibel. He will be the next racer through that area, so we'll see what happens when he gets to Bailey. And it looks like we've got some folks moving out here, winching up on his own power in Chocolate Thunder. So we finally made that line, but we still have 2 other vehicles down there at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder trying to make their way up those obstacles.
Yeah, that's the turn at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder where they turn left. That's Idle Issues, the start of Idle Issues Trail. You go up Idle Issues into Her Problem and then over into, oh, this is good to see. This is the 4-seater that we saw broken earlier, I believe, when we had all 3 of the people out of it working on it. So it's good to see them moving again as well.
So wait, we have a 4-seater with 4 people in it?
3. They're not 4's too many, but 3.
But 3 is fine.
I mean, why not, right? I mean, if you're here to have fun, have fun.
You might
But yes,
as well.
we saw them earlier in the desert, and they had all 3 of them right out of the car working on it. So it's good to see them moving in because they had basically the back corner of the car completely pulled apart.
Again, we are here at the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We do have some folks across the line. Brock Hager in the unofficial first place in a sub 4-hour time. That is for the UTV Open. And first place in Pro Mod UTV and second overall was Cody Miller, 4 hours and 24 minutes. What great racing we've had today. It's a beautiful day in Hammertown. The sun is out. We've got a little bit of breeze, not a lot of dust happening out there, and Hammertown is getting crowded. Driving in today, it started to get a little nuts.
Oh, it was great when I drove in at 5 in the morning. So
why would you
you're
down
talking
5
about.
a.m.?
Well, maybe 6. It was around 6. I had my coffee in my hand. Life was good. So, all right. So while we're watching all of our UTV competitors come back into town, Jim's out wrangling out another interview for us. Jim's going to be bringing in somebody to jump in the booth and talk with us here. So we're going to keep track of what's going on. This is the bottom of idle issues, which is at the very bottom of Chocolate Thunder as well, where they have to get back up into these rocks. And we have a guest with us, don't we, Jim?
We do indeed. Now, King of the Hammers is the most famous rock race in the world, and it brings people from all around the world. And this gentleman sitting next to me, Nikolai from Skyworks Fab, it's come all the way from Italy to watch this race. Now, Nikolai, you're an absolute genius at working on UTVs and creating the most incredibly stunning builds back in Europe. And these are builds that get used in Dakar and other places. And I know you were over here looking and checking things out. Are we ever going to see a Skyworks Fabs car here?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Jim. My car maybe next year. I come here to look for maybe...
to see if it's possible. What do you think of the race so far? It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very big rocks, it's very huge laps, very big rocks, yeah.
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, the Europeans, that we always seem to struggle over here or run out of fuel. Do you think that maybe some of the European drivers can come here and actually compete at the highest level?
I don't know. Desert section is very fast. I see on rock section. So in Europe we use a lot of winch. You know, here drivers go through with the throttle.
It's a very different style of driving, isn't it?
Yeah, it's completely different from Europe. Yeah, it's in the desert section is very, very, very fast.
Indeed. Now, a lot of the cars in Europe were using 33-inch tires on the UTVs. Most of the UTVs here are running 35s.
Yeah.
Is that something we're going to see crossing over into Europe?
I think we need to make some new cars for more heavy, more, yeah.
Absolutely. So when you get back, it's back on SolidWorks again and start designing, is it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I know you're really nervous, but thank you so much for
Sorry.
joining us on stage. We really appreciate it. Nikolai from Skyworks Fabs, I'll let you get back down there.
Thank you. Thank
Cheers.
you very much.
Thanks, Nikolai. Well, there is Bailey Cole making the trek back into Hammertown through that wash. Now, hopefully he'll be able to hear when if another competitor comes around behind him, because that wash is deep. But as we saw a little bit earlier, the 717 car was up on the top of a ridge up there and was out of the vehicle. And we also saw the Jamie McKean in the 4917 turned into those rocks there. Looked like he had a little bit of a problem with his front wheel. But what is happening here? That doesn't look like it's any trail. That is the 2812 truck. Those are our Germany friends there. The Crazy Germans is their name, and it seems to be true, as it looks like they were off course just a little bit. And here comes the 441 as he makes his way there around Bailey Campbell, stuck in the middle of the trail, but Robert Leibel has made short work there, but he is going to come up on Bailey in the wash, who is walking. But it looks like Robert is going to be our next finisher here as he makes his way through back door, down through that wash, around through to Hammertown and the Ford Performance Short Course. Of course, we had a great performance today from Brett Hager and Cody Miller, but we've got a lot of racing still left out there on the track, so we hope that you stay with us through all of our coverage here at the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship here at the 2025 King of the Hammers, presented by Optima and powered by Ford Performance. Yes, Robert Leibel will be coming in the 441 vehicle. He's going to be coming down through back door. He's probably in the wash right now as we speak.
Yes, so much action going on. Now, Robert Leibel, I haven't seen him coming down through our tracks. I'm actually wondering if he is off track.
Who, Robert?
Yeah.
No, that's him right there on the screen.
No, but what I'm saying is I didn't see him come through Outer Limits or Spooners. Do you see where I'm going?
Oh, I do see what you're, see what you're saying.
So I'm not sure if he's an official finisher or if he is just making his way down through, or I've just managed to miss him somehow.
You might have. There's many, many different things. That's why we have USAC here to make all of these decisions. But he's going to come down into the wash, and we'll probably see Bailey, who is making his way into Hammertown.
Indeed.
On foot.
So Robert Leibel here is coming on down through, making his way down. Now, it's possible that his tracker's not pinging, and that's why we missed him. I do hope so. I mean, he's certainly showing a race pace. This is not somebody who's looking like they're coming back into town with a breakage, so I would guess that we have a tracker issue there as he makes his way down through, and he will be our 6th place vehicle making his way back in.
Now, I thought that for sure he would I thought for sure he would pass Bailey on foot here, but it looks like Bailey has probably made it all the way into town and is getting whatever he needs to fix his vehicle and finish this race.
Absolutely. We can only guess as to what it might be. Could be something very simple, maybe a drive belt.
Could be a drive, although I would imagine that he'd have multiple spares of that with him. I mean,
well, you would imagine so, but you're never sure. As Robert Leibel makes his way round into turn 19, he nearly blows it as he comes on round there. He's doing a great job, and Miles will be down in the pits as well to bring Robert Leibel across the line.
Looking good there through the Talladega turn.
Now, we do have to keep an eye open on adjusted times as well, although to be fair, I think he's far enough behind. Yeah, he started in 16th position this morning and is in UTV Open, so he will be our 2nd place Open UTV vehicle as he comes in now, and he will be crossing the line. 6th overall as he comes into Hammertown, and unofficially 2nd in Open UTV.
Driving a Can-Am vehicle, coming in 6 hours, 4 minutes, and 30 seconds. So a really great run there for Robert in that 441. And who do we have out here in? So this is still our.
I think that's
Millers.
Hunter Miller.
Yep, Hunter Miller, sir. They were moving for a hot second. Now they are stopped again. Both driver and co-driver out, helmets off. That is never a good sign.
Yeah, we saw them working really hard earlier. They had an extension rope attached to Bailey Cole. And I hope that when Bailey was trying to recover them, that he just didn't damage his vehicle.
Now the 271 of Jonathan Schaefer is coming up to Hunter Miller there. We still have Ronnie Anderson stuck there with a broken axle. And yeah, tracker just updated, so Jonathan Schaefer is getting closer there.
So this is back in Sledge. Now John Schaefer should be coming past Hunter Miller at any moment. Now the interesting thing to note on that is that there's a very defined line where Hunter Miller is. To get off of that line is going to be quite awkward to pass. So
okay.
We're going to have to keep an eye on that one. Hopefully our production crew will be able to watch that story, and as John Schaefer comes into view, we'll be able to watch him pass Hunter Miller.
And that is Gavin Smith in the 4962, but we have a special guest right now. It is our event director here, Ben Napier. Ben, what do you have for us?
Good afternoon, guys. Wow, what racing. This was amazing today, wasn't it?
It's been absolutely incredible. I mean, Brock Hager, the man is just a machine.
When Dave told me about this course and we went through it, and we were both talking whether we'd have finishes before dark. And then they ran that before lunch. That's incredible.
So are we going to I'm just going to ask you this quickly. Lap 3 next year?
Oh, that's above my pay grade, but we'll work through on that one.
Absolutely. But Ben Napier, you're the event director here at this year's King of the Hammers. Talk us through what's been happening out there on track.
Right, so I guess a lot of it is actually off the track, which is what we deal with. So we ensure, using the USAC sanctioning body and the team from USAC, that all of the competitors are compliant on our course. We have a number of VCPs, which are virtual checkpoints out in the desert, as well as rock checkpoints, which are in the rock. So a VCP has a 150-foot radius either side of the track. The rock checkpoints are 50 feet, and that allows us to ensure that everyone is driving the same course and that we're fair with our measurement. We also look for deviations from trails, especially in spots that we've told them they're not allowed to deviate. And there's a rule that says it's 5 times the gain if that happens. So with Yellow Brick tracking and our USAC team, we review all the finishes, and we've now reviewed the top 3, and we have official results.
Oh, wow. Now, this is very interesting. I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. Well, I can tell you that the 1896 of Brock Hager has been assessed 23 minutes and 30 seconds of penalties. That's 1 VCP, 1 RCP, and 1 track deviation at the top of Laser Nut Alley that resulted in a gain.
Okay, so just to be clear here, so Brock Hager has 23 minutes of penalties.
Yes.
Okay.
Now the 221 of Cody Miller has been assessed 10 minutes of penalties for 2 missed VCPs in the desert.
Okay.
The 150 of Nathan Parker ran the course 100% clean.
Woo.
Every single bit of it.
Now,
So
does
that's-
this change anything in our scoring? Because we saw Brock Hager come in with a huge lead.
Yes. So Brock had 27 minutes up his sleeve. We've applied those 23 minutes and 30 seconds of penalties, and he is still our winner at 4 hours, 21 and 2 seconds. Cody Miller came in 12 minutes ahead of Nathan Parker. Sorry, 22 minutes ahead of Nathan Parker. With his penalties, he then ends up 12 minutes ahead in second place with a time of 4 minutes and 34 seconds. That's Cody Miller in the 221. And Nathan Parker in the 150, 4 hours, 46 and 59 seconds. Brilliant drive from him as well, second in class, I believe. We're going to keep validating all the finishes. We've got 4th and 5th trackers downloading now and being assessed by the Yellow Brick and USAC team. As soon as they let me know the official results, I will bring them to you.
Well, this is fantastic, and what an update this is from Hammer King Productions and all the crew here at King of the Hammers to get the official scoring in so fast. Thank you very much, Ben. We love these updates.
Thank you, guys. We'll keep bringing them to you, and excited to see the racing as we keep going this week.
Indeed. But I believe we're going to be going down to Pam, who has a finisher with her now, and I believe is second in UTV Open class. It's Robert Leibel. Pam, what do you got?
Thanks, Jim. I am here with Robert Leibel up here, second place, like he just said, in the UTV Open class unofficially. You came in and you were like, man, what a day.
It was a very hard race. We lost navigation on the first lap and had to wing it and follow dust trails and everybody from there and look for the burned-in course and try our best and not to miss VCPs, RCPs, and trails and everything like that. I'm fairly certain we missed a few of them. I know we're going to take some penalties for sure, so we'll see where we end up at the end of the day.
Yes, actually, Ben Napier was just now up there going through everybody so far, but right now it's all about you. You're saying you probably will get some penalties. I know they're assessing everything, but congratulations up here in second position right now unofficially. I know it takes a whole army of people to get you out here. Who all would you like to thank?
My wife and kids for sure, and then aside from that, I'd like to thank JC, Mark, some of my other friends that are here, Austin, Tony, Brandon, just good friends of mine that helped make all this happen, work on the cars. I'd like to thank Donovan with UTV Race Shop, CT Race Works, and Double E Racing.
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
And realized that it wasn't just the diff. We had missed the rear yoke from the transmission to the front ring and pinion. It had completely grenaded, and so we tried to keep going. Made it to the turnoff for Bessemer Mine Road, and it was just too much. We were worried about it coming apart in our legs, so pulled the plug. Took the long way around. Got to wave at Dave's Ranch in the way in. Yeah, now we're unfortunately I didn't get to do the homework that I needed to do for Justin Hall tomorrow. But now I can watch your guys' awesome live production and hopefully get to see some of the rocks that I didn't get to see today.
Indeed. Well, let's not forget you're in 3 races this week, aren't you? So you're
correct.
racing today in the 4900 Hammers Championship. Tomorrow is in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. And then, of course, you're sitting next to 3-time king Shannon Campbell in the Race of Kings on Saturday.
Yeah, that's correct. Luckily, Justin Hall and my other drivers allowed me to ride with Shannon Campbell because I was already committed to other drivers when Shannon asked me. So, but it's been an absolute honor to sit next to him for these couple days of pre-running. We threw down an exact qualifying that we wanted to throw down, top 20. I think we got a really good starting position, and lap 3 is going to be so much fun tomorrow.
Now, I'm going to ask you
Saturday.
this. Obviously, you're going to be with Justin tomorrow, but we're going to just roll forward into Saturday. Now, we've been watching this all day. How important do you think the co-driver is going to be at this year's Hammers?
I think that is imperative, like especially for lap 3 when you're seeing stuff that you didn't get to go pre-run. You got to be able to make a decision, and it's not just the driver, and the navigator's got to be there too.
So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have comms with Shannon when you're out of the car?
I do actually, and if you notice right now, my fire suit, I had Sparco Custom make this fire suit for me that allows me to have a Bluetooth communication, and it's intercom communication. So it's basically a pass-through between the intercom and the radio. So when I get out of the car, I talk to him as if I'm sitting next to him.
Absolutely perfect. That's the kind of thing that I think you're going to need this week.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Ray, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck tomorrow with Justin Hall, and we look forward to seeing you racing with Shannon Campbell on Saturday.
Yeah, fingers crossed I can get Justin across the line, in a great position tomorrow, and then just repeat it on Saturday. So thank you to everybody that makes this possible, all the volunteers, my wife, obviously, every single time I come up here, I got to say thank you to her. TWC Racing, Trent Roberts, huge help. I love racing with him. And I'm just bummed that I couldn't get him across the finish line. So thank you guys for having me, Ian. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All the very best,
Chris.
mate.
It was great
Thank
to
you,
have you up
Chris.
here.
So, right, Ian, Emmy, what have we got going on track?
Well, right now we're just monitoring a lot of essentially bottlenecks, which we assumed we'd have. We're still monitoring Bailey getting back out there. It looks like he has his fuel, and he's headed back out on track, which is good. But yeah, we're still seeing who's going to come in next.
This here is the bottom of Chocolate Thunder and Idle Issues. That's John Carnival. A little bit, getting a little bit of a spot there from his co-driver. Again, we're going to see a lot more vehicles stopped here as some of the top guys have already made it through. And these are some of the folks in the back, further back in the pack. And oh, look at this. We've got a co-driver out. Where is that?
Yeah, look at this. Is this coming up the top of... Is that Emerson? No. Now, this is very loose and shaly here. I wonder if they've got some kind of driveline problem. Now, I'm just looking at my tracker, and I can see that John Schaefer has made his way through Spooners and Outer Limits, or Outer Limits and Spooners as they're doing them in that direction, and is heading back towards Hammertown. Now, the question is, can Bailey Cole or Phil Blurton solve their issues and get back to town before John Schaefer? Then coming up towards outer limits right now, or heading towards pit 2 actually, right at this moment, is Keith Beam. Just behind him and still stationary is Casey Curry. And then we have Cody Willenberg making his way through as well.
And Miley Hale, looks to be through Clawhammer, and she's going to be coming around down into Tortuga Blanca. So Miley is still running, looking good. She had a little flop over a little bit earlier today, but she is in the rocks and doing really good. So come on, Miley.
Yeah, we actually saw her going 0 miles an hour this morning for a little while early on the desert laps. We were worried that she might have been out of the race, so it's good to hear that she's back moving.
I can also tell you that the desert legend, Robbie Gordon, is still on track and moving.
Yeah, we saw him earlier caught up in that bottleneck at the bottom of Jack, and it just sort of seemed to be, they looked like they'd finally got one line cleaned out, and they were winching the vehicles up through the far left-hand side of that trail. But yeah, it definitely was causing some headaches for some of the racers for sure.
There's still a lot of action here. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. Now, is that Hunter Miller that's just we're seeing here? That is Hunter Miller.
Yeah, we saw someone picked up and was able to pull him free from, that was who we saw. Bailey was pulling him earlier, correct?
That was Bailey, but they couldn't pull him through.
And no, and then another car while you were talking, we had another car come in and strap him up, get him through the trail. So I think his problem is, I think he's fine as long as he's out of the rocks, from the looks of it. Although we say that now, and now he's stopped moving.
I was going to say, I think we might have to reassess that situation.
Yeah, but whatever his issue was, they were able to get him clear of those rocks. We watched him get, don't know who it was.
I think it was 271. I think it was Jonathan Schaefer. He's the only one that's been through there
Could have been, yes.
So
John Schaefer looks like he was able to pull him through. So whatever his problem was, it looked like it was only a problem in that specific rock trail. I know Bailey tried to pull him. Maybe they had to pull him because maybe the winch isn't working, Jim. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the interesting thing about this is he's not out of the woods yet, if you'll pardon the pun, in the desert. He's still got to make his way down Resolution and down Backdoor. Now, if he's got 2 shafts gone on this vehicle, which we know he has, he's not going to be able to take the bypass after Resolution. He's going to have to commit to go down Backdoor. So that could be very interesting indeed, because I'm not sure I'd want to drop Backdoor with only 2 shafts on my car.
No, not in the UTV, but at the same time, the wheelbase on these Can-Ams is stretched out a little bit further than we'd seen in the past. I certainly think it's doable. I think it would take a serious level of commitment. I think for us, what we need to do is just watch right now. I think you're right, Jim. I think there's a chance that this car may only have rear-wheel drive. So the question would be, in only rear-wheel drive, does it have the power to take that bypass?
Well, Cody came in. He said that the shafts. You probably weren't. I don't think you were here for this bit. He said he's got a broken shaft on the front right and a broken shaft on the left right.
Oh, so our left
on
rear.
the left right on the
left
rear right. We've got left right here.
You went full metric on us there, Jim. On the left right.
Yeah, so Hunter Miller is actually moving again, and John Schaefer is picking his way down through the trail. Ronnie Anderson is still showing at 0 mile an hour in Spooners. And it does look like we're going to see Keith Beam and possibly Cody Willenberg making their way into Spooners and Outer Limits very soon.
We've got 9 cars stacked up there at Jackhammer, but we're going to be having a lot more cars coming in as they clear through Tumbleweed and Wrecking Ball, Winner's Choice. So that is going to get worse, I think, before it gets better.
Yeah, it looked like they were finally able to get that left-hand side of Jack cleared up, which is good. You know, we said before that John called it early this morning. Yep. He said that is where there's going to be a bottleneck. He said it's no questions asked. There's a bottleneck in Jack. There's no way around it. It's just a matter of whether our winners get through it quickly. Yep. And they did. Now, as more traffic got in there, yes, obviously it ended up being a bottleneck, and it was a bad bottleneck.
So coming off the top of Aftershock here, just trying to see a car number. But there is so much action on this course, and it is a real rock driving course this year.
So that should be Jamie McKean, maybe, according to the tracker. Jamie McKean or Kyle Seglin. I didn't know Boston Kyle was out here racing. He's one of my favorites.
Well, there he is.
He's doing it just for you. Now, Keith Beam is making his way into the top of Outer Limits right now. And Cody Willenberg, it looks like he is in remote pits at the moment. So I'm expecting to see Cody Willenberg. He's probably taking on a bit of fuel, maybe having a re-rack on his tyres before heading back into the trails. Now, who are we going to be seeing after that? We've got Kurt Mackey coming through as well, and Jim Flory. So behind him will be Michael Lee and also Jeffrey Martin. They both are showing stationary at this moment, but I'm not too worried about that. They're also moving again shortly, I have no doubt. And then just behind them is Ryan Belgrave and also Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, we saw Robbie caught up in that traffic jam in Jack earlier, so it's good to see him out running again.
Yeah, just looking at these cars here, so that is the 923, and that is Luis Gallardo, and there we've got the 622, and that is Richard Bivens. And the one just in front of that is the 4309, and that is... or is that a 4909, I would imagine?
Could it be 4902?
No, I thought it was 4909, which I think is Jonathan Nelson.
Yeah.
All right, Jim. So you're keeping. I see you eyeing up that tracker over there. So fill me in. I know we're waiting for 2 people to fill up on fuel, and we're waiting for a couple other people to come back in. Who are we going to see next come back into Hammertown?
It's looking like it's going to be John Schaefer that's going to be coming in. John Schaefer in the 271, going to be making his way back towards Hammertown right now. Now I wonder if this same John Schaefer that's racing in 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class tomorrow, so I'm just going to see if I can find out about a little bit more about that.
All right, so as we wait for John Schaefer to get back into town, we are still waiting to see what happens with, we saw Bailey Cole run out of fuel at the bottom of, well, not necessarily the bottom, I think it was about halfway down through Resolution before he had to make that turn. We have a couple other cars still out there moving, and it's kind of a dance right now as to see who's going to pass who, and who can hike fuel back up into the desert.
Yeah, I found out a bit of information there about Jonathan Schaefer here, or John Schaefer. Comes out of Indiana. He's running a custom John Schaefer built Can-Am X3, all sorts of modifications, and his first race here was in King of the Hammers 2023.
And speaking of hiking fuel, there it is right now. We're watching fuel being carried over the mountain.
Yes, and they've got to carry a fuel map with them as well, because we have to be responsible.
Well, it's the right thing to do.
And you can see that rolled up under his arm, so...
Do you know what? One thing a few years ago when we saw this play out, I remember talking to Ricky Johnson about this, our old friend, and I said, maybe I'll invent a backpack fuel jug or a bladder that they could just, like a camelback, to carry.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
place in the 4,500 Yukon.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
That's pretty good on that. And I think right now we are watching, I believe that is Hunter Miller.
I think you
on
nailed it.
screen.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. 2 shafts missing on his wagon, but he is making his way back towards Hammertown. Now, things are going to get really awkward for Hunter when he gets down to Resolution and coming back through back door. What's he going to be able to do? I just don't believe that car's going to be capable of driving up the bypass at back door.
If it's only got one front, one rear drive, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Would it be doable? Possibly, but then you got to gamble it. Is it possible to drive off the 2 drops that make up the 2 ledges that make up back door with basically, not necessarily 2-wheel drive, it's 1-and-1, which is even worse because it's trading power back and forth inside those diffs. So the question would be, which way do you go? And he may not have a choice. He may have to head down into back door.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take back door, and it's going to be very interesting indeed. I haven't actually had a chance to go out to the waterfall this year and see how dug out it is.
Yeah, I haven't actually been up there myself as well. Refresh me, who was it that was running with their fuel?
We got Phil Blurton.
Phil Blurton, okay.
And Bailey Cole.
Oh goodness, okay, so at least Phil has a co-driver. But yeah, that's I was kind of seeing it here and there. But anyways, that is unfortunate as well. But who is this that we are seeing coming through back door right here?
I think is that Miller?
No, but no, it's Jonathan Schaefer making his way towards it.
Yeah, that's who we're expecting to see here back into town. That was the next one that we were expecting to see, right, Jim? And
it's just the 271 that will be Jonathan Schaefer.
Yeah,
or John
so
Schaefer.
This is coming down Resolution right here. So he's going to come down through Resolution, get to the bottom. There's a couple little drop-offs here. We should see Bailey's car coming up here shortly because Bailey was about halfway down when he had his issues. So we should see that shortly, and then he'll either take the bypass that we were talking about, which is the left-hand turn at the bottom of this trail, or he'll continue on down and go down through the 2 waterfall ledges.
So there is Bailey Cole's car, and John Schaefer is making his way past it right now. So it's a solid run. Now, where did John Schaefer start this morning? I'll come back to you with that information.
All right.
John Schaefer, he started in 35th position this morning, and he is in Pro Mod. So he will be our 5th finisher in Pro Mod, and he will be our 7th finisher overall.
All right, so we'll get him back into town. All right, you can see him picking his way down through Resolution right here. And then as they get down further along, you'll see at the bottom of this trail.
All right, so we were watching earlier on, is it Mally or Maylee? Maylee Hill, our rookie, she was on her side. Did she get back going earlier on as well? I was watching, but I didn't, I had to walk away and go do an interview in between that. But I know she had been stopped at one point. Did we get her back moving again?
I think we saw her moving, yeah, so she was back moving. She's still fairly far out. Emmy found her on the tracker moving in the rock trail, so yeah, we saw her on her side. We saw her at 0 miles an hour fairly early in the race, but she was back moving through the rocks.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, now this is John Schaefer coming on the way down through Resolution. now very shortly. Oh, yeah, you just see it. You've got to be so careful. Resolution's one of those trails. Everyone goes, oh, yeah, it's just Resolution. Oh, it's really easy. But it's so easy to make a mistake coming down this trail. It is still gnarly. There's still big rocks and lots of sharp rocks that want to flatten those tyres. So what do you reckon he's going to do here? Is he going to shoot backdoor, or is he going to take the bypass up the sand wash?
I think we're going to see most of them take that bypass, Jim. I mean, they don't necessarily have to go. If you were in the race for the lead or the win, I think it would be worth taking it. But
here we
that's
go.
The left-hand turn right there to head up over the bypass.
That's the bypass.
Okay,
and this is incredibly loose. It looks very, very simple, but you can see him having to work the card very hard there.
It's a very, very steep hill right there for sure.
It is, and it's so loose. You have to use tremendous horsepower wisely.
Looks like he was switching probably out of low gear or low range there to get himself back going.
Yeah, they got to drive back down through here, and they have to go around that barrel. That's their little turn point right there, and that gets them back into the wash. And it's a little bit, dropping down the 2 ledges on backdoor is a lot faster because this wash is a little bit longer than you think it is, because you have to travel all the way down this sandy wash, and you'll actually see the entrance to the back door on the right-hand side they drive by. But yeah, it's definitely not a faster way, but it's a lot safer of a way to get through this section of the race course, especially in a UTV.
Yeah, and you could definitely tell how whooped out it is as well.
It was really interesting last year because this was obviously part of the qualifying course, and we found that anybody who was going down through backdoor, if they decided to drop the waterfall slowly, there wasn't actually much of a time difference between actually taking the bypass. However, if you put your big man pants on and then shot backdoor, it was considerably quicker.
Have you guys seen any drivers actually go down backdoor today, or are they all taking the bypass?
Yeah. Everyone's taking the bypass.
Everyone's taking the bypass today, and as I said, I don't think it's a benefit to not take the bypass today. I think if we were going to see anybody do it, it would have been if if we were going to have 2 cars enter that section of the race course at the same time and they were pushing for the win. I think we've kind of got everyone sort of spread out enough that we're going to be able to get our 1, 2, 3 across the line for most of our classes at this point with a good gap between everybody.
And here we go. This is John Schaefer making his way onto the short course. The 271, custom built chassis built by himself on an X3 platform. As another vehicle joins us here in Hammertown. 2 more turns. He's got to go around the infamous turn 19, then the Talladega, over the MBRP Sky Launch, and then under the start-finish arch to take the checkered flag.
And then we'll get him back in town, get him up on stage, find out how his day went. Pam will go down and see what's going on with him.
He'll be bouncing back and forth pretty much
all
this
night
afternoon.
long.
Yeah. I mean, Ian, I know you help do that too a lot, and it's a lot of fun.
I'll save mine until Friday when I'm here till midnight, or Saturday, I mean, until I'm here till midnight.
So John Schaefer goes over the launch, makes his way towards the start-finish, and he will be taking the checkered flag as he goes past Old Glory.
Oh, that must have hurt for him to say that. Did you hear that? How's that sting coming out of your mouth,
That's a great shot
Jim?
there.
It's a
Rusty
beautiful
there
flag.
giving out the checkered flag. And John Schaefer will be joining us up on stage very soon indeed. Now, could be either Cody Willenberg.
I
Oh, there
believe
we
it
go.
is.
Just
Yep,
look at
jumped
that.
up on the screen. That's Cody Willenberg.
Now,
And
Cody had an issue in qualifying the other day, correct?
Yeah. Ooh.
I cannot there was something with Cody the other day.
Hold the line, caller. Just ahead of him, though, and you might be able to see him, is Keith Beam. So keep an eye on that one.
Okay.
All right.
Jinx, Pinchpokyo, me a Coke.
All right, so Cody's making his way up through this trail section as we're going to jump back out. That is not Sledgehammer. That's just the identifier of the camera, but that's Tyler Parks.
This is super, super steep right here.
It is, and it's getting more and more dug out. We saw a couple drivers out winching that earlier just because of the steep, the double. It's basically set up. It's the worst way to set it up. Both tires have to climb at the same time. It's a very difficult climb.
And can you imagine what it's going to be like on Saturday's race after we go through all of our EMCs tomorrow? It's going to be a very fun race to watch on Saturday, I should say, from my side.
Yeah, I see those questions popping up in the chat. Yes, tomorrow's race, which is the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. So those are our 3 different classes: 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. Tomorrow's race course will be the exact same as the race course that we're on today. 2 laps, desert and rocks. And then on Saturday, the 4400, that's when we do these 2 laps, plus I'm calling it the magical mystery lap of lap 3 that they just saw for the first time.
Indeed. Well, Cody Willenberg actually started in 88th position, so yes, that would suggest that he had a significant problem because he's just in front of some people who didn't qualify. So it would have been he would have been a DNF rather than a DNS. So yes, and I've got a feeling he might have been one of the vehicles that actually rolled on course.
I think so. I know that he had some issues.
But just check this out. He's come from 88th, and at the moment he is running in well into a top 10 position.
Yeah, if he's sitting where he's sitting right now, that's definitely a top 10 finish as long as he can get through these rocks clean. As we cut down to the bottom, yeah, that's right. Now that we've said that, his day is going to go from bad to worse. So now that we're down here at the bottom, that is the bottom of Chocolate Thunder where you turn left to go up into Idleishes. You can see there's a lot of traffic in that section right there. It's a very, very difficult climb, and there are some RCPs, I believe, in that section of trail they have to get up and get to.
Well, that can't be Cody Willenberg because Cody Willenberg is currently going down Spooners. So
no, this is not Cody Willenberg. Yeah. This is just a different part of the race course. We just left Cody Willenberg as he was driving through Spooners, yes.
Yeah, now just looking at my trackers here and just looking at the ping rates, and I'll keep you honest on it, it looks like Cody Willenberg might have passed Keith Beam.
All right, and that we were keeping an eye on Keith Beam for sure.
And I can tell you that Casey Curry has made his way up to pit 2. So Casey Curry has got his car up and running again. He was stuck for quite a long time in one of the trails. So from there, he will have to make his way down through Outer Limits, in Spooners, and then through the desert. And Hunter Miller is also going to be due to be coming down through Resolution very soon, and that's going to be very interesting to watch.
Wow, this has been a fun area to watch here today. As we see, Adam Brown is at 334. That is on the backside. Then we have the 923. It looks like Luis Gallardo as well up there in this traffic jam. It looks like we have the 289 as well that's right in front of the 334.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
When a fire breaks out, seconds count. Employees follow their training and grab the nearest extinguisher. You know the drill. It's pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, and everything's under control. But what if it isn't? What if your extinguisher doesn't discharge? Then what do? Standard extinguishers are constantly pressurized. If they lose that pressure for any reason, they're absolutely useless. And because they're not designed to withstand physical damage, you have a failure just waiting to happen. We purpose-built the Russo Eliminator to overcome the problems you can encounter with typical extinguishers. First, the Russo Eliminator is not under pressure until you pull the puncture lever and break the CO2 cartridge seal. This cartridge-based design is used in extinguishers specifically for high-hazard placements like mining and chemical processing plants. It's a preferred technology because its reliability is higher than stored pressure technology. Second, we put it through rigorous tests to make sure it can take a beating without being damaged. We've dropped it, smashed it, even run over it with a truck. This is one tough product, specially engineered to give you peace of mind. We've also incorporated other advancements. Our integrated nozzle, valve assembly, and improved discharge pattern give you superior fire knockdown. The proprietary polymeric materials we use offer maximum resistance to the elements, making corrosion no longer an issue. So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
To the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
I have to say I have almost a 4-day drive home once I leave here, so I do go back and watch a lot of the races, just to keep up, make my notes as in my head mentally as I'm actually driving as well. So here we do see this is Miller right here out of the car. So Hunter Miller stopped.
Hunter Miller out of the car with the winch line out.
Now, is he waiting to get a tow? That would be my best guess.
Yeah, I think that that's a strap. That's not a winch line. So he's setting it up for a strap to possibly get a tow back into town. So who's going to be passing him next, Jim?
Well, I'm just looking on the tracker right now. We've got 3 cars. So we've got Cody Willenberg, who laid it down on his side during qualifying. I'm just being informed, so thank you for that. And then also we've got car 14, so Dakar winner Casey Curry making his way down through outer limits right now. And also there is Keith Beam. Any of those could be coming out into the desert next and making their way through. But let's not also forget we've got Bailey Cole, who's trying to sort his vehicle out at the moment, and we've got Phil Blurton, who'll be looking to sort his car out as well.
And Phil Blurton was having such a great run earlier on this morning.
Yeah, you can go from hero to zero in literally seconds here.
And that's happened also for him in the Desert Challenge as well. He had some issues, but seeing him back out there this weekend, or today I should say, has been great. So hopefully he can get all that resolved and get to the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching Bailey here, you can see him putting his helmet and gloves on.
All right, so if Bailey gets his car moving again, we should see him coming back down through Resolution. And as Jim said that right there, that's Casey Curry. We've been waiting to see him.
All right, as we are watching, we were just talking about Mr. Casey Curry as we are watching him right now make his way through these rocks. So Casey Curry, as we can see, the sun is starting to get down just a little bit, and this is where the shadowing of the rocks can play some games with you. But Casey Curry making a great run.
Yes, this is Casey Curry that Jim was saying we were watching out for earlier. So we should see Casey come out through this section of trail back into the desert, and then he'll be on his way over to Resolution and back door. The question will be is who's going to be the nice guy and tow in the Millers?
Now, here's an interesting thing. This is Casey Curry, and of course, he's right. I was just looking there going, he's on 33-inch tyres. That would put him in the Pro Stock class, if I'm not mistaken. In which case, I think he would, if he can get back to town, he would be first in Pro Stock.
Oh, that's good to hear, yes.
I'll check that, but I'm fairly confident that is true.
We will double check on that with Race Ops as we get closer, but yes. That could be our first Pro Stock back into town.
Indeed, but there is the 4910 of, that's Beat Motorsports, and the 4910, just trying to find that there. Would you believe is not on my sheet?
That's how it works, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that is
the mystery car.
Those cars were behind this car that we're watching right now. This is Adam Brown, 334.
4910 is Logan Johnston.
All right, as we jump back out. Oh, we lost that shot. Okay, we're gonna go somewhere else. All right, we're back seeing Bailey get back in, get his car back taken care of, and now, he should have a car. I'm assuming we have a couple people getting close to him.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking down on the map at the moment, and Phil Blurton's still showing at 0 mile an hour, and so is Hunter Miller And he's on the, can confirm, he's on the sand wash just the other side of Resolution. The ironic thing is if you could get it to the top, it could sort of throw it off Resolution.
Well, you could, but then you got to collect it at the bottom of Backdoor.
Exactly. As we're watching the 614 of Mitchell Roccacelli winching his way up, or his co-driver, I should say, is out helping winch him up. But back now to the number 14 of Casey Curry.
Yep. And so as you said, Jim, that's our current stock class
leader.
Yep, right there. So that'll be our next class winner, if we're assuming, if he can keep it together for the rest of the. But he's not far now. He only has a couple.
Well, it's relative, isn't it? Because when you're in Spooners and Outer Limits, not far is a very long way.
Well, it's not far when you're in a 4400, but it's far when you're in a stock class UTV.
I mean, let's just go back in the day into the dark histories of King of the Hammers. And Spooners and Outer Limits were the two voodoo trails. They were the killers. They were the ones that were going to sort out the men from the boys. And the way that these cars have developed and the way that these crews have developed, and now Spooners and Outer Limits are considered, you know, a little bit tough, but not the gnarliest.
Yes.
I find that mind-blowing.
Yes, they aren't. They're not the gnarliest out here as we keep adding more and more trails and they get harder and harder. I've been talking to some people who are going to be co-driving on Saturday for that lap 3. They're studying
lap
notes.
of mystery.
The magical mystery lap. Yep, and they're studying notes and building pace notes and putting it in Onyx Off-Road and loading it into all the other multiple versions of GPS that they'll carry in the car with them as they co-drive. So yes, it's going to be a great race come Saturday, but today is all about our 4900 Can-Am UTVs.
Yes, I can't quite make out who this is going through Aftershock area through all of those large boulders as we can see the car moving around, making its way over them.
Yeah, and you can see the shadows getting a little bit longer as we get later in the day. Around 5 o'clock, it gets pretty cold here in the desert. And the last thing you want to be is out there. And now that's going to jump back. Here we're jumping right back over into Jackhammer, where we saw this traffic jam that's been playing out all day in that trail. But it looks like the top end of it has been cleaned up, which is good. That once they get past those 2 winch points, they should be able to get out. And right here, we're back with Miller's. Looks like they have a strap out of the front of the car. That's onboard cam with Hunter Miller. We saw him go to 0 miles an hour in this sand wash right before Resolution, and he has the strap pulled out of the front of the car, and he's waiting for somebody to come along and offer him a tow back into Hammertown. So we'll see who the next vehicle is that comes along to hook up to him if they're willing to pull him all the way home.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Hunter Miller. We know that he was having a great run for himself as well, but yeah, having that tow strap out is never, ever fun.
Nope, but as we said before, if he gets towed in by another competitor, he would be considered a finisher. So he just has to get back into town, either being towed by another competitor or get the car fixed and get it moving again. All right, and that is Mike Park out there. That is up into Idle Issues and over into Her Problem, this section, of course, right here. This is the section that we were sort of talking about earlier that links over into Laser Nut Alley, where we want to get these drivers up into the rocks. They used to be able to stay in the sand wash down below and technically still be on course, but we've dropped some RCPs up in this section to get these drivers up into this rock section where they have to stay in those rocks.
Oh, and we can see that looks like is the number 38 of Brian Deegan.
Yep, Brian Deegan moving along. I believe that is not, I think that is the top of Jack.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, that definitely looked like in that same area that you were talking about as we're back on screen with the number 14 of Casey Curry.
Yeah, this is not like Jim was saying, not an incredibly hard canyon, just a long, rocky canyon. Great trail to ride if you come out here, not during the race and you want to have a fun trail to run. It's just a nice, fun, rocky, long canyon that you can just sort of play in for a good amount of time and have a good day. Probably one of my my favorite things to do when we come out here in the fall, Pam, we'll come out here before SEMA show every year and bring a couple cars just before we have to get stuck in the convention center, and we'll bring some of the old cars out and we'll fire up Onyx Off-Road, the official mapping partner of King of the Hammers, just so you know. Fire up Onyx Off-Road, and we'll actually pull up some old KOH race courses, and I was able to find this really old KOH race course once, and we loaded them into the trail rigs and just went and ran the race course.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah,
I bet that was fun.
It was tons of fun because we ran one of the race courses that we raced back in 2009, 2010. We were able to remap it, replot it, and what used to take us 13 hours took us 3.
Oh, wow.
So it's a totally different race course nowadays.
And different technology on the cars as well.
I got a really nice pre-runner. Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Nice.
It doesn't hide money well.
All right, Deegan, looks like Deegan has a right front flat right there.
He does, most definitely.
I bet he's probably trying to figure out an area right now. Where's the best spot to actually stop, get out and change it?
There. I wouldn't go any further. That looks perfect.
And he has Jeremy Dickinson riding a co-driver for him as well, so he will be more than likely being the only one getting out of the car to do that change. He's probably going to try to drive it up on one of these rocks. That's what I would do. He's trying.
Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do here. I mean, unless he's lost his jack or there is a bigger issue.
I think he's turning around. I think maybe they took a wrong turn at the top. I don't think they know they have a right
I don't
front
think
flat
they do either.
They'll know in a few minutes.
Well, with the way they that turn right there was not as easy as it should have been. It definitely.
I think maybe they saw that car behind them.
Oh, you're probably right.
And it looks like they maybe had taken a wrong turn. Let's just hope that car behind them took the right turn.
Correct. Now, Bailey Cole, has he solved his problems and able to get back on track?
It looked like he was getting back in the car not too long ago, so hopefully we'll see him back coming back down that section of trail. That's the very, very top of Resolution. There's still a good amount of trail to come all the way down through there and then make the decision. Right behind that ridge is Hunter Miller, broken down, that has a tow strap hanging out the front of his car waiting for someone to tow him. And then coming up behind him, the next car to get to Hunter, is it going to be Casey, Jim, to get there next?
Yeah, and I'm just looking on the tracker at the moment. I can tell you now that we have got 3 cars. So Keith Beam, Cody Willenberg, and it does look like that Cody Willenberg is going to be the first of the vehicles making his way back out into the desert. So it's going to be a fantastic recovery there from Cody Willenberg, who started in, I believe it was 88th position.
We'll have to talk to him when he comes up here if he does end up coming across the stage, because I do remember something with him the other day in qualifying. But for him to be out there running so close to the front right now, pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just looking here in my notes at the moment, and we have, if I'm not mistaken, we only have Brock Hager in Open UTV to have crossed the line so far. So,
I think wasn't Robert Liebel also?
Yeah, but I think we got penalties to be applied there. So, but that was in 6th.
But he did cross the line coming in as well, which is a bonus for sure.
Indeed, so I'll put him to Robert down into 2nd place on there. So it would be, I mean, potentially Cody Willenberg is still fighting for a podium here.
Exactly.
Which is amazing. From 88th position, Pam.
Oh my goodness! How it's a JP Gomez moment.
It is.
Except
you know what?
winning.
I've been talking to a few of the guys, particularly. So I mean, we've got some big hitters who are going to be starting from the back for the Race of Kings on Saturday. So I mean, no more notable than Jason Shearer, 3-time king, and next to him is going to be Paul Herschel.
Right.
And yeah, I can't help but think that that's actually going to be a really good strategy for them. So, right, here we go. We've got more action. That does look like the 622. And 622 would be Richard Bivens.
That is never fun being on your side. I did see a couple spots earlier on, too, where people were on their side as well. But, I mean, that's a downhill.
Yeah, he's just got it wrong there. He's pivoted back off of that rock, unfortunately. This is going to be... Now, the only good news about this is that he looks like he has got some rocks that he can winch to. So let's see what happens here.
And this is his first race ever. So King of the Hammers 2025. Richard Bimmons is out of Hanover, Virginia.
Okay, got 2 more vehicles here. Near to Sledge. And they're both looking rather dejected. Helmets off.
Well, that is Deegan. And the 989, or 8989 of Thompson.
And you can see the spare wheel laying on the dirt there.
Yeah, that is Tommy Thompson out of Graham, Washington right there. I'm wondering if maybe they're going to help each other out. I mean, obviously, we can see Jeremy Dickinson is out of the passenger seat, already has either the tire's already off or that spare. He's just not getting up there to get that spare tire is what he's doing.
Let's see that. No, I don't think he is. I think he's getting out the jack.
Oh, yep.
And I wonder if he's already got a flat tire on the car. And what they're doing is they're asking if they can borrow the spare off the other vehicle. And he's got one of the, looks like he's got an AGM jack there that he'll be utilising.
Right. Didn't even think about that. You could probably 100% be correct. Because it doesn't look like the spare tire is actually on the back.
Yeah, so this is one of those jacks that what you do is you use your rattle gun and that actually drives it and pushes the car up.
Those are great jacks. Have you ever used those kind?
Oh yeah, I've got one.
I love them.
They're very, very cool indeed. The interesting thing about them is because the rattle guns that you use, they produce more torque when they're undoing. Now you'd automatically think that the jack would be there for you'd wind it in to actually operate it, but you don't. You actually use the reverse function. Ow, look at this. Bailey Cole back on track again now. That's what we like to see. Come on, Bailey, get back to town. He makes his way over the top here, and he will be into the backdoor wash. Now, the thing with Bailey is Bailey's been off-roading out here since forever. The first time I met him, he was literally still pushing toy cars in the dirt. He then went into the Toyota that could, and he ran these trials in the Everyman Challenge. And since then, he's been very successful. It looks like he's making a shift there to high box.
That's what it must have been doing. For a second, I was like, oh no, what's going on now?
And he is also, let's not forget, in the Everyman Challenge last year, and he is our defending 4600 class champion and will be racing tomorrow in his Jegs Bronco.
Jim, I got Jegs.
Sorry,
Jegs
would you love to try that? Go, Jegs Bronco.
Getting better. We'll get you there. Don't worry. We'll get
the
you
Jegs Bronco.
We'll get some coffee in you. Get some of that tea out of you. Get some America.
Pure America, baby.
Get some America, India, and then you'll be like, Jegs. You got to carry that E.
I still
like
think
a long E.
Ian, I still think you say it the best, though.
Oh, I've been saying it for 22 years, so I think I got it locked down.
Yes, you do. I heard Emmy trying it earlier on today.
She did pretty good.
She did.
She's good. Yeah, she's good. She's all right.
So Bailey Cole is making his way back towards Hammertown, resolved his problems out there on Resolution, and he will be back with us very soon indeed.
Yeah, he'll be coming back into Hammertown, back onto our short course. Got to do that infamous turn 19 all the way around through the big Talladega turn and then across our MBRP launch. Right now, it looks like he's going to be our third in class finisher.
Indeed.
And so we'll get him back in town, which is great to see. Like I said before, I saw him this morning, had a quick conversation with him, asked him how the car was doing, because I know they'd been fighting some blues with it. And he had a questionable smile on his face, and he said, if I told you it was good, would you believe me? And I said, well, you never know. And so very, very happy to see him get back into town with that third place finish
in Open UTV. So he's done an absolutely fantastic job here. He's just got the MBRP launch already. Oh no, he's already over that. So he'll be coming over the start-finish time anytime now. And Bailey Cole takes the checkered flag here at the 2025 Can-Am UTV Championships.
Yes, and then we'll get him up here on stage, find out how his day went out in the dirt. I know there's a lot of yellow hat Jegs fans out there. You can see him pulling in.
As they're waving their hats in the air down here.
Yeah, they seem to be very excited to get him back into town. And it is great to see him back into town.
It's never fun having issues out on race course, but when you can resolve it and get back going again, that is what is the great part about it.
Yes, and now he'll get his vehicle over here and up on stage. And then we'll have a conversation with Bailey, getting him back out here. Yeah. All right, so as we see this happening, as we get Bailey in through Hammertown up on stage, we're back out on course with lots of This is just what we expected to see all day. This is King of the Hammers right here. The driver said, we want rocks, rocks, more rocks, rocks for breakfast, rocks for lunch, and rocks for dinner, and that's what they've been served up today, and that's what they're fighting through. Jim, you got really excited and ran.
I did running. No, I just saw our first in Pro Mod UTV, Cody Miller. I thought I'd run down there, try and get an update on Hunter Miller, who we saw out there. It would appear that he's had a problem, but it does sound like he's had radio contact with Phil Blurton, and Phil Blurton might have what he needs to be able to get moving again. So I think what we're going to see is Phil Blurton's going to stop, give him the part that he needs, and then Hunter's going to be able to actually get back into town.
So he won't
How cool will that be?
That would be amazing. Awesome. And not have to be towed back into town.
Well, fingers crossed, but let's see. There's many parts to this story.
There's lots of moving parts, pardon the pun, in this plan.
Lots of moving parts, but that goes to show sportsmanship as well, because the sportsmanship of helping another team out on course, that saved his co-driver from having to actually go run back here to camp and actually get whatever it is that he is needing. But as we're watching the 354 make their way up, this area right here is very sketch. So this is the Chris Johnson.
Yeah, so
slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube. Go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
know I saw you with water in your hand as well. You got to stay hydrated out here. But Bailey Cole, I know it takes a whole entire army to get you out here at this race course. So who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
Oh, I have so many amazing partners. You know, Jags, Yokohama, Yukon Gear and Axle. There's so many amazing ones, as well as my amazing team. I mean, couldn't do this without them at all. We've changed motors, transmissions, all kinds of things in this car, and to make it to the finish line was pretty impressive. We didn't know if we were going to make the start line, so making it here is pretty awesome.
All right, well, congratulations. You do have a great team behind you. We'll let you get going so you can rest up for tomorrow. So we'll see you out here again tomorrow once again.
Thank you, guys, and see you tomorrow.
All right, let's give it up for Bailey Cole.
Thanks, Pam. Great to see Bailey back in town with that Jags UTV back coming across the top of the stage. As you said, smile on his face, happy to be back in town. And now unofficial third in class finish. So super happy for Bailey as we wait for our next cars to come in to Hammertown. And we're working through a long list of, there's a lot at play right now that can happen for the rest of our racers that are out there, because we still have a couple cars that are broken, a couple cars that are still moving,
well,
and a couple cars that may be able to help each other.
Well, let me see what we got going on here. So I'm looking at the moment at Cody Willenberg. He's making his way back towards, and he should be going past the broken Phil Blurton very soon indeed. And then it does look like, now, this is an interesting turn of events. I've got Ronnie Anderson showing us moving again, which is absolutely fantastic news. I am showing Casey Curry as stationary, but he is currently in Spooners. And also Keith Beam is also currently showing as stationary. So I'll keep you fresh on those stories as they update. But we've got Tyler Gibbs and Kurt Mackey, now both of them in outer limits.
And the big thing for us will be, as we said before, Casey Curry, we are assuming if he gets back into town, he will be the first stock UTV finisher, so first in class, obviously unofficial, but right now, of course, based on what we're seeing on the tracker and what we're seeing play out on the course, is that right now Casey Curry is currently leading that stock class UTV.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're absolutely right about Casey Curry. So Casey Curry's doing a fantastic job here. Let's not get it wrong. Yeah, look at this. Ronnie Anderson is broken free from Spooners and outer limits. So they've obviously managed to make the repairs and get back on track. How fantastic. That's why I love this racing. It's a case of you just keep going. You never surrender.
No, there's no point in giving up because you never know what's going to happen in front of you. And what we learned today from Ben, you never know what mistakes drivers have made out on course. That would, if we had first and second, if our second place finisher had a clean race, got every VCP, every RCP, that may have changed the shakeup of this entire race.
Absolutely. Now this is Bivens again. He's back over onto his wheels, so that's great to see. Now all people say, "Oh, this is a difficult section." No, they're all difficult sections.
There's no easy section in this race course at all, ever. You can be, and we've seen it many times, you can be within a mile of coming back into Hammertown and your race can end that quickly.
Well, what do we always say? If it was easy, everybody would do it?
Absolutely.
And there we do see
that's Miley right there.
Smiley Miley on her way through.
Miley Hill, a part of that rookie program, as Bailey Cole, who just crossed the finish line, is the one who is heading that up.
Yeah, she's doing a great job here. Now, these trails are so unbelievably difficult. I can't imagine what it must be like to be a rookie coming here for the first time and seeing these rocks. Remember the first time I saw the rocks at outer limits, and I was literally looking at them going, well, there is no trail through there.
Wow, she is trying to make her way up that super steep hill. I wonder if she's second-guessing herself if this should have been her first race. As we see right now, the 0618 of Aiden Gilbert has now came up to the left side of Miley, and Aiden Gilbert has his dad, Casey Gilbert, riding shotgun with him.
Yeah, this is the bottom section of Chocolate Thunder where they turn to go up idle issues. We've seen nothing but trouble in this part of the trail all day long. There's multiple lines in here, but obviously no one has found the secret sauce that's going to get them up through this trail because it's just been bottleneck after bottleneck in this one spot.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to throw it up there, and that's exactly what Aiden's done there. Great drive here from Aiden Gilbert.
The answer to everything is always more throttle, Jim.
Oh, yeah. Aiden Gilbert.
Getting a little Western there.
Exactly.
Yep. He's doing a great job here. This is what I love about Hammers, though, is that we're seeing these younger generation drivers coming up through, and we're now seeing those younger generation drivers becoming mature racers like Brock Hager, Bailey Cole, Mitch Guthrie Jr., the list goes on and on and on. And who knows, Aiden Gilbert could be a champion here in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, as we see him struggle through this section. But as you said, sometimes you just got to throw it up, which is exactly what he did there. Found the right line and just gave it all the horse pressures that it needed to fly up those two sections of rock.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to lick it and send it.
That must be British.
That's got to be a British saying.
I've never heard that before.
Oh, a stamp.
See,
I was thinking something completely different
you had
that I
to go
could
there,
not
didn't
talk
you?
about here on the live stream.
You had to go there.
We're still learning the lingo.
I mean, goodness gracious. I guess they still use...
We looked at each other like,
still use regular mail in England. Email? I
don't know. We don't have to lick our stamps anymore. I can tell you that much. They're already sticky.
Pre-licked stamps in America, Jim. Freedom. That's liberty right there, my friend.
I don't think we even use stamps anymore.
All right,
It's all
so
done on QR
back to the
codes.
race.
Back
Anyway,
to
back to the
racing.
race now. We've just worked out the mailing system for the rest of the foreign world.
And we got nothing
You can
to
laugh
say
at your own jokes. That's all that matters.
Because we're stuck. All right, so I can't get a number on this car.
I have news.
Jim's got some
Cody
news.
Willenberg is going to be coming into Resolution at any moment.
All right, so we'll see Cody coming into Resolution. That means he's past Miller. I believe that's him right there, right?
Yeah, that's correct. This is coming down Resolution.
Yeah, so he's got to come down this section of Resolution. That's Cody Willingberg. So he's going to come down through here, and then he's got to make the turn. I'm seeing in the chat, though, I didn't see it, but someone in the chat earlier was basically saying that somebody did go down the backdoor drop, but we missed it. But I don't know how we would have missed it, but somebody said they saw that somebody went down backdoor. I don't know who it would have been.
Maybe somebody on multi-view saw it on a different
That's what
camera
I'm
that we weren't
thinking,
watching
yeah.
at that time. But Cody Willenborg right now, he is making his way down.
We can't be everywhere all the time, but we do try.
We do try.
It's hard to be perfect, but it's hard to be this humble, too.
I don't know, Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say, you wear the badge well.
It's hard to be this
I was
humble
talking about you,
when
Jim.
you're so perfect. All right, so here comes Cody coming down through this section of Resolution. This is where you kind of got these two little stair steps, and then they'll drop down a little bit further into the sand wash, where they'll make the left-hand turn to go up around the bypass, or turn right and go down through the backdoor trail.
And all those shadowing of all those bigger rocks is definitely going to play games with the drivers as well. But let's see what he shall do.
Yeah, Cody Willenberg just picking his way through. Now, he's done a fantastic job today. Let's just talk about this. He started in 88th position. Now, he would have had the desert to deal with, but pretty much all of this field ahead of him would have been fast in the desert. There's no doubt about that. All of these vehicles are very quick. So he's made his way through and picked his way past how many talented people to get into this place?
Well, and more importantly, how many people has he worked as, how many bottlenecks and issues
Exactly.
and plugged lines, and how many trails did he have to come up with an alternate line, an alternate route, an alternate plan to get through to where he's at right now? Because we've been watching these bottlenecks all day, and I don't know when he came through at the end of lap 1 and where he went on to lap 2, but surely he would have been hung up in a few of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm going to try something on the tracker here.
Oh, Jim's doing some tracker magic. All right, as we watch Cody.
Tracker magic, I like it. But yes, Willenborg definitely making his way down slowly. And, you know, again, you know, this is where pre-running comes in handy. You kind of take all the different lines you possibly can take in certain areas, if there is an alternate line, because of the bottlenecks that we have seen out on course and everything else. So that's where it does definitely come in play of how much pre-running you've done, how much you've like really done your research on the course.
Oh, you're going to like this new feature I've just found, Ian. Now, I'm just looking here. Will it tell me? Now, it looks to me like Cody Willenberg came back into town using my fancy new function that I found from the guys at Yellowbrook at 10:09 this morning.
So
there we go.
Wait, what
that
was that,
would have
Jim?
put
I'm
him
sorry.
still in the mess heading out onto lap 2, because our leaders came into town. All right, so there goes Cody up over the top of that bypass.
Yeah, so Colin Willenberg would have crossed the line into start lap 1 at 10:08.
Lap
Now-
2, start lap 2.
Lap 2, sorry. Now, if you would like to know how I did that, for ladies and gentlemen at home, so that you can also do that with anybody else, if you enter the race car number or the name of the driver, highlight that, then at the very bottom of the screen, there's the scroll bar. If you pick up the right-hand edge of the scroll, you can actually scroll back through the entire of the race for that driver, or all of the drivers, and then actually re-look up there and work out what time they were there. So what a fantastic feature from Yellowbrick.
Being able to keep track of everything, and those yellow brick trackers are also what is being evaluated once the drivers come across the line. If you have a keen eye and you watch them, you'll see them come in and you'll see some race officials go out and pull the yellow brick tracker off of their car immediately and go in, and that's where the race ops will review their track, make sure they didn't miss any VCPs or any RCPs, and then they'll be evaluating their actual race course against what they had.
Okay, right. I'm also seeing here on my tracker that Ronnie Anderson is making his way back towards town.
Excellent.
And I've got news, fantastic news. Phil Blurton is at 9.4 mile an hour.
Oh, Phil Blurton
So Phil
moving
Blurton,
again.
he is moving once again.
Did you say 4 miles per hour?
Well, 9 mile an hour.
9 mile. Well,
But
maybe. Well, he had his
that's
toe strap
just him,
out.
that's him accelerating. So, yes. All right, so here we go.
All right, Cody Willenborg making his way through the short course, just exited out of turn 19, making his way up into the Talladega turn, going to be crossing that finish line here any moment.
Yeah, he'll come back through this MBRP straight over our MBRP launch and then through the Hammers Gate where the checkered flag will fly, and he will be back in Hammertown. We will bring him up on stage. And I'm told that our good friend Matt Holt's is actually going to interview him because he's going to join us in the booth.
He is indeed. I've also got some more funky news using my new tracker feature.
Oh,
Phil
we
Blurton
should
actually
never-
came to a halt at 12:52 this afternoon.
That's a long time
Wow.
waiting for parts in the
Long
desert.
time.
Yes.
Definitely.
Woo. Man, I'd be so bored. That's 3 hours just chilling in the desert.
Yeah, I have been that person.
But they have Starlink.
Do you reckon he was watching games?
I would. I would. If I had Starlink and I was broken in the desert waiting for parts, I'd be streaming some high quality television
I would
shows.
have to say he was probably keeping up with the race.
Okay, so
having a nap.
Ronnie Anderson is now ahead of Phil Blurton, and they are both making their way towards Hammertown as Cody Willenberg is crossing the line.
And look what we're seeing on screen right here, Jim. I believe is that one of those drivers is Keith Beam.
No, is that Keith Beam?
I think Keith Beam is in front.
Yep, so I will also be watching that. So Keith, now in that case, one of those cars is Casey Curry.
Oh, so that could be Casey. I'm waiting to see what we have.
No, but
going.
those are 35-inch tyres, so I'd suggest that is Keith Beam and that Casey Curry might be in front. But there is also Kurt Mackey.
Here
is
we
gonna
are.
be-
We're in resolution right now.
Yeah, now who's that running down there? That looks like one of the Millers to me.
I was going to say he may be.
Well, here's Anderson, and that does look like
Yeah, that is
a
definitely.
Miller?
Yeah, you called that absolutely perfectly.
that's
Pat.
actually Hunter Miller. It looks like.
It does.
I wonder if he's preemptively moving down
Hi
that
guys.
course to.
Did you see him wave? He said, "Hi guys, can I have some
wonder if
help?"
That's him preemptively moving down to get ready for when their car gets moving again. Because even though they're going to get what they need to go, we're assuming they still have 2 broken axles in that car.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is resolution. And this is Ronnie Anderson. Now, Ronnie Anderson started on the front row of the grid this morning, side by side with Kyle Cheney. We saw Kyle Cheney succumbing to the demons on course during lap 1. Ronnie Anderson had a great race going, though, but unfortunately had some demons of his own in Spooners. What a tough race this is. It really is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, we definitely have seen a lot of attrition. And if this is at all a snapshot of what we're going to see later this week, that means that tomorrow it's going to be very, very difficult for our Everyman Challenge cars out there. We have 3 different classes racing in that race as well, as we do multiple classes racing today. But if we're in a situation tomorrow where these guys have to hit all these VCPs, all these RCPs, we're going to have a great day of racing. If we just base it off what we've seen today, it's going to be a war of attrition out there tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. I can't wait for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge with 3 classes. We're going to have the Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 modified class. We're going to have the Brandt Motorsports 4800 class, and of course the Curry Enterprises 4600 class. But right now, it's all about Cody Willenberg, who's on stage, and our good friend Matthew Holt is going to be chatting to him.
Yeah, but while we wait for that, we want to get our next car up over through this section of our race course. So we've just cleared resolution. We're now on the backdoor bypass. He's coming back through. He's going to drop down onto the desert floor, and he's just minutes outside of Hammertown. So that'll be our next finisher coming across the line right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I can tell you that Phil Blurton is going to be somewhere near Hunter Miller. So will he stop and hand over the parts, as we were told?
I think he probably will. I think he'll hand that off to them, and then we'll have our next 2 racers in. The question will be, when he hands off the parts, how long will it take for the Millers to get their vehicle fixed and running again? And why did one of them head further down the trail? That's the next question.
That's what I'm wondering. Like,
Mystery
why?
trail walk, who knows?
Well, I think it's because even though they know they're going to get what they need to get the car running, they still have a situation where they have 2 broken axles. And we talk about Resolution being an easy trail. It's not that easy.
It's not that easy.
And if you're driving down when you have broken axles, one front broken, one rear axle broken, and you're dropping off a ledge, it's very easy for that power to swap. And if you get in a bad spot, you can roll that car over pretty easy.
Yeah, that would definitely not be very fun at all. But Ronnie Anderson, it would be very interesting, when he comes in to see if he'll chime in and let us know exactly what it is that Miller stopped him and asked him out on the course.
He's probably say, hey, buddy, are you having a bad day too?
He probably said, please don't drive me over. I stood in the wrong spot is what it looked like to me, because he was standing right in the same spot they both wanted to be. But all right, so here we have him coming into town, going through our classic Turn 19.
Yeah, it's Ronnie Anderson. No stranger to a short course, of course. He is a multiple-time Pro 4 champion.
Yes, he only has one more turn to go. Well, actually 2 more turns to go before he goes through that Optimus start-finish line.
Come through that big Talladega turn, over the MBRP straightaway, and then finally over the MBRP launch. But I'm told that we are ready with Mr. Matt Holt down on stage. Take it away, Matt.
All right, what is up, everybody? I'm here with Cody and Randy. So before we get into talk about that top 10 finish, we're going to talk about qualifying, because you started 88th position today.
Yeah, I qualified in Power Hour this year for the first time ever. Qualifying is definitely not my strong suit. I get super nervous. Race day, I'm like, let's just go out and wheel. You know what I mean? It's a totally good time out here. But made a little mistake in qualifying, rolled it on its side, and I knew we had a lot of work to do in the desert. Ended up losing a tire, or I think maybe 2 tires in the desert. Had to get out and change tires and pit for a tire. So a start of a race was not going good at all. I actually looked at Randy one point and said, are we done? We're going to just put this thing on the trailer in one piece, I finished this race the last 4 years, and I really wanted to go for a top 3 finish, and we kept on trucking on through because it's a good time out there. And, man, Dave gave us some awesome rocks this year.
Again, you guys had a tough race. How was it for you riding that co-driver's seat?
Rough. Hot, and I'm tired. It was rough. We did a lot of winching. I winched a lot of other people. It's just overwhelmingly rough.
Yeah, brutal race. What was your plan going in today?
I knew I had to go really quick to the desert to get through the desert as fast as we could. I had to make up some time. We got into Jack as a complete disaster in there. Randy winched up half a dozen people out. We really had to winch ourselves much at all, but it was a lot of other people we were pulling cable for. We actually flipped Michael Lee back over on his wheels and then just gave Ronnie Anderson an axle shaft coming down. Was it sledge or I don't know. And Spooners, we gave Ronnie a rear axle shaft because they were out, down and out. So I just seen they crossed the finish line, so that's cool for those guys.
Awesome. Anybody you guys want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. AMS tires, they've been with me from the very start, back when I was just a guy trying to make things happen. And All Balls Racing, Bel-Ray, Braille batteries, Optimate battery chargers. And then, I always forget the most important, CW Motorsports. My guys back at the shop completely built this car. Derek Stumeyer, my main guy, and he built a heck of a race car. So L&W Fab, and of course, Polaris for building such an awesome machine. I mean, we beat these things. This is this car's second year here, and it probably won't come back. We'll probably build a new one for next year, but we had a blast, and I think we should have definitely wrapped up second place in national championship and all Ultra 4 points with this finish too. So.
Heck yeah, I know you guys have battled all season, last season, had a great time, and you do have a massive crew. I got to hang out with you guys earlier this week. One crew member did not quite make it here yet.
Yeah, no, you're going to make me choke up, man. I got a baby due as soon as I get home.
His wife is like 9.5 months pregnant, so he would like to thank her.
Yeah, legitimately, she's due February 10th. So, sorry, just a little bit emotional. And you know what? One more thing. We had some flat tires today, but we ran on tire spines, drove all the way back to the pit on those tire spines. If you're not running the Ultra 4 legal tire spine, you need to run it. It's absolutely awesome. But sorry for getting me all choked up there. But first time dad, and I got a baby coming in a couple days. So
heck yeah! From 99th or 88th spot all the way to 9th overall. Again, still top 10. Give him a round of applause. back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Matt. Wow. Keep saying it. It's why we love Hammers. It's an absolutely amazing place, and Cody Willingberg has done such an amazing job.
That gave me goosebumps, him talking about that baby and getting all emotional. But look at what we have going on, Jim. What's going on?
So now, we have Hunter Miller being towed.
Yeah, now, who is that? Is that Phil Blurton that's towing him?
It looks like it is the 944. His number plate looked like it has been broken half. But as we can see him right here.
Now, he may have, like we said before, given him the parts that he needed to get moving again, but not the power to get up the bypass. So
exactly.
He pulled him up the bypass.
Exactly. I mean, in fact, I'm just looking here now. That is the top of the bypass,
That's the
I
top
believe.
of the bypass right there, yes. That
So
should
now
be
is he just going to send it off the top? Now, because we were saying about the 2 broken shafts, there is no way he's going to drive that bypass hill with those 2 broken shafts, that's for sure. But as the action continues here, I'm going to pass off to my very good buddy Matt Holt, who's going to be taking you through the rest of the race, and I look forward to seeing you bright and early at 7:30 tomorrow for the Yokohama Everyman Challenge.
We'll see you then, Jim. Thanks. It's been great having you in the booth, as always.
All right. Yes, exactly. Jim's always got a wealth of knowledge out here on all of the different races as well. But, yeah, Matt Holt was just out there interviewing Cody Willenborg, making him tear up on the podium. That's so awesome to see that Cody did have the issues in Power Hour yesterday, started 88th today, comes in unofficially in that number 9 position. So it's awesome to see the racers that just stick with it, persevere, and get themselves through from point A to point B, from the green flag to the checkered.
Yeah, I think it's this. You know, we say it all the time how difficult this race is, and it is a very difficult race. And especially to go through all the traffic that they're going to see out on those rock trails and make it from 88 up to 9th. That is a great finish for them. They should be incredibly happy. But right now, what we're waiting for is these 2 gentlemen right here on screen. This is Phil Blurton and Hunter.
It's Hunter Miller.
Hunter
yes,
Miller, yep.
that's like almost a perfect photo.
Maybe they
right
were
there.
stopping to take a photo there, but at this point they've got to come down. This is the backside. Looks like he's actually going to tow him down the.
Tow him down and probably. I mean, he's gonna have to ride his brakes, obviously.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult time to go.
I'm going to step away for just a minute because we have our top qualifier right here.
All right, you jump out there. Pam's going to get ready to get a little bit of an interview here with our top qualifier who just came into town. So as she gets ready for that, we're watching Phil Blurton pull Hunter Miller down this section of bypass right here. And I think that this is an interesting way to get back into Hammertown. But they decided to basically tow that car instead of try to fix it. Actually, you know what? I take that back. This is not the top of the bypass. This is the top. Yeah, this is the top of Resolution. I apologize. We gave you some bad information there. And this is a good idea for him to basically pull him through this section. All right, and I hear Pam is ready. Pam, take it away.
All right, thanks. I'm here with Ronnie Anderson. I just now was asking you, you had to get an axle out there on course. That was Cody Willenborg, actually, that was just finished in front of you. But Ronnie Anderson, give us a rundown of your day besides the axle.
Yeah, big thanks to Cody for helping us out there. We'd probably still be in Spooters if it wasn't for him. So big thank you to him. I double rear axled. Almost out of the last rock trail, so that was a bummer deal. But all in all, not a horrible day. Just a couple issues here and there that set us back, and got caught up in a little bit of the shenanigans in Jack, and then had a really clean run actually all the way until Spooners, until we had that small issue, and we sat there for about 3 hours looking for some help. But all in all, I'm happy to be here in the top 10-ish. So on to the next one, I guess.
I actually think you are 10th overall to come in right now, but you were our #1 qualifiers, but still finishing in top 10 with the issues. Definitely a bonus. But during Spooners, when you lost that axle, are you thinking in your head you would have done something different to be a little bit easier?
Yeah, it's tough to say. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? So it's tough to say. You could always do something better or something different after you look back at it. So all in all, okay day, and we'll move forward and get better next time.
Exactly. That's what you do. Just move forward, look forward, and persevere later on. But I know it takes an army to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
Yeah, big thanks to my team, my family, NOS Energy Drink, Polaris Razor, BF Goodrich Tires, South Point, everybody who helps us out. We couldn't be out here without you guys. So we'll see you guys all again next year.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations on your finish out here. for one of the toughest races in the world. Let's give it up one more time for Ronnie Anderson.
Thanks, Pam. Welcome back into town, Ronnie. Sorry you had such a hard day, but we are glad to see you made it all the way back here and get that finish underneath your belt. But we're jumping back out to action on track. We're going to be tracking stuff until we can't see it tonight in the dark. Joining us in the booth, he's already done his first interview, is Mr. Matt Holt. Matt, how are you doing today?
What is up, everybody? It is great to be here. I was kind of watching some stuff in the media tent earlier, and I was making some notes, and it's so funny because Hammers is one of the things you can make notes, and an hour later, those notes are completely irrelevant.
Notes mean nothing.
They really, really don't mean much out here. So
As you say that, as everyone, you can make all the notes in the world. Well, you know what they say, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face,
Yeah.
and then that plan goes
Yeah.
out the window. And speaking to someone who probably got, two people who got punched in the face right here, this is Phil Blurton and Hunter Miller. Phil is pulling him through this section. This is resolution. We made a bad call earlier, both Jim and I did, so I can share the blame with him on that. We thought that they had already gone through this section of trail and he'd pulled him up the bypass, but he hadn't. And that, I believe, is why he's pulling him down through this trail to make sure that he can make it, because we do know he still has 2 broken axle shafts, even though it appears, though, that the vehicle is still running.
You know what? I forgot to ask Ronnie. We saw Hunter stop him on course, and I totally forgot to ask him what he said.
again, that's great in-car there, being like, hey, we're going to make sure we get there as a team. I've seen several guys today pulling someone else uphill, downhill. We've seen a handful of broken axles. I got to, and again, the media, we went there and kind of watched some of the guys getting winched. We had guys getting winched uphill, winched downhill. You've seen hard stories already coming in from some of the guys that are back in the pits, getting stuff, put away, going, hey, not the day we had planned for, but it is kind of the cards we're dealt, and we're trying to still get a finish out of it, or at least just get it back to camp. So it looks like we do have a handful of guys still out there, still battling. So we might be here for a while, but definitely it's so awesome to see two competitors both being that helpful, having that tow strip going, hey, you know what, we're going to get in here, we're going to make this work. And that kind of camaraderie, I think, is what makes the off-road community so special. And you see it, again, I come from a rock bouncing background, but you come out here, you see all these guys that all, spend so many time building a car, getting the tools ready. Again, doing remote pit one last year interviews, it was so neat to see some kids pull into a random pit and go, can you guys help us change a tire? And they're like, stay in the car, we got it, and almost makes you tear up just because you see that, that camaraderie of guys chipping in and really helping out and making that a community.
Yes, but right now we are watching Phil Blurton and Hunter Miller come back into Hammertown. This is live on-cam footage, or on-car footage, coming from Hunter Miller. That's Phil Blurton pulling him. They've already gone down resolution. They've done the backdoor bypass. They're back down in the sand wash, and now they're going to be headed back into Hammertown.
I mean, I wonder if he's going to pull him all the way through, or if they're going to stop and actually unhook at one point, because he definitely, we know that he can make the rest of this race course, or just keep on going. It would take longer for them, to sit down and unstrap than it would for him to pull him all the way through the short course.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, at that point, you're so close and it's pretty easy terrain. You guys can just kind of pace each other.
Oh, and here's the answer, I bet, right here.
I think this is your answer, Pam, because I think they want to finish under their own power, I believe. So I think they're going to pull that strap off. Maybe it looks like it. And drive in on their own. Yeah, it looks like the co-driver's getting out.
Just a beautiful pair of K&Ms sitting out there again. Like I said, being able to finish on your own power is awesome.
That is Chad Hughes, who is Hunter Miller's co-driver. Getting out to unhook and probably giving them, hey, thanks guys so much. You just saved us out here.
Yeah, so it looks like that'll be Phil going in, and then right behind him will be Hunter Miller.
Giving him the wave off there.
And you know what he'll probably do. He's probably just going to ball that thing up and just stick it in his lap just to get to the finish line. I mean, we see people.
Go, we're good.
We see people do that all the time with their winch lines as well when they're getting so close to the end of the race. It takes more time to sit there and spool it back in than to just throw it in their lap.
Wrap it around the front bumper, throw it wherever, just go. We only got to go a little bit farther.
That's Phil Blurton coming across back into our Ford Performance short course. He's going to come up around that turn 19, head off into the big Talladega turn, up over the MBRP tabletop, and then we'll come across the start-finish line, and that will end his day here in the Hammer.
As Phil Blurton making his way around the turn 19 and going up over the MBRP. I'm sorry, that was a Talladega turn. MBRP leap, and there he is finishing up his lap right there in his race. Mr. Phil Blurton did not have such a successful Desert Challenge race out here on Saturday, but here he has taken the checkered flag for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship race. And here we have now the number 968. The 968
That's
of
Jeffrey Martin.
Yes, it is.
They were faster in the production than we were up in there, so they were able to get that up for us. That's Jeffrey Martin out there. That's out. It says Outer Limits, but I don't know if that's exactly where they are. We're still waiting to see Casey Curry to see where he's at, because he would be our first stock UTV to come back into town. All right, and this should be Hunter Miller coming around our Talladega turn.
All right.
No, it's not. That is not Hunter Miller.
That's Casey Curry right there.
That, I speak of the devil right there. That's Casey Curry coming into town. We were wondering where he was.
So more than likely, Phil Blurton, obviously we saw him take off. Hunter Miller, his co-driver, had to get all back in, strapped in the car, as Casey Curry obviously passed him as they were getting all of that work done.
Yeah, I haven't seen, so we're still waiting for Hunter Miller to get back into town. It looks like his camera's looking for him, didn't find him, and there he is right there. So there's Hunter Miller, because that's our on-cam with Hunter. Looks like he was right behind Casey, because that's just finishing up the MBRP launch and then coming through the start-finish line. So that will be Hunter Miller back into town, and it looked like it was Casey Curry right in front of him. And that would be Casey Curry, that would be our first place finisher, unofficial, of our UTV stock class.
Again, the stock rigs are just absolutely taking a beating out there. We've seen some of our pro class guys just, trying to piece it together just to get out there. So having a stock rig is just taking an absolute beating through those rocks.
It's those tiny, tiny tires.
It is.
The 33-inch tall tire is so small when you're out on these rock trails. So definitely to see Casey be able to bring that car back home, that's really, really good. But yeah, I know we've watched him struggle out through there, but very good to see him get that, we're assuming that win underneath his belt. All right, it looks like Pam is ready. Pam, take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. Phil Blurton's making his way out of the car right here. You just now were towing in, basically almost all the way in. You helped out Hunter Miller. So I wanted to ask you really quick, was that a planned tow?
He seen me hiking back with the fuel, and then we both have Starlink, so he called me and said, "Can you spare 1 gallon of fuel? I'm out." So I brought him a gallon of fuel. They had a couple broken axles, so it was just like, well, we'll just hook you and tow you the rest of the way in.
So doing what you just did and made your way down, towing him down the nice little rock trail of the bypass. That was definitely interesting to watch. But besides the issues you had today, all in all, the race course, give us a rundown.
Oh, I mean, it was perfect. We were, here a long time ago, really close. The Can-Am was awesome all day. We just miscalculated on fuel.
Well, you're here at the finish line. I mean, you were out here also for the Desert Challenge. Did not have such a successful day, but out here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers champion, you're out here at the finish line. It's got to feel really, really good, and I know it takes a whole entire army to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank for getting you out here on this stage?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody out here, my whole pit crew, my wife, my dad, Jeff are running all over the desert today. I was texting people. Somebody's like, I don't know, I think I seen him laying down out there. I mean, Can-Am built an amazing car. This thing was flawless all day long. It was the hardest trails we've ever run, having all the RCPs in there, but we were just one-shotting right up everything. We winched jackhammer, but it was kind of planned to do that. Yeah, I mean, tons of great partners on the side of this car. BFG built a badass tire for us this year. But yeah, mainly this guy just being crazy enough to ride with me.
I'm going to have to go over and talk to him now. I got to ask you, so you had to do a little bit of running in the desert today, it sounds like. So CrossFit?
No, I've never worked out a day in my life. But, I mean, I don't know. We were at mile 3.5, and we said, I mean, if you start running, Phil was going to meet me at the top of Resolution. So it was an easy way there and a hard way back. My legs were burning. I had plenty of breath. My legs were burning, but the finish is worth it. So it's good.
Well, here you are, though, you guys at the finish line. Let's give it up for Phil Blurton out here at the finish line for the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Thanks, Pam. Good to see Phil back in here, even though he didn't have the day that he wanted, but good to be back home in Hammertown with that car. And great to see him pulling in Hunter Miller through that last section of race course. And we also have Casey Curry in town. So we got a few interviews coming up. So we'll get him, Pam, back to back out there on the stage. She'll be talking to a bunch of people who've come in and finished, which is great to see. So right now on screen, we are watching, what are we watching here?
Well, we had
Matt?
just right before that, while she was wrapping up that interview, that was the 968 car of Jeff Martin, and was driving past that 64 car of Kurt Mackey while they were wrapping up that interview. Again, it looks like, I'm not sure exactly what happened to Kurt. Was on his side. I don't know if they're going to be able to get him back on his wheels and going again, or if he's just going to be winched out and be done for the day. So it looks like Pam's getting down there.
Yeah, Pam's going to be setting up. What we got on stage right now here in Hammertown is Mr. Casey Curry himself. Right now it's looking like he's going to be our unofficial stock UTV winner. We'll wait until we hear from Ben and Race Ops once they get that all straightened away and let us know. But he is our first stock UTV across the line today. And Pam's going to get down there and find out how his day went out there on those trails. I know it was probably a long one with those little 33-inch tall tires. Pam, what you got?
Thanks, Ian. Casey Curry, here you are at the finish line, yelling at your co-driver to get over here right now. But a great race out there today. I mean, you're in here right now with a smile on your face. Not probably where you want to be, but that race course was a tough one.
It was brutal, but I got to get up to Sean because he worked his freaking ass off today. We had a lot of winching. Of course, I got to flip it on its side in the first rock trail, break an axle, winch other people. It was just an insane day. But we had a blast. Sean killed it. Literally, the desert was a lot of fun. And, yeah, we're here now. I don't ever want to do it again until Monday. Then I'll want to do it again. But I got to give it up to all my guys for working in the pits and all the work that was done beforehand. So it's good.
Well, let's talk about this. I mean, we had you up on the stage the other day after qualifying. I mean, this is a 100% stock RZR except for your seat belts and your window nets, correct?
It really is. And it's crazy that we got all these parts from Polaris, and it's and the finish. One axle, and it was my fault for sure. But yeah, other than that, it's still good. Literally, the last little bit of desert is actually still fun to drive.
But you're here right now at the finish line. Who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
I got to thank my family, all my guys, my team, my family, Monster, Nitto, KMC, Fox, all the partners that we have. It's unbelievable what we can do. And yeah, it's what's brutal is Saturday. I don't even know how it's going to happen. It's going to be rough. But yeah. It's good.
It's going to happen is what it's going to do.
We're ready, actually.
All right. That's a great pre-run for you out here for sure, doing this in the UTV class. But good luck out there for Saturday, and congratulations on your finish.
Thank you. Thank you. And once again, thank you to RZR for supplying this badass machine. And literally, smallest tires out this dragging in the desert, but this Polaris Turbo R is amazing.
Awesome. Awesome. Great to hear right there from the man, Mr. Casey Curry.
Thanks, Pam. Casey, congratulations. Welcome back into town. Good to see that unofficial first stock place winner back here. And we have another finisher coming up here shortly. We'll get Hunter up here in a second, and we'll have Pam find out. I know his day was full of adventure out there, Matt.
All right. Again, that was that's the 968 car. Mr. Martin out there he's still battling through. I think he's out there near Outer Limits. Yes.
Yeah, he's making his way through Outer Limits right now. He still has a little bit to go. He's gonna have to come out through Outer Limits, get through that desert section, head on over to Resolution, down Resolution, over, and then either make the bypass or go down back door. So we do still have a lot of racers out on course. I think we've got. Is Casey 10 or 11?
I think he's 11.
That would be the 11th finisher across the line. Right now, coming up on stage with Pam is Hunter Miller. So Hunter Miller will be coming up on stage. Not the finish we expected to see from them, but they're back into Hammertown. Drove the car up on stage. That's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
Having to be towed for a little bit. Pam's going to get situated out there, and we'll get a quick conversation with them now that they're back home. I'm sure they got some stories to tell from being out in the dirt for as long as they were. All right, Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Ian. Here with Hunter Miller. Hunter, we know this is not the day that you were waking up and wanting to have today, but you are here at the finish line. Tell us, what in the world happened today?
Yeah, being here is honestly a surprise to me too. Man, we had an awesome day going. We took our time through the desert. We had one flat kind of early, and yeah, no big deal. We were in the dust. We hit a big rock, and I felt it. And coming into pit 2, we had another puncture, but it was right before pit 2. They swapped it. We got a new tire on the back, and we were going. Got into the rock trails, and Jad was kind of impressed. I drove all the hardest obstacles with the exception of Jack over there. We get over to Spooners, and we got through the hard part, no problem. Going to the top, and the stuff we've been through a million times without struggling. I undercut a tire and popped an axle. So we kept going, 3-wheel drive. We got winching in one part, and I bound the front up and broke the other side. So we spent the next 3 hours trying to winch our way out of there, and with the help of Bailey Cole, thank you, and another guy, I'm not sure who it was, but he gave us a last little tug at the very, very top and got us going and got through the desert. We saw Phil Blurton over there out of fuel, laughed at him a little bit, went another, mile and a half and ran out of gas. So
that laughing didn't pay off then, did it?
It did not. Luckily, we have Starstream Pros on here, and I had cell phone service, and so did Phil. So I called him, and I said, hey, buddy, save me a gallon if you don't mind. And took forever. We thought maybe he had a different problem. So I start hiking back here and get almost to back door. And Ronnie Anderson comes by, and I said, hey, is Phil moving? And he said, yeah, he's going. So turned around and hiked back up Resolution, and here they come. So he gave us the last little tug we needed onto the short course because now we're down to one-wheel drive. But we're here. I can't believe it.
Well, we saw that going on, and we were up here wondering, what did he just say to Ronnie? And Ronnie came through, and I forgot to ask him, what did Hunter say to you? But you are at the finish. That's all that matters right now. You have a whole nother race to do on Saturday, so time to change the mind over to that race, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, man, I will tell you, this is hands down the hardest hammer course I've ever seen. Definitely the most badass one I've ever been on, too, that's for sure. So I'm really pumped for Saturday. The RCPs staying in the rocks, that changes the game for the better. So I want to say good job to Dave and the whole crew for what they put together out here. I mean, it was definitely a challenge. You can tell we spent 3 hours winching, and we're, the 12th car through here. So, yeah, it's a hell of a course, that's for sure. I can't wait for Saturday.
Well, we can't wait to see you back out on course on Saturday, but I know it takes a whole army. Who all do you want to thank?
Yeah, for sure. My whole team, my crew, Chad, of course, Can-Am, Maxxis, Raceline, Demon Power Sports, UTV Race Shop. Oh, man, there's so many people. Walter and Derek, they stayed up all night working while we went back to the Airbnb and got some sleep. My wife at home, my parents are here. George White with Double E Racing and Doug Roll with Elka, and, of course, Elka Suspension. They've been out here with us suspension testing probably for 1 week out of the month for the last 6 months or so, and just really putting in work. And our cars were amazing. I mean, it shows with Cody taking the class win today, and I believe second overall. So, not to brag, but I was ahead of him when I broke. No big deal. But no, I mean, everybody that comes and supports us, thank you so much. And yeah, we're just getting started. Today was, I guess, pre-running for Saturday, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, congratulations once again. So let's give it up for Hunter Miller on his finish out here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
All right, we are back again. We got, I was doing a little quick monkey math here. I was trying to see what exactly places people started versus how they finished, and it really was incredible. We had Paul Wolf starting 26th. Came in 5th. We had Bailey Cole starting 27th, coming in 7th place. We had Casey Curry starting 28th, coming in 11th. So it was kind of funny that 25, 26, and 26, 27, 28 all were kind of right in that same line finishing, and just overcoming adversity. And then again, Coley Willenberg for starting 88th and finishing 9th overall. It's just absolutely kind of they talked about how hard the course was and overcoming adversity. So it's neat to see some of those guys start up, battle through, and again, I think we have 12 finishers so far.
Yeah, I think we've had 12 cars across the line. Right now we have one more finisher coming in. I'm trying to grab a number off the car. I did not see.
11:33. 100.
Eric Gilbert, yeah. All right, so Eric Gilbert back, we're assuming back into town here in Johnson Valley. We got him coming around through our Talladega turn and then back up over. Not moving incredibly fast, but he's slowly coming back into town.
And we've had a handful of these Can-Am cars just absolutely trudging through there today, keeping the car. Some of them look like panels are missing, parts are missing. We saw one dragging another one, just trying to keep it all together and absolutely keeping them together.
All right, and Pam's down on stage. Pam, take it away.
All right, thanks, guys. Here with Keith Beam at the finish line. You just told me that you are so glad to be here. Tell me why you're saying that.
Well, I haven't wheeled on 35 since like 2005 or 7. So this is the third time or fourth time in this car.
Well, I mean, you're here at the finish line. Give us a little bit of a rundown of what you're thinking about the race course.
It was really hard. Yeah. I'm not a desert guy, so I'm slow. I'm rock crawler. It was hard. I'm not very good at talking, but it's hard.
So being said, since you said you're not a desert guy, so did you shine in the rocks today? Is that where you really wanted to be?
I don't think I really shined anywhere. We kind of did this to pre-run for his race on Saturday, and I really just kind of got the keys for my buddy Phil and just went for it. Been out here for years, so I've raced with him many times. But yeah, that's it.
Well, here you are, though. You just said you got the keys from Phil. Is there anybody else you want to thank for getting you out here racing this weekend?
Well, definitely my wife and kids at home. I love you guys. And Yokohama Tires. They hooked me up, well, him up, and here we are with no flats all day. And Phil, he literally gave me the keys.
Awesome. Well, congratulations being at this finish and on Saturday as well. So congratulations again. Oh, one more thing.
Actually, it's James's birthday, and technically, this dude gave me the keys.
All right, everybody, let's everybody tell Mr. James Mahoney happy birthday. All right. Well, again, congratulations at the finish line. Happy birthday to you. We'll see you guys later on in the week.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Pam. Great to get another driver back into Hammertown. As we said before, so far we've only seen just over 12 cars come across the line right now. We're prepping our booth right now. I think we're going to get a very, very special guest back up in here with us. We're slowly getting them out of the crowd, getting them up here. We talked to them yesterday or the day before. I can't. It's been such a week. So joining us in the booth once again joining us in the booth.
Did you already have him in the booth once today?
We had him in the booth. I think it was qualifying day, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh,
so
you know what? You're right. You're right.
Mr. Brian Deegan.
Hey.
Good to have you back.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right.
So we have Brian Deegan, his co-driver Jeremy Dickinson, up here in the booth. Jeremy, I think you had your work cut out for you today.
Well, we knew it was going to be a lot of winching, but, it was a day.
A lot of running. He did a lot of running, actually. Probably the most running I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, he's probably going to consider CrossFit next time. I keep bringing up CrossFit to everybody.
Do you own like a CrossFit gym or something, Pam? You're
I
always
don't.
trying to sell this
I
CrossFit.
don't even do CrossFit. I don't even do CrossFit. I know that you run, Brian. I mean, you're always working out and staying in shape, and you really have to be tip-top shape for doing sports like this as well.
Yeah, it helps, for sure. It helps when you have emergencies and you actually have to run.
Yeah.
And that's when it pays off, for sure.
So let's talk about your day here.
Yep.
How was it out there in the rocks? You're back in town now. How did it all shake out? Like you planned, not like you planned, or how'd your day end?
Well, I think you have to think positive. You always plan like you want to finish, right? And that's the first challenge.
Step one.
Step one. And we qualified good. We started with the good guys, and I just felt like it was going right. And we jammed out into the desert. I felt like that car, the new Maverick R, was just so nice in the desert. Like I'd be going 80, 90, and then I'd gas it, and the thing would still throw you back in the seat, like with more speed. Over 100 miles per hour in the car, that's no problem, which is pretty exciting for me. I thought that was pretty cool. And then we got into the rocks and jammed through the rocks, and we ended up pinching a tire. So I know you put Jeremy to work a few times there on that. And then got into the rocks and we were doing some climbs. It was going decent. And then we got hung up at Jack, right?
Yeah, well, there was in auto issues, there was a stack there.
Oh, there was a stack in
And then
auto issues all the way down.
Through all that, and
Yep.
then we finally got past auto issues and went into Jack, and Jack was just a cluster.
Oh,
Yeah.
we knew Jack was going to be bad
Yeah.
from first thing this morning, and yes, Jack was bad all day long.
Yeah, the main line was traffic jam, so we decided to go to the right, where no one was
Did it bring
for a
back
reason.
memories from last year up in Turkey Claw to anybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no. So we started winching there and just over a gnarly section, and it smoked the battery. And then that was kind of just dead in the water, man. And then everyone used my car as traction, and that was interesting. So I got to sit back and watch that. It was pretty funny. But yeah.
Became the obstacle.
Yeah, I heard that does happen here, and I got to witness it firsthand, so that was interesting.
You just didn't want it to be on your car.
I was like just looking at the
You
guys
just
that just
didn't-
driving over my car.
You didn't want to be the guy on the bottom bunk in that situation, but yes, that is
Yeah,
that is the OG rule here at King of the Hammers. If you're plugging that trail, you become the traction.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but it's so and so where's the car now? You get her back into town? Or?
Yeah. We worked on the car. I got it back, and it's parked over there on the side. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's a fun experience. It's more than just the race. It's the weeks before. It's the testing. It's the brotherhood of everyone working together. All the sponsors supporting. You know, there's a lot of hours that go into this, and yeah, the cherry on top is finishing the race, and if you can even are a badass and get a trophy or actually win, it's like that's gnarly. That's like the top level of everything going right. So,
Yeah, this is definitely a race that you need to have the perfect day on the trail
Yeah.
to get those trophies. Yeah, this isn't a show up and half-ass it, get a trophy. Everything's got to go your way, and the people in front of you that you get around, they can't have a bad day either, because if they plug up your trail, you got a lot of trouble.
Yes, a lot of things have to go right. But like I said, I enjoy the community and the off-road here, and everyone's die hard. They come out here, everyone has their vehicles, gets to participate. I like that. I think that's why this event's so big. I go to a lot of different events, such as like Supercross and motocross races, and I can only imagine if the fans got to bring their dirt bikes and participate. Like, it's kind of what happens here, which is very unique, and I think it's cool. I like this community. There's a bunch of hardcore fans and hardcore off-roaders.
It's unique.
It's unique for sure. I can't even explain
good
it to
family.
people. I try to explain it to people. I'm like, there's thousands of people in this valley. There's no power, no water, there's no septic. Like, they're like, huh? That's fun.
And they build
exactly.
And they build
and
a
you,
city.
you choose to do that for fun.
You're like-
choose to not shower for a week for fun.
It's like everyone's super dirty all week. And yeah, it's cool.
Oh goodness, yeah, exactly. Or 3 weeks. I mean,
3
we've all been here
weeks.
for a lot longer than that. So
Yeah.
fun stuff. You're
Yeah.
thinking, no, that's insane.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I got hooked. I came out here, was very nervous at first of the rocks, and then when you start getting used to it, it becomes a little more comfortable. But yeah, it still to me is just a massive challenge. You just never know what's going to happen, and that's what I enjoy about it. So yeah, I hope I can get my kids out here to compete one day. I think they'd have fun.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask you now that you're talking about, coming out here and doing everything.
Yeah.
So what I've say, and a lot of people say this, and you probably would contest to this, you come from a two-wheel background. So do you think that's an advantage for you being in a four-wheel vehicle by being able to scan the ground and knowing what you're going through and just a little bit different wheel placement, all of that good jazz?
Yeah, I think the moto, like I always say, the moto foundation is a great foundation for all sports. And you can see the traction, you can see where you miss the bumps, you can kind of look ahead and find lines, but it's a different breed, the guys who go in the desert wide open and can't see.
Right.
I'm not that guy. Like,
No.
just like I get in the dust, he's like, go, go, go. I'm like, I can't see, dude.
You're right.
Where am I going?
Drive by the bushes on the side. Let's roll.
Well, and he's in a car so often, so.
Yeah, you're used to a much greater difficulty when you can't see in the desert. It hurts a lot more. In the car, things will be okay. We'll come on the other side of this. Don't worry about it. Yeah. When you end up driving by just what's going by the side windows, that's when it gets a little scary for sure.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely some pucker up moments out there in the dust, that's for sure. But, getting a little more used to it. And, it's exciting. Every time I feel like it's a different challenge we have to overcome. And if anything, it makes you feel young again.
Well, last year we didn't even have dust because we had the rain last year, so that was definitely awesome.
Take dust over rain. For
exactly, 100% on that. I'm not a fan of the dust either. When I used to desert race myself, it was not fun for me. But I want to ask Jeremy really quick. Jeremy, you're also co-driving for Vaughn Gittin Jr. on Saturday, so a good pre-run for you out there today with Brian. So what are your thoughts? Do you think the course is going to change dramatically before Saturday?
I think there'll be different lines used from what I have on my notes for sure, from what I've seen today, until we get to the third lap. that we don't know on the third lap.
I was going to ask, how long are your notes for the third lap? Have you started making notes for that, or are you just going to
I don't get to file till tomorrow.
So you're not, you didn't even base it off what you saw last night? You're not even pre-building a file?
No, not even going to pre-build it.
So
I'll wait till receive it, and then I'll start making my notes from there.
And then you'll go from there. The good thing is, I mean, you've got someone who's in the rocks well, so you'll be, you know, I think that's what lap 3 is really going to show off. I think lap 3 is going to show off really good navigation for sure, and that's going to really rely on co-drivers, and then it's also going to rely on the guys who are really, really comfortable in the rocks, because you can go in and pre-pace nose this race all day long, spend a lot of time picking where you want to be, even in those rock trails, but when you get it blind like you're getting, it's going to be a tough race for sure.
You have to have a good connection with your driver. Like him and Vaughn both, like they listen excellent. Like if it's like either way or check up, whatever it is, desert, besides the dust, you know. Like I'm saying go Bo go, and he's going no go no.
No Bo no.
No, yeah. But no, like you definitely have the connection between a driver, co-driver. Like I've been in some cars that I definitely wanted out in previous years, but not to date with Vaughn or Brian, either one.
Well, and I was going to actually say that too. I mean, you guys, last year I believe was your first year together as a team out here. Second year. That was your second year last year?
This is our third year.
This is your third year.
So the first year we finished 4th.
Okay.
And finished the race.
Yeah. Okay.
And last year we were going for it.
So being
with the rain.
Obviously you guys have a great relationship in the car. I mean, and it definitely is key. I mean, like you're saying, you know, besides the dust situation, I mean, really listening to your co-driver and what they're saying and trusting your co-driver is definitely key out there.
Yeah, I agree. I see drivers come out here, and there's some of the drivers so good that they, you know, their co-driver's not the one they're depending on. You know, it's like, okay, they kind of have their buddy go with them, or it's like they're that good to be able to do that, which I'm not. So I rely on, you know, whoever's in that passenger seat has to know the rocks. You know, and Terry Madden was my first guy, and he helped me a lot. You know, and Jeremy's knows the rocks very well, and like I just rely on what he said.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
That's probably my biggest accomplishment of the day today. And yeah, like I said, I have a lot of good people support me with, like Bill Stein came out and did a lot of work for me on the shocks to get it dialed in, and the guys from CT. There's have to build parts that can withstand this.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. You know, you can't just wing it with generic parts, and it's just not going to work. So it's a different level.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Right on, guys. Well, I want to thank you for stopping up in the booth, filling us in on your day. It was great talking to you. Good luck on Saturday.
Appreciate it.
Great to have you back in town. And now I'm glad your cars are good. We'll see you back here next year.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All
Thanks,
right,
guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And we'll see Jeremy again on Saturday as well.
We'll see Yep.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so we're jumping back out on course right now as Matt climbs back into his seat here in the booth.
And this is the 4909 of Jonathan Nelson. Jonathan Nelson's running in our sportsman stock class.
Another one of our stock class vehicles. We just had Casey Curry across the line in an unofficial first place in that stock class. And I think Eric Gilbert has come in while we were talking with Brian.
All right, I'm going to step off the mic and go pick up the other mic and go get an interview from him.
All right, so Pam's going to jump down on stage. We'll hear how his day went. It was great to have Brian up in here, keeping us filled in on how his day in the Can-Am 4900 UTV Hammers Championship went today. All right, Pam, what you got?
I am here with Eric Gilbert. Eric, here you are at the finish line for the 2025 King of the Hammers. How you feeling?
Tired.
Tired. That's been the word of the day, I think. So why are you so tired out there? It didn't look like it was too rough out there.
Yeah, we had to work for that one. We broke it up our ARM and had to gorilla tape it together to make it the last probably 10 or 20 miles.
I was joking about it not being rough, by the way. I definitely know it was rough out there for you guys. But you know what? You know, sometimes you got to use duct tape, zip ties, and tie straps to finish a race, right?
That's right.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish. I know you're tired. You're probably ready to just go get out of this car and hang out. But before you do that, who do you want to thank for getting you out here?
My wife, Becky Gilbert, my co-driver, Joe Fabulous Fabrizio, John Stallworth, Jim Furyk, and Hunter and Cody Miller.
All right. Well, congratulations, Eric Gilbert, on getting to the finish line out here for the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Thank you.
All right. Let's give it up for Eric Gilbert.
Heck yeah. That's another Can-Am, Mr. 113 Week.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. Great to have her doing those interviews as we jump back out. Once again, this is Philip McGilton out on course right now. You can see them pulling some winch line up, trying to get up through this section of trail. You can see that in these canyons, the sun has now gone down. They were playing in the shadows for sure.
And that definitely gets pretty chilly out there once that sun starts to set. Your
cold.
race suit suddenly becomes a little less warm, and you're like, okay, a little breezy out here.
Yeah, that's when sometimes it's good to have a little pack bag inside of your vehicle just in case you end up stuck or whatnot. But there we are looking at
Jonathan Nelson.
Yep.
Mr. 4909, again, trying to get through some. And the rocks, again, watching some in the media room today. The rocks out there are just so massive compared to some of these side-by-sides. These guys have just taken absolute brutal. And again, me and Ian were talking while you're down there earlier, that 33-inch tire for the stock class. That's just rough.
It definitely.
Just rough.
You know, and then, I mean, I was talking with some drivers, too, about it, you know, the evolution of tires and stuff, but some of them have to run a certain size, and it's just, you know, obviously the bigger the tire, the more ground clearance you have as well.
Yeah, I think a 33-inch, regardless of the evolution, you can only do so much with it.
Exactly.
And again, it's really incredible to see what these guys are doing with just a 33-inch tire. And then again, you know, we have 43s on a bouncer. There's times I wish I had a little bit bigger tire. So the fact we see some of these guys with a 33-inch tires, almost comical to see what they're doing with it and just how incredibly awesome it is.
Yes, exactly. I have to say you are right on that one.
I love this shot. It's just so incredible to see the background of the mountains, and he's, slowly making his way up. Mr. 226, Jonathan Carnival.
All right. Yes, that is the 226 out on course here.
And it looks like they're just slowly winching their way up. I don't know if they have a broken axle, as it looks like everything's still pretty turning.
All right, guys, so I'm going to jump out of the booth. Emmy's back to spell in for me. I will be back here first thing tomorrow morning to start our Yokohama Everyman Challenge. I'm going to leave you all in good hands with Pam and Matt and Emmy, and you guys will bring everybody home into Hammertown, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, we will, and thank you, Ian, so much for being out here, being so awesome. All of your knowledge that you bring to King of the Hammers, coming out here and wheeling like you do as well, is definitely a bonus to have up here on the stage. But Emmy Hall was coming right back in here. She's been up here herself since 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. So welcome back, Miss Emmy, with your Diet Dr. Pepper.
Thank you. I actually got here at 10:30 on the stage, so that's why I was like, I better go see if anyone needs a break, because I know that everyone got here a little bit earlier than I did.
Yeah, I mean, you drive an hour back and forth each day, so.
I know, but I just fueled up with a $10 ice cream cone, so things are looking good.
I know, I'm looking forward, I'm going to go get some pizza here in a little bit. That's something I've only had one Dang Brothers pizza since I've been here.
Me
and
too.
I usually eat it every single day.
Oh, no, I had two. Somebody was nice enough to share in the media room. But, yeah, that pizza is the best out here on the lake bed. And then that ice cream was totally worth $10, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
Oh, my
the
goodness.
pizzas are pretty fire. I could eat a Dang Brothers probably almost every day.
Yeah, I usually do. I honestly usually do. Like, I don't eat anything but that. Or I go to La Bufador and get some tacos. But you know what?
Yeah.
I haven't been doing that lately. So that's my plan for this evening.
Well, while I was out walking around Hammertown, I did see on the live feed that Bailey Cole got going again, got his gas and got through, got across. So that is good. What else has been happening out here?
Yeah, Bailey Cole came in 7th overall. Again,
Awesome.
still squeaking in there. Cody Willenberg started 88th place. Battled all the way up to 8th place. He
Shut up.
Rolled over in qualifying. He's from Effingham, Illinois. He's literally like 30, 45 minutes from house. So him, his co-driver Randy are both really good friends of mine, been friends a long time. We were wheeling buddies. So rolled over in qualifying. He was really hard on himself, was just really down and frustrated. His wife is due the 10th, so about 3 days. So she's like right at 9 months pregnant. So he's like, baby, I kind of have to go. So came out, rolled over, was really discouraged. You know, obviously anytime you have a bad qualifying run, it's always frustrating because you know the car is set good, you know your skill level's good. So when something doesn't go your way, it's kind of frustrating. So him and Randy knew they were going to have to get out and just, you know, be on that horse to really get up there and end up coming in 8th place overall, which was super awesome. Casey Curry, right, again, same thing, starting 28th place, battling that stock car with 33-inch tires all the way back to 11th place. Paul Wolf, same thing, on 26th, you know, coming in qualifying 26th. Had some issues with the car, was able to come in top 5 overall, which is super, super awesome to Sewell. You know, Deegan, Eric Gilbert, we had a handful of other ones that have qualified. I think we have 15 finishers overall. So
Yeah, pretty good. I see Ronnie Anderson came in. I know he was having some troubles up there in outer limits and spooners. And it looks like also Hunter Miller came in with, he had a problem up there with his axles. And Phil Blurton got some gas and was able to make it across the line. So congratulations to all those folks who really persevered and got those vehicles around, because you know what? Hammers never says die.
Exactly, and I believe right now we are looking at the 968 of Jeffrey Martin making his way down through back door wash, and so he'll be here any moment inside of Hammertown. But that is Jeffrey Martin in the number 968.
yeah, he's been battling. We've been watching him for a while. Again, just absolutely beating on that car all day. Looks like he's having fun out there, just absolutely blasting through his whoops, trying to get it to the finish line.
Yes, exactly. I mean, there's been so much great teamwork out on the course between people, you know, dropping off parts to other teams, helping tow people in, not all the way across the finish line, but getting them to the point to where they can get into Hammertown. But yeah, 968 though of Jeffrey Martin making a fast run towards our Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, that is a good point, Pam. Watching that teamwork, we have several, literally, like the last 2 drivers have been like, so-and-so brought me fuel.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, you know, that's super awesome to see.
Yes, it is. I love seeing that out on course, too. And, of course, you know, even though they might not be teammates per se, oh, look at that. Nice little bicycle happening on turn 19.
Well, that's why they don't call it turn 19 for nothing, right?
Exactly.
People seem to have a hard time in there, but he's coming through the Talladega turn, going to go up onto that MBRP tabletop and take the checkered flag. So congratulations here. Now, it looks like we have been racing now for, what, almost over 8 hours.
Yes, we have been racing for quite some time, since 8 o'clock this morning Pacific time, and we'll be doing it all over again the next 2 days. Tomorrow with our EMC race, and then on Saturday our Race of Kings.
Now, Jeffrey Martin takes the checkered flag in 8 hours, 17 minutes, and 33 seconds. And it's funny, I went to elementary school with a kid named Jeff Martin. And so every time I see that car, I'm like, oh, Jeff Martin from St. Mark's Elementary? That's crazy.
That's so funny. It's funny how, like, names, you see names nowadays and it's like, oh, well, oh, it's not the one I went to school with, though. But yeah, definitely. All right, we are watching, I believe that was the 28 Well, nope. Now we're on board here on actually the drone over the top of a Kurt Mackey in the number 64. Kurt Mackey has been out racing with other things as well. Usually Todd Rimreed is riding with him or a part of the driving duty as well. But as we're watching Kurt Mackey make his way through in the number 64.
Yep, so as he comes out of Spooners again, he's going to be going through that desert, be able to pick up a little bit of speed, a little bit of time, still being a finisher here, because we don't even have a top 10 yet, do we? We don't.
We should.
I think we have 14 finishers.
We have 14, but do we have a top 10 in each class?
No.
Do we have a top 10 in the
definitely
class?
not. Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Casey Curry might be our only stock class finisher.
Oh, really? All
I
right.
know he came in first. I don't know if we had another stock class coming since then. Yes,
Now,
they're saying
that
he is our only
28
finisher in the stock class.
And that 28-12 there, that is the team from Germany. They were a little lost earlier. We saw them on the tracker, not really in any kind of line at all. So I'm actually wonder if they have GPS or maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a little bit of a language barrier there that's going on. But coming up here from our backdoor drone,
that is
the 1015 car. Sounds like the 1015 car has got a few fans here. That is Ryan Blaugrave out of Houston, Texas. And I believe that he is a rookie, if I am not mistaken.
We do have a list over here somewhere that has some rookies on them. I'll have to see if I can find that. But as we are watching the 1018 making his way down through that back door wash.
Man, that tire has been there for so long.
It has. At first I thought it was a rock, honestly.
I did too. I really want someone to just go pick it up. I know that we'll pick it up after this race because we don't leave anything in the desert that doesn't belong there. But I feel bad. I'm sure it's just someone's spare that came off. You know, that happens sometimes.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
place in the 4,500 Yukon Garage.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Seen, like you said, I think that was a great point, Amy. I mean, we've seen several guys hop out and just pull winch line, not necessarily because they're going to winch, but just because it's a little secure, gets a little momentum to kind of get them over some of those bigger obstacles. And I mean, talk about a beautiful shot. I mean, the desert in the background. I mean, if you are stuck and having trouble, I mean, what better picture frame to put above the mantle? You know, I mean. You know, it's really incredible. Again, kind of assessing that wall of rock there.
Yeah.
You want to pick a good line, so, you know, being smart. But now we have Pam down here with Mr. Jeff Barton, and we'll hear from her.
Thanks, Matt. Right here with Jeff Martin. I kind of just told you, I believe you're up in that top 15 so far for the day. I have lost count myself, and you were surprised.
I am surprised. We had a really long day. We worked really hard. I have a great team behind us. We started out the desert lap and did really well. We were just clicking people off. We started off 29th. We got up to 9th place. We're doing really good. And then on our second lap out, we broke our front differential as we were leaving Hammertown. And so we managed to get through our lap and still did well. Nobody passed us. And I think we still passed a couple people. And we came into pit 2 and we ended up doing a diff change in the front differential of this car. And that was a lot of work. And Chris Blaze, he's been helping us out a lot, and he says, hey, if you break that, we're done. And I was like, Chris, come on, let's change this diff right now. And everybody jumped in there and really did a fantastic job. I think it took them 45 minutes to change the front diff, put it back on, we took off, and the traffic was terrible. We got to Chocolate Thunder, at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder, passed a bunch of people, got to Jackhammer, passed probably, I feel like 20 people, had a little chit-chat about Dustin Jones's mustache and how good it was, but he was broken down. And Brian Deegan, he didn't want me running into him, but we did anyways. But we had a good run, and so we broke our front diff again after we got through Jackhammer, and we started climbing up. What hill was that? Upper Jack. Top part of Jack. We had to wheelie up this section, and we just zinged the tires and broke the front diff again, so we were stuck in three-wheel drive for the rest of the day. Just had another flat tire, but we still were passing people. And just when I would go like, oh, man, I don't know if we could do it anymore, Robbie would catch us. And we started off the line next to Robbie, and I thought, I got to beat Robbie Gordon. So we just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and we never stopped, and here we are. My co-dog, he did a lot of work today. He pulled a lot of winch line. He climbed a lot of mountains and people screaming and arguing and stuff. But it was really a good day. It was really, really a good day. We're real happy to be here. So.
A good long day.
Very good track. Very good track this year. Yeah.
That's exactly what we're hearing. Everybody said this is probably one of the roughest tracks, but a fun track. So congratulations on your finish. Who all would you like to thank?
Start with my wife and definitely my co-dog, Dave. I don't know of anybody I could take out and beat the hell out of and take out to the desert and do a bunch of terrible things to and listen to him whine and cry and yell and scream at him and then come back here and have a great time. He's still my friend. My whole team, they're all down here. A lot of guys from work. They helped out a lot, holding things together while we're gone. Some of my wheeling buddies, Joey and Cliff, they keep pushing us to race and do stuff. And so Chris Blaze, Caden, Kian, my kids, and Brian. List goes on and on, but everybody helps out. It's a lot of people. A hell of a lot of work goes into this. So.
Well, congratulations, Jeff Martin, on your finish out here. Wasn't the best day that you wanted, but it was better than you thought, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, definitely. It was the best course. I give Dave Cole a lot of trouble and about his courses and tell him, it needs to get harder, and I think we're there. I think this is a good course. I liked it a lot, so I'm looking forward to next year.
Well, we know that he likes to hear that the course that he put on this year is super hard. But again, congratulations, and we'll see you next year.
Guys, thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Jeff Martin.
Thank you so much, Pam. Jeff Martin, they're having a grueling day going through 2 front differentials, coming in with just 3-wheel drive. But again, it is all about perseverance here. It is all about... It's all about getting the job done and making sure that you can get this vehicle across the line. So we've had a lot of great finishers here. Jeff Martin has come in 6th in his class of Open UTV, 17th overall with a time of 8 hours and 17 minutes. And we've got light out in the desert, still sun out in the desert, but shadows happening inside these rock trails, which, as soon as that sun starts setting, as a driver, I start getting real nervous. I do not like to run at night.
I'm not a personal nighttime racer myself. And, to be in these rocks like this, the shadows and everything, and once the sun starts going down, looks completely different than it did this morning when they started off.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the shadows do start to play. That rock that you went by this morning, maybe once or twice, depending on what lap you're on, that starts to get bigger, taller, or you think it looks bigger and taller. And not to mention, when things start getting dark, you can't push near as hard because visibility starts to become a factor. Anybody who's ever done any night racing, whether, again, I come from, Central Illinois, so I'm East Coast, Midwest, depending on how far West Coast you actually are. But you go night wheeling, you can go wheel the same, course. We'll do the same trails, the same off-road park, like Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana. And then you go do it at nighttime, and it's a completely different animal because those trees start to kind of become monsters. You're trying to push through those turns a little faster, so that definitely takes a big play. So you definitely want to try to be out of these canyons as soon as you can.
When you start getting tired, you start hallucinating, and it can be real scary. But coming up here on the stage is the 10:15 of Ryan Blaugrave. He is a top 10 finisher in the Pro Modified UTV, 16th overall with a great time of 8 hours, 9 minutes, and 41 seconds. That, again, like I said, that puts him as a top 10 finish in the Pro Mod UTV. And I believe that Pam has got some people. She's finally giving me a thumbs up. Pam!
I'm asking, Emmy, were you just talking about Ryan Blaugrave just now with the top 10?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Unofficial,
You are
unofficial,
super
you guys.
All right. So, Ryan, how do you feel about that, getting that information right now here at the finish line?
I feel pretty good. That's pretty badass, honestly. Like, there's not a much better feeling. Like, there's a lot of people to thank. Like, in qualifying, we wadded this car up and ripped every piece of suspension off of it, and the badass guys over at ECC Racing gave us a whole fucking another set of suspension, and we slapped that shit on here, and we just ran the hell out of this thing. Then the guys, the Anderson brothers, gave us a front knuckle, and the Matlocks gave us 2 back knuckles. And then we overnighted some axles back to Houston and had them over here to Cobra axles in Houston, and we had them rebuilt, got them back in the car, and we just ran the hell out of this thing, and here we are.
Exactly. Here you are. That's a lot of stuff that's just been going on just since Monday, correct?
Yes.
Well, here you are, though, at the finish line. I know it takes an army. You have a lot of people behind you, so who all would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, all the people in the pit, my wife who fucking put up with me building this car in the shop for the last, 5 months or 3 months, whatever it's been. It feels like it's been forever. And my co-driver, he didn't kill us.
He wasn't going to let you forget him, I saw him.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be forgot. He didn't kill us. He did pretty good. Awesome. So, and it's his first time, and it's my first time racing, so.
Well, welcome to King of the Hammers. That's what I got to say to you right now. One thought on that race course.
It was easier than I thought.
Oh, you're the first one to say that.
They should learn to drive better.
Well, congratulations, Ryan, out here at your finish for your first time here at King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
All right, let's back to the booth.
Whoa, Ryan
Wow.
putting down those are words. I really hope that Dave Cole didn't hear that, or otherwise we are going to be getting a much rougher race course next year, and it's going to be just for Ryan. He's going to have his own special line.
All right, we're going to hop over the map. It looks like we have Kurt Mackey, number 64, coming in. Again, you can kind of see Hammertown right here in the bottom of your screen with all the dots that have finished. 64, he should be coming in here in the next 5-10 minutes, I'm going to guess. We travel along that road. We're going to way back here, kind of heading on the way to Spooners across the desert. Next would be Mr. 256 of Brandon Davis. Looks like they're doing 24 miles an hour. Brandon Davis is a rock bouncing guy. He has done rock bouncing quite a while. He has a TC built chassis. He just bought a UFO car and is loading it up at the end of this weekend, is taking it back to Illinois or back to Alabama. He's going to start doing some Ultra 4 racing. But he thought, hey, what better way to get my feet wet than try King of Hammers in a UTV? So he's in a Can-Am. Him and his wife is co-driving. So I said, I don't know if that's really good or really bad. So, having your wife co-drive, I mean, he's already used to her telling him what to do. So I guess I figure that's just kind of a win for everybody.
Honestly, I don't think I could, even if I were married, I would not want to co-drive with somebody. Like, I want to keep those two relationships separate.
It actually, to me, in my marriage, when I started dating my husband, I was co-driving for him, and he's the one who introduced me to the off-road world. And I would co-drive for him, and we actually did really, really well together in the car. It's always about teamwork and communication, and we have really 100%. Good communication. But once we had our child, I actually had Shelby Reed with RPI at one point. She said, we don't ride in the cars together because if something happens, something happens to both of us. So we stopped riding, co-driving and driving together due to, we never really thought of that, I guess, but then
makes sense.
Then we're like flipping a coin to who's going to start the race, right?
Yeah.
Like who starts the race and who gets in the car, who's going to bring in the car around. So,
but that's a great point, though. It takes excellent communication between driver and co-driver. You have to trust each other a lot. You have to have good communication. You have to definitely be partners in the car and know what's going on. So I could see how it'd be a very symbiotic relationship there in the car.
Exactly.
So Brandon Davis, 256 out there. He's still a ways away, but he is doing 24 mile an hour right behind him. Jeremy Showtime McGrath.
I love that that's his like middle name, Jeremy.
It's
Showtime.
too cute. Yeah, Showtime
But,
McGrath. 525 looks like he's doing 21 miles an hour. And again, when you're doing 21 and 24 in the desert, looks like they're just starting that kind of desert stretch. At that point, there may be something wrong with the car, or they may be trying to conserve fuel. At that point, just trying to get the car to the stinking finish line.
Yep.
There is no pink around that number plate, which means they are moving. Again, we can see from our live tracker here that they are moving, like I said, 24 and like 21 mile an hour. So they are definitely trying to back. Before that, you're kind of going to outer limits around that pit 1, Spooners area, and we have a handful of drivers there trying to work through about 10. Unfortunately, I'd say probably half of them have a pink around there. Now, that could be because they're trying to winch across an obstacle, and the tracker has just kind of deemed them stop. Looks like Aaron Clark is down there, Tyler Gibbs, Chris Johnson, Jim Floyd.
Right now, let's talk about really quick on the screen, coming down resolution, getting ready to go through where the back door area is. That is the number 64 of Kurt Mackey. I see his team down here waiting for him to come on in. We got Tyler Rimreed here. Is your dad in right now too? With Kurt? Awesome. Is Kurt driving? All right, so we'll see who's driving, but Tyler Rimreed, who's also been making a name for himself out there racing, usually is racing out here at King of the Hammers. I think he's taking a little bit of time off right now because he's getting married very, very soon. So, but that is his dad and Kurt Mackey in that number 64, making their way down the bypass, getting ready to drop back into backdoor wash.
Just inching to the finish line right there.
They are going kind of slow here. I'm not sure what's going on with the car, but making their way just a little bit slower. They might have just didn't switch out of low range. I'm not sure if they stopped and did that because that's what the majority of the vehicles have been doing throughout the day.
or he could be wanting just to enjoy that last
Yes.
few minutes of race, knowing, hey, my position isn't going to change. I'm way ahead of the guy behind me. I'm going to just enjoy the last few minutes, take my time, and maybe try not to break the car in the meantime.
They're finishing their sunset cruise right now.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. So they'll be making their way around here in just a few moments into the Ford Performance Short Course, the number 64 of Kurt Mackey. And I'm not sure where we are at sitting. Let's see, Kurt Mackey's in the open class. So right now, he will be coming in to finish here in just a few minutes. So we'll see exactly where he is sitting once he comes through.
Yep, he should be a sub 8 hour and 30 minutes. He should be below that. But it's looking pretty good here as he makes his way to Hammertown and his team that is waiting for him out in front of the LaserNet fire pit. Yeah, buddy.
It's also awesome to see all the drivers and crew that are out there just cheering on the other drivers. Again, we talked about that camaraderie earlier. It's very special to see. Shows he's doing about 30 miles an hour. So again, just trying to wrap up that last final little bit.
Yes, exactly. As you can see, he's making his way to turn 19.
Yeah, I mean, his vehicle looks fine, but sometimes better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, he looks like he's doing okay, but you never know what might be going on. Hey, maybe he's saving fuel.
Yeah, we've seen him push him to the finish line. So.
Oh, yeah, we did. That was, what, 2 years ago,
Yeah,
I think?
yeah.
It was
That
actually
was
Hunter
great.
Miller.
Yeah, really,
Yeah.
yeah. I just remember looking out and seeing like people pushing cars. There was like people running to push the car. It was super cute.
Yeah, it was Hunter Miller, and Dustin Jones was one of the racers that came out
Yes,
to help push
yes.
across. Oh, yeah, that was a tough one. But Kurt Mackey making his way down to the Optima finish line here in just a moment. All right, and we'll find out, get their take on their day. I'm not sure if they stayed in all day long or not. We'll get all of that information as well.
So it looks like he has finished 7th in Open UTV and 18th overall. His time here is 8 hours, 24 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Awesome.
Awesome. Again, still finishing top 10 in his class, which is really awesome
Yeah.
to see.
And, oh, no, who is stopped right here? Oh, wait, this is not a racer. What is going on here?
That is more than likely one of our recovery vehicles. That right
Nope.
there is Perry Mahaney. Perry Mahaney in the 2340.
That bearded Stitch car. Again, we've seen a handful of his crew out there cheering him on this morning. They all had the really cool shirts. That plaid shirt was super neat.
That plaid is great. But you can see that obstacle right there is really testing that breakover angle. The last thing you want to do is turtle yourself up there. And it also looks like if you make a mistake there, you could go rolling down the side to Hammertown. It would be a quick roll down to Hammertown.
Get back to Hammertown quicker than you want to be.
Exactly.
But Perry Mahaney, that bearded
Yes.
Stitch, that's actually his company. That is his business. He had T-shirts, hats, and all that kind of stuff.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, look at that amazing sunset view that he's getting, a great view of right
Yes.
now. But he's definitely wanting to make sure he's making his way through here to Hammertown here in just a little bit.
As they get ready to win, she's like, let me take a selfie.
Yeah, exactly. Sunset Cruise. All right, you guys, I'm going to step away once again. I'm going to go down here and do an interview with Mr. Kurt Mackey.
Look at Pam Hall's doing double duty, podium and the
know.
desk. My goodness.
Absolutely just
That's
rocking
why
it there.
she gets paid the big bucks. Now, coming there out of Spooners, I'm not sure who that is because on my tracker, it doesn't look like anyone is really up there. It could be number 47. I can't really tell.
28-12.
28-12. Let's see. 28-12. Oh, those are the German guys.
Yes.
Those are the German guys. So I'm showing 28-12 still on their first lap. I'm not sure if that is true. I know that they got a little lost, and I'm also not sure why he's backing down here. There's no reason why he should back down unless he took a wrong turn. They don't have GPS. If this is happening, either their GPS is slow or they don't have it or something is going on with these guys. I cannot wait to get the full story. But why would you be taking that line when the other line is burned in? Matt, I'm so confused.
Yeah, you know what? German engineering, you never know. Okay?
Yeah, they have not tipped their waitress.
Yes, I love that you went, yeah.
Yeah, you can really dance. All right, Pam down on the podium with car number 64.
Thanks, Emmy. Driver of record is Kurt Mackey. He's sitting over there in that passenger seat. But right now, in the driver's seat, Todd Rimreed. You guys stayed in the car all day long. I believe it was 8 hours and 24 minutes roughly. How do you feel right now?
So happy to be back. A lot of emotions. I feel like a big baby, but it's such an accomplishment. We've been on our lid like multiple times, 4 flat tires. This is my brother-in-law, my best friend. We did this last year and he broke his arm, so this is kind of a little bit of bittersweet payback. So yeah, Omaha, Nebraska, and this is a Jason Watt build car. We got Maxxis tires. These things we pre-run for 6 days, no flats, and today we pushed a lot harder and we ended up with a few flats, but especially those tire splines, those kept us going because we had a flat, like, I don't know how many rock trails we go through. 10 miles. We went through at least 10 miles of rock trails on a rear flat. Oh, wow. And we got to the pit, and the boys took care of it. So, I mean, it's just been an amazing day, and just so happy to be back here in one piece.
Well, and you coming through and with the emotions, that definitely is something that I personally love to see here at the finish line. Because I don't know exactly what you guys just went through. You can tell us all about it all day long, but I know that it's physically and mentally challenging out there. But you did it. You're here. You at the finish line.
That's right. Thank you guys very much. Thanks to my co-pilot. He kept me calm, and thanks to my wife for a little bit of Xanax to keep me calm too, because I was laying this way and I stayed in the car. Normally I get nervous, and he got me back on my wheels. So
that's all that matters. But also, all that matters is that you're here at this finish line. Who all would you like to thank for getting you guys out here this weekend?
Well, Kurt, this is Mackey Construction. He's the one that built it, so he's the big sponsor, and just asked me to come along and help ride. And we got Maxxis tires and tire spline, and JBW Raceline wheels, RCV, double E shocks. They did amazing. CT Raceworks, of course, for all them special parts, and Can-Am for building one hell of a ride. They didn't break.
Awesome. Well, Kurt and Todd, great to see you guys here at the finish line. Kurt, it's awesome to see that you're out here, redemption out here this year without a broken arm. But here we are, you guys. Todd Rimreed in the driver's seat right now. Kurt Mackey, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Pam. And I would just like to say there to the gentleman behind the wheel, you know what? We love to see these guys come in and have a little bit of emotion. There ain't no shame in crying whether you're a man or a woman, because we've all got emotions, and here they are running high at the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yes, and they want to make a quick announcement that awards are going to be pushed to 5:30. Just to allow, if we have a couple guys waiting to squeak in, so we're going to go ahead and push the awards to 5:30.
All right, so that's in about 35 minutes from now.
So if you guys are getting one of those, make sure you make that note. If you want one, stop by. We'll see what we can do. We take tips, whatever it takes.
That is the number 47 car of Phil McGlinton coming down out of Spooners. There again is our German team. They are on lap 1. But they went into the rocks anyway, because I think they're just out for a good time.
Yeah, they were blazing through that section.
I have to tell you, that's Phil McGilton. He's also our 4400 racer. I did not realize he was racing the UTVs today. How did I not know that? I don't know.
I didn't either until she said his name, and I was like, oh, my boy Phil.
Yeah, I heard that, and I thought, I feel like we saw him in qualifying. But yeah, there's a lot of people out here, Pam. That's why you didn't know.
Yeah, well, I did not realize. I mean, I keep up with his stuff and everything as well, but it totally makes sense now that he's out here racing. I believe that he just bought that Can-Am last year and built it up, but out here in that open class is
and
good
he
to
was
see.
he was a contender for the championship for the season last year. He definitely made some commitment, came out and battled hard, was on the podium a couple times. Definitely a great guy, and guy who's really pushing it.
We'll see who is in that driver's seat for sure. But yeah, Phil McGilton in that 47 out there. And I recognized the number and I was like, huh. But now here we're watching Mr. Jeremy McGrath.
Yeah, coming down Resolution. Looking pretty good. Behind him should be the 256 car of Brandon Davis. But looks like we're going to have a couple of more finishers here, just slowly picking his way through. He's got his lights on now. He took a risk there because, oh no, he does have a little light bar underneath everything, right? But just those stock headlamps and then a little light bar underneath that I'm telling you, I would just, in another, half an hour it's going to be dark?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're still going to have people out there.
It looks like he has a few pods there on the pillars, too.
Okay, good.
Again, that's not a ton of light that'll be out here racing at night for the King of the Hammers. This is a pretty tough race to be racing with that little of light. But again, Jeremy's still out there, and again, no stranger to off-road racing. The guy's kind of a legend in motocross, and just what a rock star he is. So to see him out here racing with us is very humbling, and that's super cool to see. So
well, and we added on an event during our King of the Motos weekend as well. I mean, Jeremy McGrath, the whole shot King, that was super cool to see out here. Lots of people came out to watch that. I mean, to watch those guys drag race right here by the short course, and then they did the Grand Prix. I mean, it was super cool. It was a great addition to our King of the Motos weekend. I mean, King of the Motos already is one of my favorite events out here. Those guys and gals, they just amaze me. I'm not a two-wheel person whatsoever, but it's really cool to see Jeremy McGrath adding one of his events out here on one of our biggest race weekends, because he's been out here racing. I mean, he's been racing the UTVs for a few years now. So for him to add one of his events out here was really cool.
You know what I'd like to see out with King of the Motos? Supercross.
Supercross?
Yes.
Ooh, that'd be awesome.
Watching the whole shot stuff when there was like side betting going on, it was super cool to see. And again, those guys were having a lot of fun with it.
Yes. And
again,
now
this is Mr. Brandon Davis. His wife Cheryl's co-driving for, coming out of Alabama. Again, he is a rock bouncer guy that came out here to try, and is just slowly making his way down. And that was one of his goals today, is just keep the car together. And again, we talked about, how rough this course is going to be. We've heard all the guys come in and go, man, this is such a brutal course, so many rocks, so many, just absolutely taking a thrashing. So to see him out there just slowly working his way through.
Well, remember, for Ryan Blaugrave, it was easy. Ryan thought it was easy. So remember, not everybody has said that it was the most brutal course. It was Ryan who said that it was pretty easy.
He did maybe bumped his head a little bit. We're not going to say that.
You're right. He probably bumped his head.
All right, you guys. So we have had 18 finishers across the line so far today out of 137. Now, the 137 is also an addition of all of our Youth 1K classes as well that we had out there. But wow. What a great course it is out there for it to be only that many finishers so far of the day.
Yeah, and 137 racers, and we have 18 finishers.
Man, that's crazy. And there are plenty of people out here still in the rocks. We've got people all the way up in that Chocolate Thunder area, Idle Issues, her problem, all the way coming around. In fact, it looks like 4290 of Robert Reno. He is just, he's got some fans out here. He is just going through Clawhammer right now. The tracker's got him at 0 miles per hour, but that was as of 9 minutes ago, so their tracker hasn't updated in a while. But looks like he's going to be the last person on course as of right now, and there's still plenty of folks down in the southern part of the rocks down there around Jackhammer, Upper Sledge, and Minivan. So lots of racing still happening.
Yes, as we are watching Jeremy McGrath finish up his race day right now, going over the MBRP jump, coming around to the Optima Batteries finish line. He is more than likely going to be ready to get out. He's got his people out here cheering him on. But Jeremy McGrath getting ready to take the checkered flag.
Definitely a big cheering section down there.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeremy McGrath looks like he has finished in 8 hours, 45 minutes, and 29 seconds. And the tracker is showing me that in Pro Stock naturally aspirated UTV, because we have to have a bajillion million UTV classes, Jeremy is running first in his Kawasaki unofficially and 19th overall. So good on Mr. McGrath.
Yeah, again, he's no stranger to off-road racing. The guy, I remember growing up watching him, wearing his T-shirt, being like, I got this new T-shirt, it's Jeremy McGrath, it's pretty cool. So to see this guy coming on stage in a UTV now, still finishing top 20, yeah, I mean, that's impressive. And just being able to get through this course, like I said, Pam said 137 starters, and we're going to have 20, maybe 21 finishers, officially. There might be a few guys that still squeak through the podium tonight unofficially, just for the Motzi. And again, I know Dave, a lot of times he'll come down and hang out at the fire pit, hang out, goof off, and still shake their hands and say, hey, we are so proud of you, give you a hug, climb out of the car. He'll still let you give your moment. Unfortunately, not an official finisher, but he'll still give you that moment of glory and appreciate that. And I think that's really special.
Yeah, I mean, I remember racing Class 11 in the Baja 1000 a couple of years ago at the 50th anniversary, and we were 10 hours behind the time, I think, and we still got to the finish line, and there was nobody there, but there was one worker There was one worker dude, some local guy, and he turned on the lights for us, and it just made my heart sing. So that is the 2:56 of Brandon Davis in the open UTV as he comes into the Ford Performance Short Course. Is Brandon's team here?
They are, I promise you. There's a handful of them out there. I got to talk to them last night.
He's looking good as he comes through that final Talladega turn. Going up to maybe getting a little bit of air before he gets into this finish line, and he should have a top. Woo, look at that. Looking
Nice
good,
job.
Brandon. Yeah, that was perfect.
All right, guys, I'm going to go down here and talk to Showtime for a
Yeah,
minute.
talk to the Showtime.
You can definitely hear his crew cheering him on. They're
Yep.
pumped to see him.
Yep, Jeremy looking good behind the wheel, giving 8 thumbs up as he crosses the line there. Unofficial first place in Pro Stock, naturally aspirated, and 19th overall. And Brandon Davis just crossed the line. He is 8th in Open UTV with a top 20 finish overall with 8 hours, 57 minutes, and 27 seconds. We'll let Jeremy McGrath here get a little situated, get a bottle, get some Monster Energy water. Pam is ready to go. Pam, let's get Jeremy's story.
All right, here with Jeremy McGrath. You just said it was good to be back here. You're up here at the finish line for the 2025 King of the Hammers. You have a smile on your face, getting your water in you really quick. How was that race course?
Oh man, I'm telling you, that was a long, long day. But man, we had a good time. It's all about the adventure. The KRX held up nice. We had a nice pit stop with Maxis. Chris and the boys really fixed us up at main pit after the first desert lap. And that really saved us. I don't think we would have made the finish for sure. And we wouldn't have made it too much longer, actually. So we had some trailing arm issues at the time, or front lower arms issues at the time. But man, the guys fixed it up. They did a great job. We kept trucking. And we had to stop a few more times to tighten some stuff up again. But I think my co-driver, Jaron, just crushed it on the Warn winch and the pulling and the towing. We made some really crazy lines, and we made them work. There was people blocked up everywhere. The only bad part made most, like Jackhammer, we were there for an hour. Oh, wow. I mean, there was like 15 people there. We finally got through it and just kept trucking along. We didn't, I think Jaron probably had to use the winch probably maybe 6-8 times, which is quite a lot, but we got it down. We got it figured out at the end. So, it was overall, it's pretty enjoyable, and it's enjoyable to get back here in the sunlight.
Well, that's definitely a good thing to get back here in the sunlight, but a good thing you had that winch on there and you had some practice on it as well. But I know, previous years out here, what would you think about this race course to previous years? Because I've only had one person say it wasn't tough.
Oh, no, I think Dave threw a Hail Mary at us today. That was so hard. I mean, we did everything. I'm not sure I haven't seen half that, I think. So we go out and think we're pre-running, and then you get to the race, you're like, whoa, I haven't seen this before. And it's super challenging, but we have a fun crew. We got the boys working on the car. The Kawasaki was working great out there, and this couldn't have been done without Maxis. I mean, these Roxillas climb rocks. Last year, if you guys remember, we finished in the wet. It kind of rained last year. So entirely different feeling. I mean, yeah, we were lucky to have Zillas on last year, but this year in the Pro Stock class running 32s, it's the only tire, and we were climbing stuff and climbing stuff that people were not even climbing with ropes. So pretty impressed. Again, Warren really hooked us up, and we used their stuff a lot, and it made a difference. So appreciate everyone. I could see you guys around the course just waving at us, and, it was kind of like the tortoise and the hare race. But we made it to the end, so we're pretty stoked. I want to say thanks to Jaron, Scott, Brett, all the crew, Jet Boat, all the boys. It's kind of a home effort. Also, I want to say the guys that pitted us out in remote pit were just awesome. So Ed and the crew, you guys really, really held us out good out there, fueled us, did the whole thing, and just appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, it's good to see you here at the finish line once again, and we'll, I'm sure, see you next year as well, right?
I mean, it seems like a ritual at this point, I've probably competed here now 4 times, maybe 4 or 5 times, and yeah, I mean, my goal is to finish the race, It's just, I'm racing, but at the same time, it's really just you against the course, and it's so tough out there, and I'm just so stoked on this car. It just keeps trucking along. we're not gonna win any speed races, but I guarantee we can climb some rocks. So pretty proud to be here at the finish. And again, it's nice to be here in the daylight.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your finish out here for the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Jeremy McGrath, we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Pam. Well, we've got a lot of action still to come. We're going to have a finish line interview there with Brandon Davis in just a minute. But number 47, Phil McGilton, he is coming down the lake bed at a steady pace right now of about 52 miles per hour. And we also have the German team, Bernd Schaefer in 28:12. Again, he's still on his first lap. I really can't wait to get that story. It looks like they're coming into Hammertown, so we'll see what exactly they thought that they were doing out there. Looks like they were just having a lot of fun. But number 47 again, Phil McGilton, he's going to be racing in 4400 as well as he makes his way down here. Just needs to get through resolution and backdoor. Looks like he'll squeak in just under the daylight.
Alrighty, back up here, we're going to have Matt Holt here in just a minute talk with Brandon Davis, who is waiting back in line there to get his interview. But Emmy, we have not touched base much on this year, or today I should say. We have all of our trophies set up here on stage, and I want to bring up the Robert Parker Rookie of the Race Award. So Robert Parker was one of our rookies back in 2023, and Team Momentum, they actually put up this award, and it goes to the highest finishing rookie in the 4900 class. And this year, their prize is $10,000.
What?
Yes.
You get out of town. I should have raced.
Well, you know what? You enter the rookie program, and you can do it for next year. But there's certain speculations and everything to it. But that is one of the awards to the ones that are out here that see the trophies up here on stage. It's a very special award and everything that we will be giving out once we have all of our finishing results and we know who our highest finishing 4900 rookie is out here at King of the Hammers this year.
Well, it's always good to highlight those rookies because they do have, the deck is stacked against them, and it's great to acknowledge the fact that they had a little bit of a harder time than those that had experience, and I'm really glad that we've got $10,000 going to them, and I'm sure it's going to go all to car parts. Am I right?
Well, and let's talk about this. Last year was Nathan Parker, who was our winner. Not our winner. Last year he was our highest finishing rookie. Robert Parker was his father.
Right.
So, and then today, look at what Nathan Parker did today.
Exactly.
It's just so amazing to see. That program's great and everything, and for them to support it like they do with the team momentum is awesome to see.
Well, the sun is setting here in Hammertown behind those mountains. We are going to be going down to the stage to talk to Brandon Davis. Matt has got a microphone in his hand, and I'm going to make him use it. Matt.
All right, what is up, everybody? I'm out here with Brandon and Cheryl Davis at their first ever Racing King of Hammers. How did it go?
That's by far the hardest race I've ever done. And I'm from the South. We do rock bouncing, but those were some tough rocks. We had a blast. We got lost one time. Cost us probably over an hour, but we circled back and finished the race. And, hey, my smoking hot wife, even though we got lost, she's a trooper for sure.
And again, being Brandon Davis Racing, you come from a rock bouncing guy. You run a TC chassis. You run an IFS car. How did that prepare you for this event?
I don't think there's any preparing for this event, to be honest. We just did what the most we could do. We went through the whole car, made sure we had the best stuff on it. We really didn't know what to expect. There's no way you could plan for what's out there.
Anybody guys want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, Mickey Thompson Tires, Raceline Wheels, Gear Grabber Shifters, Freedom Lifts, and I think that's it. And again, my wife, she said she'll never do it again, but we survived.
Well, and that was my next question. We have been talking about husband and wife co-driving and how you need to trust each other and have good communication. How did that go for you today?
It went pretty well, except for the time that I got us lost, so I've fired myself from navigating. I only yelled maybe twice, so at Brandon. But other than that, it was a good race. It's by far one of the hardest things I've ever done. It's an endurance race. It's mentally and physically challenging. And, you know, just for us to finish, it's a bucket list item for us. And we did it. And I'm not one to cry, but I did get a little weepy at the finish line. So on the Talladega turn, it got me. So thank y'all. Thank you, everybody, for supporting us.
And again, coming in 20th place overall out of 138 racers at your first ever Hammers has to be a pretty epic thing. We'll let you guys get out and get some pictures in front of the car. Thanks back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Matt. Listen, Cheryl, there ain't no shame in tearing up. This is an emotional journey that you guys have taken. Congratulations. And I'm looking here at our tracker, and we might have just a little bit of a break now that, oh no, Phil McGilton is going to be coming in next. He's making his way down there through back door. It is getting darker and darker as we speak. So a lot of these vehicles are going to be out in the night. Now, hopefully they've got our Sylvania off-road lights. Those are the official lights of King of the Hammers, and they are going to be, they're going to be needed.
They're going to need
right?
them. They will need them.
Needed.
100% correct on that, as we have a great crowd out here still hanging out and watching. We will be doing our awards up here around 5:30, just getting some stuff all confirmed and everything before we actually go into those. So 5:30 awards up here at the main stage, up here by our Laser Nut Fire Pit.
That should be right in about 15 minutes. It's about 5:13 right now, so coming up. So please, you guys, if you won, we know you're having a good time, having a adult beverage probably with your crew, but we would love to have you here so that we can give you your Laser Nut Trophy.
And there we are watching, I believe that, well, we were watching.
Right now, I'm watching Jeremy McGrath's face, which is lovely with his Maxxis Tires hat. Maxxis is very happy right now because I think this has been on our live feed for a while here. But we are looking here. I am actually looking at the live feed on YouTube. We've got a lot of great comments that are going on in the chat there. Fish has been in the chat pretty much all day answering questions. I'm so glad to have Fish around still. Even though he's not on the stage, it's like he's still here. And that should be Phil coming in through that back door wash, making his way down into Hammertown here. Now, I'm not sure where Phil is going to place. He is in a...
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Touareg that is going to be racing. It is the V10. It is a diesel. It is on air springs. It went off of the trailer and into line. They are out of They're out of Austin, Texas. The airspring thing just blows my mind. The airspring in the front, I just think like that can't possibly be a good idea. But that's a 46:51 tomorrow in the Everyman Challenge. So keep an eye out for those guys. Hopefully they have a great day. And then, of course, on Saturday is the big race. That is the Race of Kings, the 4,400 race. And we will be starting those bright and early for you. So plenty of great racing to come in the next 2 days here in Johnson Valley.
And one of the most intriguing things about the 4,400 Race of Kings on Saturday is lap 3. They don't know what it is.
Right now, they have seen like the general area,
Yes.
right? But they don't know exactly what it is.
Not yet.
I love that so much.
Not yet. That is so awesome. We were jokingly saying yesterday that how cool would it be if they came into the finish line to go out on or not the finish line, come through the start line, lap 3, and they get
say-
handed a road book.
Right, right. And they say, you got one more lap, baby.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
A road book,
That would be rough.
That would be
I'd be
awesome,
Like, which way
actually.
does this thing go again?
Those, yeah, exactly.
I think it would be pretty darn cool. But but that's something that, that would really throw a wrench in for sure.
All right,
All
this
right.
is the number 47 vehicle here. This is Phil McGilton.
It says Smith on the front, so I'm going to go check this out here, but I will be back. I'm going to go do some interviews here.
All right, thanks, Pam. So he's got on 8th place in the Open UTV, 20th overall, so just pushing Brandon Davis out of that 20th spot with a official time of 8 hours and 49 minutes and 46 seconds. So just a little bit faster there than Brandon. Maybe started a little bit later and pushed his way through all of the traffic there. Now, who do we have on screen here that is just kind of stopped in the middle of back door or in the back door area? What is going? Can you get a read on that, Matt?
Brandon Schaefer.
Oh, these are the Germans.
2012.
2812, those are the Germans. Okay, I can't wait for those guys to come in. I have so many questions. But for right now, we've got Pam down on the Optima stage with a microphone. Pam, take it away.
All right, thanks, Emmy. Philip McGilton is running right back over here. Kyle Smith, you just drove the last part of it. I'm going to start off, though, with driver of record, Phil. You did the desert loop is what you were just telling me, and then Kyle got in for the rock section. So what was the meaning behind all that?
Well, it was just, we wanted to get out here and race. I'm planning on running full season in the 4900 Open. We had a new car that was built to come here. So I went ahead and called him up. I said, hey, I'd like to use your car and run this race to get started for the season. And so I jumped in and ran for a while. He's got a little bit of a bum foot, he had from last year racing out here. He raced here and finished last year. So we got through the desert and time to these things. That rock course is rough, so we knew he was going to have to pull some ropes. So we swapped out, and I jumped into that side to do a lot of running on the ground and a lot of roping, and it also gave me a good chance to look at the course and look at a lot of the rocks and stuff too. So, but no, it was great. We had a lot of fun out there. That's a lot of desert and followed up with a lot of rocks. But I tell you what, the Yokohamas, they did great. We put them on. It's the first time running those. No flats, no issues, lots of grip all day. Just a lot of thanks to people that got the Rusty Nail group and all the groups we travel down here with from Ohio, and we've been coming here for years. Everybody's been super supportive. Kyle did an awesome job of helping getting everything together to get here. He did an awesome job driving in the rocks and stuff. So just a great all-in-all, group effort, and glad to be up here.
So you just said that, it's a great looking at the course for Saturday. I mean, and on Saturday you're in a single seat. So it's a whole different ball game for you.
Oh, trust me, I've been thinking about it all day, sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, what have I gotten myself into in this single seat? Because there's a lot of rocks for sure, and I'm certain I'm probably going to have to get out of the car and do some winching myself, especially with this infamous lap 3 that's coming up for us. So it's going to be a lot of work that day, but I think I learned a lot being out there, and it's just been a lot of fun. Why we're here, why not race,
Exactly, I 100% agree. Now, Kyle, I want to talk to you really quick about the rocks. Was that the toughest rock section you've ever driven through out here at King of the Hammers?
No, it definitely wasn't the toughest. I would say that probably last year and the year before was way, way harder. But we ran all of this rock race with an open diff. We got in there and realized that the locker wasn't working, so Phil got a pretty good workout in, and we was beating on them RCVs like crazy, trying to get up through some stuff, and they held up. And like Phil said, the tires did great because we was hog rooting on some stuff, trying to get through there, and it worked out, and we're here again. So.
Well, that's awesome to hear. So, Phil, I wanted you to go through who all do you want to thank to get you out here to race?
Well, first of all, I got to thank Amanda. I always get choked up. But, yeah, just a lot of great people that enable us to come out here. A very supportive group. You know, we've got our whole gang. I mean, if you look at our camp, you know, we've been coming here for years, and it's grown and grown and grown, and we have, like, so many cars. I mean, actually, in the big car class now, you're looking at, I mean, 3 of the top 10 qualifiers is out of our camp there now for the race day coming up on Saturday. And to come from what we started at with that group of guys, just come in here with old, you know, rock crawling cars that we were trying to go fast in and be able to get to the point where we got 3 cars in the top 10. It's just awesome. What a great group of people. Other than that, man, I got to thank Southern Tire Mart. They've been on board in the big car, really being super supportive. Yokohama Tires on board this year. KMC Wheels has been supporting us. We've got just a lot of great people behind us. You know, Willwood Brakes, RCV, he mentioned them already. Schofield Performance in the big car, of course, but still he's just another one of those group of the guys that's just very supportive and getting us all out here. The Rusty Nail Gang for jumping in there and helping with pits today, because there is so many cars in our camp now. We just need so much help all across the board. So they were really supportive, and they'll be supportive with us on Saturday as well. So it's just awesome. I love it.
It takes a whole army, right?
Oh, for sure. You could never do this without having a big group of people around you and a lot of support. And that's here at the track and at home and stuff to get here. So it takes a lot of work on all fronts.
Well, I love to hear that you have such a great support of people around you. I know we're going to see you again on Saturday, but congratulations on the finish out here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, let's give it up for Phil McGilton.
Thank you so much, Pam. Phil McGilton. Again, I want to make sure you know, Phil, there's no shame in crying here. We love the emotion as you cross the finish line here of the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Now we've got someone here in the turn 19, and can we get a number on here? I really hope it is the 2018 car of the Germans, who have had a really weird day, and I can't wait to talk to them.
Yeah, I'm excited for that interview for you.
Yeah,
just to do that interview.
I'm so stoked on that.
To be like, how'd your day go? Well, we're still going to talk about it.
It went well. We didn't do anything that we were supposed to do, but here we are.
And that's always fun sometimes when things go not according to plan, but yet still work out somehow.
So I believe that is them. Let's see, because technically they're still on their first lap. They might actually have to go around again. Let's see what flag they get. Oh, they get a checker. Okay. All right, so as these guys are coming around, we've got a couple more finishers are going to be coming in. We've got 2 cars going down back door.
And I was trying to check that out. I think that's 4962 of Gavin Smith and Michael Lee. It looks like on the trackers they're like literally right next to each other, which would confirm on the screen. And they're making quick work of it, so. And behind them, we have a 3rd car. Looks like the 999 of Jim Flory. So we have a few guys, look, are still going to squeak in under time. Again, we did push awards back to 5:30, so we'll do an awards here shortly. Yep. Emmy Hall going down there. She has been waiting, chomping at the bit to talk to these Germans to hear about their day. I love their teal cage.
Same color as your race car?
It is. I love the wrap, too. It's just kind of a cool, fun car.
It is, definitely.
Big helmet on the top. They're here to have a good time.
Yep, I can't not wait to hear her interview. It's going to be so much fun. But they are here at the finish line, which is awesome to see. I'm super stoked. Cannot wait to hear the laughter that's going to come out of all of 3 of them that are sitting there in the car, and then Emmy, who will be interviewing them. As they're getting their helmets off, and it'll be just in one moment, and we'll throw it down to her. All right, looks like I'm not sure who that is we have coming through back door right now. I can't make out the number.
All right, looks like we're getting a thumbs up. Emmy, all right, here we go.
All right, I'm here with Bernd Schaefer as he struggles a little bit with his helmet. Guten Tag, what the heck happened to you guys today?
Guten Tag, hello.
We have been watching watching you on the tracker, and we're like, what are they doing? What happened? You guys are on your first lap, and you're in the rocks, and then you're out of the rocks, and then you're off the track. What was going on?
Komm mal vor. Was?
Was mit uns los war. Wir waren einmal auf dem Track, mal neben.
Yeah, the problem is the GPS is wrong. It's damaged. And I look on the wrong way, on the right way. Yeah, is it?
So problems with your GPS. So you basically had no idea where you were on the track at any time?
Sometimes we had. Sometimes we had.
Let me come over here to I think the navigator speaks better English here. All right, so what happened? You guys were out there and your GPS was done?
Yeah, the GPS sometimes is done, and we have some points where we know where we have to go, and so we was looking for find these points after, and it's.
You were the most entertaining car out there. I have to tell you, we've just been like, what is going on? So how did you? I'm assuming this is your first King of the Hammers race.
It's the first time we are here. We was 2020 here with the Ultra 4 car. 2021 and 2023.
Okay, so you have a little bit of time out here in the rocks. How do you prepare for a race like this all the way from Germany?
It's very hard. In Germany, we can prepare us for a race like this because we don't have any place like this, and we only come here to do the race and have a lot of fun.
Well, you guys look like you were having a lot of fun. I will say in the ranks, you probably didn't do so well because your GPS, you're still marked as lap 1 only. But you guys are here now. You had a great time. You provided us with a lot of... Look, listen to that. Everybody's cheering for you guys. So do you have any sponsors that you would like to help, that you would like to thank?
Erzähl du.
Yeah, the sponsor. Hello. The sponsors is myself, and many thanks for Maxis tires. She have welding the A-arms behind the round 1 in the front, and the Evo clutches for the clutches. And since many don't have big sponsors.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are doing this all on your own, but we're so glad to have you here. Did you bring a bunch of German beer for this moment right now?
Yes. Yeah.
I think they're going to go out to I think that the party is going to be in the Schaefer pit. Thank you so much, you guys. This is car 2812 crossing the finish line. We have no idea where you were, but we're just glad you're safe and that you had a good time. Back to you all up in the booth.
Thanks, Emmy.
Thank you, Emmy. That was an amazing interview that you just did. I love it. And we got somebody else coming in to the finish line as well that will be coming up on the stage. But great interview, Matt. That was awesome. Having a lot of fun out there.
It was. You could tell they're definitely enjoying themselves. Even with the little bit of a language barrier there, I know they're definitely having fun.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. We're looking at the 999 of Jim Flory right now on screen.
And we have a couple guys that are squeaking in as we're watching this shot here, but for some reason he was making good time, and now he stopped right at the exit. You know, he's almost just a nice open desert, and I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. I don't know if they're trying to shift the car back out, but...
Well, his co-driver was out of the car, so he got back in. So more than likely, he's probably waiting for him to get completely buckled back up.
Okay.
As you should do, safety first.
Yes.
So that's my guess.
There we go.
Co-driver back, buckled in, and all safe and sound because you are driving through the rocks. Anything can happen.
Heck yeah. So we should have, I think, 3 more coming through, counting Jim there.
All right, guys, I'm going to step away from the booth. I'm going to go get the awards all set up here because we will be doing them soon. I can see a lot of the people that are coming on over here patiently waiting for them. So, you guys, I'll be just right out front, but see you in a minute.
Thanks, Pam. It looks like we'll have the number 999 car, Jim Flory. We'll let him get through, get a quick interview, and then we'll start with our awards. We have so much great hardware. I mean, look at all of these. Look, we've got all these champagne bottles lined up. We've got a ton of trophies to give out, laser nut trophies, as well as the coveted hammer.
We had 2 come in. I think We had two
Oh,
come
yes.
in while you were doing your interview.
All right, so this is the 4962 vehicle, the 4962 vehicle of Gavin Smith out of St. George, Utah. Looks like his team is out here supporting him, cheering, loving on these guys who just completed one of the toughest races in the world. And he comes in with a, where is he? 12th in Pro Modified UTV, 24 overall, with a time of 9 hours, 10 minutes, and
Wow.
39 seconds.
9 hours.
9
That is
hours
brutal.
is not what I want to do.
And again, I think this is Jim here up on screen while we're getting him all set up. Jim is trying to get that last little bit squeaked in. I think we have one more finisher to bring on stage before Jim. So I think we're going to have like 20, looks like about 25 roughly official finishers this year at the Can-Am UTV Championship here at the 2025 King Hammers.
And it sounds like the crowd is saying that Gavin had a birthday yesterday. He's now just 20 years old, just out of his teens. Pam, let us know how Gavin's race was.
Thanks, Emmy. Gavin, 20 years old, what, yesterday you said? So 20 years old out here racing King of the Hammers. But first of all, I want to talk to you. How was your day out there?
It was awesome. Pretty stressful, but awesome.
So what was the most stressful part of the day?
Just waiting in line. Yeah. It was a parking lot out there.
Yeah, as we were watching it from here, I'd much rather watch it from here than in your seat. But you had more fun than I did, I'm sure.
I think so.
So how rough was the course for you out there?
That's the hardest thing I've ever done in my entire life. That was awesome, though.
Well, it might have been the hardest thing you've ever done, but you are here at the finish line. I know you have a huge team behind me here. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here to King of the Hammers?
I'd like to thank my family, Gary, my mom, the Jeep cast, the pit crew, just everyone that made this happen. Especially my dad. He made this happen.
Awesome. Well, I know it takes a whole army to get you out here, and you just went through it, so congratulations on finishing. And let's tell Mr. Gavin Smith happy birthday. Happy birthday. Congratulations on finishing the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship race.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up for Gavin Smith.
What a great birthday present for Gavin Smith, turning 20 yesterday and finishing this brutally tough race, coming in 12th in the Pro Modified UTV and 24th overall.
Again, what an awesome way to celebrate your birthday by finishing King of Hammers officially.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, the car still moved across the finish line. I feel like that's definitely a win in anybody's book. We raced with some family called the Bacon. The last name is Bacon. We call them the Bacon family. There's the boys, Bubba and Little Tim, and there's Big Tim. And then all the children we call the Bacon Bits.
Oh,
there's a bunch
that's
of little
so
children.
cute.
And Mama Bacon says anytime you can load that thing on the trailer when you're done racing is a good race day. So definitely awesome to see these guys being able to load their race cars up and still get an official finish out of it.
Now, this is the 211 car of Michael Lee. Michael, we have him as an unofficial 10th place in Open UTV with a time of 9 hours, 5 minutes, and 29 seconds. Pam, take it away.
Thank you, Emmy. Here I am with Michael Lee. We were talking about your whole entire week out here, and you were saying you've had better weeks. I'm going to let you tell the story because we've had a rough week.
Yeah, this week has been one of the hardest ones I've had in my entire life. The desert race, well, first off, it's a brand new car, but it was really well built, and I just made a mistake in the desert race and rolled the car down the hill. It basically totaled the car. A bunch of people here, they fixed the car up. We've put new suspension on it twice, front and back. In qualifying for the rock race, we broke a trailing arm and had to replace everything yet again. So it's been hell to get it to this point, but we're here, and it was just a feat just to start the race, and it means a lot to finish it this week. So
I was going to say you've had one heck of a week, but right now all that matters is you're at this finish line with everything that you've gone through, so congratulations on that. Who all would you like to thank?
Oh, yeah, for sure. We had this DRT Motorsports Polaris Razor Pro R. It was dialed. UTV Pros built a hell of a cage and kept me safe during everything. The Fox suspension, shock therapy, they had the shocks just running through the whoops as fast as possible. MRT tires, no flats all week, even with all the carnage we've had. Switchworks, electrical stuff, rugged. We kept communication solid the whole day between them. Super ATV just had the skid plate going, sliding over rocks, pandemic performance tuning. We were dialed, Triple S Polaris, and it was everybody that makes this possible. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on finishing after this horrible week that you had, but all that matters, again, you're up here at this finish line. So, Michael Lee, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Pam.
Michael Lee started 81.
That's
81st
crazy.
off the starting line.
All of the people that he had to pass and get through. And, you know, like Pam said, just a really bad week. And there's nothing like going from the depths of despair to the joy of crossing this finish line. You know, you try to ride the middle, but, man, is it difficult.
Yeah, and again, like I said, going from 81st place all the way up to 23rd and get to say you're an official finisher of the King Hammers.
And it sounds like they rebuilt the entire car in like 4 days.
Yeah, no problem. We just do a little pit work, call some friends over,
fine.
you know,
It's
pick up some chicken. Everything's great. No
Yeah,
big deal,
no,
right?
I can do that completely. And do it in the dirt? Sure.
Sure.
No,
We know it's fine.
Really, really easy.
Yeah, we have a flashlight to do it with. Why not? Come on over. Yeah, no, it's incredible, again, to see that as Pam Hall out there gets that 999 Jim Florian pulled up there onto the podium.
Now, Jim Flory is an unofficial 13th in Pro Mod UTV, 25th overall. He's coming in with a great time here of 9 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds. So actually just a minute behind Gavin Smith. So really close there between the 12th and 13th in the Pro Modified UTV class.
You can tell Jim is so pumped to be out of that car.
He's so pumped to be out of that car.
Yes, he's just like, I'm ready to be out. All right, here we go. Pam, take it away.
All right, thanks, Matt. Jim Flory, you got out of the car and you just gave a thumbs up. I mean, you've got to be happy right now that you're at this finish line.
This has been 10 years I've been watching this race, and said one of these days I'm going to race it, and here we are. You know, it's a tough race, and we put it all together today. I got so many people to help me get here. It's just amazing.
Yeah, that definitely was a tough race out there. Now, towards the end, I believe that your co-driver was out of the car. You sat there for just a second. Were you waiting for him to get all buckled back up before you took off?
Yeah, that's right. We just wanted to we were getting close to Hammertown. We wanted to get across the finish line. We didn't want to have an oops there in resolution. So we just played it safe and get here in Hammertown.
Exactly. It's all about safety first. But that course was rough out there, but all that matters is you're at this finish line. And I know it takes a ton of people to get you here. So who all would you like to thank?
Oh, I got to thank Can-Am, Jason Watt with JW Performance, CT Raceworks, Metalworks Fab. I got all kinds. KMK Off-Road, Double E Shocks. Oh, the shocks were amazing today. They're like, it was the smoothest riding car I've ever been in. Really blown away. Their Speed Squad, Dirt Decals, Extreme of Washington County. I'm sure I'm missing somebody. My family, my friends. You know, my kids are at home, and you know, I've been out here for 2 weeks, and you know, their mom taking care of them. You know, it's you know, so many people to thank. I'm just so appreciative of everyone, and Ultra 4, King of the Hammers, put on such an awesome event. You know, who else could you know, ask for more of a tough competition? And you know, there's so many people out there. Thank you, Pam. Thank Dave Cole and the whole group. You know, we were out here for the rookie program in October, and Bailey and Dave fixed us up, and you know, we learned a lot out here. So it paid off today.
That's what matters, is coming out here, practicing, getting experience from the people that have been doing this for a year, and the experts, especially Dave Cole and Bailey Cole. So congratulations on this finish out here this weekend, Jim Flory. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Jim Flory.
Thank you, Pam. Again, that's awesome. We have a few guys still trying to get in, which we're going to have a little bit of time. Although we do have awards we have to get ready for. So I know Pam is always rock star at that. We have a lot of trophies down there that definitely we have some people out in the crowd waiting to take.
Yep. So we are going to switch to getting ready to awards, and we know that we've got 1003. That is 1003 car is Aaron Clark, and the 354 Chris Johnson. They will be coming in here pretty soon, but we're just going to have to hold them a little bit for interviews while we finish up the awards here on our Optima stage.
And again, we get that map up. You can see how close they are coming back into Hammertown right here. And again, like I said, that was the 1003 car of Aaron Clark. and the 354 of Chad Johnson. And again, right there next to Hammertown. But again, we're going to get some award stuff done real quick. We did push it just a little bit to wrap up those last few interviews. So while we wait on those guys to skeet in, we'll let Pam take it away and let her do some cool interviews. And again, we'll try to stay open. I think they're going to say our official stop time is 6 o'clock plus whatever their start delay is. Right. So on corrected time, they will get a little bit more. Right. And it looks like those guys are probably going to have no problem coming in between 6. Yep. I really don't. If I'm trying to pan out. Okay, I heard we have them on screen here.
Yep. Look
wow,
at them.
Side by,
like
almost
right
side by
coming
side
down.
coming in. You know, trying
well,
to.
And it looks like 354 there doesn't have any lights, so I would be going right behind.
Yes.
110.03 as well.
They are definitely using the buddy system there.
Yep. Yep.
Looks like he's even taking a little bit of a line choice.
Oh my! Is he going for a pass? He just
wow,
went for a pass.
That is brave.
Oh my goodness!
That is
well,
brave.
He's got a light bar up on top, but it does not look that bright, does it?
Yeah, that is a pretty impressive to pass in the rocks at nighttime in the dark.
Yeah, with not a lot
no
of lights.
light.
No, that's just the reflection off of his roof. He indeed does not have any lights.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Like he must have some 20/20 vision there.
Exactly. It's so I don't have it, but Chris Johnson looking good there. But we will be doing our finish line podium awards here. Awards is the word. Here at the Optima stage. So again, if you got an official podium, please make your way to the stage because we've got some awesome hardware to give to you.
Again, cutting out there to more of a drone shot. You can see those guys getting ready to pop out from there any second. Again, shout out to all of our course marshals. I got to go into one of their meetings last night, and you would not believe how many course marshals we have out there helping direct traffic, help keep people honest. And again, obviously they're out there for helping make sure everybody kind of stays safe, but at the same time trying to help people. I know there's sometimes I've been out there lost, and I'm just recreational wheeling, like, is it the right way? So, shout out to those guys out there. You know, they had some cool, you can identify they had a cool orange T-shirt. A lot of them have orange vests, to help them. There's guys on dirt bikes. There's guys that are stationary. So a huge shout out to all those guys who helped make this possible. During the pre-show, Dave was saying it's like 357 employees or something like that help make this whole process run.
Yeah.
So
and then not to mention all the recovery people that are out there, using their own rigs, their own recovery equipment out there to make sure that we can keep these courses clear where they can recover them. Because, sometimes, and I saw, I believe a car got helicoptered out.
Well, wow.
I believe if social media is to be believed, I think
Yeah.
I saw that on Dirt Cinema's Instagram last night.
that would not shock me a bit. Again,
No.
I know Warren, the Warren recovery crew out there, definitely Warren does a lot with those guys to make sure things are getting recovered and are getting recovered safely. So I know they team up with a lot of guys out there. They're out there helping make that happen, not just today, but literally for the next couple days. So, and speaking of Warren, they have the Warren VIP tent. So if you guys have your VIP pass thing over
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Pursuit of off-pavement exploration, confidence is everything. That's why we've built onX Off-Road as the ultimate tool to discover trails and navigate off-grid. Everything from guided trail maps to comprehensive offline accessibility and custom trip building. Ensure you're always on the right path. Join the community that trusts onX Off-Road to plan, share, and fuel their adventures. Because when it comes to off-roading, there's only one app built for you.
Every race is a test of performance. When the stakes are high, racers rely on proven products. If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
When a fire breaks out, seconds count. Employees follow their training and grab the nearest extinguisher. You know the drill. It's pull, aim, squeeze, sweep, and everything's under control. But what if it isn't? What if your extinguisher doesn't discharge? Then what do? Standard extinguishers are constantly pressurized. If they lose that pressure for any reason, they're absolutely useless. And because they're not designed to withstand physical damage, you have a failure just waiting to happen. We purpose-built the Russo Eliminator to overcome the problems you can encounter with typical extinguishers. First, the Russo Eliminator is not under pressure until you pull the puncture lever and break the CO2 cartridge seal. This cartridge-based design is used in extinguishers specifically for high-hazard placements like mining and chemical processing plants. It's a preferred technology because its reliability is higher than stored pressure technology. Second, we put it through rigorous tests to make sure it can take a beating without being damaged. We've dropped it, smashed it, even run over it with a truck. This is one tough product, specially engineered to give you peace of mind. We've also incorporated other advancements. Our integrated nozzle, valve assembly, and improved discharge pattern give you superior fire knockdown. The proprietary polymeric materials we use offer maximum resistance to the elements, making corrosion no longer an issue. So over the Eliminator's lifespan, you can count on peak performance. Russo features self-service technology, meaning you can perform your own inspections with no need for contracted monthly or yearly third-party service. We offer free online training on our website. The Fire Eliminator fits most standard extinguisher cabinets. Installation is easy with multiple hardware options and a unique bracket that keeps it from being knocked off the wall. Innovative, tough, and reliable, and comes with an 8-year limited warranty against defects in material or workmanship. The Eliminator presents a major advancement in dry chemical extinguisher technology, and it's clearly your best choice for ease of use and all-around fire protection. For the safety of your employees and your workplace, don't settle for anything less. Be prepared. Be protected. Russo.
To the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
You know, the time penalty versus is it a strategy thing? If you can maybe massage some points a certain way and get a penalty, but skip a hard rock section that may break your car,
right.
Now it's not really a penalty. It's actually just, you know, it comes in a strategy, kind of like we see like Formula One guys with fuel strategy or tire strategy. Now it kind of becomes a time strategy. If I can shave 30 minutes off but get a 10-minute penalty, I really
You've just gained 20 minutes.
You just gained 20 minutes, not to mention a lot of wear and tear on the car that other guys may have that happen. I mean, we're going to have like 25 finishers, 26 finishers out of 137. So, you know, you hate to be one of the other 30, the other category, the 137. So being able to kind of play that strategy, you know, and so seeing Dave kind of put some more VCPs in there, put it into rock checkpoints, where it kind of keeps guys a little more honest, and now it's truly who can pre-run the course and know the course the best and know what they need to do.
So I'm looking here at the live chat on YouTube. Again, we've got a link to that at kingofthehammers.com. And you guys that are on YouTube, you know, if you go to the All Access, you can get it for $24.99. You get all kinds of great stuff, like choose your own adventure when it comes to our camera angles. You get some cool little emojis that you get to use, and everybody loves emojis. And you get to see the live stream without any commercials, and that, I think, is key. Of course, you know, we want to bring you as much racing as possible, but it takes money to put this on, to put this big event on. We've got probably 80,000 people out here in the desert, and that does not happen for free. So thank you so much, everyone, for patroning our sponsors out here, all of our sponsors like Onyx Map, Warren Industries, and Factor 55, Yukon Gear and Axle, Griffin Radiator. Griffin Radiator has been with us from the very beginning, haven't they?
Oh yeah, they were an OG sponsor. Again, they're on site. They have their fitted cap. Miles is like a connoisseur of those. They have their sharp hats. You know, Miles, you can see him rocking one of the Griffin Radiator hats. And they've been a sponsor for a long time. The guys actually come out, and it's great to see them still participating and to see them still involved. To see that carry on again, we talk about the OG 13, 12 guys that originally came out, and again, seeing those guys come out is very neat too. You know, seeing some of them from maybe not the first year, but some of the first few years still here out there. You know, Brad Lovell, out here still rocking it. Very, very cool to see. All right, looks like we might do one more interview before we do awards. I'm going to double check that with Pam behind me. All right, yeah, I'm getting a thumbs up from our fearless leader down there. All right, Emmy Hall is going to run down there and do that interview real quick while Pam's getting our awards sorted out. Making sure everything's ready to go, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. All right, Emmy, take it away.
You got out of the car faster than I could get down here. Oh my gosh, 354. You came in without any lights. How scary was that?
It wasn't too bad. I kind of knew, the coming into the course, but yeah, for a second there, sun was going down. I thought we might have to stop and have Lewis take off my light covers, but we made her in.
Oh, so you had lights, you just had the covers on them still.
Yeah, correct.
Well, and we saw you take that pass in the dark as well, and we were like, oh, he's going for it. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, Hammers is no joke. And for a minute, the second loop on Aftershock, first rock section, we lost a bolt going in the trailing arm. And we were able to deal out of my steering column and kind of get going again. Made it into the pits, and then by then we were towards the back, and we just kind of had to wait and play the patient game. But it was awesome. Friggin' Lewis did a great job, and I can't thank everybody enough. My parents, Rhonda and Phil, and my wrench, Jeff Atkinson, Lewis. Couldn't ask for a better co-driver, and Wayne at Alltech, Chris Newer at Sparco, all the boys at Maxxis, Can-Am, Maxima, just everybody. Car's in good shape. It still runs.
Well, and you have an amazing smile on your face. You look like you're just as pleased as punch to be back here in Hammertown. What are you gonna do tonight?
I'm gonna go to sleep.
And Lewis, you look to be a little bit more stoic. Yeah. Okay. What are you gonna do tonight?
I'm gonna go home, go see my family, see my dog, and go get some rest. And then that's it. Get some rest.
All right, well, we're really glad to see you guys both back here in Hammertown. It was really great seeing you guys come in without any lights. What a great run you all had. We're so excited for you. We're going to let you guys take a few pictures. You got your family and friends out here. So please celebrate, say hi to those cameras and to Instagram. We're stoked to have you out here. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right. Thank you, Emmy. Again, we got a few more. All right, we got one more interview I'm hearing. That we're going to see if we can't squeak in before the awards. And I'm trying to see if there's anybody else that's trying to finish. I hear them getting cheers, and they're not even on stage yet. As we get cards shuffled around there, Emmy will get ready.
All right, okay, here we go. And I am live with Aaron Clark. You are our sportsman finishing here the 2025 King of the Hammers Can-Am UTV Championship. Oh, you look like you're done, dude. What's going on?
Well, it's dark outside, so that means it was a long day. Yeah, we lost our turbo in idle issues, so did the whole most of the rock sections with no turbo, no power. So made it. We can.
So doing the rock section without a lot of power, that means that it's all about line choice, being consistent with your speed, maybe trying to use a little bit of momentum.
Yep, just pretty much keep your foot on the floor and crash through it all. So a few extra dents and dings there, so we made it.
And Co-Dog over there, how many times did you have to get out and winch if you didn't have your turbo?
Quite a few times. Had to run up a couple trails too, but I'm trained for it, so that's what we do.
You know, it's so funny when you guys come back here because I can tell you're just so relieved to be back here in Hammertown. But I have to ask you, who helped you get here to this finish line?
We got our pit crew, Daniel, My other son, Isaac, he co-drove all the desert stuff with me, so works out good having both the boys in the car with me. So one likes doing the desert and one likes the rocks, so we all get a good time. I'd like to thank Raceline Wheels, of course, Cabinet Outsource, my family, my wife, we came up out of Spooners to just the most beautiful Johnson Valley sunset. So just being here with my family and enjoying God's creations, and at the end of the day, it was a lot of fun.
Well, I hope you took that mental photograph of the sunset over King of the Hammers. I'm sure it might have been a little bit panicking as well, like, oh man, we're going to have to finish this in the dark. But we're really glad to see you here. Please go hang out with your family. Have a great evening here in Hammertown. We're all here supporting you. What a great race. Congratulations on finishing the 2025 Can-Am KOH UTV Championship. Back to you guys at the desk.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emmy. We appreciate that, and we appreciate everyone for tuning in today. It has been an awesome day of the Can-Am UTV Championship here at King of the Hammers, the 2025 King of the Hammers. Thank you so much for everybody tuning in. Thanks for all my co-stars for rocking such a great day. Pam is getting ready to do awards down there on stage, so I appreciate everybody. I see one more interview. We're going to do one more, or we're wrapping up? Nope. All right. We're going to wrap up here, and we will see you all bright tomorrow morning with the Everyman Challenge, and then on Saturday for the 4400. Thanks, everybody, tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
My door doesn't open anymore.
Check. All right, as Joe Gould gets out, you guys, we don't want to disappoint you. We do want to get to our awards, but Joe has made it here to Hammertown, and we want to give him the attention he deserves, and I'm really glad you didn't fall off that stage, Joe. Have you been in this vehicle for 9 hours?
I have no idea. No, we left late.
Oh, you guys left late. All right.
We left late.
Tell me about your day. What happened to you guys?
Well, on Desert Course, we got hit by another car and got flipped over, and that we had to wait for just about every car to finish before we can get back on our wheels because we had to run winch across course. But first, I just got to thank my wife, Jennifer. She couldn't make it this year. This is our second time finishing together. This year there was really a legitimate course. Thanks, Dave Cole. I got to thank CT Raceworks. Second time on this suspension, and they make some good stuff. And then, of course, Warren Industries. The winch got used about half a dozen, maybe a dozen times.
Yeah.
So,
For sure.
and Carter, this kid, oh my gosh. I don't know, we met 5-6 years ago and started running together, and he just keeps me straight. So, Carter, thanks. And to this little guy right here, Levi. So, thanks to all the audience for cheering us on and letting us come back.
Joe, I think you've just won the hearts and minds of everyone here at Hammertown. And Carter, how was your race? How did you keep this animal in control?
Joe does a good job driving. I don't have to work too hard, so.
And you, little man, what are you going to be doing when you grow up? I'm going to be a race car driver. You don't say. Well, listen, Joe, thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad your reverse still worked so we could get you up on stage. Again, of all your friends and family here, we'll let you take a few pictures. We'll get you off the stage, and we will finish with our award ceremony here. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. Back to you guys. Oh, Joe, one more thing.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Great day.
All right, stay tuned for the awards here for the 2025 Can-Am King of the Hammers UTV Championship.
All right, everybody. As soon as we clear our stage, we're going to move right into our award ceremony for the 2025 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. So we will get moving in just a moment for that. So give us just 1 minute, and we'll get those awards going. Okay, now that we have our stage all clear, we want to make sure that everybody is having a great time out here. So is everyone having a good time? Yeah? Great race day? We are going to start off our evening with our 4900 Futures Youth 1000 class. This class is something that was started last year. It's been growing more and more and more. So it's a great class for our young youth racers, our future of the sport, to get into. So, with that being said, in the number 3 spot, if you are here, please come on up to the stage, Alex Renau. Alex Raniero. All right, and in that number 2 spot, Code St. Peter. And in the number 1 position, Mr. Cameron Sorensen. Over here. So stand right there. So here's yours. All right, right here with Alex Raniero in the number 3 spot. What did you think about that race course out there today?
It was really fun.
Did you have a favorite part about the race course?
I mean, one of them was climbing up the big mountain.
Well, you are up here in this number 3 spot, so you got to feel really, really good. Who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
First, I want to thank God, Maxxis, Can-Am, Sparco, Rugged Radios, Mom, Dad, Noni, Nuno, Phil Blurton, Jeff Gallegos.
All right. Well, congratulations, Alex, in this number 3 spot.
Thank you.
All right, moving right on over here to the number 2 spot, Code St. Peter. You came up and helped us announce the Youth 170 race the other day. You've been racing for quite some time, started off in the Youth 170s yourself, but here you are in second place at King of the Hammers. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel really good. I had the flu yesterday, so after I got off the stage with y'all, and I woke up this morning, and I just felt like, okay. But I got to the race car, and I ended up forgetting my neck brace, and so we would have started 7th. Yeah, but they made us start last, but we made our way somewhere to the front, and I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, I mean, right now in that number 2 spot, starting from the back, I mean, will you ever forget your neck brace again at the motorhome?
No.
You got to live and learn, and you lived and learned this morning, but it didn't obviously make any difference because you still are up here on the podium. So, Code, who all do you want to thank for getting you out here?
Polaris Racing, Maxxis Tires, Nacho Off-Road Lights, PCI Race Radios, HMF Exhaust, Double E Racing, UTV Race Shop, Carbon Fabrication, PCI Race Radios, Maxxis Tires, and Maximo Racing Oils.
Well, Code St. Peter, congratulations up here in the number 2 spot. That's quite the list of sponsors, but congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, right here now in the number 1 spot, Cameron Sorensen. You were out front, and all right, you got your fan club out there. But Cameron Sorensen, you have a long. I mean, how old are you?
I'm 13.
You're 13 years old. I know you've been racing for a long, long, long time. I mean, your brother and your sister doing the drifting and everything, but here you are right now in this number 1 spot. What did it take for you to win this race out here this year?
Well, I started 1 row ahead of him. I forgot his name. Cody. I just had to send my speed UTV to its absolute limits. I started working my way up the pro class and climbing to the very top.
And you were on it, and you won it, and here you are in the number 1 spot.
Thank you. I just got to say thank you to VP Race Fuels, Odyssey Battery, OMP. This is practice for everything that I'm going to be doing in FD next year, because this is definitely a really good start for the season. And since last year I just got my Formula Drift license, and now I'm going to be working my way into Amanda's class.
Slowly makes his retreat.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
All right, we're going to start off here with our third place finisher in the Pro Mod class. Paul Wolf, we talked earlier about your day, but here you are in this number 3 spot. Still feeling pretty good?
Absolutely. I got to thank Eric Miller. He did a lot of winching today to keep me recovered. And all my crew out there, they worked their butts off to get these cars ready. CA Tech built an awesome car, and of course Can-Am too.
Well, I mean, it's obviously a great job out there. You are our number 1 qualifier for our Saturday 4400 Race at Kings. But right now, we're celebrating your 3rd place in Pro Mod. Congratulations. Who all does it take to get you out here?
It takes a huge crew of guys, and of course my wife back home. She's taking care of our kids, and then again, I give a shout out to Miller Motorsports here. Eric himself rode with me and kept me going all day.
I mean, who else to have in there with you than one of these guys, right?
That's about the best co-driver you could ask for right there.
Well, and the best co-driver, but normally in that driver's seat himself. But Paul Wolf, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, moving right on over here into our number 2 spot. Nathan Parker just turned 16 years old while we have been out here at King of the Hammers. He was our highest finishing rookie last year for the 4900 class. Nathan Parker, what's your trick? You're a young kid. I mean, are you taking tons of lessons from Alex Reed here?
I mean, he coaches me the whole way, but he helps me pick out lines. But, I mean, my whole crew has been great all week long. I mean, the pits were fast. The car was prepped good. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better team and a better car.
Well, I mean, you're young and your driving skills are all amazing. I mean, you impress everybody out here. So congratulations on all of that, being in this number 2 spot. But who all would you like to thank for getting you out here?
CT Raceworks, they built a heck of a car. Performance East, EFX tires, I ran those the whole race, got very few flats. KMC wheels, Double E Racing, I mean, the car was just outstanding in the desert and the rocks. Can-Am for getting that car tuned up, and Parrish Fire Extinguishers, and everybody else I forgot.
Well, congratulations up here in this number 2 spot. I'm going to have you pass this off to Alex. We're going to get you a sparkling cider over here. So I like my job too much. But right now, Cody Miller, here we are in the number 1 spot up here today. It was a fun race for you, a hard race for you, but here you are in the number 1 spot. What helped you to persevere to get to the top of the box?
I mean, hard work is definitely what got us here. This is my 6th year to race King of the Hammers. I've raced the UTV and the 4400 every year. I've finished every race. I've never won. So it's been a long time coming. We've been working our butts off with the shocks. Elka Suspension has been supporting us to no end. George White, Double E Racing, and Doug Roll and Roll Design. These guys have been tuning my stuff all year. We've been out here doing our homework, doing everything that we could. Pre-run a lot. My back is killing me. But a big difference this year. Shane Dowden, my new passenger here, he was on point. He kept me in the right space. He kept me in the right state of mind. He kept us from breaking the car because he had the plan. But. Yeah, thank you very much, Shane, and a big thanks to Can-Am. Big thanks to Dave Cole for putting on such a hell of an event. I mean, this is so cool. The track that he built this year is just freaking phenomenal. We enjoy the hell out of running those rocks, and to have a track that actually has all of the rocks in it, wow, it was wicked. That made a completely different race out here. But not only that, all the fans, all the production people out here, this is a huge event, and it wouldn't be anything without you all out there. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Demon Power Sports, for having some hellaciously strong axles in that car. We bounced that thing off the rocks so many times. It was unbelievable how it held up. I mean, the Maxxis tires were gripping the whole time. The Raceline wheels were on point. Monster Seal kept some air in the tires. It takes a lot to get out here and do this. CT Raceworks has stepped up and joined forces with us this year, and so we've got all their hard parts, all their A-arms, trailing arms, radius rods, all these good parts. Hess Motorsports got some great billet parts on the machine with the quickener, and so many more. UTV Race Shop always has every part you need pretty much on hand at any time. Monkey with a Knife, I don't know if y'all know these folks, but they stepped up and they hooked us up with a little bit of extra support this year. They're on the roof. It's a killer logo, and those guys are good people. So anyway, all the fellow racers, all the production, everyone out here, thank you very much. We couldn't be more proud to finally take this home. And my wife, Sadie, and our new baby girl, Sayla, that's me born in March, and Jet, our 9-year-old.
Congratulations, Cody Miller, on your first win out here at King of the Hammers. I don't foresee not ever seeing you up here again. You'll be up here many more times. We'll see about Saturday since you'll be in the 4400 race as well.
Yeah, it's going to be like a 2-crown week.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Let's give it up for our pro modified Paul Wolf in that third spot, Nathan Parker second, and Cody Miller in the top of the box. Well, Paul Wolf's running away from Nathan Parker because he's probably going to spray you for sure. I'm running too.
I got a race.
That's okay. You guys can go wash them.
Here, look here. They messed them up.
Oh. Oh, so all of you that are wondering, because I just had somebody say it to me over here, but it's funny because Shane Dowden's actually wearing Cody Miller's fire suit, and then Cody's wearing Shane's fire suit, so it's pretty funny to see. All right, moving on to our 4,900 open class. In the number 3 spot, come on up, Mr. Bailey Cole. In the number 2 spot, Robert Liebel. And in the number 1 spot, Brock Hager. I believe Brock actually ended up having to go. I'm not sure if he's here. Nope, he's here. Perfect. Is Robert Liebel here? Okay, we're going to go ahead and start here with Mr. Bailey Cole. You're up here in this number 3 spot for this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Always smiling. How you feeling?
Oh, man, it was a long day out there, but super fun and challenging. First time racing out here in a single-seat car, and, man, a lot of respect goes out to the co-drivers because that is a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you all day long doing a lot of work, but it doesn't matter because right now up here in that number 3 spot, you have 2 more race days to go. So we can't wait to see you back out on there. But who all does it take to get you out here to the race course?
Oh, so many people. Obviously, you got Jegs, Yukon Gear and Axle, Yokohama, no flats at all this week. It's been amazing. MBRP, great exhaust, and carbon winches. Had to use it a lot today, so thank you guys for building an awesome winch.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again in that number 3 spot. Hopefully we see you up here 2 more times this week.
That'd be the dream.
Exactly. All right. So Robert Liebel, we do not have him here right at this moment, but Brock Hager, we have one more trophy for you. You are also our overall winner of the Rock Rage race winner out here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This is your 2nd Hammers trophy this week. What do? I mean, you're like a machine out there.
Yeah, it feels good to be holding this one. This is something that I've tried to get for a long time and never got it. We got kind of close last year, got 4th overall, and then this year Polaris RZR gave me a weapon to go out there and compete. So it's an honor to be holding it. I know there's a lot of good guys that are competing for it, a lot of good guys that have won it. So it feels good to be here.
Well, it looks good in your hands right there. I know that you worked hard for it. I mean, you also was the overall winner for our Desert Challenge weekend as well. But let's just go through the list of people that help you get out here and to the top of the box.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give it up to Polaris just for giving me such a good race car to go out there and compete. The whole SCI crew, all the guys that come out, all the volunteers that come out to fuel me and make sure the car is good. Method, Jake Velasco, he worked his butt off on putting that car together. There's a huge list. BFG Tires never got out of the car once to change a tire. Method Wheels, Progressive Insurance, Rockford Fosgate, and just everyone. I'm thankful to be here, having a lot of fun, and looking forward to the next race.
Well, congratulations again on such a successful week out here at King of the Hammers. Congratulations on your successful start of the year with the Dakar win as well. So, Brock Hager, we'll see you next time.
Thank you. And thanks to all the fans. You guys have been rad, and I appreciate all the support.
Awesome. All right, let's give it up for Brock Hager in that number 1 spot, Robert Liebel second, and Bailey Cole in that number 3 spot. We're not done with awards quite yet. I need to know, is Jim Flory here? Jim Flory. If somebody has Jim Flory's number, we would love for you to. Okay, perfect, Harlan. Brian Fulcher, are you here? Did Brian leave? It should have been. Okay. What class? Harlan's calling Jim.
Okay, so just go to NA for McGrath.
Okay, Jeremy McGrath, are you around here? Yes, all right. All right, we're moving on to our NA awards. Jeremy McGrath in that number 1 spot. I believe that you were the only official winner for right, or the official finisher for right now. So, stock NA. All right, Jeremy McGrath, we talked earlier quite a bit about your race day, but here you are in the number 1 spot, officially out here at King of the Hammers. You've been out here for, I believe you said, what, 4 years racing?
Yeah, I think I've competed like 4 times. I've finished I think 3 out of the 4. So anyway, what an experience. I mean, what a day. Couldn't have done it without my co-driver, Jaron, my nephew here. I mean, he was just a complete badass on the hill, towing winch lines, and really, we outsmarted a lot of people out there when it came time, because by the time we got to these places, they were really blocked up.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
finisher, if I'm correct on this, back in 2023 for our first rookie program year. Unfortunately, we lost Robert Parker shortly after King of the Hammers that year, and the team momentum has taken over, making sure these rookies are taken care of, recognizing these rookies. Last year, Nathan Parker was our top 4,900 finisher, so it's honored to have his name on that trophy right below Robert Parker. This year, Mr. Jim Flory, you are our top 4,900 finisher for the 2025 King of the Hammers. It's an honor to have you up here to accept this trophy, and I would love to bring up the Parker family, please, to get this photo. I know you've heard about this program, so Jim, it's an honor. How do you feel about getting this?
Oh, it's an absolute honor, you know. We've worked so hard. I've had so many people help me. Jason Watt and his whole crew. Today we broke an axle. They got it swapped out, got us back to the finish. And the Parker family. Thank you so much. Oh, wow.
So your name is going to go underneath Mr. Nathan Parker's name on this trophy. You also are the winner of $10,000 cash from Team Momentum. So this is Casey Parker right here. Casey Parker. This is a very emotional award to a lot of people. And for Jim to get this and finishing top in the 4,900 class, congratulations once again. Mike. All right, we are almost done with our awards for the evening. So please stick around just a few more moments. We're still getting some final results on stuff. We have a couple people that they're doing some checks on like we have to do. So I'm just getting a confirmation so we can finish out the awards. How has this been for everybody? Has this been like an amazing King of the Hammers? The weather's beautiful, right? Yes. Who all is ready to watch the EMC race tomorrow? Who's ready for the 4,400 Race of Kings? Yeah, that is obviously one of the fan favorites out here. And but today, the 4,900 Can-Am UTV Championship was an amazing race. There was a great talent out there, great racing as well. But we're going to get some confirmations here, and we'll finish up our awards for the night here in just one moment.
finishers while we wait for the final officials. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We will, but we don't have a legal time you guys yet. Yep. So we're going to do 2 finishers here. If you can excuse us.
So I guess there's a couple more finishers that they're having me interview really quick, is what I was just told. A couple more finishers while we're waiting on the final results.
Okay. And we're going to do a couple finishers here.
Okay. Is it Luis or Luis? That's why I say Luis. That's what I was doing the other day. Okay. No. Unless you want to. Okay. I'm ready if they are. Are you ready to drive? You want to drive? Yep, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Okay, we have a few finishers coming through that we're going to get in between the rest of the awards. But right now, Luis Leon Gonzalez, you're here at the finish line. How was that race for you today?
Well, it was tough. We lost a lot of time, and after Chocolate Thunder, we rolled the car and we couldn't get it back to its tires for like 3 hours. We kept trying, and a competitor gave us a hand. He rolled trying to help us, and his car rolled like that. He flipped us over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we were trying to help him out. We helped him out, rolled back over. He's like, just keep going, keep going. And I was about to quit right there, and my co-driver, Tim, he told me, no, we're not quitting. We're going to keep going. We come up to Jackhammer. There was like 5 cars broken down. And I was like, hey, we can't get around. No, we're going to keep going. And we kept going, and we're here.
That's all that matters, that you're here at the finish line.
Yeah, it was tough. And there was 2-3 times that I was trying to quit from the race. But thankfully we're here, and thanks to everybody that helped us out to get here. And my family, my fiance, and my kids, my mom, everybody that's here, Crystal, everybody. And I mean, I wish my brother was here too, but he broke in Jackhammer, so. And I don't know if my co-driver Tim wants to say something.
I just saw that it was like 5:30 when we got to the second time, or the last time in the remote pit, and I was just like, dude, we only have 2 trails left. Let's just go. Like, let's just go as fast as possible. And if we have to winch, we'll just keep the winch handy on the bumper. And yeah, just in and out and in and out. Kept on going, and then we got out. Let's see, we got out of outer limits at like 5:50, and we got through Resolution and down to here in 20 minutes. So it was good. We had a great pace in the morning, and then an incident happened, and we got rolled over, and that ate up a lot of time, but we were able to just persevere and finish it, so it was good.
Well, I mean, right there, you just said it, persevere and get you to the finish line. So congratulations. I know it takes a whole army to get you out here. Did you miss any of the people that helped you get to the race course?
Yeah, I want to thank all my sponsors, Method Race Wheels, Tensor Tires, Frontline Suspension, Trinity Racing, Ryan from his Fat Work stuff, Tim too, and I think I got Walker Evans, Dynamics, that we just put those lights on the car not so long ago and helped us to get through the race. I wasn't trying to finish at nighttime, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes. But thank everybody that's here, and thanks everybody that's watching this sport. And This is our 6th year racing, our 3rd finish. Thanks, everybody still here.
All right, let's give it up for Luis Leon Gonzalez, persevering to the finish. All right, here with Adam Brown. I just asked him how he's doing. He said, better that he's here now. So, Adam, give us a little rundown.
Man, today started out rough. We started out when we came to late bed. We had to put a motor in. It blew up on the day before I left. I spent the rushed the motor here, and then we got it installed at our pits after about a week. And then we just ran into problems after problems. Transmission went out. We had some front differential issues, and just was fighting one thing after another thing after another thing. Then we start off the line. We break an axle the first 30 seconds into the race. We ended about 2 miles down there, and I jog all the way down here, got an axle, and jogged back. That was fun. And then in the desert, we broke a belt on the supercharger, and then the alternator locked up. And then we put another belt on it, and then we had no alternator. So then we were at about 8 volts when we got to pit 2, and it's just barely running. And so then we changed the alternator off my other car and put it on there and got it going. We went around the first curve, and we had a coolant leak, and so then we had to drop the skid plate on the side of a mountain, and then fix the coolant leak with some rubber hoses off of our vent tube, and some zip ties and hose clamps. It worked.
So you had a clean race all day.
It was a great race. It was a great race. But the good thing is we never broke anything in the rocks. We just went straight through the rocks and never broke a single thing.
Well, that's a good thing because that's where there was a lot of carnage in the rocks today. But I know it takes the Army to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
Man, I'd like to thank MRT Tires for always looking out for me, giving me the best tires. 0 flats today, and we beat the heck out of these tires. I'd like to thank Cryo Heat for always helping me out. RCV Axles. I'd like to thank All Things UTV. PPI, they really, Eric and Corey with PPI really data log late at night and helped me get through things. Pandemic Performance looked at some logs for me as well and helped me out. I'm just glad to be here.
Well, it's good to see you here at the finish line with a smile on your face.
I also like to thank our pit crew right there. They were jam up, the best pit crew I ever had, and had everything laid out perfect. And you can't do this race without Starlink. You don't even need a radio no more. We just text what we do coming in the pit and just say, hey, we need this. And they just come as we're riding. That's the best thing ever created.
Yeah, exactly. I have to agree with you on that one. So, but congratulations, though, on your finish. We'll see you next time.
Yes. Awesome. See you, Pam.
All right, let's give it up for Adam Brown up here at the finish line. All right, up here at this stage, we have the 49-32 finisher, Scott Lesage. How you feeling?
I'm tired.
I mean, being in a single seat like this, how many times did you have to get out and winch yourself up some of the rocks?
Just twice in Jack.
Well, that's good then.
I walked everything all day. Mostly one shots, everything. I went into Spooners, and I hadn't pre-run it at night, and we had to do the waterfalls, and I've never seen them before, and it walked it.
You looked good out there every time I saw you up on the screen, but you're up here at the finish line, and all in all, did you have fun?
It was a cool day. I definitely just went wheeling. We lost power at about mile 105, so it couldn't go up hills by itself. I had to put it in low and walk up everything. So basically the entire second lap was in low. It was slow. It was frustrating. It had no power. I had to drive it particularly because you couldn't just put your rocks on a face and it wouldn't lift up. You had to like hit it or like walk it or to the left, to the right. It was hard. And unfortunately, we don't know what happened with the motor, but it somehow kept running like a little bit. It couldn't go over like 4,000 RPMs. It couldn't accelerate. It just kept running. So I'm like, well, as long as it's moving, I'm going to keep doing trails.
But all that matters is you're here at the finish line.
It's ridiculous. I can't believe that worked. Absolutely impressive. This is the new car that I've been working on for 2 years now. Like, pretty wild. I did some buggy stuff today, like full on 2 wheels, full lock, and all the gas, which it doesn't have much. It was fun. I definitely had a good time, and I helped some people. I honestly made some friends today, which was pretty cool.
Well, that's what I love. It seems like there was a lot of that going on out on the race course, and to hear it from the racers when you guys come into the finish line is really humbling to hear that everybody's helping each other out on the track. But I know it takes an army of people to get you here, so who all would you like to thank?
Well, first, my pregnant wife at home is very important and lets me come out here and do this, even the baby's due soon. So thank you to Dayon. And, of course, my friends who came up here, hung out all day. I mean, we couldn't have done it without you guys, obviously. And obviously the sponsors, Sage Alternatives, builds the car, does all the tuning and everything. It's my business. And X-Travel, Fox, Maxxis, RCV, Method, some others that I'm forgetting right now. But tire spine, I didn't need them, thankfully, but this car is designed around that technology, so really appreciate those guys, and basically I'm just stoked to be here. I guess I'm the last finisher. That was the goal. I didn't even think it was possible when I got into remote pit 2 the last time. They said, yeah, you've got time, let's go. Yeah. So off into the dark I went.
Well, here you are, though. You persevered and got to the end. Congratulations, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks. Yeah, hopefully with a bit faster car. It was fast in the desert. I made, 65th to 22nd or something like that? Like, I was up there. I drove, fast enough, but apparently something let go, so, bummer.
Well, but you finished again. That's all that matters, Scott. Congratulations on your finish.
Thank you so much.
All right. You heard it. He is our last finisher of the night out here for the 2025 UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship. We have one more set of awards to give away, and then you guys are free for the night, and we get to hang out and have some fun. First of all, too, before I get into the last, I do have to recognize our top 3 overall from the race today. Nathan Parker actually was 3rd place overall for the race. Cody Miller got 2nd, and Brock Hager got that number 1 spot. So congratulations to our top 3 overall finishers. And we're going to move on here in just 1 second to our last awards of the night. Okay, so we have one unofficial finisher in our sportsman class. Aaron Clark is right now 1st place, unofficially the only finisher in the sportsman stock class. Aaron, are you here? This one is, we are recognizing this class because everybody out here gets to come and race and have some fun. We're going to give you guys some champagne, but I'm going to talk to you first about this. So, Aaron, out there finishing the race today, you came in and you looked like you were just ready to be out of the car.
Yep, it was a long day, and we're pleasantly surprised to be unofficially first. I'll gladly take the official third place trophy if.
Well, the first place is better than third.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, though, out for finishing the race today. And I know it takes a lot of people to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
Well, first I'd like to say I don't know why more people don't run Sportsman. This is our 11th year doing King of the Hammers. And, 11 years ago, I honestly thought I could be like the next Mitch Guthrie. And that isn't going to happen. So Dave Cole highly recommended we do Sportsman, which, if you can't make the gap jump, maybe you should be in Sportsman class. So, I highly, really like some more competition in the Sportsman class next year if anybody wants to get a second or third place trophy. So, but I'd like to thank, again, my family, my boys for doing the co-driving today. Cabinet Outsource, we had Direct Edge Media, helped doing the stuff on the car. John at IMG Motorsports prepped the car, Raceline Wheels. I think we got our crew, my dad was the crew chief this year, Daniel helping with the fueling. I guess my daughter came out this year, good luck. She was our good luck charm. So, thank you very much.
Well, congratulations right now on your unofficial first. I'm going to get out of the way. Go ahead and shake that champagne up and celebrate.
Second.
Okay.
And Casey's first. Official. Yep.
All right. The champagne celebrations are always fun to watch. I try to get as far away as possible. Congratulations again. You're very welcome. All right. Last awards of the night. In our Pro Stock Turbo class, we had 2 official finishers in that number 2 spot. Chris Johnson, and in the number 354. And in that number 1 spot, Casey Curry. All right, Chris Johnson up here in this number 2 spot. What a great race for you to be up here on the podium. How you feeling right now?
I'm tired. It was a long day, but it was a good day. Every day at Hammers is good. I'm stoked to finish. My co-driver Lewis did great. He tuned the car. He's with Wayne at Alltech, and the Can-Am, it held together. I was a little nervous coming into remote pit 2, coming into the rocks. We had a little issues, but we were able to regroup, and we just kind of had to, be patient, and there was a few bottlenecks, but overall, the race was good.
So when you say the bottlenecks, were you easy to get around them, or were you kind of stuck in them a little bit?
No, yeah, I definitely got stuck, and I just had to wait, and Lewis got out, and he was helping winch guys in and out, and we were able to get through. But yeah, the whole crew, my parents, Jeff Atkinson, my fiance Elaine, Wayne at Alltech, everybody at Can-Am, the boys at Maxxis, Maxima, Chris at Sparco. I couldn't do it without all of them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations up here in that number 2 spot. We'll see you next time, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Now on to our number 1 first place finisher, Casey Curry. How you feeling?
I'm good. It was a great day.
Yeah, I mean, always have a smile on your face no matter what, but up here in the number 1 spot's got to feel really, really good. Basically a pre-run for the rest of the week. But you were in a completely stock vehicle out there, so tell these guys and gals how rough that was for you.
It was brutal out there, but that Turbo R is truly an amazing machine, and how big all the parts and components are on it. I mean, today shows how gnarly they really are. But it was great. We had a great day. Just some bottlenecks out there that made it interesting, but my co-driver did a great job, and yeah, the whole team, everybody, it was fantastic.
Well, obviously a great day for you because you're up here in the number 1 spot. And I know, like, again, it takes a whole army to get you out here. So who all would you like to thank?
The whole family. I got to give credit to my uncle. We spend a lot of time out here pre-running. We put some hours in. But rather than that, the players, Mulch Energy, KMC, Nitto, Fox, all my partners, everyone spends a lot of time. The media team, all the mechanics, Johnny prepped the razor. They're all smiling right now. But no, we have a great people. So we're stoked that we're all here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations in that number 1 spot. And we'll see you again on Saturday, hopefully back up here.
Hopefully.
All right, let's give it up for Chris Johnson in that number 2 spot. And in the number 1 spot, taking home the win in the Pro Stock Turbo, Casey Curry. All right, everybody, that is going to conclude our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship Award ceremony for the night. Again, thank you to everyone who sticks around and watches all of this. If you want to race it, you better be here next year because this is one of the largest growing classes we have out here. So you guys enjoy the fire, and we'll see you guys all again tomorrow morning. 8 a.m.